Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Confessing to Rise Kamishiro right from the start. Tokyo, Ward 20. So I really did transmigrate. Taking in his surroundings, unfamiliar yet strangely recognizable, Uchiha Byakuya emerged from his brief contemplation with a clear understanding of what had happened. What truly confirmed it was the young woman who looked impossibly familiar. Long, silky purple hair cascaded down her back, tied with a ribbon shaped like rabbit ears. Red-framed glasses perched on her nose, a white dress hugging her tall, elegant figure. She radiated the air of a refined, intellectual beauty. That purple hair, those purple eyes. Isn't that Rise Kamishiro? The place Byakuya found himself in was Antiku, the so-called Peaceful Ward's coffee shop. The last thing he remembered was getting obliterated by a truck, then darkness, and now, this. Clearly, he'd landed in the world of Tokyo Ghoul. Having watched the series, he recognized both Rise Kamishiro and this cafe instantly. Ding! Host has successfully activated the system. Default fusion, Uchiha Madara. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed through his mind. A system interface materialized before his eyes. Host, Uchiha Byakuya. Identity, human. Age, 18. Fusion target, Uchiha Madara. Fusion progress, LV1, 0/100. Equipment, none. Abilities, 1 Tomo Sharingan, Hashirama Cells LV1, Taijutsu LV1, C-Rank Ninjutsu, Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, C-Rank Ninjutsu, Fire Style, Phoenix Flower Technique, C-Rank Ninjutsu, Fire Style, Dragon Flame Technique, D-Rank Ninjutsu, Body Flicker Technique. Fusion points, 0. System shop, locked. Byakuya felt a surge of excitement. I actually got Madara's powers. And as his fusion progress increased, he'd surely unlock even more of Uchiha Madara's abilities. The system also fed him some additional information. Despite having transmigrated into this body, he now possessed legitimate Tokyo citizenship and fluent Japanese. How? The system could do anything, apparently. While Byakuya was still processing the interface, Rise Kamishiro glanced his way and smiled, a sweet, demure expression that practically radiated elegance. But he knew better. Behind that gentle, intellectual facade lurked a vicious ghoul, an S-rated binge eater. In this world, creatures called ghouls walked among humanity. Nearly indistinguishable from humans in appearance, they fed on human flesh, couldn't consume normal food, and possessed strength far beyond ordinary people. Most ghouls were already brutal by nature. Rise Kamishiro was among the worst of them. Ding! Host has activated a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1, ignore Rise Kamishiro's smile. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, glare back menacingly and shout, "What are you looking at?" Reward, 10 fusion points. Option 3, walk over and confess your love to Rise Kamishiro passionately. Reward, 50 fusion points. Byakuya studied the 3 options for a moment, then made his decision. He stood up and walked straight toward her. Under Rise's slightly puzzled gaze, he spoke with utter sincerity, "Miss, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I fell in love at first sight. God, I'm making myself cringe." His voice carried across the cafe, drawing the attention of nearly everyone present. They stared at him with expressions ranging from bewilderment to disbelief. What most people didn't realize was that the majority of customers here were ghouls. Occasionally, a human would wander in by mistake, but thanks to the rules set by the SSS-rated ghoul who managed Ward 20, no ghoul would harm humans who stumbled into the shop. Because they were all ghouls, they knew exactly what Rise Kamishiro truly was. Watching a human confess to this greedy, savage S-rated binge eater. Their internal reactions were nothing short of spectacular. Some ghouls already pitied the poor boy. His fate was going to be horrific. Byakuya felt the awkwardness acutely, but for 50 fusion points. A little embarrassment was nothing. He knew Rise inside and out. Confessing to her wasn't as mortifying as it might seem. After all, she wouldn't reject him like a normal girl would. She'd just see him as food. No rejection meant less awkwardness. The logic was weird, sure, but it tracked. Ding! Host has completed option 3. Reward, 50 fusion points. Got it. Byakuya felt vindicated. Just 50 more points and he'd reach LV2, unlocking more of Madara's powers. In a world as dangerous as Tokyo Ghoul, he needed the strength to protect himself. Otherwise, he'd end up as some ghoul's dinner, and what kind of pathetic transmigrator would that make him? His sudden confession had clearly caught Rise off guard. Surprise flickered across her face. "All right then," she said, maintaining her refined, ladylike demeanor with a gentle smile. "If you really like me that much, perhaps we could try dating." That was fast. Byakuya hadn't expected her to agree so readily. He'd assumed she'd play hard to get for a bit. She probably thinks I look delicious and wants to dig in as soon as possible. Whatever her reasoning, he knew her endgame. Rise Kamashiro's only goal was to devour him. "That's wonderful," Byakuya said, his expression brightening. "But I still don't know your name." Rise was acting. So was he. Sure, he'd already secured the fusion points. There wasn't much point in continuing to engage with her. But what if spending time with Rise triggered more divine selections and yielded even more points? That would make it worthwhile. "I'm Rise Kamashiro. And you?" "Amaha Byakuya." And just like that, they became a couple. It seemed sudden, almost absurd, but both of them had hidden agendas. Chapter 2, An Indirect Kiss. "Well then, Kamashiro-san, I'll sit next to you." Byakuya shamelessly settled into the seat beside Rise, acting perfectly natural without a hint of awkwardness. Honestly, suddenly dating Rise Kamashiro, even if it was fake, was turning out to be pretty interesting. The interesting part was knowing her true nature. Sure, she'd eventually find some way to eat him, but what happened between now and then? That was worth looking forward to. As long as he didn't push his luck too far, he'd be fine. Rise would never attack him openly in Antiku, not with the manager being that SSS-rated ghoul, the non-killing owl, who served as Ward 20's overseer. "Call me Rise." She immediately corrected him. "We're dating now." "Why so formal?" "All right, Rise-san." Byakuya nodded. Their sudden relationship had already caused quite a stir in the cafe. Customers exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, though no one intervened directly. Few ghouls here dared to cross Rise Kamashiro. Behind the counter, a girl with short blue-purple hair in a staff uniform, Toka Kirishima, couldn't help but glance toward Byakuya and Rise. Conversation between Byakuya and Rise flowed easily, largely because both were actively working to keep it going. "Do you have any hobbies?" Rise asked. "I think we should get to know each other's interests. Let's see, reading, manga, and listening to music I like." While Byakuya was playing along, these hobbies were actually genuine. "For books, I'm really into Takatsuki-sensei's work." That part was strategic, mentioning Sen Takatsuki's novels. "Takatsuki-sensei. What a coincidence, I love her work too." Rise's smile brightened, as if she genuinely shared his taste. Of course, she was simply mirroring his preferences to reel him in deeper. If he'd named any other author, she would have claimed to love them just the same. Watching her flawless performance, Byakuya couldn't help but think, this woman is terrifying. If he were some clueless kid who didn't know her true nature, she'd have him wrapped around her finger in no time, right before turning him into dinner. "Which book would you recommend most, Byakuya-kun?" "I've only recently started reading her work. I'd say Takatsuki-sensei peaked with her debut. Dear Kafka is essential reading. Her latest one, The Hanged Man's MacGuffin, is also brilliant." "Oh, I know Dear Kafka. The Letter Trick was such a twist. Her short story collections are great too, like Monochrome Rainbow." Their conversation was seamless. To any outside observer, they looked like a couple with genuine chemistry. Too bad it was all an act. "So, what about taste preferences?" Rise abruptly shifted topics. "Sorry. Do you prefer your coffee black, Byakuya-kun? Or with sugar?" "A little. A lot. I prefer it black." "Really? I like mine a bit sweet." Right now, Rise was already planning how to toy with Amaha Byakuya. His unexpected confession had given her a delicious idea. What if I make this boy fall hopelessly in love with me first, then give him the surprise of his life? When she finally savored her meal, what kind of expression would he make? Just thinking about it was thrilling. Chapter 3, Toka Kirishima. After Rise left, Byakuya stayed behind. No rush to leave. After all, this cafe was filled with major characters from the original story, Manager Yoshimura, Toka Kirishima, Yomo Renji. Maybe he could trigger more system rewards. Not that he planned to bother or approach them directly. There was a bookshelf in the cafe, so Byakuya decided to grab something to read while finishing his coffee. Among the selection, he spotted several works by Sen Takatsuki. Given this timeline was slightly before the original story began, she was already a famous author. Byakuya was genuinely curious about her writing. After all, he knew exactly who the best-selling young author really was, the SSS-rated one-eyed owl, Ito Yoshimura, leader of Aojirai Tree. That made her work very interesting to him. He selected her debut novel, Dear Kafka. The original series never detailed its contents, so this was essentially a brand new reading experience. As he immersed himself in the book, nearby ghouls continued whispering about him. Ding. Host has read Dear Kafka. Reward, 1 fusion point. Halfway through, the system triggered again. Only 1 point, but the important takeaway was how broad the reward triggers were. Even reading could earn points, clearly because this was Takatsuki's work. Might as well read everything she's written. His attention returned to the book. Even halfway through, Takatsuki's distinctive style was unmistakable. The oppressive atmosphere, the despair, the pessimistic worldview, the distrust of everyone and everything. These elements could only come from someone like Ito Yoshimura, who'd grown up in the brutal hellscape of Ward 24. Yet the story itself was compelling, and her unique voice was a strength rather than a weakness. Distinctive style always beats generic convention. Suddenly, Byakuya's stomach growled. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already evening. Time for dinner. He bookmarked his page and approached the counter. Excuse me, could I borrow this overnight? I'll return it first thing tomorrow. The girl at the counter had short blue-purple hair, bangs nearly covering her right eye. Dressed in her work uniform, she had delicate features and an air of quiet reserve. Tuka Kirishima. Byakuya recognized her instantly. Her expression was cool. Sorry, we don't have a lending service. But if you really want to borrow it, you can leave a deposit. Return it tomorrow and you'll get it back. Mainly because this guy could get eaten by Rise any second, she thought. At least a deposit would cover the book. Works for me. Byakuya reached into his pocket and found money. Simultaneously, the system fed him background information, his home address, deceased parents, a house, a car, and enrollment at Kamiii University. All fabricated by the system, of course. It had simply edited this world's reality, as easily as an author revising their manuscript. Kamiii University. That was Tokyo's premier institution, basically an Ivy League equivalent. Not exactly easy to get into. The system had really gilded his resume. But compared to fusing with Uchiha Madara, the rest was just window dressing. He paid the deposit, took Dear Kafka, and left. As he walked away, Tuka watched his retreating figure. Oh my, Tuka-chan interested in that boy. Kaya Irimi, another waitress, teased her. As if. It just pisses me off watching Rise mark another human as prey. Nothing we can do. That woman's a walking disaster. Apparently every ward she's lived in ended up in chaos. She even got Ward SIXS leader captured by the CCG. Irimi sighed. I know. That's why I'm staying out of it. Tuka pushed the thought aside. Neither understood why manager Yoshimura tolerated someone like Rise. From an omniscient perspective, the answer was simple. Rise's true identity was as a breeder for the Washa clan, the Yoshimura family's greatest enemy and the primary antagonist of this world. If Yoshimura moved against Rise, the peaceful haven he'd worked so hard to build would be destroyed. So he turned a blind eye to her excesses. But Tuka, Irimi, and the other staff knew nothing of Yoshimura's history with the Washus. His restraint was incomprehensible to them. Meanwhile, Byakuya was heading home, reading as he walked, using his peripheral vision to avoid pedestrians. Then he spotted a familiar silhouette. He looked up, and there stood Ito Yoshimura. The author of the very book in his hands, Sen Takatsuki. Chapter 4, Ito Yoshimura, Sen Takatsuki. The petite young woman before him had wild green hair cascading past her shoulders, a slender frame, and eyes like polished emeralds. Despite her youthful, almost adolescent appearance and height of barely 5 feet, she was actually 24 years old. And her true nature stood in stark contrast to her delicate exterior. If Rise Kamishiro was brutal, Ito Yoshimura was in another league entirely. Born from a human ghoul union, Ito was a natural one-eyed ghoul, unlike artificial half-ghouls like Ken Kaneki would become. She was currently the only natural-born half-ghoul in existence. Her power far exceeded ordinary ghouls. Publicly, she was considered the strongest ghoul alive, and among the most savage. Byakuya felt a jolt of surprise. Running into Ito just walking down the street. But he quickly reasoned it out. This probably wasn't coincidence. His unusual contact with Rise must have drawn Ito's attention. In the original story, Aojirai Tree had always sought to capture Rise because of her identity. As the one-eyed owl who founded Aojirai, and as Yoshimura's daughter, Ito harbored deep hatred for the Washa clan. Naturally, she'd take interest in Rise, who held a special position within that family. Hey there, you should watch where you're walking. Ito spoke first, her tone playful. Thanks for the warning. I'll be careful. Byakuya responded normally, showing no sign of recognizing her. Take care. Humming a cheerful tune, she strolled away. Just a passing stranger, apparently. If Byakuya didn't know better, her casual "take care" would have meant nothing. But knowing Rise's secrets, the implication was crystal clear. This confirmed it, their chance encounter was absolutely because of Rise. A brief exchange, just a few words, but the real concern was that he was now likely under surveillance by Ito and Aojirai Tree. Only surveillance, though. Like her father Yoshimura, Ito wouldn't act rashly against Rise. The Washu threat kept her from moving personally. At most, she'd send subordinates like Yamori to do the capturing. I know. Byakuya murmured in response to her playful warning. Quiet, but Ito heard it. Not that he minded. She didn't look back, but a small smile curved her lips. Interesting. This guy who'd approached and even confessed to Rise wasn't as simple as he appeared. Yet despite her extensive intelligence network, she had absolutely no information on him. She could tell from his scent he wasn't a ghoul. So what was he? Human. Something else. Which faction did he belong to? And why was he reading her debut novel, Dear Kafka? Ito found herself growing increasingly curious about this stranger. Byakuya arrived home. His residence was also in Ward 20, Yoshimura's territory, the safest area in Tokyo. Since Japanese universities typically don't provide dormitories, students either rent apartments or commute from home. Living close to Kamiya University made things convenient. Passing a mirror, Byakuya paused. He'd been curious whether his appearance had changed after transmigrating. His body felt the same, but his hairstyle had definitely changed, much longer than before. Had his facial features changed too? Looking in the mirror, same features. Sharp brows, striking eyes, handsome without losing an edge of intensity. While his face didn't particularly resemble Madara's, his hairstyle was clearly from the same template, just shorter, roughly like Obito's Red Knight look without the trailing length. With that hairstyle plus Madara's Sharingan, even without identical features, the resemblance would be unmistakable. Speaking of which, his one Tomo Sharingan had remained deactivated. He willed it active. Crimson flooded his irises, a single Tomo appearing in each eye. Instantly, his vision and perception sharpened dramatically. Like having entirely new eyes. The Sharingan was fully integrated with him. He seemed to have inherited Uchiha bloodline traits, able to activate or deactivate it at will. After briefly experiencing its effects, he switched it off. No need to keep it running constantly, it would drain chakra and invite trouble. In this world, human society harbored deep hostility toward ghouls for obvious reasons. The Sharingan's crimson looked too similar to a ghoul's Kakugan. Walking around with red eyes would cause mass panic at minimum, with endless complications to follow. After cooking himself dinner, Byakuya finished Dear Kafka that night before showering and going to bed. Ding! Host has finished Dear Kafka. Reward, 1 fusion point. The next morning. Before heading to school, Byakuya returned Dear Kafka to Antiku as promised. Since Tuka also had school, manager Yoshimura himself handled the transaction. Your deposit, in full. Please count it. Yoshimura smiled warmly, his tone gentle. No one would guess this kindly old man was the SSS-rated ghoul, non-killing owl, whose very name struck fear into humans and ghoul investigators alike. Chapter 5, A Date with Rise Kamishiro. Thank you. Deposit in hand, Byakuya headed to Kamiya University. Yoshimura knew perfectly well what fate awaited any human who got close to Rise. But he wouldn't intervene. To him, Byakuya was just an ordinary human. Though Yoshimura had long since abandoned harming humans, he wouldn't risk everything for a stranger. In the original story, his initial attitude toward Kaneki was the same. When Aojirai first captured Kaneki, Yoshimura was reluctant to mount a rescue. He only changed his mind later. And ultimately, that rescue mission accelerated both his own downfall and Antika's destruction. His initial reluctance was entirely understandable. Less than half an hour later, Byakuya arrived at Kamiya University on foot. First time here. He'd need to familiarize himself with the campus using signs and maps. According to the system, he was a literature major. Just follow the schedule and attend class. Since everyone was a new freshman, his sudden appearance wouldn't raise eyebrows even without system intervention. Classes were manageable, mostly liberal arts subjects, just listening and taking notes. He didn't know any classmates yet. I've been hoping to spend more time with you, Rise-san. Byakuya agreed without hesitation. Hearing this, Kaneki's world shattered. He looked utterly devastated, struggling to process what he'd just heard. Date. Couple. That cute girl is already someone's girlfriend. At that moment, Byakuya's system activated again. Ding. Host has activated a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1, ignore the dejected Ken Kaneki. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, discuss Takatsuki's works with Ken Kaneki, claiming to be a fellow fan. Reward, 10 fusion points. Option 3, march over to Ken Kaneki, shout HEY, and tell him to keep his eyes off your girlfriend. Reward, 20 fusion points. Chapter 6, Poor Kaneki. Looking at the 3 options before him, Byakuya was rendered speechless by the third one. Knowing full well that Kaneki had a crush on Rise, the system wanted him to psychologically devastate the guy. That seemed excessively cruel. Sure, the third option offered the most fusion points, but Byakuya wasn't the type to blindly chase maximum rewards. Context mattered. Even back when he'd watched Tokyo Ghoul, he'd always felt Kaneki had a rough life from the very beginning. Having the system push him to emotionally destroy the guy, he couldn't bring himself to do it. The second option would have to do. It wasn't difficult anyway, just strike up a conversation with Kaneki about books. But now wasn't the time. Rise was already pulling him toward their date. Before leaving, Byakuya deliberately glanced in Kaneki's direction to avoid having the system counted as ignoring him. Kaneki, who'd been sneaking peeks their way, immediately noticed and averted his gaze in a panic. The last thing he wanted was the boyfriend catching him and causing trouble. Rise noticed Byakuya looking elsewhere. Something wrong. Not until they'd stepped outside did Byakuya answer, nothing much. I just felt like that guy was staring at you. Really? Rise tilted her head innocently. Byakuya-kun, you're not jealous, are you? There's absolutely no need to worry, you're the only one I'm interested in. She was clearly trying to wrap him around her finger. Of course. I'd never doubt how you feel, Rise-san. Byakuya nodded. If only he could blush on command, he'd have given her the perfect shy, innocent expression. Walking together, Byakuya didn't reach for Rise's hand. Normally, a guy should take initiative in moments like this. But their relationship was fake, after all. Despite her habit of seducing men before devouring them, Rise had never actually let anyone touch her. She'd lure them in, then slaughter and consume them before things went too far. Compared to her usual pattern, agreeing to Byakuya's confession was already her most out-of-character move. Of course, that also meant if Byakuya were truly just an ordinary human, he'd end up suffering the most gruesome death of all her victims. Given Rise's personality, attempting to hold her hand would probably result in rejection, polite rejection, but rejection nonetheless. Still, maybe it was worth testing her reaction. It would also make his naive young man act more convincing. With that thought, he boldly reached for her hand. He played up the hesitation, that typical anxious back and forth of wanting to but not daring to, before finally committing and taking her hand. Ding. Host has completed holding hands with Rise Kamishiro. Reward, 5 fusion points. By now, Byakuya wasn't surprised that this kind of thing earned points. A flicker of disgust passed through Rise's eyes. To her, Byakuya was just food, being touched by him was hardly pleasant. But rather than show resistance, she smoothly withdrew her hand as if naturally, pointing towards something in the distance. Byakuya-kun, I'd love to try the desserts at that shop over there. Just as expected, Byakuya thought with an inward smile. Inside the dessert shop, they each ordered something sweet. Halfway through, Rise stood up. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Sure. Byakuya nodded. He knew she was probably going to throw up. Ghouls couldn't digest human food, it tasted utterly revolting to them and would damage their bodies if left inside. Many ghouls learn to fake eat to blend in, swallow without chewing, then purge before digestion. The date continued without Rise making any move to eat him. She was clearly focused on using flirtation and subtle manipulation to make him fall completely for her. When it was time to part ways, Rise smiled warmly. I really enjoyed today. I hope Byakuya-kun did too. I had a great time, getting to spend time with such a beautiful girl. Byakuya scratched his cheek lightly. Rise's expression turned bashful, delight radiating from her features. The atmosphere was perfect. Too bad neither of them was being genuine. Let's meet at the cafe again tomorrow. There's a movie I want to see. Would you come with me, Byakuya-kun? She wasn't done playing with her prey just yet. Absolutely. Byakuya agreed without hesitation. After parting with Rise, Byakuya returned to Antiku. Sure enough, Kaneki was still there, reading. Their eyes met briefly as Byakuya entered. Kaneki immediately looked away, pretending he hadn't seen him. Byakuya walked straight toward him. Cold sweat appeared on Kaneki's forehead, he clearly expected confrontation. That book you're reading, isn't that one of Takatsuki-sensei's works? Byakuya spoke first. I'm so sorry. Kaneki blurted out an apology on reflex. A moment later, he processed what had actually been said. Huh. Oh. Yes, this is Takatsuki's The Black Goat's Egg. His flustered reaction made Byakuya smile awkwardly. What a coincidence, I'm a fan of Takatsuki-sensei too. Byakuya kept his tone friendly. Ding. Host has completed option 2. Reward, 10 fusion points. Sensing no hostility, Kaneki gradually relaxed. Really? His face lit up with genuine excitement. Sure, this guy was dating the cute girl, but finding someone who shared his love for Takatsuki's work was still worth being happy about. Reading was his only real hobby, after all. Chapter 7, Ambushed. Of course. I haven't read everything she's written yet, but after finishing Dear Kafka, I was hooked. Byakuya sat down across from Kaneki. Mind if I join you? This wasn't about the system, the divine selection quest was already complete. He could have just walked away. He simply wanted to chat with Kaneki. That was all. Of course. Please, sit. Kaneki's tone remained a bit stiff. His naturally introverted personality, combined with the fact that Byakuya was Rise's boyfriend, made him nervous. You look like a student. Don't tell me you're at Kami University too. Byakuya asked, feigning ignorance. He couldn't exactly reveal he already knew everything about Kaneki. And Kami was the nearest university, a reasonable guess. Yeah, actually. Are you a student there too? Kaneki's curiosity was piqued. That's right. Literature department. I'm Amaha Byakuya. I am in the same department. Kaneki looked stunned. This coincidental. Same department, same taste in authors. I'm Ken Kaneki. Nice to meet you. Talking to someone who shared both his major and his literary interests felt genuinely nice. He'd only ever had one friend. Making another wouldn't be bad at all. Even if that friend happened to be her boyfriend. Ding. Host has become friends with Ken Kaneki. Reward, 2 fusion points. Their conversation about Takatsuki's work flowed naturally, and before long, they'd become friends. Kaneki seemed to have forgotten, or perhaps accepted, that Byakuya was Rise's boyfriend. Given his personality, he'd never do anything as bold as stealing someone else's girlfriend. And now that they were friends, having any feelings toward a friend's girlfriend felt even more inappropriate. Byakuya borrowed more books from the cafe's shelf. Ding. Host has read The Black Goat's Egg. Reward, 1 fusion point. Ding. Host has finished The Black Goat's Egg. Reward, 1 fusion point. By the time the cafe was nearly closing, Byakuya and Kaneki finally headed home. They'd spent the evening reading Takatsuki's works together, occasionally sharing thoughts. Nothing more. On his way home, Kaneki felt genuinely happy. Hyde was his best friend, his only friend until now, but Hyde didn't share his passion for books. Byakuya filled that gap perfectly. Meanwhile, Byakuya walked the same route home as the night before, passing through several alleyways. The narrow passages were deserted. It was late, and in a world where ghouls existed, people avoided isolated areas after dark. Byakuya knew he should be careful. Running into an S-rated ghoul or above would be trouble, his current strength might not be enough. Ghouls looked human, but their physical capabilities were on an entirely different level. His fusion progress was only LV1. He probably didn't have even 1% of Madara's true power. Forget 6 Paths Madara, a 1-tomo Sharingan was hardly comparable to the Rinnegan. Still, encountering an S-rated or higher ghoul in Ward 20 was unlikely. Aside from a few rule-breakers like Rise, most ghouls here didn't dare defy Yoshimura. And Rise wouldn't attack him now. That wouldn't be entertaining enough for her. Byakuya decided to take the longer route around the main streets instead of cutting through the alley. But before he could exit, footsteps echoed behind him. He turned. A man with a hostile expression was approaching. The man's eyes hadn't turned into Kakugan yet, but Byakuya's instinct screamed ghoul. Seriously, those Antika bastards won't let us hunt humans. I'm sick of eating nothing but rotting corpses. The man muttered complaints that would sound bizarre to any ordinary person. But Byakuya understood perfectly. This confirmed his suspicion. His brow furrowed. So this guy plans to make me his meal. If you want to eat me, then come. Byakuya's voice was flat. The man's unfamiliar face told him everything. This wasn't a powerful ghoul. Anyone noteworthy in Ward 20, at least S-rated, Byakuya would recognize. Perfect. Time for some practice. He hadn't even used Madara's abilities yet. Oh. You know I'm a ghoul and you're not running. The men seemed surprised. Most humans would be screaming and fleeing by now. Yet this kid remained calm. If not for the absence of a quinqua, the men might have suspected he was a CCG investigator. Bluffing. The men snorted and lunged. His eyes turned crimson, the Kakugan, with the scara shifting to black. His expression twisted into something feral. A dark green Ukaku Kagun erupted from his tailbone, thick and tail-like, a ghoul's primary weapon for hunting. Byakuya's gaze hardened. His black pupils shifted to crimson, one Tomo Sharingan activated. Just as the man was about to reach him, he noticed Byakuya's eyes had also turned red. His expression changed dramatically. His mind went blank. Chapter 8, Body Flicker and Great Fireball. The man's first instinct was to mistake the Sharingan for a Kakugan. Hence his momentary freeze. Ghouls could usually identify their own kind by scent. This kid smelled completely human. How could he have Kakugan? Unless, some ghouls who lived among humans had their scent masked by constant exposure. Maybe that was the case here. The man slammed on the brakes, abandoning his attack. Damn it. I thought I'd found an easy meal, but it's one of us. He looked thoroughly disgusted. Ghoul flesh tasted nothing like human flesh. Their unique taste buds made normal food revolting, and fellow ghouls tasted equally terrible. Only human meat was delicious. Hunting humans also strengthened them by replenishing RC cells. While cannibalism, Kakuja behavior, could achieve similar results, the taste was far worse, and few ghouls pursued power that desperately. Mistaking Byakuya for a ghoul had soured the man's mood completely. Get lost. This is my feeding ground. Come near here again and I'll tear you apart. His tone was vicious. Feeding grounds were territories ghouls claimed for hunting humans. Stronger ghouls secured larger, better locations. Trespassing on another's territory often meant a brutal fight to the death. But that only applied between ghouls. Byakuya wasn't one, those rules meant nothing to him. If I let this slide after being threatened like that, I'd be a doormat. Without a word, Byakuya channeled chakra and executed the D-rank body flicker technique. Yes, he had chakra, without it, ninjutsu would be impossible. The LV-1 Hashirama cells provided it, along with a portion of Madara's own chakra. Both had merged seamlessly. In an instant, Byakuya appeared behind the ghoul. The D-rank body flicker couldn't cover great distances, but since the men had already closed in, it was enough. Instantaneous movement wasn't about speed, it was about being impossible to react to. The ghoul never saw it coming. Fire style, great fireball technique. Byakuya formed the jutsu mentally. Chakra gathered in his throat, and a fireball erupted from his mouth, rapidly expanding into a massive blaze that engulfed the ghoul. Despite never practicing it, the technique came naturally, as if he'd mastered it long ago. The great fireball was somewhat underwhelming in Naruto, constantly dodged, absorbed, or blocked, but its raw power was undeniable. The ghoul turned just in time to see the inferno rushing toward him. His eyes widened in terror. Jaya. The searing flames drew an agonized scream. Ghoul flesh was far tougher than human flesh, ordinary weapons could barely scratch them, but even that couldn't withstand the great fireball's extreme heat. The problem was ghoul regeneration. Killing one instantly was nearly impossible. This attack alone wasn't lethal. Byakuya spotted a crowbar on the ground and grabbed it, the legendary physics sword. Normal weapons couldn't hurt ghouls, and a crowbar was definitely normal. But brute force could change that. He had Madara's taijutsu. Only a fraction, but it would suffice. Channeling all his strength, Byakuya swung at the ghoul's Kagun. Already weakened by the flames, the Kagun couldn't maintain its usual hardness. The blow cracked it. The ghoul was too consumed by pain to realize the danger. His defensive and regenerative abilities didn't negate his pain receptors. Byakuya struck again, severing the Kagun completely. He discarded the crowbar and wielded the severed Kagun instead. In this world, the CCG used weapons called quinkwas, manufactured from ghoul kakuho and Kagun. The key was that Kagun possessed incredible cutting power and durability. A severed Kagun made an excellent improvised weapon. Far superior to any crowbar. With one fluid motion, Byakuya drove the Kagun through the ghoul's body, piercing the kakuho, the organ at the Kagun's root, a ghoul's most vital point. The screaming stopped. The ghoul collapsed, barely clinging to life. Death was only a matter of time. Perhaps in his final moments, he regretted picking the wrong target. Ding. Host has defeated a berated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. So fighting ghouls earns points too. Excellent news. Another path to growing stronger. Byakuya checked his system panel. The fusion points now totaled 87, just 13 more until LV2. When that happened, all his abilities would improve significantly. The Sharingan would definitely evolve beyond one Tomo. Chapter 9, Rises Past. Byakuya left the corpse where it lay, tossed aside the Kagun, and took only the crowbar. He didn't want to leave evidence that might attract police or CCG investigators. Not that self-defense against a ghoul was illegal, ghouls had no legal protections. But explaining how he'd killed one without a quinkwa would be troublesome. Without obvious traces, a dead ghoul wouldn't raise much alarm. Ghouls killing each other was common enough that authorities rarely investigated causes of death. The cocoon would deteriorate without its host's RC cells, eventually dissolving entirely. That was why quinquas required both cocoon and kakuho. The kakuho sustained the cocoon. I should really get myself a quinqua. The thought crossed his mind as he left the alley. In his current state, a proper weapon would help immensely. Fighting ghouls barehanded was inefficient. But obtaining a quinqua meant joining the CCG, the Commission of Counter-Ghoul, Tokyo's government agency dedicated to combating ghouls. Only certified investigators, at minimum rank 2, were authorized to carry quinquas. CCG ranks from lowest to highest: rank 3, rank 2, rank 1, first class, associate special class, and special class. Below rank 3 were mere assistants, non-combat support staff without official ranking. Maybe I should visit the CCG soon. Ward 20, Movie Theater. After meeting at Antiku, Byakuya and Rise had made their way here. This world's timeline was roughly the late 2000s to early 2010s. Most people still used flip phones. Smartphones weren't yet ubiquitous, and movie theaters remained popular entertainment. Tickets purchased, they found seats near the middle. Byakuya wasn't particularly enthusiastic about cinema, but accompanying a girl. He'd sit through the whole thing. Regardless of everything else, Rise was still a girl. An extraordinarily savage girl, but still. Midway through, Byakuya noticed something about the film's core theme. It bore striking similarities to Rise's own life. The female protagonist suffered constant mistreatment from her family, valued only as a money-making tool while her brothers received all the favoritism. The plot had just introduced a male lead who would presumably help her escape her toxic household. Byakuya knew Rise's real history. It was even more tragic than the movie's fiction. Rise was born into the Washu clan, a ghoul family, arguably the most powerful in Japan. Her bloodline was exceptionally pure, containing undiluted Washu ghoul genetics. In any cultivation novel, such purity would make her a treasured prodigy. But the Washus valued human bloodline. The more human blood a Washu possessed, the higher their status. Rise's pure ghoul blood made her an outcast. Bloodline differed from the half-human or half-ghoul mixing principle. Most ghouls carried some human genetics, bloodline referred to something else entirely. Rise's low status meant she couldn't live with the main family. She was sent to a place called the Sunlit Garden. She couldn't even inherit the Washu name, remaining nameless until she later took Kamishiro as her surname. Worst of all, her pure bloodline, the very thing that condemned her, made her ideal as a breeder. A mother. In other words, a baby-making machine. The horror was self-evident. If her childhood friend Nimura Furuta hadn't helped her escape the Sunlit Garden, she'd still be trapped. Even now, the Washus were hunting her. If recaptured, escape would be nearly impossible. Yet she continued hunting humans brazenly, recklessly casual about her situation. The credits rolled. Finally done. Everyone was right, it really was good. Rise sounded somewhat moved. Tear tracks were visible on her cheeks. Apparently the film had made her cry. Byakuya assumed it was an act and didn't comment. It was good, he agreed. Though the male lead was a bit too indecisive and weak. That's true. He waited until the very end to act. If he'd just eloped with her from the start, so much trouble could have been avoided. Rise concurred. Since it was a late showing, the movie ended past 9 p.m. Walking home, they continued discussing the film. That's when two girls in school uniforms passed them going the opposite direction. Tuka Kirishima and a classmate. Seeing Rise with that human boy so late at night, Tuka glanced back. She watched Byakuya's retreating figure, frowning slightly. Tuka. What's wrong? Her classmate noticed she'd stopped. Nothing. Tuka looked away and kept walking. Chapter 10, advancing to LV2, 3 Tomo Sharingan. At a crossroads, Byakuya and Rise stopped. Their homes lay in different directions. Thank you so much for today, Byakuya-kun. Rise smiled. My place is near Takata Building. You know about those murders there recently. Her voice trembled with fear. Her expression turned uneasy. The killings. I heard it was a ghoul. Byakuya responded while thinking, here it comes. Yes. I've been so worried. I can barely sleep at night. Going home alone this late is terrifying. She was shaking slightly, face pale. The implication couldn't be clearer. This was practically explicit. Byakuya had planned to refuse. What came next would obviously be Rise revealing her true form and trying to eat him. He wasn't ready for direct confrontation yet. The CCG rated her as S-class. At his current level, facing an S-rated ghoul would be difficult. Then the system interrupted his thoughts. Ding. Host has activated a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1, refuse Rise Kamashiro's request. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, expose Rise Kamashiro's true nature right now and mock her terrible acting. Reward, 10 fusion points. Option 3, walk Rise Kamashiro home. When she attacks, let her eat your flesh. Reward, 100 fusion points. Byakuya paused, considering the options. Then he changed his mind entirely. Then let me walk you home, Rise-san. If anything dangerous happens, I can protect you. The system's offer was too good. 100 fusion points, and the requirement wasn't even that demanding. Just let Rise take a bite. Endure some pain and it would be over. He had Hashirama cells. His regeneration was superhuman, whatever flesh Rise ate would grow back. And he was confident he could escape afterward. The body flicker technique was perfect for situations like this. Wonderful. Having Byakuya-kun with me makes me feel so much safer. Rise beamed. As they walked, Byakuya spent all his accumulated points as a precaution. Ding. Host has used 87 fusion points. Fusion progress plus 87. Current fusion progress, LV1, 87 out of 100. He also wanted to see if progress changes brought immediate power increases. Advancing from LV1 to LV2 would obviously cause a major leap, but incremental progress within the same level. Unclear. The answer came instantly, his physical abilities and overall strength noticeably improved. Changes were real-time, not just at level-ups. This gave him even more confidence against Rise. Walking through the nighttime streets, Byakuya and Rise chatted casually. Her earlier fearfulness had vanished. They feared no ghoul attacks. Every ghoul in Ward 20 knew Rise, none would be stupid enough to interfere with her or her marked prey. Byakuya-kun. I really do love being with you. Tonight. Suddenly Rise pressed against his chest, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Please don't go. But a subtle detail, her hands rested on his chest, keeping their bodies from pressing too close. Oh okay. Byakuya feigned nervous excitement while keeping his expression carefully controlled. He knew exactly what was coming. His arms wrapped around her, one at her waist, one at her shoulder, ensuring she couldn't reach anything vital. I like you so much that I want to. Before she finished, Rise's teeth sank into his shoulder. Her eyes flashed crimson, Kakugan activated. Eat you. Searing pain shot through Byakuya. He gritted his teeth and endured. Rise didn't just bite, she tore away a chunk of flesh. Then she shoved him back. He deliberately stumbled and fell. If one bite wasn't enough for the system, he'd let her have another. Until then, he'd keep playing the naive victim. Ding. Host has completed option 3. Reward, 100 fusion points. One bite was sufficient. The moment the points registered, Byakuya used them immediately. Ding. Host has used 100 fusion points. Fusion progress plus 100. Current fusion progress, LV2, 87 500ths. New abilities, including upgrades 3 Tomo Sharingan, Hashirama Cells LV2, Taijutsu LV2, B-Rank Ninjutsu, Fire Style, Great Fire Annihilation, B-Rank Ninjutsu, Fire Style, Great Fire Destruction, B-Rank Ninjutsu, Fire Style, Hiding Inish Technique. His Sharingan had evolved to 3 Tomo. Taijutsu and Hashirama Cells had both leveled up. New Jutsu were now available. Oh my. This taste. As Rise swallowed the flesh from Byakuya's shoulder, her eyes widened in shock. It was exquisite. More delicious than any human she'd ever eaten, by a significant margin. Likely due to Byakuya's exceptional physical condition and the Hashirama cells, his flesh had become the ultimate delicacy for ghouls. Ah. Pleasure flushed across Rise's face. She licked the blood from her lips, her gaze fixed on Byakuya with obsessive hunger. Chapter 11, Goodbye, Rise-san. Byakuya-kun, do you know my favorite scene in The Black Goat's Egg? It's when the black goat rips out all the entrails of the fleeing men. No matter how many times I read it, it always gets me excited. Rise approached slowly, an eerie hee-hee-hee bubbling from her lips. She yanked off her hair clip and tossed it aside. Veins bulged around her Kakugan, giving her a savage edge. Her purple hair cascaded freely down her shoulders. Strangely, the looser style only made her more beautiful. Having already secured his system reward, Byakuya saw no point in continuing the act. Facing the true Rise Kamashiro, he showed his real self too. Just as Rise prepared to toy with her prey, Byakuya spoke calmly, honestly. You look even prettier with your hair down. He wasn't being sarcastic. He genuinely meant it. Without the clip, and ideally without the glasses too, this was Rise at her most stunning. That was his honest opinion. Rise paused, momentarily caught off guard. Normally, her victims would be panicking and fleeing by now. Yet this one stood there completely composed. Disappointing. She wanted to see despair, terror, disbelief in his eyes, not this flat indifference. Her excitement evaporated. Her savage grin faded to cold detachment. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm going to eat you. I know. But that's beside the point. You wanting to eat me doesn't mean I can't compliment your looks. Byakuya smiled faintly. Rise hadn't released her cocoon yet, which gave him room to chat. Your composure disgusts me. Aren't you afraid of death? Rise's expression darkened. For dark crimson Rinkaku cocoon burst from her lower back, their tips razor sharp. Among the 4 cocoon types, Rinkaku boasted the highest offensive power. With these, I'll gently stir around inside Byakuya-kun's stomach he. She waved the 4 tentacles menacingly, still trying to provoke fear. Without that, the game lost all its fun. But Byakuya's expression didn't change. Rise's patience snapped. Fine. This is boring, but your flesh is far more delicious than anyone else's. That'll have to compensate. She lunged. Let's see if he stays calm facing actual death. The moment she committed to the attack, Byakuya ran. His body flicker technique had strengthened with his advancement, the teleportation distance was noticeably greater now. He flickered onto the roof of a nearby low building. Goodbye, Rise-san. He gave her a little wave. Before she could react, he flickered again to a taller rooftop. Combined with his enhanced speed, he vanished from her sight within seconds. He had no intention of fighting her. Without a quinqua, taking on an S-rated ghoul was more trouble than it was worth. Besides, Rise's S rating was just the CCG's threat assessment, based on danger level, not pure combat strength. A ghoul could be incredibly powerful but wouldn't receive a rating unless they'd harmed humans. Rise possessed the purest Washa bloodline. Her potential was terrifying, especially her Kakuhu and Kagun, which produced extraordinary results when transplanted into others. In the original story, she never got to demonstrate her full strength. She was captured at the very beginning and used as an experimental donor. By the time Rise processed what had happened, Byakuya was already gone. TCH. Rise bit her thumbnail in frustration. That goodbye of his had really pissed her off. A perfectly good meal had just flown away. But his display of ability made her curious. A normal human couldn't move like that. And his earlier composure, as if he'd known all along she was a ghoul. Putting it together, Rise concluded Byakuya was definitely not ordinary. Not a ghoul investigator either, so then. Lost in thought, she suddenly noticed a strange shadow on the ground at her feet. She looked up instinctively. Several massive steel beams were plummeting straight toward her. Already distracted, she had no time to dodge. Crash. The heavy beams, accelerated by gravity, crushed her body into something barely recognizable. Why would Rise lost consciousness? But she wasn't dead. The thunderous impact echoed across a wide area, like an explosion. Byakuya, who hadn't gone far, heard it immediately. He realized instantly what had happened. The system chimed in his mind. Ding. Host has activated a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1, ignore the steel beam incident and go home to sleep. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, go back and rescue Rise Kamishiro, preventing the aftermath of the steel beam incident. Reward, 10 fusion points. Option 3, return to the scene and lie next to Rise Kamishiro, pretending to be unconscious. Voluntarily undergo Dr. Kano's artificial half-ghoul experiment. Reward, 50 fusion points. Chapter 12, Saving Rise Kamishiro. Byakuya hesitated over the 3 options. From a purely rational standpoint, option 1 was clearly the best choice. Option 2 would antagonize Nimura Furuta. Option 3 was even more foolish. Byakuya already had powers from fusing with Uchiha Madara. Becoming an artificial half-ghoul would be redundant at best. It wouldn't help him much, and the risks were enormous. In the early parts of the original story, Dr. Kano conducted over 1,000 experiments using Rise as a donor. Only 3 subjects survived, Ken Kaneki, and the twins Kurona and Nishiro Yasuhisa. They became artificial one-eyed ghouls, a success rate of 0.25%. Byakuya wasn't about to risk death or permanent disability for 50 fusion points. The failure rate was astronomical. As for option 2, the reason it would anger Furuta was because he had orchestrated the entire steel beam incident. According to Furuta's own account in the original story, he'd helped Rise escape the Washu clan. But after gaining freedom, she'd completely ignored him, preferring to seduce and devour men instead. So Furuta took revenge, engineering the incident to turn her into a suffering experimental subject. On the surface, it seemed like petty jealousy from a possessive personality. but Byakuya suspected that was just an excuse. Looking deeper, Furuta had long since given up on this world. Even if Rise had behaved differently, his plans would have proceeded regardless. His goal was simple: destroy the world. Joining the clowns, making Rise an experimental donor, everything was preparation for creating Dragon. He'd even manipulated events in the later story to push Kaneki toward becoming king. Though he appeared to oppose Kaneki until the end, certain details suggested he'd prepared for two possible outcomes from the start. 1. Use Dragon to destroy the world, transforming all humans into ghouls through Dragon's toxin. 2. Lose to Kaneki, who would kill Dragon and become the one-eyed king and savior, establishing a fragile peace between humans and ghouls. Furuta probably preferred total annihilation. Turning all humans into ghouls would certainly resolve the human-ghoul conflict. Food problems could be worked out later. Of course, this was all Byakuya's speculation. No concrete proof. Regardless, Furuta needed to create Dragon. Both outcomes required it. The only viable donor was Rise, the purest Washa bloodline, because only Washa blood could produce Dragon. Plus, an artificial half-ghoul carrying her genetics was necessary. History recorded one natural-born half-ghoul, the original one-eyed king, the only one who'd successfully become Dragon. Furuta was replicating that process. Rise was an essential sacrifice. As for Furuta's personality being genuinely petty, hard to say. If he truly had such possessive tendencies toward Rise, Kaneki would have died during the steel beam incident. Eliminating a backgroundless rival would have been effortless for Furuta. In summary, saving Rise now would interfere with Furuta's Dragon plan and make an enemy of him. Still can't just leave her. After careful consideration, Byakuya decided to go back. He acknowledged his double standard. If some random ghoul had tried to eat or torture him, he wouldn't just refuse to help, he'd kill them if he could. But this was Rise Kamishiro. A tragic, pitiable figure. Her fate as an experimental subject was horrific. Kept barely alive on nutrient solution, her powerful regeneration preventing death. Countless experiments. Her kakuho harvested again and again. The physical torment combined with prolonged starvation eventually drove her insane. In the end, she became Dragon's core, only finding release when Kaneki killed her. When Byakuya had read about her fate, he'd felt genuinely frustrated. Now that he'd transmigrated into this world, how could he not change what he'd always found so unsatisfying? Byakuya quickly returned to find Rise. The scene was brutal, steel beams pinning her unconscious body. He hauled them off one by one, his Madara-enhanced physique providing strength far beyond normal humans. Ordinary people couldn't have budged these. Before any bystanders could spot her and call the police, he scooped her up and fled. Before leaving, he glanced up at the construction site. No sign of Furuta. He must have left already. Question is, did he see me rescue her? No need for first aid, Rise's regeneration far exceeded typical ghouls. She'd heal on her own. With nowhere else to go, Byakuya took her home. Ding. Host has completed option 2. Reward, 10 fusion points. He laid her on the bed and waited for her to heal and wake up. Having hunted frequently, Rise had plenty of RC cells. Her regeneration was remarkably fast. Soon, her eyes fluttered open. The instant she saw Byakuya, memories of the falling beams flooded back. Her first instinct was that he'd ambushed her. She shot to her feet, Kakugan blazing, for Rinkaku-Kagun erupting from her waist. Byakuya remained calm. Relax. I saved you. Chapter 13, Walk Me Home. You saved me. Rise wasn't about to believe that easily. Still, his words had some effect. She calmed slightly, holding back from attacking. Yeah. I heard a huge crash from your direction, went back, and found you buried under the beams. So I pulled you out. Byakuya's tone was matter of fact. Also, the beams weren't my doing. Someone else arranged that. And you expect me to believe you? Rise remained wary. Her 4 Kagun stayed trained on him, ready to strike at any moment. Think about it. If I wanted to hurt you, why bring you to my own home? I haven't done anything to you. Byakuya sighed. Look, if you want to leave right now, I won't stop you. Walk right out. Just be careful once you're past that door. Rise fell silent. His logic was sound. After a moment's consideration, she decided to hear him out. Her Kakugan faded to normal eyes. The 4 Kagun retracted into her Kakuho. A sign she was willing to talk. The steel beams clearly weren't accidental. He'd said it was deliberate. Wait. You said someone did this. Do you know who? Byakuya shook his head. Not specifically. But I saw someone standing on top of the construction site, wearing a clown mask. They pushed the beams. He couldn't reveal it was Furuta directly. How would he explain knowing that? Even the Washa clan, whose influence covered most of Japan, didn't know Furuta was a member of the clowns. A clown mask. Rise had heard of the clowns organization, but she'd never crossed paths with them. Why would they target her? More likely candidates would be Washu hunters. Or maybe Byakuya had seen wrong. Either way, she needed to stay vigilant. Whoever attacked her once could try again. She looked at Byakuya, a complicated emotion flickering in her purple eyes. Why did you save me? I was about to torture and eat you. She still couldn't quite believe it. After everything that had happened, he'd still rescued her. Well, you were technically my first girlfriend. And you didn't actually manage to eat me. I've let it go. That was the best explanation Byakuya could offer without revealing he was a transmigrator. First girlfriend. Don't tell me you still think our relationship was real. Rise's voice dripped with mockery. How pathetic. I know it was fake. But everything that happened these past 2 days was real. Before meeting you, Rise-san, I'd never even been on a date. You gave me a completely new experience. Byakuya smiled. Disgusting. Rise looked at him with undisguised contempt. But you really are a strange man. Oh, you're not human, are you? Her gaze dropped to his shoulder, now fully healed. I bit off a huge chunk of your flesh. A normal human couldn't have recovered this fast. Maybe my constitution is unusual. But I'm definitely human. You tasted my flesh. If I were a ghoul, it wouldn't have tasted like that. Byakuya kept his explanation vague. He couldn't mention Hashirama cells, but nothing else he said was untrue. True, ghoul flesh tastes terrible. Yours was not only unlike a ghoul's, it was more delicious than any human I've ever eaten. Rise nodded. Speaking of which, since you can regenerate like a ghoul, you wouldn't mind letting me have another bite, right? She licked her lips hungrily, unable to forget his taste. After experiencing that flavor, she'd almost lost interest in ordinary humans. No. Byakuya refused flatly. Why not? Because it hurts. I'm not your personal buffet. He'd only allowed that first bite for the 100 fusion points. Otherwise, she'd never have gotten the chance. Fine. Rise didn't push further. She knew she couldn't force him, he wasn't some helpless weakling she could overpower. But she hadn't given up. If an opportunity arose, she'd definitely claim that delicacy again. For now, she needed to leave. Her injuries weren't fully healed, she needed rest. As she passed Byakuya heading for the door, he suddenly spoke, Wait. Rise stopped, eyebrow raised. I thought you said you wouldn't stop me. The atmosphere tensed. Byakuya's voice remained casual, at least wash the bedsheets before you go. A large bloodstain covered the sheets, courtesy of her extensive wounds. Rise stared at him, momentarily speechless. Just throw them out and buy new ones. She pulled out her wallet and handed him some bills. More than enough for several new sets. Byakuya didn't stop her from leaving after that. Just as she was about to step through the doorway, Rise glanced back. You're not going to walk me home this time. Or should I be more direct, I'd like you to escort me, Byakuya-kun. Chapter 14, No Goodbye Kiss. This time, Rise's expression held no theatrical pretense. She'd already shown him her true nature. Playing the delicate maiden was pointless now. Her smile was genuine, just a faint, natural curve of her lips. She still didn't know who had attacked her, but she suspected the Washa clan had found her. If Byakuya hadn't carried her away, she'd probably never be free again. She was half right, actually. If events had followed their original course, she'd have become an experimental subject, losing her freedom until death. But it wasn't the Washus, it was Furuta. So she was only half correct. Right now, Rise was still weakened. Regeneration consumed significant RC cells. A ghoul's strength was largely determined by their RC cell count. While not absolute, it was a reliable indicator. Once depleted, RC cells didn't naturally recover, they had to be replenished through feeding on humans or cannibalism. Rise couldn't solve her weakened state immediately. Unless Byakuya let her take another bite. She wanted his escort because she feared another ambush on the way home. Sure. Just don't suddenly decide to eat me halfway there. Not this time. Rise smiled. Byakuya found that reassurance highly questionable. Once again, Byakuya walked Rise home. But this time felt different, neither of them was playing games. Byakuya stayed alert but detected no surveillance. Furuta apparently wasn't bold enough to push that far. After all, Rise wasn't easy prey. If Furuta got too careless, she might discover him, ruining his plans entirely. Did you know I was a ghoul from the beginning? Rise asked suddenly. Given how calm he'd been during her attack, she suspected he'd known all along. Not at first. I really did fall for you at first sight. But gradually, things started feeling off. Byakuya deflected smoothly. It was the only option besides revealing his transmigrator status. Not entirely a lie, either. He'd liked Rise even before transmigrating. Love at first sight wasn't technically wrong. I see. I underestimated both your perceptiveness and your strength. Rise accepted his explanation. So do you still like me? Fair warning, I've never felt anything for you. Not even a little. Doesn't matter. My feelings for you won't change based on whether you reciprocate. Otherwise I wouldn't have saved you. Byakuya's tone was light. But our little couple act is over. I won't bother you anymore. Even though her words were basically rejecting his initial confession, he felt nothing. The confession had been fake from the start. The relationship was fake. Everything was fake. What did her rejection matter? Indeed. Rise hummed acknowledgement, then added, we're almost there. My place is just ahead. You can stop here. All right. I'll head back then. As Byakuya turned to leave. Before we part, Rise said, don't you want a goodbye kiss? Her index finger pressed lightly against her lips, eyes seductive. Byakuya's expression went dead fish flat. You're planning to bite off my tongue, aren't you? Oh my, you figured it out. She didn't deny it, laughing softly. Though you're wrong about one thing. I don't just want your tongue, I want your lips too. You can regenerate anyway, right? That sweet smile, those terrifying words. Byakuya was momentarily speechless. I'll pass. Goodbye, Rise-san. He turned and walked away. Rise watched his retreating figure for a while before heading inside. That night, Byakuya kept the blood-soaked sheets. He swapped them for clean ones already in the house. He couldn't just throw away blood-stained bedding, that would invite all sorts of trouble. Better to wash them later. The next day. After classes, Byakuya returned to Antiku out of habit. Reading there had become routine. He'd expected not to see Rise today, but there she was. Apparently, the cafe wasn't just her hunting ground. Probably the coffee. Not tasty in the normal sense, but infused with concentrated human flesh particles, making it palatable to ghouls. This cafe catered specifically to them, after all. Yoshimura typically only added the concentrate to ghoul customers' drinks. Human customers got regular coffee. Rise-san. I didn't think I'd see you here today. Byakuya greeted her casually, as if last night had never happened. Behind the counter, Toka's head snapped up at his voice. That human boy is perfectly fine. Her eyes widened in shock. He should have been killed by Rise last night. Given how things had looked, she'd assumed he was done for. What's going on? Did that vicious woman actually show mercy? No, impossible. More likely Rise was still toying with him. Chapter 15, let me have another taste. Byakuya caught Toka's startled gaze from the corner of his eye. Her reaction wasn't surprising. She'd probably written him off as dead the moment she saw him walking with Rise last night. Byakuya-kun thought I wouldn't come. Rise smiled. Yeah. I figured you'd have moved on to a new location by now. Byakuya sat across from her naturally, as if they were still a couple. Not that sitting together like friends was weird either. His comment referred to her usual pattern, finding new hunting grounds and new prey. But apparently she wasn't in a hurry. To anyone listening, their conversation would sound cryptic. I like it here. The coffee's good. Rise took a sip. Fair enough. They exchanged a few casual words. The couple dynamic was gone from their interaction. That had all been performance. Now that the act was over, they were just themselves. Byakuya grabbed a book from the shelf, The Hanged Man's MacGuffin, Takatsuki's latest work. That's The Hanged Man's MacGuffin. You recommended it to me, but you haven't actually read it. Rise teased. Not yet. I'd heard it was highly praised though. Byakuya's expression didn't waver. Technically true, he'd known about its reputation even before transmigrating. Let me see too. Rise moved to sit beside him, dragging her chair closer until they were nearly touching, apparently just to read along. The faint fragrance of her presence reached him. He'd assumed their couple game was finished, but apparently not. One thing was certain, Rise wouldn't attack him here in Yoshimura's territory. Then he understood her real motivation. As she leaned close, her face drifted toward the junction of his neck and shoulder, inhaling deeply, like savoring the aroma of a gourmet dish. Ah. She really does find me delicious. He wasn't entirely sure why, enhanced physique and Hashirama cells were just guesses. Hard to say if this was good or bad. Had he become the Tang monk's flesh of the Tokyo Ghoul world? I'm a little worried you'll suddenly take a bite. Byakuya murmured. Relax. The timing isn't right. I won't do anything here. Rise was direct. But if you're willing, we could find somewhere private right now. I'll pass. I'm not into self-harm. Byakuya shook his head. I do genuinely want to read this book, though. Rise continued, I only started reading Takatsuki because of circumstances, but her work really does suit my taste. I can imagine. Well, let's read together then. Byakuya wasn't surprised. Takatsuki's works were full of oppressive atmosphere, despair, and disturbing content. Of course Rise would enjoy them. Reading together meant slower progress, but sharing something he enjoyed with someone, especially a girl, made the pace worthwhile. Ding. Host has read The Hanged Man's MacGuffin. Reward, 1 fusion point. Ding. Host has finished The Hanged Man's MacGuffin. Reward, 1 fusion point. They finished the entire book at the cafe. Meanwhile, Tuka, curious about their situation, had been observing them. Seeing them acting intimately like a couple again, she became more convinced. Rise hadn't fed last night. She was still toying with her prey. After finishing, Byakuya and Rise naturally discussed the book. When Rise started praising the gruesome scenes, how exciting and thrilling they were, Byakuya felt mildly exasperated. You really do love the dark stuff. Then he remembered her physical condition. Those scenes involved torture and cannibalism, which reminded him that Rise needed to feed to replenish her RC cells. How are you feeling, by the way? Much better. I had plenty of stock at home. Oh my, is Byakuya-kun worried about me? Rise's voice turned playful. Stock meant preserved human flesh in her freezer from previous hunts. They kept their voices low, only audible to each other. Yeah, I'm worried. Otherwise I wouldn't have saved you. Byakuya stated it plainly. No embarrassment. No evasion. Just honesty. True enough. Rise noted that this guy was completely impervious to provocation. She couldn't make him scared. She couldn't even make him blush. Since you're recovered, I'd still advise against hunting as recklessly as before. That clown-masked person could attack again anytime. Byakuya offered genuine advice. Trying to control me. A hint of displeasure flickered in her eyes. But, if you let me have another taste, I might consider listening to you. Chapter 16, finally found his weakness. Her experiences with the Washa clan had left Rise with an intense hatred of being controlled. That's why she lived so freely now. Her brutal, excessive hunting was really just an outlet for all that past suffering. Most ghouls only needed to feed once a month to stay healthy. Rise hunted 2 or 3 times a week. She consumed far more humans than necessary, eating purely for pleasure. That's why they called her the binge eater. Yet despite all that indulgence, she never pursued power. A waste of her supremely pure Washa bloodline. But even with her hatred of control, her obsession with Byakuya's body was winning out. She'd accept restrictions just to taste him again. Though she'd only said she'd consider it, not a definite yes. Ding. Host has activated a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1, refuse Rise Kamashiro's demand and stop interfering with her hunting. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, refuse Rise Kamashiro's demand but forcibly restrict her behavior. Reward, 20 fusion points. Option 3, accept Rise Kamashiro's demand. Reward, 50 fusion points. You've got it backwards. If you listen to me first, then I'll let you have a small taste. Byakuya began negotiating. He intended to pick option 3, but that didn't mean he couldn't set terms. He'd agree, provided she cooperated first. Plus, decent fusion points. As long as the system's options weren't too outrageous, he was willing to consider them. Listen to you first. Yeah. For example. Byakuya thought for a moment. For the next 2 weeks, don't hunt any humans. After that, I'll fulfill your request. He knew Rise typically hunted at least 2 or 3 times weekly. If she could hold off for 2 weeks, that would be a start. Otherwise, Furuta would easily find another opportunity. Then saving her would have been pointless. 2 weeks is too long, how about 3 days? Rise's voice turned almost wheedling. Byakuya was unimpressed. That's meaningless. Normal ghouls only need to feed once a month. You're the only one with such a huge appetite. Besides, you could be ambushed again anytime. I might not be able to save you next time. Think carefully. Rise had been about to continue bargaining, but the second half of his statement silenced her. He was right. If the Washa clan had really found her, her situation was dire. If they captured her, her fate would be. Considering this, Rise smiled faintly. Fine. I'll agree to your terms. But first, let me have just a little taste. Taste what? Byakuya assumed she wanted to bite him. Absolutely not. Relax, I won't bite you here. Too many people watching. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and she bit down gently on his earlobe. Not hard, just a light nibble. Even that small contact was delicious. Like licking a lollipop. Byakuya had never experienced anything like this. Ears were a sensitive spot for most people. His body shivered involuntarily. Rise had only meant to satisfy a craving, but his obvious reaction was an unexpected bonus. Her lips curved. Finally found this guy's weakness. His complete non-reaction last night had been bothering her. Now she felt like pushing further, a little revenge. Meanwhile, other customers noticed their display. Quite a stir. I remember that human boy. He's actually still alive. Must be the longest surviving prey Rise's ever marked. Yeah, and since when does Rise get this intimate with prey? If I didn't know better, I'd think they were actually dating. Could Rise genuinely be interested in that human? Unlikely, but not impossible. Behind the counter, Tuka witnessed the scene with widening eyes. That vicious woman is doing this asterisk. To a human, asterisk. Even for toying with prey, this seemed excessive. Plus, their flirting was bad for the cafe's image. At that exact moment, Kaneki walked through the door. He froze mid-step at the sight, rooted in place. Hyde, right behind him, noticed immediately. What's wrong? Just as Rise was about to escalate things, Byakuya pushed her away. Don't overdo it. He wasn't about to lose his composure in public. Fine, fine. But I'm satisfied. Rise licked her lips contentedly, voice teasing, besides. I finally discovered a certain someone's weakness. Chapter 17, A Promise. Byakuya felt mildly exasperated. He wiped his earlobe with a napkin, cleaning off the residual saliva. For the next 2 weeks, you behave. If I catch you breaking our agreement, the deal's off. Ghouls could go a month on just 1 or 2 feedings. Even if Rise stopped hunting entirely, she wouldn't starve in Ward 20. Antika's ghouls, led by Yoshimura, fed exclusively on the already dead, suicide victims, mostly. Given Japan's notoriously high suicide rate and the cultural tendency to not trouble others, even in death, many chose isolated locations where they'd never be found. Antika collected these bodies discreetly, stockpiling them as a long-term food source. Police and families never located the remains, so there were no consequences. Yoshimura's rules had made Ward 20 remarkably peaceful compared to the rest of Tokyo. The CCG relaxed their oversight here, making it a haven for ghouls who didn't want to harm humans. Until Rise arrived. Since settling in Ward 20, she'd been nothing but trouble. She occasionally helped Antika collect bodies, but her frequent hunting attracted CCG attention, gradually shattering the district's tranquility. Ding. Host has completed option 3. Reward, 50 fusion points. The promise was made, the points were his. Meanwhile, Kaneki had recovered and found an empty seat, trying to act normal. Kaneki, what happened back there? And why's your face all red? Hyde sat across from him, noticing the flush. The yellow-haired boy with orange headphones around his neck was Kaneki's best friend, Hideyoshi Nagachika. And nothing. Only then did Kaneki realize he was blushing. He definitely couldn't explain what he'd just witnessed. Right. Hyde seemed to let it go. Anyway, Kaneki, that cute girl at the coffee shop you mentioned. Which one is she? He scanned the room, searching for anyone matching Kaneki's description. Huh. Wait, keep your voice down. Kaneki frantically shushed him. And stop looking around. Oh, is it her? Or her? Hyde pointed first at Tuka, then at Rise. Those two were the only ones matching, cute girl in a coffee shop. Kaneki's cheeks reddened further. He stared at the table, refusing to answer. I see. Hyde clearly understood. Kaneki's reaction confirmed it was one of them. An idea struck. He raised his hand. Excuse me. Could the waitress come here please? Tuka turned and approached. Coming, how can I help? 1 cappuccino for me, and another for this guy. Hyde ordered, then asked smoothly, and, what's your name? Though sudden, Tuka answered, I'm Kiri. Before she could finish, Kaneki cut in frantically, Hyde, you idiot. The girl I mentioned isn't her. Don't do weird things to people. Knowing Hyde, he'd start doing something embarrassing, possibly harassing the poor girl. Hyde had gotten the answer he needed. Time to back off. Never mind, never mind. Sorry to bother you. Okay. Tuka returned to work without concern. Once she left, Hyde grinned at Kaneki. So if it's not her, it must be that one, right? That one obviously meant Rise. Why yes. Completely outmaneuvered, Kaneki could only admit it awkwardly. Hyde fell silent. After a moment, he placed both hands on Kaneki's shoulders, speaking with grave sincerity. Kaneki, I'm telling you to give up. A beauty like that is obviously out of reach. Plus, that type gets even more gorgeous without glasses. And most importantly, she already has a boyfriend, right? That position they were in earlier was pretty intense. Hyde was genuinely trying to help. Now he understood why Kaneki had frozen at the entrance. I know all that. I've pretty much let it go already. Her boyfriend is actually that book friend I told you about. Kaneki's voice was low. Oh. Him? Well, if you can still be friends with him, you must have really moved on. Hyde sounded surprised. Maybe. Anyway, it's over. Kaneki closed the topic. Fair enough. I need to get to my part-time job. Catch you later. Hyde left. Kaneki stayed to read. He'd been coming here to enjoy coffee and books long before he ever noticed Rise. Nearby, Rise had naturally observed Kaneki and Hyde's little exchange. She found it amusing. If you hadn't stopped me, that boy over there would have been my next target. His flesh probably tastes decent, though nowhere near as delicious as yours. Chapter 18, The CCG. Afterward, Byakuya and Rise shared another of Takatsuki's works, The Black Goat's Egg. He'd finished it ages ago, Rise had only read half. The protagonist was a cold-blooded female serial killer called the Black Goat and her only son. Initially, the son despised his mother's actions, but gradually discovered similar violent urges awakening within himself. Seemingly fiction, but Takatsuki had written it as a direct parallel to herself and her father. The female killer was Yoshimura. The son was Ito, just with swapped genders. Hard to imagine what Yoshimura felt reading it. I need to go. I've got something to take care of. Goodbye, Rise-san. Byakuya stood to leave. Okay, goodbye. Rise smiled. After he left, she stayed until closing time, reading to pass the time. 2 weeks without hunting meant boredom, books would help. Kamishiro-san, we're closing soon. Tuka, now changed from uniform to school clothes, reminded her. Sorry. Lost track of time. Rise's apologetic smile seemed genuine enough. By the way. Tuka didn't particularly want to interact with Rise, but couldn't help asking, have you changed lately? Rise made a questioning sound, though she could guess the meaning. I mean, you actually sat here reading all day. And that boy, your prey, right? You didn't touch him last night. Tuka elaborated. Maybe I just like him. Rise countered. Tuka's eyes widened. You actually like him? Unbelievable. Someone like Rise falling for a human. Of course, that's a lie. Rise had been playing her the whole time. Can't tell you the details. Anyway, good night, Kirishima-san. She strolled out, humming. Tuka felt annoyed but had no recourse. Walking home, Rise stayed alert for ambushes. Her thoughts drifted to Byakuya. She didn't like him in the romantic sense, but his body, that obsession was real. She wanted to devour him right now. Unfortunately, 2 more weeks. But the enforced fasting would make the eventual feast even sweeter. Just imagining freely savoring his flesh made her hum a cheerful tune. Earlier that afternoon. After leaving Antiku, Byakuya headed directly to Ward 20 CCG branch. Tokyo had 24 wards. Aside from Ward 24, each had a CCG, Commission of Counter Ghoul, office. Ward 1 held headquarters. Wards 2 through 23 were branch offices. Ward 24 had no CCG presence because it wasn't a normal district, no humans lived there. It was a ghoul stronghold, essentially an underground labyrinth. Arriving at Ward 20's branch, Byakuya entered the lobby and walked toward the RC gate. RC gate, a scanner detecting RC cell levels. The biggest difference between humans and ghouls, aside from Kakugan, Kagun, and Kakuho, was RC cell count. Humans typically ranged between 200 to 500. Ghouls started around 1,000, with powerful ones reaching several thousand or even tens of thousands. This stark difference allowed the gates to identify ghouls. Currently, RC gates existed mainly in government facilities like the CCG. If they became widespread, ghoul survival in human society would collapse. Hey, you can't just walk in. This is the CCG, not a police station. A staff member intercepted him. Outsiders weren't allowed inside, lobby consultations only. I know what this place is. I'm here because I want to become an investigator. Byakuya stated directly. What? Become an investigator? You look like a student. Go back to school. This job's too dangerous. The man's tone was impatient but well-meaning. Though just administrative staff rather than an actual investigator, he knew the casualty rates. Deaths were constant, investigators fought monsters, not ordinary criminals. Anyone with a conscience wouldn't recommend this career, especially to students. The entry requirements were stringent too, this was a government position. Insufficient ability meant rejection. Thank you for the concern, but my mind's made up. Byakuya's voice was firm. Fine. Registration's over there. Whether you're accepted depends on your own abilities. The men stopped arguing. Thank you. Byakuya filled out an application for either the Ghoul Countermeasures Institute or the Ghoul Investigator Training Academy. Ding. Host has activated a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1, join the Ghoul Countermeasures Institute and complete 1 year of training. Reward, 10 fusion points. Option 2, join the Ghoul Investigator Training Academy and complete 2 years of training. Reward, 20 fusion points. Option 3, skip all training institutions entirely by establishing an outstanding ghoul extermination record. Reward, 40 fusion points. Chapter 19, Corona and Nishiro Yasuhisa. The application form offered 2 choices. The Ghoul Countermeasures Institute or the Ghoul Investigator Training Academy, both trained investigators. The core difference, standard training versus elite training. The institute had a 1-year program for regular investigators, focusing on handguns and rifles. Graduates became rank 3 investigators assigned to branch offices in wards 2 to 23. The academy, commonly called the Academy, offered 2 years of elite training, emphasizing quinqua usage alongside firearms. Graduates earned rank 2 status and were assigned to ward 1 headquarters. Each had pros and cons, shorter duration and lower difficulty but less depth and lower starting rank, versus double time and higher difficulty but better training and higher starting position. None of that mattered to Byakuya, he planned to skip the whole process. Wait a year or 2. Not happening. He selected the academy anyway. Strategic reasoning, academy students received training quinquas. With a quinqua, building an impressive combat record would be much easier. Application submitted, he'd just wait for a response. The CCG worked fast. The next morning, a paper letter arrived. Opening it confirmed his acceptance. Approval was easy, paying tuition got you in. Government programs kept fees reasonable. The real question was whether you could graduate. The CCG needed a steady supply of new investigators. Given the circumstances, Byakuya could request a leave of absence from Kamiya University until academy graduation. His academic standing wouldn't suffer. He transferred tuition that day, used his academy credentials to file for leave, then headed to the academy in Ward 1. Ward 20 to Ward 1 seemed far numerically, but Tokyo wasn't that big. Less than 30 minutes by subway. The academy looked like an ordinary university externally, except for the unusually high walls topped with electric fencing. Not to prevent students from escaping, to keep unauthorized people out. Government facility. Security standards differed from normal schools. Hello, I'm a new student here to register. Byakuya presented his credentials to the guard. Go ahead. She'll show you around. The guard waved him through, pointing to someone waiting nearby. Byakuya looked. A young woman in professional attire stood there, glasses, attractive features, holding a stack of documents. His guide, apparently. You're Amaha Byakuya, correct? I'm Suzuki, the dean's secretary. Pleased to meet you. Her tone was cool but polite. Yes, I'm Amaha Byakuya. Likewise. Follow me. Suzuki led him inside while explaining, since you're entering midterm, keeping up with your class will be difficult. You'll have to manage on your own, you made this choice knowing the challenges. She covered a lot of ground. Byakuya learned both the academy and the institute operated from this facility. Different curricula, shared training grounds. Suzuki showed him around, introducing various locations. During the tour, Byakuya spotted familiar faces. Corona Yasuhisa. Nishiro Yasuhisa. Juzu Suzuya. Toru Matsuki. He suddenly remembered, at this point in the timeline, these individuals were indeed investigator trainees. After graduation, they'd become official CCG investigators. That covers everything essential. Any questions, come find me. You can join your class starting now. Suzuki finished and left him to his own devices. Checking the schedule, Byakuya found a theory class starting in minutes, Fundamentals of Ghoul Investigation. He headed to his assigned classroom. Everyone there was a fellow trainee from his intake. The instructor had just arrived and introduced the new student. We have a new classmate today. I hope everyone will get along with him. The instructor gestured for Byakuya to introduce himself. Byakuya wrote his name on the blackboard with practiced ease, then gave a brief introduction. I'm Amaha Byakuya, from Ward 20. My hobby is reading. I aspire to become a ghoul investigator. Thank you. Good. There's an empty seat over there, please sit, Amaha-san. Unlike university, this was a fixed classroom with assigned seating. His intake only had a few hundred students, easy to divide into classes without the rotating lecture halls of a university. Understood. Byakuya nodded and walked to the indicated seat. Back row, window seat. Quite nice, actually. Coincidentally, Kurona and Nishiro Yasuhisa were not only in his class but sat directly in front of him and to his right. Chapter 20, The Twin Sisters. Single desks meant no seatmates. Byakuya and the Yasuhisa twins were just neighbors. Nice to meet you. He offered a token greeting. Kurona acknowledged him with a slight nod before looking away, expression cold. Nishiro didn't even make eye contact. She'd glanced at him when he spoke, then immediately retreated, clearly introverted and shy around strangers. Their hair colors matched their names. Kurona's hair and dress were black, Nishiro's were snow white. As identical twins, their features were virtually indistinguishable, delicate and cute. The contrasting colors made it easier to tell them apart. Even their figures and heights were nearly identical, slender builds, 160 centimeters, practically ideal by Japanese standards. Byakuya didn't mind their attitudes. His impression of the twins had always been that they were the reserved type. Today's topic is quinquas. You'll be testing them soon, so let's cover the basics first. Turn to page 128. The instructor began class. Quinquas were invented several decades ago by former CCG chairman Yoshitoki Washu and German CCG director Adam Genner. Their development dramatically closed the power gap between humans and ghouls. Cocoon are the primary material for quinquas. They're harvested from ghouls, but the extraction method has strict requirements. The cocoon must be fully released, then removed along with the intact kakuho. Only then does it meet manufacturing standards. Since quinquas are dead rather than living cocoon, they lack growth potential, flexibility, and extension. However, they offer superior control and stability. As technology advances, quinqua modifications continue improving. The theory class lasted 45 minutes. Reasonable duration. Most of the content Byakuya already knew, but he listened patiently and respectfully. As the instructor mentioned, after a short break came practical training. The combat instructor was a proper investigator assigned by the CCG, typically rank 1. Byakuya noted their instructor wasn't Tokage, just some unfamiliar investigator. Tokage was the interrogator who tortured Yamori, Jason, so brutally that he'd snapped mentally, inheriting Tokage's sadistic personality and cruel techniques. That included the finger-cracking habit and the infamous line, all the unfairness in this world stems from the inadequacy of the one being unfair. Yamori passed those on to Kaneki later. Tokage was practically the root of all that evil. You haven't used quinquas yet. For your first experience, we'll start with specialized firearms similar in concept. The combat instructor had prepared enough weapons for everyone. Various types, handguns, rifles, submachine guns, and more. Pick whatever interests you. These are standard firearms, but the bullets are specially manufactured from cocoon. Ordinary bullets barely affect ghouls. The instructor demonstrated while explaining. These are mass-produced anti-ghoul bullets called Q bullets. 4 types exist, corresponding to the 4 cocoon types. He extracted some bullets from a magazine to show them. Elite investigators used proper quinquas, but quinqua authorization was strictly controlled. Investigator assistants and rank 3 investigators couldn't use them. They were limited to these specialized firearms. Byakuya grabbed a handgun resembling the famous Desert Eagle. If only the system gave him infinite ammo, a classic post-apocalyptic novel cheat, Desert Eagle plus unlimited bullets. Get familiar with them first, then start target practice. The instructor continued, I don't expect accuracy right away. Just learn proper grip and stance. He went around correcting each student's form. Then they fired at distant targets. Stationary targets, not moving ones, no need to start at maximum difficulty. Byakuya had never fired a gun before. The instructor helped adjust his grip. But aiming and shooting. That was his forte. Even without activating his Sharingan, his vision and perception far exceeded normal humans. He lined up the fixed target, roughly calculated wind and gravity, though those factors barely affected handguns. And fired. Bang. He checked the result, roughly 9th ring, almost 10th. Not perfect, but excellent for a first attempt. The instructor had just finished correcting Byakuya's stance and watched his shot. Seeing 9th ring, his eyes widened. Impressive talent. Hitting that on your first try is remarkable. He immediately praised Byakuya. This student had struggled with basic grip moments ago, clearly inexperienced with firearms. Achieving this demonstrated genuine gift. Chapter 21, Get Good. You're too kind, instructor. Byakuya replied modestly. Keep up the good work. I have high expectations for you. The combat instructor clapped Byakuya on the shoulder encouragingly. Marksmanship scores were one of the key assessments for graduation. If Byakuya performed well in other areas too, he had a real shot at graduating as the top-ranked student in his class. The instructor made a mental note to keep an eye on this particular trainee. Producing a top graduate would certainly benefit his own career, meeting performance targets and earning a bonus never hurt. That guy must have just gotten lucky, right? I only scored a 6, and I was using a rifle. I heard pistols are way harder to shoot accurately. I did a bit better, got a 7. But yeah, a 9 with a pistol is pretty ridiculous. Isn't he the new guy who just transferred in today? I'm betting it was a fluke. If it wasn't luck, then he's seriously something else. Several trainees openly doubted Byakuya's marksmanship results. After all, lucky shots happened all the time. The combat instructor paid no attention to their chatter. Kurona and Nishiro Yasuhisa, however, stayed out of the gossip. The twins had always kept to themselves. They were practically inseparable, even during classes, they sat together. The only thing they didn't share was a gun. Both had chosen pistols, though they favored different hands. Kurona shot left-handed while Nishiro shot right-handed. Their scores were nearly identical too, both had hit the 8 ring. In the original story, the Yasuhisa twins were exceptional candidates for the CCG, so their strong performance was expected. Nishiro, it seems we're no longer the best in class. Kurona spoke up. But he might not be better than us in other areas. Nishiro replied, her expression neutral. The twins had been the top performers in their class, until this newcomer named Uchiha Byakuya appeared and outshot them on his very first day. They couldn't help but take notice. Meanwhile, Byakuya was preparing for his second shot. A 9 wasn't good enough. He wanted to hit the 10 ring. Gripping the pistol single-handed in his right hand, he turned sideways, kept his arm extended, and held his breath to minimize body sway. With his strength, recoil was hardly a concern. His second shot landed close to the 10 ring but not quite there. It wasn't until his third shot that he finally hit dead center. 1 10, 2 9s, an undeniably impressive result. Many trainees had been watching Byakuya closely, curious about his performance. 3 consecutive shots within the 9 ring, and one of them was a perfect 10. There's no way that's all luck. Yeah, the guy's actually got skills. Who knew the new transfer would turn out to be a shooting prodigy? I really hope he didn't hear me doubting him earlier, that would be awkward. Byakuya's 3 shots silenced all the skeptics. Only Kurona and Nishiro seemed unconvinced. They each fired 2 more rounds, determined to surpass his score. Not only did they fail to beat him, but their follow-up shots were worse than their first attempts. Kurona's second and third shots scored 8 and 6 respectively. Nishiro managed 2 7s. Haste makes waste, as they say. Byakuya had a cheat-like system boosting his abilities. The harder the twins pushed, the worse their results became. The combat instructor did praise their solid performance afterward, but the sisters couldn't find any joy in it. Ding. Host has triggered a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1, pretend you noticed nothing and avoid getting involved with Kurona and Nishiro Yasuhisa. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, show your gentle side and personally teach them shooting techniques. No pressure if it doesn't work. Reward, 10 fusion points. Option 3, walk up to them and taunt them with get good. Reward, 50 fusion points. Byakuya stared at the 3 options floating before him and fell silent for a moment. Don't ask why. The system was just too generous. He walked over to where Kurona and Nishiro stood. Under their puzzled gazes, he spoke coolly. Get good. Get good. Ding. Host has completed option 3. Reward, 50 fusion points. Hearing the system confirm his reward, Byakuya promptly turned and headed back to his original spot. The twins froze for a second, needing a moment to process what he'd just said. Then their pretty faces flushed with anger. What did you just say? But by the time they spoke up, he'd already walked away. Still, even annoyed, the sisters looked adorable. Nishiro's cheeks had turned slightly red from indignation. That jerk thinks he's so superior just because his shooting scores are a little better than ours. Nishiro's voice dripped with displeasure. Nishiro, we can't lose to him again. Kurona was equally riled up, her expression icy with determination to go head-to-head with Byakuya. Whoa, Uchiha actually went and provoked the Yasuhisa sisters. Sure, his marksmanship is impressive, but those two are geniuses who excel at everything. Looks like Kurona-san and Nishiro-san have set their sights on Uchiha now. Rivalry between prodigies is terrifying. Works out for us though, at least we'll have something entertaining to watch. Byakuya's confrontation with the twins immediately became the talk of the class. On one side, a dazzling newcomer. On the other, twin prodigies who ranked at the very top. Byakuya was well aware that he'd seriously annoyed Kurona and Nishiro. He figured he should find a chance to apologize after class. For the rest of the session, Byakuya didn't limit himself to pistols. He tried out rifles, sniper rifles, the whole arsenal. But these firearms felt like toys to him. The real prize was the quinqua, though that would have to wait for the next practical session. As noon approached, Byakuya decided to eat at the academy's cafeteria. Between both training programs, there weren't that many students total, so the cafeteria was fairly small. With everyone eating at the same time, it got pretty crowded during lunch hour. Byakuya had arrived relatively early and secured a table to himself. Soon the cafeteria filled up almost completely. Latecomers had no choice but to share tables with others. That's when Kurona and Nishiro found themselves without seats. When they spotted the only table with 2 empty spots, occupied by a certain annoying individual, they had no choice but to suppress their irritation and sit down across from Byakuya, slight frowns on their faces. Chapter 22, You Belong to Me. Seeing Kurona and Nishiro sit across from him with cold expressions, Byakuya felt a twinge of awkwardness himself. He hadn't meant to mock them maliciously. Though, while it wasn't malicious, it was definitely intentional. The twins said nothing, acting as if Byakuya across from them was invisible, like he was just empty air. Sorry about that. I was just running my mouth earlier. I didn't mean anything bad by it. When an apology was warranted, Byakuya gave one. He didn't consider it beneath him. Both sisters looked genuinely surprised. They hadn't expected him to actually apologize, and so quickly, too. It's too late for that now. Your provocation earlier, Nishiro and I have already accepted it. Kurona's tone remained cold. There was no way she and Nishiro would just pretend the whole thing never happened. The rivalry had been established. They were determined to compete with Byakuya to the end. Though the twins' attitudes hadn't exactly warmed up, at least they weren't treating him like he didn't exist anymore. His apology had accomplished something. All right then. Byakuya didn't push further. He simply lowered his head and continued eating. Kurona. I'm Yasuhisa Kurona. Suddenly, Kurona spoke up. Byakuya looked up, confused. I'm telling you to remember the name of your rival, Yasuhisa Kurona. Her tone stayed cool. Compared to her sister, Nishiro seemed less composed about it, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. I am Yasuhisa Nishiro. Got it. I introduced myself during class earlier, but I'll say it again properly. I'm Amaha Byakuya. Byakuya said, then added, though if I call both of you Yasuhisa-san, it might get confusing, that could be a problem. In Japan, classmates typically addressed each other by surname. Using someone's given name was reserved for close friends, like calling him Byakuya-kun or just Byakuya. Just use our full names. Kurona didn't care much for such formalities. Works for me. Byakuya nodded slightly. After that, there wasn't much more conversation between him and the Yasuhisa sisters. Once they finished lunch, everyone went their separate ways. The afternoon consisted of theory classes, which ended early, similar to his schedule at Kamiya University. Trainees typically stayed behind for additional self-directed physical training. The academy provided room and board, though students could choose to live off campus if they preferred. Byakuya left early. He saw no point in staying for standard physical training. At his current level, it would barely make a difference. He took the subway home and rested for a while, then decided to drop by Antika despite the late hour. By the time Byakuya arrived at the cafe, it was already 4 p.m. The moment he stepped inside, he spotted familiar faces, Rise Kamishiro and Ken Kaneki. Amaha-kun. Byakuya had been heading toward Rise when Kaneki called out to him. He changed direction and walked over to Kaneki instead. What's up, Kaneki-kun? Did you hear about Takatsuki-sensei's fan meet and greet? It's coming up soon. Kaneki's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Byakuya paused. He actually hadn't been paying attention to that. If you're free and interested, want to come with me? Kaneki extended the invitation. Hyde wasn't into books, and besides Byakuya, Kaneki didn't really have anyone else to ask. Attending with a fellow fan would be much more fun than going alone. Sure, I don't see why not. Byakuya mentally checked his schedule. The academy's classes didn't conflict with the timing of Sen Takatsuki's event. He wasn't particularly excited about meeting Takatsuki, after all, he already knew who she really was. But accompanying Kaneki seemed harmless enough. Great. Kaneki's face lit up. I won't keep you then, I should get going myself. He knew Byakuya would want to spend time with his girlfriend, so he didn't want to take up too much of his time. See you. Byakuya gave a brief wave. Then he turned and saw Rise beckoning him over. The moment he sat down beside her, Rise leaned in close and started sniffing him. After a while, she finally asked, "Why are you so late today? Had more classes than usual?" "You know I'm a student." Byakuya didn't plan on telling Rise about the CCG Academy, so he kept his explanation vague. "Is that so? But I smell something unusual on you." Rise smiled as she spoke. But that smile held an edge of danger. "What kind of smell?" Byakuya asked. Could she have detected the scent of firearms on him? A faint ghoul scent, probably from a Kagun. But it's strangely weak. Rise analyzed the odor. Now Byakuya understood. It must be the Q bullets, special ammunition made from ghoul Kagun. The fact that they'd been processed into bullets would explain why the scent was so faint. Rise had picked up the trace of another ghoul on Byakuya, and even though it was barely perceptible, she wasn't pleased. Because Byakuya belonged exclusively to her. She wouldn't allow any other ghoul to touch him. Of course, when she thought of him as her possession, she meant it in terms of food. "I forgot to make this clear earlier, but you belong to me. I don't want anyone else getting a taste of you. Understand?" Rise murmured into Byakuya's ear, her tone willful and commanding, brooking no refusal. Chapter 23, The Ghoul World's Succubus. If Byakuya didn't understand the true meaning behind Rise's words, it would have been easy to misinterpret. Her, "you belong to me," actually meant, "you're my food." In other words, Rise wanted to keep him all to herself, she didn't want any other ghoul taking a bite out of him. But the thing was, he hadn't done anything. He'd just been target shooting with ammunition loaded with special bullets. And once he started using quinquas, the ghoul scent on him would become even more obvious. "Did you hear me?" Rise lightly poked Byakuya's cheek with her finger, then repeated, "Did you hear me?" "I heard you. But whether some other ghoul bites me isn't exactly something I can control." Byakuya replied with a hint of exasperation. "You're strong, aren't you? Just don't let them succeed." Rise said casually. "In short, only I get to taste your body." "You're being pretty possessive here," Byakuya remarked. "By the way, I want a little taste today too," Rise added. "No way." Last time was already a special exception. The memory of his earlobe being held in her mouth made Byakuya's scalp tingle. "Come on, I won't go for your ear this time. How about this instead?" As she spoke, Rise grabbed Byakuya's right index finger. "I'll decide later which part of you I'll really enjoy." "Fine." Byakuya relented. With his permission granted, Rise immediately took his right index finger gently between her teeth, savoring the flavor. This meager taste was nothing compared to when she'd torn off the piece of flesh from his shoulder, that had been a transcendent delicacy. What Rise was doing now was building anticipation, letting her desire accumulate. When the moment finally came, the payoff would be all the sweeter. Though this also helped take the edge off her cravings. Temporarily, at least, afterward, the hunger would only grow stronger. Rise brushed aside the hair falling across her face with one hand while holding Byakuya's finger with the other. The pose was, rather suggestive, to say the least. Throughout the whole thing, Byakuya felt increasingly awkward. After all, there were plenty of other customers watching. Not just customers either, Tuka, who was serving tables, kept glancing their way with a concerned expression. Of course, her concern was about them potentially damaging Antika's image with this kind of display. For now it was still within acceptable bounds. But if Byakuya and Rise took things any further, Tuka would have to step in and remind them. "All right, that's enough." Seeing that Rise showed no sign of letting go, Byakuya had to speak up. Rise reluctantly released his finger. Her hand drifted to her own cheek, her complexion flushing with an almost feverish tinge as she seemed to savor the lingering taste. Even this small indulgence satisfied her more than any human she'd ever hunted. The reason was simple, Byakuya's constitution and his Hashirama cells had both strengthened since Rise first tasted him. They'd undergone a qualitative transformation from level 1 to level 2. Meaning Byakuya's flavor had also transformed. Even just his skin in a ghoul's mouth was incredibly enticing. Byakuya suddenly had a troubling thought, at this rate, he'd eventually become some kind of succubus in the eyes of ghouls. That wasn't exactly a good thing. Ghouls would literally chase him down to take a bite, this wasn't the kind of succubus treatment that came with any perks. After a while, Rise finally finished savoring the moment. "That bookworm boy earlier, he invited you to Takatsuki's fan meet and greet." Rise suddenly changed the subject. "Yeah, why?" Byakuya knew immediately that bookworm meant Kaneki. "Nothing much. I'm just a little curious now, I want to see what this Takatsuki-san person is like," Rise said. Takatsuki's works appealed to her taste perfectly, almost all of them were dark and intense. She particularly loved those gruesome passages. So naturally, she'd become curious about the author herself. "Sure, come with me then." Byakuya agreed. He'd just have to apologize to Kaneki later. Watching Byakuya show up with Rise in tow, Kaneki would probably feel that sting pretty badly. But there wasn't much he could do about it. He'd just have to make it up to Kaneki somehow. Tuka-chan, Kamishiro-san seems much calmer lately, don't you think? At the front counter, Kaya Irimi struck up a conversation with Tuka about Rise. Irimi was another Antiku employee, a tall, mature woman with an elegant, refined presence. But her true identity was Black Dog, an SS-rated ghoul. She really has been more settled. That guy is probably her prey, but it's been days and she hasn't done anything to him. That's completely unlike her usual habit of frequent feeding. Tuka couldn't help but reflect. And the way they interact, it doesn't look like she's just planning to eat him. Is Kamishiro-san really that good an actress? Didn't she mention before that she likes him? Could that be the reason? Irimi asked. She said that was fake. And besides, it's hard to imagine someone like her actually falling for a human. Her not devouring every human she meets would already be a miracle. Tuka shook her head. You never know. Kamishiro-san is still a young woman, after all. Being too shy to admit her feelings, or falling in love with a human, neither would be that strange. I've heard plenty of stories about ghouls and humans falling in love, Irimi said. Nearby, Yoshimura could hear their conversation. His expression remained unchanged, that gentle smile never wavering, though what he was thinking inside was another matter entirely. After all, Yoshimura himself was a ghoul who had loved a human. By the way, Tuka-chan, Irimi smiled, you're at that age too. Is there any boy you like? No way. All the guys in my class are total children. Tuka replied offhandedly. Her reaction was so casual and natural, clearly, there really wasn't anyone she was interested in. Irimi immediately reached a conclusion. I see, so Tuka-chan prefers mature, older guys. Chapter 24, best avoided. Ahem. Irimi-san, please stop teasing me. Tuka's cheeks reddened slightly, clearly Irimi had hit the mark. Tuka-chan is so easy to read. Irimi chuckled softly. Honestly. Tuka sighed helplessly. If Irimi-san hadn't suddenly brought up the topic, she wouldn't have even thought about romance. Truth be told, she wasn't entirely sure what kind of guy she'd even like. Shaking the thought away, Tuka lightly slapped her own cheeks. Now wasn't the time for this, she had customers to serve. The next day, Byakuya took the subway early to the CCG Academy in Ward 1. His first class of the morning was actually a free period, but arriving early couldn't hurt. With time to spare, he wandered around the academy grounds. When he entered a small grove of trees, he happened to spot something that caught his attention. In the distance, he could make out two figures. One was a short-haired girl with delicate features and weak-colored skin. He recognized her as Toru Mitsuki. Though Mitsuki had deliberately cut her hair short and wore binding wraps to pass as male among her classmates, she was actually female. She was crouched down, apparently fiddling with something. The other figure standing nearby was Tokage. A middle-aged man already going bald, with a massive scar running from his forehead to his chin on the left side of his face. The injury had disfigured his features, courtesy of Jason Yamori. Of course, if Tokage hadn't spent day after day brutally torturing Yamori in the first place, Yamori would never have scarred him like that. If Byakuya's guess was right, this was the scene where Tokage discovered Mitsuki killing stray cats. Focusing his enhanced vision, Byakuya confirmed it. Mitsuki had just killed a cat and was now cutting out its tongue. She had a disturbing habit of collecting cat tongues. Hey, what are you doing there? Tokage approached Mitsuki. Mitsuki didn't respond. She remained focused on removing the cat's tongue. You. Tokage stepped closer and saw exactly what Mitsuki was doing. His expression shifted immediately. By all rights, as a combat instructor, Tokage should have reprimanded Mitsuki for this behavior. But instead of scolding her, he began offering guidance. You know, you should take better care of that knife. The oils will corrode it otherwise. Huh, who knew cat tongues were so greasy? He completely ignored the fact that Mitsuki had killed a cat. Even Mitsuki was startled by Tokage's reaction. She didn't care about being discovered, but being praised instead of punished threw her off. Ding. Host has triggered a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1, pretend you saw nothing and leave before Mitsuki and Tokage notice you. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, go deeper into the grove and make sure both Mitsuki and Tokage know a third party witnessed this. Reward, 10 fusion points. Option 3, walk over, condemn Mitsuki's actions, and threaten to report her to the principal. Reward, 20 fusion points. Looking at the options, Byakuya didn't hesitate. He immediately chose option 1. Before either Mitsuki or Tokage noticed him, he quietly slipped away as if he'd seen nothing. Sure, option 3 offered decent points, but the aftermath wasn't worth it. Both Mitsuki and Tokage were seriously disturbed individuals. Tokage's reputation spoke for itself. He tortured Yamori so relentlessly that he'd broken him psychologically. And Mitsuki? Her behavior in the original story was downright terrifying. Yes, her childhood trauma, being abused by her parents, had warped her. But Byakuya still intended to steer clear. Collecting cat tongues was just the beginning. Later, her obsession with Kaneki, or rather, Sasaki Haze, would spiral into full-blown Yandere madness, complete with acts only a true obsessive would commit. So Byakuya would rather forfeit those 20 fusion points than get entangled with these two. His strength meant he didn't fear them, but unnecessary complications were best avoided. Ding. Host has completed option 1. Reward, 1 fusion point. Still. Based on how things were unfolding, what came next would be Juzu Suzuya getting framed. Tokage not only praised Mitsuki's behavior but also gave her his own knife, and then covered for her by pinning the cat killings on Suzuya. Suzuya was already an outcast who kept to himself, and his self-harming tendencies made him an easy scapegoat. No one questioned whether he might have violent tendencies. According to the day's schedule. Morning, a Quinqua practical session. Afternoon, a light combat training class. Quinqua training was Byakuya's main reason for being here. At the training grounds, the equipment for today's lesson was already laid out, multiple Quinquas stored inside a single case. Byakuya had wondered how so many Quinquas could fit in one container, but then he noticed they were all identical dagger-shaped weapons, small enough to mass-produce. The combat instructor began his explanation. Each of these Quinquas is called Hiriko 176. They're berated Quinquas. The designation means 76 identical daggers were manufactured from the same Kagun. For this class, you'll start with dagger-type Quinquas. Because daggers were compact and simple to make, they could be easily mass-produced. Larger Quinquas, scythes, spears, or ones that could shift between sword and shield forms, were far harder to produce. Most of those were one-of-a-kind, crafted from a single Kagun. It was the same combat instructor from the firearms session. He immediately handed one of the Hiriko 176 daggers to Byakuya. Amaha, you go first. He'd taken a particular interest in Byakuya and wanted to see how the young man handled a Quinqua. Chapter 25, Half-Humans. Understood. Byakuya nodded and accepted the Quinqua from the instructor. It was a white dagger with an unusual texture, noticeably heavier than an ordinary blade. Quinquas weren't made from standard materials. Besides Ghoul Kagun and Kakuho, they incorporated specialized components like Quinqua steel, a memory alloy metal. Ding. Host has used a Quinqua for the first time. Reward, 1 fusion point. The instructor hadn't specified how to use the dagger, so Byakuya relied on his own combat instincts. His first thought was to treat it like a kunai, suitable for both close-quarters combat and ranged throwing. Having fused with Uchiha Madara's taijutsu, Byakuya had inherited Madara's mastery of kunai techniques as well. Without hesitation, he hurled the Hiriko 176 toward a large boulder in the distance. With Madara's abilities backing him, throwing a dagger was effortless. His form was flawless, and his accuracy was pinpoint. The dagger struck the boulder dead center. Since Quinquas were forged from Kagun, they possessed power and durability on par with Ghoul predatory organs. Combined with Byakuya's considerable strength, the impact shattered the boulder completely, more devastating than a regular bullet. And that made sense. Ordinary bullets were useless against ghouls, but Quinquas could inflict real damage. The combat instructor's eyebrows shot up. The other trainees stood slack-jawed. Kurona clicked her tongue softly. Watching Byakuya's performance, she already knew, today, she and Nishiro would be overshadowed by him yet again. Kurona, he really is impressive, Nishiro murmured, her expression neutral. To do that on his first time using a Quinqua. I'll admit he's strong in this area, Kurona replied coolly. But these aren't the only things that determine final rankings. You've trained with daggers before, haven't you? The instructor's voice carried a note of admiration. Yes. I've practiced with similar weapons. Byakuya nodded. He'd inherited Madara's abilities, so anything Madara had trained in was essentially part of his own experience now. Otherwise, explaining his textbook perfect technique would be impossible, raw talent alone couldn't account for it. Excellent. Your skills are truly exceptional. The instructor praised him openly. Even someone experienced with daggers would struggle on their first attempt with a Quinqua. The weight was different, the handling was different, anyone would need time to adjust. Yet Byakuya had performed flawlessly on his very first try. He was undeniably gifted. For the rest of the session, trainees practiced throwing daggers at targets and striking air or wooden dummies. Sparring was off the table, Quinquas were too dangerous. Using them in live combat exercises risked serious injury to inexperienced trainees. Byakuya excelled in every drill, whether close combat or ranged throws, thanks to Madara's inherited abilities. As the class wound down, Byakuya approached the instructor. "Sir, would it be possible for me to keep this quinqua? The Hiriko 1-76 feels really natural in my hand, I'd like to hold onto it." His goal was simple, obtain a quinqua of his own. The instructor scratched his head. "That's not permitted under the rules. Trainees can only use quinquas during class. Outside of that, they're generally off limits." "I see." Byakuya wasn't surprised. He'd only been testing the waters. After all, even active CCG investigators didn't automatically qualify for quinquas, not everyone had clearance to carry one. Seeing Byakuya's interest, the instructor, who'd already been paying close attention to him, gave the matter some thought. There might be one way. During field internships, trainees are temporarily issued quinquas. But internships are dangerous, so first years aren't usually recommended for them. "Internships? You mean fighting ghouls?" Byakuya asked. "Exactly. Every trainee must complete an internship before graduation. You'd be accompanied by experienced investigators, so it's not as terrifying as it sounds." The instructor elaborated. "Could I start my internship early, even as a new student?" Byakuya pressed. The sooner he completed an internship, the faster he could join the CCG officially. "That's allowed. The 2-year program isn't a strict requirement. If you demonstrate real combat capability against ghouls, you can graduate early and become a full investigator. The internship rules are flexible." The instructor then added something off-topic. "There are prodigies within the CCG who never trained at the academy at all. Some of them are so strong they barely seem human." "I understand." Byakuya nodded without comment. He knew immediately who the instructor meant, the half-humans from Sunlit Garden. Half-humans possessed physical abilities far superior to ordinary humans. The strongest among them, like Kishuarima, were virtually invincible. The trade-off was a drastically shortened lifespan, only half or even a third of a normal human's. But the CCG's human members didn't know those prodigies were actually half-humans. "If possible, I'd like to begin my internship soon." Byakuya stated his intentions clearly. The instructor's expression grew serious. "As long as you've thought it through, there's no problem. There's actually an internship batch opening soon. If I remember correctly, the assignment involves accompanying Special Class Arima on a mission to Ward 24. Special Class Arima?" Byakuya was mildly surprised. He hadn't expected to encounter Kishuarima this quickly. The instructor nodded, reverence evident in his eyes. "That's right, the White Reaper, the undefeated ghoul investigator, Kishuarima himself. An internship under his supervision would be significantly safer." Chapter 26, Juzu Suzuya. Kishuarima lived up to his titles, a ghoul investigator who had never known defeat, and undeniably the CCG's strongest combatant. Many investigators idolized Arima, and the combat instructor before Byakuya was no exception. "Thank you for your help, instructor," Byakuya said. Having the instructor's assistance with his internship application would certainly make things easier. "I'm confident you have what it takes to pass. Just focus on completing the internship safely." The combat instructor continued, "Don't worry too much about standing out, your safety comes first." From a career standpoint, an impressive internship performance would benefit the instructor as well. But a student's safety mattered more. Since Byakuya and the instructor weren't speaking privately, Kurona and Nishiro had overheard everything. They immediately tensed up and approached. If Byakuya excelled during the internship, their chances of surpassing him would shrink even further. They had to participate and outperform him. "Instructor, Nishiro and I would also like to join the internship." Kurona spoke up at once. "Both of you as well?" The instructor seemed mildly surprised. 3 people should be fine. I'll try to secure the spots." Under normal circumstances, first-year students at the Ghoul Countermeasures Institute would only be assigned internships near the end of their program, while academy students did theirs at the end of their second year. Early internships were exceptions, limited slots that required formal applications. Then Byakuya recalled a detail from the original story. Before officially joining the CCG, Juzu Suzuya had completed an internship in Ward 24 under Arima's supervision. However, since Suzuya was a student at the 1-year institute rather than the 2-year academy, he could only start as a Rank 3 investigator after graduation. Given Suzuya's abilities, a Rank 2 position would have been entirely justified. Shortly after, the Quinqua practical session concluded. "By the way, I feel like you two have had it out for me since the beginning." Before leaving, Byakuya addressed Kurona and Nishiro. By the beginning, he meant before he'd even said, "Get good," to them. He'd already sensed their hostility back then. Both sisters remained silent, apparently unwilling to answer. Their evasiveness only suggested there was something behind it. Byakuya considered the possibilities. Could it be related to Dr. Kano? By this point in the timeline, Akihiro Kano had already forcibly taken over Yasuhisa Nanao's house, the twins' family home, using its basement as his secret laboratory. Unaware of the truth, Kurona and Nishiro called Kano father. Kano had likely manipulated them somehow, though in reality he viewed the sisters as nothing more than test subjects for his artificial one-eyed ghoul experiments. Since they weren't willing to talk, Byakuya didn't press further. With the combat instructor's help, Byakuya and the Yasuhisa sisters soon received their answer. Their course schedules changed accordingly, all in preparation for the upcoming internship. Basic theory classes were temporarily suspended, replaced by specialized courses on ghoul extermination, ghoul weaknesses, vulnerabilities of different Kagun types, feeding habits, and so on. Students selected for early internship were also assigned to a dedicated classroom. This gave Byakuya his first look at who would be joining him. Besides Kurona and Nishiro, there was Juzu Suzuya, plus 2 male students he didn't recognize. The child with white hair, dark red eyes, and almost feminine features, that was Juzu Suzuya. Wearing slippers in the classroom, small and slight of frame, with strange stitches visible across his body. Suzuya looked less attractive in the anime, but in the manga he was prettier than most girls. Despite class being about to start, Suzuya sat there with a completely carefree, languid expression, using needle and thread to perform human embroidery on his own skin. As if he felt no pain at all, he seemed to genuinely enjoy it. This was exactly the Juzu Suzuya Byakuya remembered. Very much on brand. The classroom dynamics were interesting too. Kurona, Nishiro, and the 2 unfamiliar boys had all deliberately distanced themselves from Suzuya, leaving a wide gap around his seat. Because Suzuya had already been publicly reprimanded by the administration. Tokage had pinned all the cat killings on him, correctly betting that Suzuya's antisocial nature and perpetually indifferent attitude would make him an easy scapegoat. Suzuya wouldn't bother explaining himself. He didn't care what others thought. That made him the perfect fall guy. The twins and the 2 boys had developed their prejudice against Suzuya because of this incident. Byakuya was the only one who'd chosen a seat relatively close to Suzuya. All right, class is starting. The lecturer entered the room. When class ended, one of the male students, a guy with a buzz cut, took the initiative to introduce himself to everyone. They all exchanged names, except for Suzuya, who was left out entirely. Even without the cat incident, Suzuya's unsettling behavior kept most people at a distance. So you're Amaha-kun. Nice to meet you. After the 2 boys finished introducing themselves to Byakuya, they simply moved on, skipping Suzuya entirely. But Byakuya thought about it for a moment, then walked over to Suzuya and extended his hand with a smile. I'm Amaha Byakuya. Looks like we're going to be teammates. Suzuya seemed surprised that someone had voluntarily approached him. He paused, setting down his needle and thread, and stared at Byakuya's outstretched hand with a puzzled expression. He didn't seem to understand what the gesture meant, though he could sense the goodwill behind it. Just as Suzuya was about to respond, Kurona walked over and interrupted, her tone cold. I'd advise you to stay away from him. He's the one who's been torturing and killing cats. Chapter 27, Kishuarima and Squad Zero. Hearing Kurona's words, Suzuya had been about to speak but closed his mouth again. In the end, he said nothing. Perhaps it was because this person named Amaha Byakuya hadn't known about the cat killings until just now. Even though Suzuya hadn't actually done those things, he couldn't be bothered to explain. Now that the other person knew, there was nothing left to say. I see. Anyway, you're Suzuya-kun, right? Let's talk more when we get the chance. Byakuya didn't join Kurona in condemning Suzuya. His continued calm demeanor left an unusual impression on Suzuya. Kurona was also surprised that Byakuya could still speak so casually to Suzuya after learning about the accusation. Though Suzuya didn't respond verbally, he gave a small nod. Besides the changes to theory classes, practical sessions now focused primarily on Quinqua training. Byakuya, the Yasuhisa sisters, and the 2 boys all used the Hirako 176th, the same Quinqua they'd be issued during the internship. Suzuya used a different weapon, the Scorpion 156th, a black knife, or dagger, a B-rated Quinqua made from a Bikaka-type Kagun. This wasn't discrimination, students from the one-year institute simply used different training equipment than academy students. Both, Hirako 176th and Scorpion 156th, were B-rated Quinquas with comparable power. Byakuya recalled this Scorpion 156th from the original story. It was the Quinqua Suzuya used. He'd started with just one, but later stole the remaining 55 from storage. Even now, Suzuya already displayed exceptional talent, demonstrating deep proficiency with the dagger. Though still a step below Byakuya. After 3 days of intensive preparation training, Byakuya and the others departed for Ward 24 to begin their internship. Kishuarima and his team were waiting for them there. Expecting someone of Arima's status to come fetch them personally was out of the question. They weren't VIPs, after all. Now, Byakuya and the others had arrived at Ward 24. More precisely, they stood at the edge of Ward 23. Before them loomed a massive cavern, one of the entrances to Ward 24. 6 figures in white tactical uniforms waited at the entrance. This was Squad 0, led by Kishu Arima. Byakuya recognized all 6, Kishu Arima, Kori Ui, Haru Ihei, Shio Ihei, Yusa Arima, and Rikai Suzu. Take Hirako hadn't joined Squad 0 yet during this period. From left to right, Yusa Arima, Kaneki, unconfirmed, Take Hirako, Kishu Arima, Kori Ui, Haru Ihei, Shio Ihei, Rikai Suzu. This was an elite squad composed almost entirely of half-humans, arguably the CCG's most powerful trump card. The only pure human among them was Kori Ui, an associate special class investigator. Every member possessed exceptional combat ability. Though Shio Ihei, Rikai Suzu, and Yusa Arima appeared young, only 11, 12, and 13 years old respectively, as half-humans, their physical capabilities were already approaching their peak at these ages. Half-humans had drastically shortened lifespans. By around age 20, they actually entered a period of declining strength. You must be the interns. Let me count, 1, 2, 6. 6 people. Looks like everyone's here. Kori Ui spoke first. Kori Ui had somewhat feminine features, with slightly long black hair. He stood around 170 centimeters, with a well-proportioned build, though he was definitely male. Still, Kori Ui was tame compared to Shio Ihei. If Kori Ui looked somewhat like a girl, then Shio at this age could easily pass for an adorable little girl. Delicate, pretty features framed by pale blue-white hair. A petite frame barely over 150 centimeters. The white tactical uniform gave him an air of refinement, but he was actually a boy. Rikai Suzu's features resembled Kori Ui's somewhat, even sharing a similar hairstyle, though his hair was purple. Being younger, he only stood about 160 centimeters. Yusa Arima matched Rikai's height and build. He shared the surname Arima with Kishu, had refined features, and wore a somewhat gloomy expression, though he was actually a quiet, gentle young man. The only actual girl in Squad 0 was Haru Ihei, the young woman with pink hair and pink eyes. Slender and graceful, her exquisite features possessed an almost bewitching beauty. Haru Ihei. And then there was Kishu Arima himself, Squad 0's captain and the strongest ghoul investigator alive. Tall and lean, wearing glasses, his hair completely white. His handsome features were utterly expressionless, betraying no emotion whatsoever. Yes, I'm Amaha Byakuya, one of the interns. Byakuya nodded in acknowledgement. The Yasuhisa sisters and the others followed with their own introductions. I'm Yasuhisa Corona. I'm Yasuhisa Nishiro. Suzuya Juzu. Kori Ui verified that the names matched his roster. Since everyone's here, follow us inside. With that, Byakuya and the others followed Squad 0, led by Arima, into Ward 24. As mentioned before, Ward 24 wasn't a normal district. Beyond the cavern entrance lay a seemingly endless underground labyrinth that spiraled ever deeper into the earth. Kori Ui, apparently designated as their guide, spoke up again. Look at the structure of this labyrinth. Can anyone guess what these walls are made of? The labyrinth twisted and wound in every direction. The walls weren't made of ordinary material, they were flesh walls, a grotesque amalgamation of colors that would unsettle anyone with a weak stomach. Kagun, probably. Byakuya answered first. As a transmigrator, he naturally knew all about Ward 24. Correct. Every wall in this labyrinth was created by ghouls using their Kagun. The principle is similar to how Quinkwas are made, except this technology was developed by ghouls. We haven't been able to crack it, which is why exploring Ward 24 has been so difficult. Kori Ui elaborated further, then praised Byakuya. Amaha Byakuya, your analytical ability is impressive. I don't believe the academy teaches much about Ward 24. Nearby, Corona felt a flash of irritation. How did this guy know so much? Chapter 28, The Adorable Little Boy. Kori Ui himself had once been the top graduate of the academy, and was the only member of Squad 0 who had actually climbed the ranks through the proper academy system. A genius among pure humans, at just 24 years old, he was already an associate special class, and would soon be promoted to special class. Because of the labyrinth's nature, the terrain heavily favors ghouls. They could ambush you at any moment. We'll protect you as much as possible, but don't let your guard down. Kori Ui continued his warnings to Byakuya and the others. Understood. Byakuya and the group nodded in acknowledgement. From there, they ventured deeper into the underground labyrinth. The shallow levels rarely had ghoul encounters. CCG investigators had explored Ward 24 countless times, especially with Arima, the undefeated Reaper, leading Squad 0 on regular extermination missions here. The CCG even used Ward 24 as a training ground for newcomers. Most students completed their internships here, led by senior investigators ranked first class or higher. Senior investigators referred to first class, associate special class, and special class ranks, while rank 3, rank 2, and rank 1 were considered junior investigators. With investigators coming and going almost daily, few ghouls dared linger in the upper levels. The atmosphere started out relatively relaxed, without much tension. Shio Ihei even came over to chat with Byakuya. Let me introduce myself properly, I'm Ihei Shio. Shio wore a friendly, adorable smile. His personality was cheerful and outgoing, innocent like a child. Well, Shio was a child. But if you converted his age to a normal human lifespan, he'd be at least 20. Half-humans not only possessed far superior physical abilities, but matured much faster than normal humans. Their metabolisms were also extremely rapid, probably why their lifespans were so short. Nice to meet you. Though, how should I address you? Byakuya suddenly realized he wasn't sure what to call Shio. Given Shio's young age, Ihei-san would sound strange. The original story hadn't mentioned Shio's investigator rank either, otherwise, first class Ihei or rank 1 Ihei would be the proper form. That's easy, just call me Shio. Shio said with a grin. Alright, Shio it is then. Byakuya found Shio remarkably easy to get along with. Sure, it was a shame such a cute face belonged to a boy, but then again, weren't cute boys even better? That was a joke, of course. Seriously speaking, befriending this adorable yet powerful young prodigy could only be beneficial. Despite being the youngest, Shio had actually eliminated the most ghouls among the Squad Zero trio. Whether or not he was the strongest of the three, he was certainly far beyond ordinary investigators. The Squad Zero trio, ages shown are from 3 years after the current timeline. Ding. Host has become friends with the Ihei Shio. Reward, 2 fusion points. After just a brief conversation, Byakuya had easily befriended Shio. Rikai Suzu was the quiet type, and Yusa Arima had a reserved, introverted personality, neither would initiate small talk with someone they'd just met. Just then, Arima suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. They all halted immediately. Ghouls ahead. Arima said, his tone flat. But he showed no intention of engaging. The white briefcase in his hand, the specialized container for quinquas, remained closed. Byakuya had already spotted the ghoul silhouettes lurking in the darkness ahead. He counted 3. Kori Ui immediately addressed the interns, those ghouls are yours to handle. Pair up and work in teams. We'll intervene if anything goes wrong. CCG protocol typically paired senior investigators with junior ones, for example, rank 1 investigator Kotaro Amon was partnered with first-class Kiryu Mato. This exercise was meant to help newcomers adapt to coordinating with partners in combat. Kurona would obviously pair with Nishiro. The 2 boys were more familiar with each other and teamed up as well. That left Byakuya and Suzuya, they had no other choice. Suzuya hadn't expected anyone to willingly partner with him, so he'd been preparing to go in alone. But then Byakuya spoke up, Suzuya-kun, we're partners now. When we engage, I'll leave that one's back to you. As he spoke, he pointed at the ghoul radiating the most hostility toward them. Suzuya's expression flickered with surprise, but he quickly recovered. A somewhat feral grin spread across his face. Got it. Combat seemed to be when he came most alive. With Suzuya's acknowledgement, Byakuya launched the first attack. His explosive speed was startling, a gift from Madara's taijutsu. Having locked onto their target, Byakuya and Suzuya charged forward. The Yasuhisa sisters, not wanting to fall behind, engaged another ghoul. The third was left to the 2 boys. Arima and the others observed from the sidelines. If any ghoul proved too strong for the interns, or if danger arose, they would step in. Roughly speaking, interns were only assigned B-rated ghouls. The CCG's threat classification system rated any ghoul capable of manifesting a Kagun as at least B-rated. Conversely, ghouls below B-rated couldn't use their Kagun. Weaker ghouls wouldn't provide meaningful training, while stronger ones were too dangerous. B-rated was the sweet spot. He's fast. Are the newcomers this time really this good? Byakuya's initial burst of speed had already impressed Kori Ui. They'd supervised several batches of interns, but Byakuya was the first to give him this sense of astonishment. Chapter 29, Princess Carrie. Well, it makes sense that early internship candidates would be above average. Running into a prodigy occasionally isn't that surprising. Hiru Ihei commented. Go Amaha-san. Shio cheered Byakuya on. By now, Byakuya had closed in on his target. He'd noticed from the start that something was off with this ghoul, all 3 of them, actually. They seemed to have been starved to the point of madness. Their group was obviously an experienced investigators training newcomers formation. Yet instead of fleeing, these 3 ghouls were drooling, their expressions crazed as they charged forward. This wasn't stupidity from hunger, it was the manifestation of ghoul starvation. When ghouls went too long without human flesh, they entered an agonizing state of hunger. As time passed, they gradually lost their sanity, attacking anyone in sight regardless of who they were. Even humans, when starving to death, had been known to resort to cannibalism, let alone ghouls, who possessed power far beyond humans and couldn't control their loss of reason. It was like being on the verge of starvation with a living food source right in front of you. It looked like your own kind, but smelled incredibly delicious, and you had the power to kill it easily. What would you do? Maybe you could resist at first. But once sanity slipped away, the choice was no longer yours. Of course, this didn't excuse ghouls hunting humans, it simply explained the dynamic. Eat, you. The ghoul facing Byakuya was muttering incoherently, words slurring together. Its kakugan were more grotesque than a normal ghoul's, and the Rinkika tentacles emerging from its waist writhed erratically, a sign of madness. Not every ghoul was as fortunate as those in Ward 20, where Yoshimura had created a sanctuary. Every ghoul who sought refuge in Antiku received just enough scavenged corpse meat to survive. In other wards, especially the chaotic Ward 24, even scavenging scraps was a struggle. The weaker the ghoul, the more likely they were to starve. Simply put, Ward 20 had Yoshimura distributing resources fairly. Everywhere else was survival of the fittest, fail to claim food, and you might become food yourself. As for cannibalism among ghouls, that only caused RC cell levels to spike, increasing strength. It didn't solve hunger. The original story never explicitly stated this, but logically it had to be true. Otherwise, ghouls could just eat each other indefinitely. You bite me, I regenerate quickly, then I bite you, you regenerate, rinse and repeat. If that worked, ghouls would never have food problems. The key was that ghoul cannibalism specifically meant consuming another's kakuho, the organ storing RC cells. Eating the kakuho meant absorbing those RC cells, which strengthened the consumer. Regular flesh didn't count. Byakuya easily dodged the ghoul's frontal attack, closed the distance, and with his right hand gripping the Scorpion 176th, in a reverse grip, drove the dagger straight into one of the ghoul's kakugan. That I went blind instantly. Gaia. The ghoul screamed in agony. Suzuya wasn't as fast as Byakuya, but still moved quicker than most. He'd caught up by now. Following Byakuya's earlier instructions, he seized the moment while the ghoul was blinded and distracted, circling behind to hurl his dagger. Against a stationary target, hitting the kakuho was easy for someone of his skill. The Scorpion 156th pierced through the ghoul's tough skin and struck its greatest weakness, the kakuho. Once a ghoul's kakuho was critically damaged, it lost virtually all combat ability. Even its regeneration would shut down, since that power stemmed from the kakuho itself. Seeing the kakuho was compromised, Byakuya moved in to finish it. He lunged forward and drove his dagger straight through the ghoul's heart. Ding! Host has defeated a berated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. As the ghoul collapsed, Byakuya received his reward. Expressionless, he retrieved Suzuya's Scorpion 156th from the ghoul's kakuho and returned it. Nice work. Byakuya raised his hand for a high five. Suzuya didn't quite understand the gesture. He hesitated before mimicking Byakuya and raising his own hand. Slap. Only when Byakuya's palm met his did he grasp what he was supposed to do. Byakuya handed back the Scorpion 156th with a reverse grip. The two prepared to return to Arima's group. As for the other 4 in their battles, that wasn't their business to manage. If anything went wrong, Squad 0 would handle it. But just then, the moment Corona realized Byakuya and Suzuya had already finished, she lost focus. She cared too much about keeping pace. Byakuya noticed immediately. Corona had actually gotten distracted mid-battle, glancing his way. Worse, the ghoul she and Nishiro were fighting was about to exploit that opening. Corona probably couldn't dodge in time. Unfortunately, Nishiro was also poorly positioned to intercept. In that instant, Byakuya and Arima moved almost simultaneously. Byakuya chose the direct approach, rushing in, scooping up Corona, and retreating immediately. Arima opened his other briefcase, a black and gold one, and drew out Narakami, an S+ rated Akaka Quinqua. As Byakuya swept Corona up in a princess carry and pulled back, a bolt of lightning streaked past him and struck the ghoul. Violent electrical energy rampaged through the ghoul's body. The devastating power extinguished its life signs in an instant. Everything happened so fast that Corona only now processed what had occurred. When she realized Byakuya was holding her, in a princess carry, her pupils dilated and a blush crept across her cheeks. Chapter 30, Narakami. When that bolt of lightning came from behind, Byakuya's sharp reflexes made him glance back instinctively. He saw Arima holding Narakami in its cannon form. Narakami was a high-grade Quinqua with an overall rating of S+. Unlike Byakuya's simple berated weapon, Narukami could freely switch between 3 attack modes. Cannon mode, fires long-range electrical bolts. Pincer mode, releases multiple spherical electrical projectiles. Blade mode, concentrates electricity at the sword's tip for devastating melee strikes. A versatile, extremely lethal high-grade quinkwa that Arima used as his primary weapon. To date, no ghoul had survived Narukami's attacks. Though, this quinkwa was made from the Kagun of Tuka Kirishima's mother, Hikari Kirishima. Hikari's maiden name was Yomo Hikari. She was Rinji Yomo's older sister. Both siblings possessed RC cells with a unique electrical property, a special talent that set them apart from ordinary ghouls. The exact mechanism was unclear. Just as Tatara of Aojirai tree had a special flame attribute, it might be some kind of genetic mutation. Tuka and Ayato Kirishima hadn't inherited their mother's electrical abilities. Still marveling at Narukami's terrifying power, Byakuya momentarily forgot to put Kurona down. Kurona didn't show much resistance either. Her body had gone stiff, her cheeks slightly flushed, a mix of shock and embarrassment on her face. She understood Byakuya had acted to save her. She wasn't the type to be unreasonable, and she certainly wouldn't do something like slap him in a knee-jerk reaction. But still, he'd been holding her for quite a while now. Her hands had nowhere to go. Her mind was so scrambled she could barely feel her own arms. Finally, she couldn't hold back. How long are you planning to hold me like this? Ah, sorry. Byakuya immediately set her down. You don't really need to apologize. Kurona murmured quietly. Kurona. Nishiro rushed over, worry written all over her face. I'm fine. But I ruined things for us. Kurona's voice was heavy with self-reproach. She'd nearly gotten herself killed by a ghoul and had to be rescued by Byakuya. That meant both she and Nishiro had failed. And it was her fault Nishiro failed too. That doesn't matter. I'm just glad you're okay, Kurona. Nishiro cared far more about her sister's safety than whether they'd succeeded. Byakuya returned to where Arima stood, with the Yasuhisa sisters following behind. Embarrassed by their poor performance, both kept their heads slightly lowered. Arima still hadn't returned Narukami to its briefcase, the other pair of boys wasn't faring well either. I think I might have been unnecessary just now. Byakuya smiled awkwardly. Given how perfectly timed Arima's Narukami strike was, even if Byakuya hadn't grabbed Kurona, the ghoul wouldn't have had a chance to hurt her. But Kurona didn't see it that way. Byakuya's intention had been to save her, and that was what mattered. No. You did well. Arima said evenly. Hearing Arima praise Byakuya, Haruihei immediately took notice. After all, what she wanted most was recognition from Arima. She'd worked incredibly hard for it. She didn't say anything, but her gaze fixed on Byakuya in silence. Byakuya could feel Haru's stare. He knew exactly why she was looking at him that way, best to just pretend he didn't notice. You really did do well. This proves you're not only capable of eliminating ghouls, but also of protecting your teammates when facing them. Honestly, your individual ability exceeded my expectations. Koriyui added his own praise. Of course, Suzuya Juzu performed admirably as well. From this single engagement, he could tell both newcomers had exceptional potential, especially Byakuya, who'd immediately demonstrated combat ability beyond what most Rank 2 investigators could muster. As for Yasuhisa Kurona, you need to seriously reflect on what happened. Losing focus while fighting a ghoul is a critical mistake. Never let it happen again. While praising Byakuya and Suzuya, Koriyui didn't forget to admonish Kurona. Nishiro's performance had been acceptable, no lecture needed there. If Kurona hadn't lost concentration, the sisters' excellent teamwork would have let them quickly gain control and defeat their ghoul. Finally, the two boys had performed adequately despite a more difficult fight. They'd made no major errors and ultimately succeeded. In other words, of the three pairs, only Kurona and Nishiro had failed. Kurona couldn't help feeling dejected. Even if Nishiro didn't care, she still blamed herself. Sensing her sister's low spirits, Nishiro grew concerned. Kurona. Don't take a single mistake too hard. Just make sure you don't repeat it next time. Byakuya offered some encouragement. Easy for you to say. But Kurona quickly reconsidered. Actually, you're right. The internship isn't over yet. Byakuya's words seemed to help. Kurona pulled herself together, determined to redeem herself next time. Looks like you're all ready to continue. Let's move on. Koriyui gave the order. Amaha-san is really impressive, both Koriyui-senpai and Arima-san praised him. As they proceeded deeper into the labyrinth, Shio came over to chat with Byakuya again. Don't think I don't know Squad Zero is the elite of the elite. You're definitely stronger than me, Shio. Byakuya replied casually. No way. Shio grinned, the happiness from being complimented showing plainly on his face. Meanwhile, behind Byakuya, Corona had been subtly edging closer. She wanted to ask him something. But Shio was in the way. She also didn't know Shio's actual gender, judging by appearance alone, she assumed Shio was a girl. Watching Shio stick close to Byakuya, chatting and laughing, only made Corona more inexplicably irritated. Chapter 31, a little dishonest. Corona just wished that Shio kid would hurry up and leave already. Corona, you seem really fixated on that guy. Nishiro had noticed her sister's odd behavior and leaned in to whisper. Only a twin sister would be that perceptive, most people wouldn't pick up on it. Corona stiffened slightly. Is it that obvious? I just want to ask him something, that's all. Nishiro didn't question the explanation. Then just go ask him. Or is it embarrassing with other people around? A little. But I'm not in a hurry. It's fine. Corona was being somewhat dishonest. She'd just been wishing Shio would get out of the way. The truth was, she didn't want Nishiro to think she cared too much about this. After a while, Shio finally finished chatting with Byakuya and returned to the front of the formation. Corona immediately seized the opportunity, moving to Byakuya's side. Something on your mind? Byakuya noticed her approach and asked. Well, why did you save me earlier? I've been treating you like a rival, and I haven't exactly been friendly. This had been bothering Corona. He'd reacted so quickly to save her, without even a moment's hesitation. Byakuya smiled slightly. Do I really need a special reason to save someone? Besides, it would have been a shame if something happened to such a cute girl, wouldn't it? The word cute made Corona's cheeks flush. He'd called her cute. What are you even saying? Keep your pointless flattery to yourself. Corona tried to mask her embarrassment, but the blush on her cheeks had already given her away. Being unexpectedly called cute, of course it made her happy. How is it flattery? You really are cute. Byakuya said this with a completely straight face. He was simply stating facts. Even before he'd transmigrated, the first time he'd seen Corona and Nishiro Yasuhisa, he'd thought the twin sisters were adorable. Such a pity what happened to them later in the original story. Corona had been trying to play it cool, but Byakuya's follow-up only made her more flustered. I get it, so please stop talking. She was so embarrassed she had to cut him off. Though Byakuya and Corona were speaking quietly, Nishiro was close enough to hear. And watching her sister's changing expressions, Nishiro felt something was definitely off. Corona had never acted like this around other boys before. In fact, Corona barely gave other boys the time of day, she usually only hung around with Nishiro. But Nishiro was still naive about certain things, so she couldn't quite figure out why Corona was acting this way around Byakuya. She'd have to ask her sister later. Meanwhile, Suzuya, not far away, had vaguely noticed that Byakuya and Corona seemed to be getting along well. But he was even more innocent than Nishiro when it came to these matters. He didn't understand what it meant, so he glanced over a couple of times and then lost interest. Corona realized she couldn't let this continue. If Byakuya said anything else strange, she was going to become strange too. So she practically fled back to Nishiro's side. Perfect timing, Nishiro quietly asked, Corona, why are you completely different around him compared to other boys? The question made Corona's heart skip a beat, though she only showed mild surprise on the surface. Had her reactions been that obvious? Nishiro had seen right through her. And no, not really. I mean, he did just save my life. I can't be as cold to him as I am with other guys. Corona tried to sound calm. But inwardly she was panicking, and her tone came out somewhat unnatural. Oh. I see. That makes sense. Nishiro accepted her sister's hastily fabricated excuse. She didn't understand romantic feelings, so the thought didn't even cross her mind. Phew. Corona felt a wave of relief. But at the same time, she realized something was definitely off with her. What was going on? Even treating Byakuya as her savior didn't explain why she'd reacted that strongly. Could it be because? No. How could that be possible? That guy was her rival. Corona immediately rejected the notion. Whether it was out of embarrassment or something else, only she knew. She forcibly cleared her mind of distracting thoughts. She was still in the middle of an internship, she couldn't afford to be distracted again. But before long, she found herself unable to maintain that focus. Because Shio kept chatting and laughing with Byakuya, and she couldn't help but notice, which only made her more restless. Ding! Host has defeated a berated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. Ding! Host has defeated a berated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. Arima's Squad 0 led Byakuya and the others through Ward 24 for several hours. They never ventured too deep into the labyrinth. Going too far would mean encountering higher-level ghouls, which would defeat the purpose of training. Ward 24's underground labyrinth was enormous, spanning nearly all of Tokyo's underground. Even without going deeper, the winding paths meant they rarely crossed the same ground twice. By the end of the day's internship, Byakuya and Suzuya had eliminated 3 ghouls together. Kurona and Nishiro had struggled at first but redeemed themselves later, successfully taking down 2 ghouls. The 2 boys had also eliminated 2, though their overall performance wasn't quite as strong as the sisters. Now, everyone was heading out of Ward 24. It was getting late, even skipping dinner. No one could stay overnight in a place like this. But the internship wasn't over yet. Tomorrow would continue. At the cavern exit, Byakuya and the other trainees prepared to take the subway back. Bye-bye, Amaha-san. Shio waved at Byakuya. See you tomorrow, Shio. Byakuya smiled and waved back. Exclamation point. Hearing Byakuya address that little girl by first name, Kurona's attention sharpened immediately. Chapter 32, Direct Approach beats Tsundere. Suzuya and the 2 boys would be returning to stay at the academy's dormitory. Byakuya and the Yasuhisa sisters were heading home. That meant they were taking different subway lines. So Byakuya found himself sharing a train car with Kurona and Nishiro. The 3 sat in a row, Nishiro on the far left, with Kurona in the middle and Byakuya on the right. Since it was rush hour, the subway was packed. The 3 of them were squeezed together, but at least Byakuya was shielding the sisters from the strangers on the other side. Kurona could feel her shoulder pressed against Byakuya's. Her body tensed slightly. But her mind was elsewhere, on the matter of Shioehei. With Nishiro right there, she felt too self-conscious to bring it up. If only Kurona knew Shio was actually a boy, she wouldn't be so worked up. But her chance came soon enough. Perhaps tired from the hours spent in Ward 24, Nishiro leaned against Kurona's shoulder and gradually drifted off to sleep. Once Kurona confirmed her sister was deeply asleep, she turned to Byakuya. So, you seem pretty close with that girl named Shio. You've known each other less than a day and you're already calling her by her first name. Byakuya turned to look at Kurona. Seeing the clearly bothered expression on her face, he understood immediately. This was, definitely jealousy, wasn't it? Right on cue, the system chimed in. Ding. Host has triggered a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1, tell Kurona that Shioehei is actually a boy, then do nothing else. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, lowest emotional intelligence moment, mock Kurona for not being able to tell boys from girls. Reward, 10 fusion points. Option 3, directly ask Kurona if she's jealous. Reward, 20 fusion points. Byakuya didn't need to think twice. So instead of clarifying Shio's gender first, he asked directly, wait, are you jealous? Ding. Host has completed option 3. Reward, 20 fusion points. Huh. Kurona froze for a moment before snapping back. How could that be? Her flustered denial and the faint blush creeping across her cheeks told the whole story. But she quickly regained her composure and went on the offensive. I never realized you were this full of yourself. Byakuya, having seen through everything, simply smiled and said nothing. He had no intention of pressing further just yet. Actually, you've had it wrong from the start. That kid named Hei Shio. Not a girl, he's a boy. Only now did Byakuya clear up her misunderstanding. Huh? You're saying wait, he's a boy. Kurona's voice rose with surprise. Yeah. He definitely looks like a cute little girl, but he's actually male. Byakuya confirmed. I see. Kurona was genuinely shocked. She never would have guessed someone who looked like that wasn't a girl. But a wave of relief washed through her. She no longer cared about Shio's relationship with Byakuya. By the way, if you'd like me to call you by your first name too, I'd be happy to. Byakuya continued. Who said I wanted that? But if you want to, I suppose I could reluctantly allow it. Kurona immediately shot back. Great, since you've agreed, I'll call you Kurona-san from now on. Byakuya smiled and said plainly, that way it's easier to distinguish you from Yasuhisa-san over there. He was referring to Nishiro, of course. Direct approach beats Tsundere. Byakuya's straightforward words completely won the exchange. Kurona froze, her cheeks flushing bright red. Oh okay. She didn't actually mind him calling her by her first name, so despite her embarrassment, she nodded in acceptance. Soon, it was time for Kurona and Nishiro's stop. Nishiro had woken up on her own, rubbing her eyes as she realized they'd arrived. This is our stop. We'll be going now. As the train doors opened, Kurona said a quick goodbye to Byakuya. Bye, Kurona-san. And goodbye to you too, Yasuhisa-san. Without Nishiro's permission, Byakuya naturally wouldn't use her first name. Goodbye. Kurona immediately grabbed Nishiro's hand and hurried off without looking back. Having Byakuya call her by her first name in front of Nishiro was embarrassing enough. If he'd said anything more, she wouldn't have been able to handle it. Still groggy from her nap, Nishiro hadn't fully registered how Byakuya had addressed them. It wasn't until the train started moving again that it clicked. Kurona, did he just call you Kurona-san? Nishiro asked suddenly. Kurona nodded, unable to deny it. She didn't bother explaining further. Over-explaining might make Nishiro think Byakuya really was as self-absorbed as she'd implied. You don't seem to mind at all. Nishiro was surprised. Being called by her first name should have made Kurona resist, but she showed no sign of objection. What was going on with her sister? She was becoming almost unrecognizable. It's fine, I guess. He did save my life, after all. Kurona was already using this excuse for the second time. Kurona, you've really been acting strange today. Can you tell me what's going on? Nishiro's concern was evident. Hearing this, conflict flickered in Kurona's eyes. She hesitated about whether to confide in Nishiro. It would be so embarrassing to say out loud. After much deliberation, she finally made up her mind. Nishiro, I think I might like that guy a little. Chapter 33, darling. Having just stammered through that sentence, Kurona quickly added, of course, I said might. And it's only maybe a tiny bit of that feeling. Her words left Nishiro completely stunned. Though she didn't know much about romance, she at least understood what like meant. After all, she was 18 years old. The idea that her sister might like Byakuya seemed unbelievable. Though it wasn't completely incomprehensible, Byakuya had saved her sister, and Kurona was certainly at the age where she might start feeling attracted to boys. But still, wasn't this a bit fast? Kurona, why do you like him? Is it just because he saved you? Nishiro wanted to understand her sister's reasoning. It's definitely not that simple. But I can't really explain it clearly. I just might have a tiny bit of feelings for him. Kurona said. She was already starting to regret telling Nishiro. Once she'd started, she couldn't stop. That's good then. I was worried you'd fallen for him too easily. Nishiro felt relieved. Her concern had been that Kurona might give her heart away too readily. If you really do like him, I'll definitely support you, Kurona. A small smile appeared on Nishiro's face. I said it's only maybe a little bit. I didn't say I definitely like him. Kurona muttered. Nishiro didn't say more. Her sister was being a bit dishonest, but she was so cute and pretty, she'd definitely be fine. But Nishiro suddenly realized she needed to learn more about Byakuya. Otherwise, she couldn't feel comfortable entrusting Kurona to him. By the time Byakuya got home, it was already past 6 p.m. There were still ingredients in the fridge, so he didn't need to go shopping. But just as he reached his front door, he spotted an unexpected figure waiting there. It was Rise Kamishiro. Passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at the beautiful woman who seemed to be waiting for someone. Rise-san. What are you doing at my place? Byakuya asked, puzzled. Rise's expression shifted to something pitiful and vulnerable, her voice soft and wronged. Darling, you're finally back. How much longer were you going to leave me out here? The moment he heard, darling, Byakuya knew something was off. He obviously wasn't going to take that literally. Rise was clearly up to something. Wait a second. Byakuya tried to stop her, but it was already too late. Rise's act and her pitiful expression immediately drew the attention of nearby pedestrians. Did you hear that? That guy's been keeping his girlfriend locked outside. Seriously? With such a gorgeous woman? How could he be so heartless? Damn it. How does a jerk like that get such a cute girlfriend with a perfect figure? Life's so unfair. Most of the men shot Byakuya looks of envy and resentment. The women regarded him as if he were scum. Byakuya suddenly understood what it felt like to be publicly condemned. He was both exasperated and resigned. Why had Rise suddenly decided to mess with him like this? Not wanting to say anything more, he quickly pulled Rise inside. Rise-san, really? You didn't come all this way just to mess with me, did you? Byakuya didn't dwell on what had just happened, simply asking with a helpless expression. Your university schedule can't be that packed, can it? I didn't see you all day, and when I came here, you weren't home either. Rise's tone turned accusatory. Clearly, because Byakuya hadn't shown up at Antika today, she'd come looking for him. University isn't that busy, but I'm not free every single day either. Byakuya explained with a wry smile. He thought Rise had come for something important. Turns out it was just because he'd skipped Antika for one day. Before Byakuya even finished speaking, Rise moved in close to sniff him, just like before. This time she was even more aggressive, pushing him down onto the nearby sofa and climbing on top of him, shamelessly inhaling his scent. This wasn't just about checking for other ghouls' scents, she was savoring the tantalizing aroma of his body. Tantalizing deserved quotation marks, since it was specifically enticing to ghouls. Immediately, Rise detected a strong, mixed scent of ghouls on him, as if he'd just escaped from a ghoul nest. Her expression shifted. She locked eyes with him, their noses nearly touching. Why do you smell so strongly of ghouls? So many different scents mixed together. What were you doing today? Can I keep that private? Byakuya asked. No. Rise said immediately. Everyone has secrets. Don't you? Byakuya replied calmly. Rise was silent for a moment. Fair point. She finally got off him. Based on her tone and the subtle shift in her expression, Byakuya sensed Rise might be unhappy. Maybe he was imagining it. Rise quickly moved on. Anyway, there's something else, the daily thing we do. As for beer, the original story had a scene where Yomo got drunk, proving ghouls could handle alcohol too. But that was it. Everything else, food and various drinks, was off limits. That's just wishful thinking. Rise held no hope for such a thing. I think there's a real chance. Byakuya said. The reason no ghoul-compatible food substitute had been developed was because the Washu clan had been secretly sabotaging such efforts. The Washus didn't want the conflict between humans and ghouls to diminish, that would hurt their interests. Despite being a ghoul family themselves, the Washus had founded the CCG, the very organization dedicated to hunting ghouls. Yes, the CCG was established by the Washu clan. That achievement had earned them immense prestige in Japan. Today, the Washus lacked nothing: status, reputation, wealth, all thanks to the CCG. Consider this: if a food substitute for human flesh were developed, ghouls would no longer need to risk their lives hunting humans while being pursued by investigators. That would weaken the CCG's influence, and by extension, the Washu clans. So the Washus would never allow that to happen. What they needed was a perpetual stalemate between humans and ghouls. On the human side, they had the CCG, staffed not just by human investigators, but also half-humans they'd cultivated, like Arima, Hairu, and Shio. They also had another group of half-humans in a shadowy organization called V, operating under the Washu banner. Similar to the Umbu in Naruto, V worked exclusively in the shadows, unlike the public-facing CCG. V specialized in eliminating anyone who might disrupt the balance between humans and ghouls or threaten Washu rule, whether ghoul or human. Arima himself was one of V's cleaners. Toka's mother, Hikari Kirishima, had been eliminated by Arima because her growing strength had become a perceived threat to the Washus. In short, if the Washu clan ever collapsed, ghoul-compatible food would probably be developed very quickly, as proven by the original story's ending. Byakuya had finished dinner, but Rise showed no signs of leaving. It's getting late. Aren't you heading home? Byakuya asked while washing the dishes. That man in the clown mask you mentioned, I actually know who he is. Rise suddenly brought up the steel beam incident. As it happens, he attends the same university as you. She'd only recently recovered some fragmented memories from that day. The severity of her injuries had caused partial amnesia. Once those fragments returned, she'd recalled seeing the clown on the construction site rooftop. The build and the specific mask design, she'd recognized him as Nimura Furuta. She didn't know why Furuta had done it, but she knew to treat him as an enemy. You're saying he's at Kamiya University? So you know him? Byakuya feigned ignorance. He couldn't reveal his transmigrator status, he had to avoid giving anyone reason to suspect. Yes, we're actually quite well acquainted. But even if I told you who he was, you wouldn't recognize him. Rise nodded slowly. So someone you know tried to kill you. What are you going to do? Byakuya asked. Leave things as they are for now. If Ward 20 becomes unsafe, I'll just flee to another district. I'm used to it by now. Rise said casually. Ding. Host has triggered a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1, show no concern for Rise's situation. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, declare that you'll protect Rise. Reward, 20 fusion points. Option 3, elope with Rise immediately, leave Ward 20 together. Reward, 30 fusion points. Chapter 35, Kabadan. Looking at the 3 options, Byakuya made his decision instantly. I don't think you need to keep running. I can protect you, can't I? Ding. Host has completed option 2. Reward, 20 fusion points. Though option 3 offered more points, Byakuya deemed it unnecessary. Furuta wasn't the only one after Rise, Aojirai Tree and the Washu clan were watching her too. Running wouldn't help no matter where they went. Unless they fled Japan entirely, but that wasn't realistic. Every country's customs had RC detection gates. No nation would allow ghouls to cross borders freely. Even though Rise carried Washu bloodline, which could bypass the gates, that only worked in Japan. The Washus had tampered with Japan's RC gates so they wouldn't trigger for ghouls of Washu descent. But their influence didn't extend beyond Japan's borders. Even Yoshimura, a former V-cleaner, had been given special clearance. That's how his daughter Ito could freely enter and exit CCG facilities. You want to protect me? Are you serious? Rise seemed genuinely surprised. Completely serious. Byakuya nodded. But you don't even understand what I'm up against. Rise said. My enemies are terrifying, and most of them are stronger than you. You're nowhere near capable of protecting me. She was dismissing his strength outwardly, but inwardly she wanted him to abandon this idea. She didn't believe Byakuya could stand against her enemies. This wasn't looking down on him, it was knowing firsthand how powerful the Washu clan truly was. Having escaped from them, Rise understood exactly what she was dealing with. Hearing this, Byakuya stepped forward and placed one hand on the wall beside her head, his tone unusually forceful. Regardless, I'm at least stronger than you. No matter what enemies you're facing, I'm confident I can protect you. His current strength wasn't truly sufficient yet, but he could at least protect himself and Rise. And having fused with Uchiha Madara's abilities and possessing a system, how could he not have some pride? Rise's expression flickered with surprise. She hadn't expected Byakuya to suddenly become so assertive. She'd grown accustomed to his easygoing nature these past few days. Recovering quickly, Rise's lips curved upward. I didn't know you had such a forceful side. Since you're so confident, you'd better protect me properly then. She still didn't believe Byakuya could contend with the Washus. But she didn't dislike this assertive version of him. More importantly, Rise had been fixated on Byakuya's delicious body all along. This way, she could drag him along when she needed to flee, keeping him by her side. She hadn't wanted to involve him in this mess. But since he was so insistent, she, never one to claim moral high ground, decided she'd simply rely on him. Ding. Host has triggered a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1, can't protect anyone, immediately backtrack and avoid future complications with Rise. Reward, 10 fusion points. Option 2, ask Rise to stay the night, it's safer than going home alone. Reward, 10 fusion points. Having already made his declaration, going back on his word didn't sit right with Byakuya's character. So he chose option 2 without hesitation. It's already so late. Why don't you just stay here tonight? Byakuya said directly. His composure let him say this with a straight face. Ding. Host has completed option 2. Reward, 10 fusion points. Rise gazed at Byakuya with an almost meaningful look, agreeing without hesitation. Sure. Then something occurred to her. But I didn't bring any change of clothes. Either come with me to get some from my place, or take me shopping for new ones. I've been wanting new clothes anyway. Girls naturally love pretty clothes, ghouls were no exception. Let's go shopping then. The mall's close by. Byakuya said. After washing the remaining dishes, he accompanied Rise out for some shopping. They'd barely taken a few steps from his door when Rise linked her arm through his. Byakuya glanced at her questioningly. You said you'd protect me, right? This way you can do it more thoroughly. Rise smiled as she explained. What she didn't mention was that this also let her better enjoy the scent wafting from his body. Byakuya just smiled and said nothing. To anyone watching, they looked exactly like a couple out for an evening stroll. Soon, Byakuya and Rise arrived at the nearby mall. There were no RC detection gates at places like this, and even if there were, they wouldn't affect Rise anyway. Rise led Byakuya with clear purpose toward a women's clothing store. She seemed to be a regular here, navigating the route with practiced ease. But at the entrance, a saleswoman stopped them. I'm sorry, but only boyfriends are allowed to accompany customers inside. May I ask if you two are? Though the pair were arm in arm, they could be siblings for all she knew. Since the store catered almost exclusively to women, this rule existed to protect customers' privacy. Byakuya was about to suggest finding a different store when Rise spoke first, of course we're a couple. Then she turned to Byakuya with a sweet smile. Isn't that right, darling? That's right. In this situation, Byakuya could only nod. It wasn't like it caused him any harm. Thank you for your cooperation. Please, come in. The saleswoman welcomed them inside. The store was quite popular, filled with attractive young women browsing the merchandise. But Rise's arrival immediately eclipsed them all. Darling, if your eyes wander too much, I might have to poke them out. Rise said with a smile. Byakuya was speechless. He had no idea what Rise was playing at, she was really committing to this fake couple act. Chapter 36, could Tuka actually like that guy? How does this one look? Rise had started browsing through clothes. She'd picked out her first dress and was showing it to Byakuya before even trying it on. Looks nice. Byakuya replied. What about this one? Rise swapped to a different style. That one's nice too. A similar answer. And this? Also looks good. After several dismissive-sounding responses, Rise's expression soured slightly. Why are all your answers so half-hearted? Can't you take this seriously? I am being serious. I've just never helped a girl pick out clothes before, I don't really have an eye for this. Byakuya scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't even know how to shop for himself. His approach was basically, black or white, and if it looks passable, buy it. Asking someone like him to evaluate women's fashion was a tall order. That said, Rise really was here to shop. Byakuya had assumed she was just messing with him for fun, she'd done that before. But watching her hold up dress after dress for his opinion, she clearly meant it. You're not being a very good boyfriend, are you? Rise pouted playfully. Byakuya was momentarily speechless. They were fake dating. What exactly did being a good boyfriend even mean here? But at this point, no one would doubt they were a couple. Rise's acting was flawless. Meanwhile, Tuka Kirishima happened to be passing by this very store with her classmate. She'd been walking alongside Yuriko Kosaka when she glanced sideways and spotted two familiar figures inside. Tuka stopped in her tracks. Tuka-chan. Yuriko asked, puzzled. Sorry. Yuriko, give me a moment. There's something I want to check. Recognizing the two as Byakuya and Rise, Tuka's curiosity was immediately piqued. If Byakuya was still Rise's prey, would that woman really be out shopping for clothes with him at night? And it had been quite a while since Rise first made contact with this human boy. She'd never shown this much patience with anyone before. Tuka genuinely wanted to know what was going on between Rise and this young man. Oh, sure, no problem. Yuriko had no idea what was happening, but she was happy to wait with Tuka. They were best friends, after all. Meanwhile, Byakuya had already noticed Tuka and Yuriko, but he didn't pay them much mind. Right now, Rise was demanding his input. I think white dresses suit you best. Purple would probably look great too. Byakuya offered his opinion. He had an instinctive fondness for white. As for purple, it felt like it would complement Rise's hair and eye color perfectly. I see. Then I'll try these two on first. Rise selected two dresses that matched his suggestions and headed for the fitting room. By now, Tuka had found a spot where she could observe without being easily noticed, a bench provided for waiting customers. Yuriko sat beside her. Curious about what was going on, Yuriko followed Tuka's gaze toward the clothing store. Was there someone in that store Tuka was watching? Tuka-chan, is there someone in there you're interested in? Yuriko asked. Yes. See that woman with purple hair and glasses? And the guy with her? Tuka didn't mind sharing with Yuriko, as long as it didn't involve ghoul-related matters. She absolutely didn't want Yuriko to know she was a ghoul. Her best friend would surely be terrified and distance herself. Oh, I see them. That girl is gorgeous. And the guy's pretty handsome too. Yuriko immediately noticed Byakuya and Rise's striking appearances. But then something occurred to her. She turned to look at Tuka. Tuka's intensely focused expression made her curious now. Tuka-chan, could it be, you like that guy? Is that why you're watching so closely? Yuriko couldn't help but voice her suspicion. Given the circumstances, it seemed highly likely. Yes. Tuka's mind was so occupied with watching the pair in the store that she'd barely registered Yuriko's words and answered reflexively. When she realized what Yuriko had actually asked, her face flushed red. No. I wasn't listening properly just now, I definitely don't like that guy. No need to explain, Tuka-chan. Explanations are just cover-ups, and cover-ups mean it's true. Yuriko Warren, I understand everything, smile. It's really not like that. Please believe me, Yuriko. Tuka wanted to cry. This was a massive misunderstanding. Of course I believe you, Tuka-chan. Yuriko said the words, but her expression remained unchanged. Clearly, she'd already decided that Tuka liked this guy, and that the guy was currently out shopping with another beautiful woman, which was why Tuka was secretly watching them. To her, this was the only explanation that made sense. Tuka's denials were obviously just embarrassment. Tuka wished she could disappear. This misunderstanding was impossible to clear up unless she told Yuriko the truth. But she didn't dare. If she explained, Yuriko might wonder how she knew so much about ghouls. She couldn't take even the slightest risk there. There was no solution. Tuka could only force herself to endure it. Meanwhile, Yuriko was thinking, now that Tuka had someone she liked, as her friend, she had to support her, ideally help her somehow. She just hoped that guy wasn't already dating that purple-haired woman. If not, maybe she could help Tuka win him over. Chapter 37, Do you like white stockings? Rise had changed into a light purple dress. The smooth, delicate fabric looked comfortable just from appearance alone. How is it? Rise modeled the dress for Byakuya. It's beautiful. Purple really does suit you. Byakuya gave his honest assessment. Then I'm definitely buying this one. Rise made her decision without hesitation. Though honestly, with your beauty, you'd look good in anything. Byakuya added. It was simply the truth. A naturally gorgeous woman looked good in anything, unless she deliberately tried to make herself look ugly. Darling's compliments are making me blush. Rise said with a composed expression. Next, Rise tried on the other dress, a white one. Again seeking Byakuya's opinion. Also beautiful. Purple and white both work really well on you. Other colors might look good too, want to browse a bit more? Byakuya offered. That won't be necessary. These two are enough. As long as you think they look good, that's all that matters. Rise smiled radiantly. Alright, let's head back then. Byakuya had forgotten one thing, Rise still hadn't bought undergarments. What's the rush? I haven't bought underwear yet. You'll need to help me pick those out too. Rise smiled lightly, then returned to the fitting room to change back into her original clothes. Byakuya blinked. Was Rise serious? Helping with clothes was one thing. But underwear was. He'd assumed she was joking, but when Rise emerged from the fitting room, she immediately pulled him toward the lingerie section. You said purple suits me, right? How about this one? She picked out a purple set that looked quite alluring. Wait, you actually want me to help you pick underwear? Byakuya couldn't help but say. Why not? You're my boyfriend, isn't this perfectly normal? Rise countered. The problem is, our relationship isn't actually. Before Byakuya could finish, Rise pressed a finger to his lips. Don't be so shy. I'm not embarrassed. Fine. If you don't mind, neither do I. Byakuya said evenly. But don't expect me to critique underwear. You don't need to critique it. Just tell me if it suits me or not. Rise smiled. If we're talking about whether it suits you, then yes, that purple set definitely does. Byakuya said matter-of-factly. If Rise wasn't embarrassed, why should he be? Good, that's one set decided. Now I just need one more. Rise then selected a red set in a bolder style. How about this? Sexy, right? Definitely. But I think white might suit you better. Byakuya said almost instinctively. Oh. Then I'll go with your choice. But Rise's sharp intuition caught on immediately. I think I understand now, you personally prefer the color white, don't you? That's actually true. Byakuya couldn't deny it. I see. So you probably like things like white stockings, don't you? Rise mused. Though she was a ghoul, she often read human fashion magazines, she was quite familiar with such styles. Her usual wardrobe had some thought put into it. Looking beautiful wasn't just about personal preference, it also made hunting male prey easier. They do look nice. Byakuya admitted once again. In that case, I'll need to buy 2 pairs of white stockings too. Rise said with a teasing lilt. She normally wore flesh-toned stockings. If Byakuya liked white ones, she was willing to switch. You don't need to cater to my preferences. What matters is whether you like them. Byakuya said seriously. I also think white stockings are pretty. Rise said. Then there's no problem. Byakuya nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Tuka and Yuriko could see into the store through its glass walls. When they watched Rise model new clothes for Byakuya, and then browse lingerie together with him. Both were stunned, though for very different reasons. Tuka was shocked that Rise would behave this way with a human boy. Yuriko was amazed because Byakuya and Rise looked exactly like a real couple. If the guy Tuka liked was already dating that woman, Yuriko couldn't think of any way to help. Tuka-chan, I'll always support you, unless it's truly hopeless. Yuriko said solemnly. She didn't want Tuka to lose heart. Supporting your love life, of course. Yuriko smiled. Tuka rubbed her forehead, knowing any explanation would only deepen the misunderstanding. She decided to say nothing this time. But that only made things worse. Seeing that Tuka wasn't even denying it anymore, Yuriko became even more convinced. The first thing she needed to do was investigate whether Tuka's crush was already dating that woman. That kind of thing could only be clarified by asking directly. She'd need to find the right opportunity. By the way, Tuka-chan, how do you know that guy? Or where did you meet him? Yuriko asked. Not realizing the seriousness of what she was revealing, Tuka answered without much thought, I first saw him at the coffee shop where I work part-time. But I really don't know him well. Got it. Yuriko smiled and didn't press further. But internally, she now knew exactly what to do next. Chapter 38, Running into Nimura Furuta. In the end, Rise purchased 2 dresses, 2 sets of lingerie, 2 pairs of stockings, and pajamas too, since she'd need something to sleep in. Byakuya ended up carrying all the bags. When they left the clothing store, they acted as if they'd never noticed anyone watching them. In truth, they'd spotted Tuka and Yuriko early on, they just hadn't cared. Seeing that Byakuya and Rise were heading home, Tuka decided against following further. Let's go, Tuka-chan. But Yuriko was trying to get Tuka to follow them. Go where? I wasn't planning to tail them. Tuka said. Alright, let's continue shopping for what we need then. Yuriko didn't push. She had a better way to confirm the relationship between Tuka's crush and that woman anyway. Back at Byakuya's place. Rise prepared to use his bathroom. I'm going to shower. No peeking. She called out before entering. Don't worry. I wouldn't do something like that. Byakuya sat watching TV, not even glancing her way. About 20 minutes later, Rise emerged. She hadn't bothered putting on pajamas, just a towel wrapped around the essential areas. Her long, slender legs were almost entirely visible. Rise was already over 170 centimeters in heels. Even barefoot, she was close to that height. For a Japanese woman, she was quite tall, and her proportions were nearly perfect. Yet she casually sat down right next to Byakuya as if it were nothing. Aren't you going to get dressed first? Byakuya remarked. No rush, it's not bedtime yet. Rise said offhandedly. By the way, pick whichever room you want to sleep in tonight. Byakuya's home was fairly spacious, with several bedrooms. Why pick? Can't I just sleep in the same room as you? Rise said. Absolutely not. Byakuya refused immediately. Why not? Rise pressed. Because I'm worried you'll eat me in my sleep. I don't want to spend the night on edge. Byakuya said calmly. As long as Rise slept in a separate room, it was fine. If she tried to enter his room, she'd have to make some noise. He'd definitely lock his door, there was no way Rise could get in silently. His sharp senses would let him react immediately. But letting Rise sleep in the same room carried the risk of a sudden attack. Rise pouted slightly. You really don't trust me at all. Acting cute won't work. Good night anyway. Byakuya remained emotionless. Rise had no choice but to head to another room. The night passed without incident. Rise didn't attempt anything. But early the next morning, she was already active. She didn't bother being quiet about it, she simply knocked on his door normally. Byakuya happened to be more or less awake anyway, so he got up to answer. Good morning, darling. Rise greeted him as soon as he opened the door. Morning. Byakuya replied. Though it's just us now, do you really need to keep using that term? Is there a problem with it? Rise wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned in close, her voice honeyed. Also, how about a good morning kiss? Ding. Host has triggered a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1, refuse the good morning kiss. Give Rise no opportunity to make a move. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, accept the good morning kiss but risk getting bitten. Reward, 10 fusion points. Only 10 points for the risk of being bitten. Byakuya wasn't keen on that. But he'd overlooked something. Why was this particular quest offering only 10 points? Byakuya refused directly. I'll pass. Who doesn't know what you're really thinking? Ding. Host has completed option 1. Reward, 1 fusion point. You might be surprised. Rise said mysteriously. In truth, she hadn't planned to bite him at all, she'd just been teasing. She knew Byakuya would react this way. But if Byakuya had suddenly changed his tune and actually gone for the kiss, she hadn't really considered how she'd respond to that. After washing up and eating breakfast, Byakuya prepared to head out. Are you going to school now? I suddenly want to see your university. Rise said. Well, sure. Byakuya hesitated briefly before agreeing. His internship didn't start until the afternoon and would continue into the evening, so his morning was free. Taking Rise to visit Kami University for the morning wouldn't be a problem. Today, Rise wore one of her new outfits, the white dress and white stockings. Compared to her usual look, it carried a different kind of beauty. As for makeup, Rise never bothered with it. She'd never studied the subject, and her natural features were already stunning enough. Byakuya brought Rise to Kami University. Her age matched his, and she looked young and beautiful, so she blended right in among the college students. Walking across campus together, they attracted plenty of stares. Rise was simply too beautiful. Even in a university brimming with youthful energy and attractive women, her looks were on a completely different level. Even Nimura Furuta noticed them. He was attending morning classes like any other student. Well, technically it was 9 a.m., since Japanese universities usually started around that time. Amid the stream of students heading to their classes, Furuta suddenly spotted Byakuya and Rise walking together. His pupils contracted sharply. Rise appearing at school with Byakuya was genuinely unexpected. And it caught his attention. Chapter 39, Die. At this point, Nimura Furuta held multiple identities simultaneously. V had roughly several dozen members, almost all possessing combat ability on par with special class investigators. Furuta's current strength wasn't noteworthy within the organization, hence his support role. Of course, it was also possible Furuta was deliberately playing weak. Being overlooked by V served his own plans better. Second, he really was a student at Kamiya University, genuinely enrolled and attending classes. Third, he was a member of the Clowns organization, going by the name Suda. Fourth, he was a VIP at the Ghoul restaurant. Despite all these identities, Furuta didn't truly belong to any faction. Everything he did served his own agenda. This also proved that the steel beam incident wasn't primarily about revenge on Rise, or at least, revenge wasn't the main reason. His plan simply required sacrificing her. Otherwise, why would he maintain so many identities? Just for fun. That said, Rise was Furuta's childhood friend. To say he felt nothing for her would be untrue. He had helped her escape the Washa clan once. Though that too might have been part of his long-term planning, without Rise leaving the clan, Kanu would never have had a chance to use her for experiments. Furuta. Just then, Rise noticed him too. They weren't far apart, and Rise's sense of smell was exceptionally keen. Since he'd been spotted, Furuta saw no point in hiding. He noticed she'd called him Furuta, not Nimura like before. Clearly, during the steel beam incident, she'd seen him after all. That operation had been a failure. Furuta had expected it to go smoothly, but Byakuya had turned back to save Rise at the last moment, even though the kid had nearly been killed and devoured by her just moments before. Not only had the plan failed, but Rise now knew he was responsible. She'd be on guard against him from now on, any future attempts would be far more difficult. He knew that when Rise fought seriously, she was actually quite powerful. He had no confidence in capturing her without tricks. After all, even if she couldn't win, she could escape, otherwise the Washa clan would have caught her long ago. It was similar to how, in the original story's Antiku Raid arc, Ito Yoshimura, despite being far stronger than her aging father, that non-killing owl, still collaborated with Arima to use the CCG to corner Yoshimura. She wasn't confident she could capture him on her own. As for why she wanted to capture her own father, by then, Rise, the original experimental material, had been rescued and hidden by Yomo. Ito needed a new source material for Kanu to continue creating artificial half-ghouls, to fulfill the wish she shared with Arima, placing a true one-eyed king on the throne they prepared. Yoshimura ended up becoming that new material, producing Pineapple King, Sidu Takizawa and Kotaro Amon, both artificial half-ghouls. Rise, long time no see. Furuta greeted her with a smile. As if he'd done nothing wrong. Hee hee. Rise didn't say much, just a soft, knowing laugh. By the way, who's this? Furuta turned to Byakuya. Oh. I remember you, we met in the cafeteria before. Byakuya internally noted how theatrical Furuta was being. Yeah. Didn't expect to run into you again so soon. Byakuya said casually. You two already knew each other. What a coincidence. Rise feigned surprise. But Rise, you're not a student here, are you? What brings you to campus? Don't tell me you missed me. Furuta was at it again. This was just his personality, acting slightly unhinged on the surface. Not at all. If we hadn't bumped into you today, I might have forgotten you existed. I'm here with my boyfriend to look around. Rai smiled sweetly. Every word was a dagger, clearly intended as payback. To drive the point home, she linked her arm through Byakuya's, demonstrating their relationship. She had no intention of confronting Furuta about why he'd done what he did. Such naive questioning was pointless, he'd just play dumb anyway. Byakuya glanced at Rise, somewhat surprised. Was she really going to provoke Furuta like this? Ahaha, well then, I hope you and your boyfriend have a lovely time. Furuta said, his smile strained. Thanks. Goodbye, Furuta. With that, Rise led Byakuya away. As they departed, Furuta silently walked over to a nearby tree. One hand against the trunk, the other clenched into a fist. His expression darkened, turning somewhat twisted. Under his breath, he repeatedly cursed Byakuya, die 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 die. Though Furuta had this sort of personality, it wouldn't affect his commitment to his plans. No matter how much it bothered him to see Rise with another man, it only gave him another excuse for his agenda, letting him convince himself he was doing this for revenge, numbing his own heart. Just like in the original story when Furuta had rambled to Kaneki about wanting to marry Rise, have lots of children, and even invite Kaneki to be his best man. But that was pure fantasy. He'd turned Rise into the Dragon Core, marriage was impossible. He couldn't even touch her. The real Furuta had long since given up on life, despairing of this world. He wanted either the world to end, or his own death to pave the way for Kaneki's supreme throne. Chapter 40, Taking Responsibility for You. Ah, that felt good. After cursing Byakuya who knows how many times, Furuta's expression instantly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. He seamlessly shifted to contemplating his plans, his focused demeanor almost schizophrenic. Rise clearly knew now that he was behind the steel beam incident. Any future attempts would be exponentially harder. Should he continue targeting Rise, or find someone else? Rise was undoubtedly the ideal experimental subject, but capturing her again would be incredibly difficult. He'd need to catch her off guard and avoid alerting the Washu clan. If he switched targets, it would have to be someone with Washu bloodline, otherwise his ultimate dragon objective couldn't be achieved. The Washu clan had many breeders, women with relatively pure bloodlines. Though not as pure as Rise's, they could still serve the purpose. These were Furuta's considerations as he headed to class. As for what had just happened with Byakuya and Rise, he'd already pushed it from his mind. Meanwhile, Byakuya feigned ignorance. That guy just now, was he the one in the clown mask who attacked you? Yes, that was him. His name is Nimura Furuta, someone I've known for a long time. Rise nodded. Then why did he attack you? Byakuya continued asking. Who knows? Rise said casually. She wasn't deliberately hiding anything, she genuinely didn't know. If Furuta had been trying to drag her back to the Washu clan, other clan members would have shown up in Ward 20 by now. But she hadn't detected any Washu presence. If Furuta had some other purpose, she couldn't guess what it was. Regardless, he'd ambushed her, she wasn't going to let that go. Rise never imagined Furuta's true goal was to turn her into experimental material. If she knew, she'd be even angrier. You mentioned before that you have many enemies. Your situation really is dangerous. Byakuya said. So, are you scared? Rise smiled faintly. If you want to back out, there's probably still time. Not scared enough to back out. When I make a promise, I keep it. Byakuya said evenly. Next, they visited the campus library. Rise got herself a library card and borrowed some books, all dark and heavy subject matter. Since she couldn't hunt freely anymore, reading was her only remaining pleasure. With her books tucked in her bag, she continued strolling the campus with Byakuya. As they walked along a reservoir, Rise suddenly spoke. Ghouls are supposed to be at the top of the food chain. Yet to survive, they've created all these rules, like timid lions binding themselves. What do you think, Byakuya? Isn't it both pathetic and laughable? The rules she referred to were those established by ghoul organizations that controlled each ward, like Antiku in Ward 20. Aside from Antiku, other wards had similar regulations. For example, don't encroach on other ghouls' feeding grounds, pay monthly ward fees, hunt no more than one human per month, and leave no suspicious traces at the scene. That may be true, but surviving isn't wrong. Ghouls follow those rules to avoid CCG investigators. Most ghouls aren't as strong as you. Byakuya said. Besides, you're in the same position now. If I didn't limit your hunting, you'd eventually have a whole squad of investigators after you, and you already have plenty of other enemies. Rise didn't seem offended by his pushback. She mused, that's what makes it laughable. Now I've become just like those weak ones. What's laughable about it? Everyone's just trying to survive. Of course, if you became strong enough to fear no enemy, you wouldn't need to restrain yourself. Byakuya continued, but I'm also human. I can't support you hunting people freely. And I want you to be safer. I just want to live more happily. After all, that's what I was born for. Rise smiled softly. Though I can't hunt freely anymore, I've discovered that reading books I enjoy has its own pleasures. And right now, what I'm most interested in pursuing is you, Byakuya. That statement could easily be misunderstood, but Byakuya remained rational. He knew exactly what Rise was really after. I think you're pursuing my flesh, not me. Same difference. Rise laughed. If you can truly find pleasures beyond hunting, that's for the best. The last thing you need right now is more enemies. Once investigators start targeting you in force, you'll be in real trouble. Byakuya said calmly. He knew hunting wasn't Rise's only source of enjoyment. After all, she'd lived in Ward 11 before coming to Ward 20, and had left because she'd grown bored, even though there were still plenty of humans to hunt there. That proved she was utterly self-indulgent, doing everything purely for pleasure. Okay. A few more lectures and you'll sound just like my nagging old father. Rise said dismissively. Her old father was Shachi, also known as Matasaka Kamishiro. I said I'd protect you, so naturally I need to take responsibility for you. Being a bit naggy is normal, though I don't think what I said counts as nagging. Byakuya replied evenly. Rise chuckled softly, then asked with sudden curiosity, why do you want to protect me anyway? Do you actually like me? Byakuya had given her an answer back when the steel beam incident happened, but she hadn't taken it seriously. She'd assumed he was just saying things. So she wanted to confirm again. Chapter 41, Call me Nishiro-san. I already told you last time, it's true. Byakuya spoke frankly. That said, being wary of you is also true. The two aren't mutually exclusive. Then it can only count as liking me a little bit, right? If you really liked me, if you were head over heels for me, you wouldn't have refused my request. Rai said this with a hint of complaint. I'm definitely not brainless enough for that. I'm not a masochist. Letting you eat my flesh whenever you want. That would be insane. Byakuya replied with an exasperated look. But speaking of which, if you really do like me, shouldn't I respond properly? Rai suddenly asked. That's up to you. Byakuya could boldly tell Rise he liked her without caring whether she accepted or rejected him. Most transmigrators could probably maintain this kind of attitude when facing characters they admired. That casual attitude of yours really doesn't match what you claim to feel. Rise immediately shot back. But I do like you. That much is definitely true. Byakuya said it just as directly as before. Fine, I get it. But comparatively speaking, I'd still rather see you as food for now. Rise smiled. So when I develop those kinds of feelings for you, or when you're completely head over heels for me, I'll give you a proper response then. By the way, have you ever thought about going to school? Byakuya suddenly changed the subject. Not interested. Sounds boring. Rise replied offhandedly. Fair enough. After hanging around campus for a while, Byakuya and Rise headed back. They parted ways along the route, each returning to their own home. After lunch, Byakuya took a short nap, then left on time to catch the subway to Ward 23, preparing for the afternoon's internship. He'd agreed with the other interns yesterday to meet at the Ward 23 subway station. When the train reached a certain stop along the way, Byakuya happened to encounter Kurona and Nishiro Yasuhisa boarding at that station. This wasn't too much of a coincidence, as long as he and the Yasuhisa sisters took the subway during this time window, they'd naturally end up on the same train. Kurona-san, Yasuhisa-san. Byakuya greeted the sisters as they approached. Kurona didn't respond, silently taking a seat beside Byakuya. Nishiro also sat nearby but did reply. Why do you call Kurona, Kurona-san but address me as Yasuhisa-san? Because Kurona-san asked me to call her that last time. I couldn't just casually use the same address for you. Byakuya explained. Wait. I didn't ask you to, I allowed you to. There's a difference. Kurona corrected him, seeming somewhat embarrassed. Right. Byakuya smiled but said nothing more. That's not fair. Call me Nishiro-san too. Nishiro said with a neutral expression. Normally, the more introverted Nishiro would never say such things to someone she wasn't close with like Byakuya. But she was now very invested in Kurona's situation with Byakuya. To better understand him, she couldn't afford to be as reserved as usual. Nishiro, you. Kurona looked at her sister in surprise. She hadn't expected Nishiro to say something like that to Byakuya. Could Nishiro be? While Kurona's mind raced, Byakuya responded to Nishiro, all right then, I'll call you Nishiro-san from now on. Hearing him say, Nishiro-san, a faint blush crept across Nishiro's face. Though she'd mentally prepared herself, actually hearing it from his mouth still made her feel somewhat shy. Ahem. Nishiro cleared her throat softly, forcing down her embarrassment. So, how old are you? And what's your family situation like? Kurona was puzzled. Why was Nishiro asking these questions? Why the sudden interest? Though somewhat confused, Byakuya answered anyway, I'm 18. As for family, it's just me. Hearing that he lived alone, Nishiro immediately assumed she'd touched on a painful past. Ah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's fine, really. It's nothing. Byakuya smiled faintly. It wasn't like his parents had actually died, the system had simply given him this background in this world. House, car, money, the system had actually provided him quite generously. So this was hardly a painful past for Byakuya. If anything, it was pretty sweet. Okay, I hope I didn't offend you. Then Nishiro continued, what I want to know is, how do you view Kurona? Since Kurona had told her she liked Byakuya, Nishiro naturally needed to know how Byakuya viewed her sister. You mean, what do I think of Kurona-san? Byakuya asked. You could put it that way. Nishiro nodded. Cute. Byakuya answered immediately. So fast that Nishiro didn't even register it at first. Sitting nearby, Kurona immediately turned her face away, not wanting Byakuya or Nishiro to see her flustered expression. Kurona is indeed cute, but is there nothing else? Nishiro blinked, taking a moment to process. Though she had a strange feeling about it, since she and Kurona looked almost identical, Byakuya calling Kurona cute felt like he was calling her cute too. Something else. Byakuya said plainly, she's so cute that I can't think of a more fitting description. Kurona's shoulders trembled slightly. Just turning away wasn't enough anymore, the blush had already spread to her ears. Unless she covered those two, there was no hiding it. All right. I can tell you're being sincere. Byakuya's directness left Nishiro unable to doubt him. But now Nishiro found herself averting her gaze as well. Because Byakuya had been looking directly at her the whole time, and since she and Kurona looked nearly identical, it felt like everything he'd just said was directed at her. If she held eye contact any longer, her own face would probably turn red too. Chapter 42, no more saying cute. By now, the subway had arrived at Ward 23 station. After waiting briefly at the station, the full group assembled. However, Arima and the other Squad 0 members weren't meeting them here, like yesterday, they would be waiting at the Ward 24 entrance. So once everyone gathered, they immediately set off for Ward 24. Emaha-san. When Byakuya met Suzuya actually took the initiative to greet him this time. His tone was a bit stiff, after all, he'd never interacted normally with other trainees at the institute before. Good afternoon, Suzuya-san. Byakuya responded in kind. The two didn't exchange many words, just the simple greeting. You know he has serious violent tendencies. Why are you still willing to get close to him? Kurona spoke up without bothering to control her volume, addressing Byakuya directly. Suzuya stood right behind Byakuya and naturally heard everything Kurona said. Normally, he'd never care about such things. But hearing Kurona say this to Byakuya, he inexplicably felt the urge to defend himself. Still, he didn't speak up. Even if he explained, no one would believe him. The academy director had already issued a formal reprimand. I know that's what everyone says, but I don't actually think Suzuya-san did those things. Byakuya shared his perspective. He couldn't directly say he'd witnessed Mitsuki killing cats with his own eyes, or that Tokage was covering for Mitsuki. First, he had no evidence, so no one would believe him. Second, the matter now involved the academy director. The director probably didn't know the truth either, he'd simply believed what Tokage told him. But without evidence to refute Tokage's account, stepping forward would only antagonize quite a few people, the director included. Of course, with Byakuya's strength, he didn't need to fear them. But if he revealed his full abilities, the Washa clan would definitely take notice. Getting on their radar prematurely would seriously hamper his future plans. It was true he could protect himself, but he couldn't exactly spend every day hiding and laying low while the Washa clan launched endless pursuit, just like they'd done to Yoshimura years ago. That would be too annoying. So until he'd grown strong enough, Byakuya just wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. That's why he'd immediately turned and left the moment he'd spotted Mitsuki and Tokage that day. Suzuya was startled by Byakuya's words. He'd never even tried to defend himself, yet Byakuya believed he wasn't responsible. You're joking, right? The director already made an official announcement. Are you saying you don't believe the director? Kurona sounded surprised. I know about that, but I still don't think Suzuya-san would do something like that. I'd like to think I'm a pretty good judge of character. Byakuya maintained his position. Since you claim to be such a good judge, what kind of person am I in your eyes? The moment she finished speaking, Kurona quickly added, and you're not allowed to say cute anymore. So cute, yet she won't let me say she's cute. That's kind of cute. Byakuya said with a slight smile. Kurona's face immediately flushed, her voice carrying a hint of frustration. I told you not to say cute. Okay. Byakuya stopped teasing her, his tone turning serious, then, starved for affection. Starved for affection? Kurona hadn't expected that answer. Yes. That's what my intuition tells me. Byakuya said this with a completely straight face. He could barely keep from cracking up, he felt like some kind of fortune-teller spouting nonsense. Of course, it wasn't actually intuition. It was his God's eye view analysis of Kurona. More precisely, both Kurona and Nishiro were equally starved for affection. They'd lost their biological father when they were very young, and their mother wasn't even mentioned in the original story. Later, Dr. Kanu had forcibly taken over the Yasuhisa household. He'd probably spun some lies to the young Kurona and Nishiro, and the two sisters, having lost family early and lacking parental love, came to see Kanu as their father. They obeyed him in everything, even willingly undergoing artificial half-ghoul experimentation. It was obvious they were starved for affection. Your intuition is wrong. I'm not starved for anything. Kurona refused to admit it, or perhaps she simply hadn't realized it herself. Byakuya just smiled and didn't press further. Whether you're starved for affection or not doesn't really matter. The point is that Kurona-san is cute. That's what I really wanted to say. You're doing it again. Kurona's face went red in an instant, her usual cool demeanor completely gone. Meanwhile, Suzuya wasn't paying attention to Byakuya and Kurona's conversation. He was thinking that if Amaha-san really believed in him like that, maybe he could find an opportunity to properly explain what happened. He didn't care whether others believed him or not. He just hoped Amaha-san would believe what he had to say. Same location as yesterday, Byakuya and his group met up with the full Squad Zero contingent, preparing to enter Ward 24. The Squad Zero members still wore their matching white combat uniforms, apparently the unit's signature attire. Other CCG investigators didn't dress so distinctively, typically wearing casual clothes or formal suits. Standing out too much would make it harder to catch ghouls. Unlike Squad Zero, which possessed overwhelming strength that made subtlety unnecessary. Amaha-san. Shioehei waved the moment he spotted Byakuya. You two have gotten pretty close already. Yusa Arima remarked from nearby. Shio's always been like that. Though he does seem noticeably warmer toward Amaha-san than most people. Rikai Suzu commented flatly. Well, he'll probably be our colleague soon enough. Nothing wrong with building rapport early. Koriyui smiled faintly. In his assessment, given Byakuya's performance, he'd most likely graduate at the top of his class and join the CCG, unless someone even more prodigious existed among his peers, which Koriyui considered unlikely. Byakuya also had tremendous room for growth. Koriyui estimated that Byakuya could potentially reach Associate Special Class in the future, and that was his conservative estimate. Chapter 43, Heart to Heart with Kurona. Ding. Host defeated a berated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. Ding. Host defeated a berated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. Same as yesterday, the internship mission involved driving out ghouls. However, Byakuya didn't kill every ghoul. Some he captured to bring back to the CCG. Different situations called for different approaches. Ghoul investigators generally didn't kill ghouls unless necessary. The Ghoul Countermeasures Law, Article 13, Section 2, prohibited the infliction of unnecessary harm upon ghouls. Simply put, don't kill or abuse them if it isn't necessary. Though that's what the law stated, quite a few CCG investigators didn't fully comply. For instance, Kirio Mato killed every ghoul on sight, regardless of whether they were good or evil. He didn't deny that his stance was pure double standards, after all, everyone was somewhat biased. A simple example, in the original story, Tuka Kirishima had killed 2 innocent CCG investigators, yet hardly anyone hated her for it or wanted her dead. In the world of Tokyo Ghoul, who didn't have innocent blood on their hands? Kaneki included. In fact, Kaneki had probably killed the most innocent humans of anyone. When he finally transformed into dragon, he devoured roughly half of Tokyo. If they had to hold everyone accountable and execute them all, just thinking about it gave Byakuya a headache. The day's internship concluded. Byakuya and Suzuya once again performed the best, followed by Kurona and Nishiro. That concludes today's training. Come back tomorrow afternoon. The entire internship only lasts 3 days, so after tomorrow you can head back. Koriyui addressed them as they exited Ward 24. Understood. Byakuya nodded slightly. They'd known before arriving that the internship was only 3 days. Of course, this was specific to Ward 24 internships. Other districts had completely different internship durations. Ward 24 was the most dangerous and chaotic zone. Ghoul encounters could happen at any moment. 3 days of high-intensity training was sufficient to assess a trainee's capabilities. Unlike other wards, where most ghouls kept their identities well hidden. You'd have trouble actively seeking out ghouls unless you happened upon an active crime scene. The intensity was completely different. Associate Special Class Koriyui. One of the male trainees suddenly spoke up. What does it take to join Squad Zero? The young man had that hot-blooded enthusiasm typical of his age. He idolized Arima and desperately wanted to join Squad Zero. But he specifically asked Koriyui. Probably because Koriyui interacted with them most frequently and maintained a friendly demeanor. The other Squad Zero members were comparatively aloof, only Byakuya had any real rapport with Shioehei. To join Squad 0, you'd need to be at least first class, I'd say. Preferably associate special class or above. Koryu didn't want to crush the trainee's hopes, but he gave an honest answer. Though he was being conservative. Joining Squad 0 wasn't really about rank. Koryu himself had only joined because Arima valued him. Furthermore, even Koryu didn't know that everyone in Squad 0 except himself was a half-human. The Washa clan's secrets had to be kept from all outsiders. Even though the CCG was founded by the Washa clan, all the humans within it were still outsiders. So joining Squad 0 was actually far harder than Koryu imagined. In all the years since the unit's founding, only 2 human members had ever been admitted, Koryu himself and, later, the unremarkable-looking Taikirako. Both shared one thing in common, a close relationship with Arima and abilities he acknowledged. So to put it bluntly, this trainee shouldn't even bother hoping. He'd never make the cut. Even Koryui's conservative assessment was enough to leave the trainee feeling despair. I see. I understand. I'll work hard. His voice carried a note of dejection. Forget associate special class, he wasn't even sure he could make first class someday. On the return trip, Byakuya ended up on the same subway car as the Yasuhisa sisters again. Today both sisters seemed unusually exhausted. Perhaps yesterday's performance hadn't satisfied them, so they'd pushed themselves extra hard during today's training. Now they were completely drained, practically collapsing into their seats. Maybe you were right. Kurona suddenly spoke up, her voice flat. Right about what? Byakuya didn't immediately follow. You said I'm starved for affection, remember? About that, do you know why Nishiro and I were hostile toward you at first? Kurona looked weary, her voice soft and lacking its usual edge. Byakuya shook his head. He could guess, though, probably something to do with Kano. Still, Kurona's sudden willingness to share surprised him. Because of a father. Nishiro and I want to earn father's approval and praise, so we wanted to take both first and second place together. Then father would definitely be proud of us. Kurona explained. She didn't mention that this father wasn't their biological father, they'd long since come to see him as such. Well, don't push yourselves too hard. I noticed you're both exhausted today. That's not good. Byakuya started to offer some advice, then realized Kurona didn't seem to be listening anymore. Nishiro on his other side had actually fallen asleep already. Her head gradually tilted until her cheek came to rest gently against Byakuya's right shoulder. Then Kurona did the same, unconsciously leaning against his left shoulder, her steady, even breathing indicating she'd fallen asleep too. Caught in the middle, Byakuya was momentarily at a loss. Chapter 44, Pure Evil. Simply put, first place meant top of their class, and second place meant runner-up. For Kurona and Nishiro to claim both positions simultaneously, even without Byakuya's sudden appearance, that would have been difficult to achieve. In other words, the Yasuhisa sisters were already under tremendous pressure. Byakuya's arrival had only multiplied it. That explained their intense hostility toward him. Now Byakuya finally understood the full picture. Just as he'd suspected, it was all connected to Kano. That man really did a number on these 2 sisters. Byakuya murmured under his breath. If Kano had shown even the slightest consideration or care for Kurona and Nishiro, Byakuya wouldn't be saying this. In the original story, Kano had manipulated the Yasuhisa sisters into undergoing his artificial half-ghoul experiments. Using Rise's Kakuhu and Kagun, he transformed them into one-eyed ghouls just like Kaneki. Later, when Kano's underground laboratory was discovered, Aojirai Tree, the CCG, and Kaneki's squad all converged on the facility. Kurona and Nishiro, trying to protect their father, encountered Suzuya, by then a rank 2 investigator. Even as one-eyed ghouls fighting together, the 2 sisters were no match for Suzuya. Perhaps harboring resentment from the sisters' earlier coldness and disdain, Suzuya showed no mercy. He'd even taunted them, threatening to rip out their intestines and see whose were longer. He'd beaten them brutally. Still, Suzuya hadn't gone for the kill. When Nishiro was critically wounded, he let Kurona escape. Nishiro was dying from her injuries. Kurona desperately searched for their father, hoping he would save them. But Kano had already allied with Aojirai Tree by then. They protected him from the CCG while he continued conducting half-ghoul experiments for them. As for the critically wounded, dying Nishiro, Kano completely ignored her. Even if there was virtually no hope of saving her, his attitude lacked any trace of human feeling. Kurona feared Nishiro wouldn't last, so she absorbed Nishiro into her own body. She could only search alone for a way to save her sister. In the end, of course, Nishiro couldn't be saved. She merged entirely with Kurona, no consciousness, no vital signs. Kano had even dismissed Nishiro's faint remaining breath as nothing more than passing gas. In short, Kano was an absolute villain. His disregard for human life surpassed even Rise's. He was the type who could never be redeemed, yet simultaneously, he possessed a certain villainous charisma. Until his final breath, he never regretted anything he'd done. His goal aligned with Furuta's. He believed the world was trapped in a twisted birdcage, and he wanted to shatter it. Only a one-eyed ghoul could fulfill that purpose. He was willing to pay any price. And he succeeded. Kaneki, his creation, achieved his vision. The catalyst for all of it was his mother, who had died from an incurable illness. In Kanu's view, if ghouls could be used in medical research, they could surely develop treatments for such diseases. After his mother's death, he changed. He came to believe this pitiful world needed to be remade. He knew full well how evil his actions were. So as the new world dawned, believing someone like himself had no place in it, he chose to put a gun in his mouth. That was the ultimate expression of his cold rationality. He died at his mother's grave. He surely had no regrets and believed he'd done nothing wrong. Later, medical research into ghouls and dragon cells rapidly conquered countless formerly incurable diseases. Even Shinohara, who'd been in a vegetative state for years, made a full recovery. Now that they've lost Rise as an experimental subject, I wonder what Kanu and Furuta will do next. Byakuya pondered this, completely oblivious to the various stares from surrounding passengers. After all, two cute girls, twins, no less, were leaning on his shoulders, one on each side. It was quite the spectacle. He couldn't exactly shake Kurona and Nishiro awake and tell them to move. It was almost time for the Yasuhisa sisters' stop, but neither showed signs of waking. Byakuya remembered this was their station, so he spoke up, "Kurona-san, Nishiro-san, this is your stop." He also gently nudged them with his shoulders to wake them. We're here already." Kurona was still groggy from sleep. She raised her head and rubbed her eyes, not registering what she'd been doing. Nishiro, however, snapped to awareness immediately. Embarrassment flooded her. She'd actually fallen asleep and leaned on Byakuya. Face slightly flushed, Nishiro stood to exit, pretending nothing had happened. Kurona still hadn't noticed anything amiss and followed her sister off the train. Byakuya said nothing throughout, acting as if nothing had occurred. After they disembarked, Nishiro noticed Kurona's expression was completely normal, as if the earlier incident had never happened at all. But Nishiro had woken slightly before Kurona. She'd seen Kurona leaning on Byakuya too. Did Kurona really not care? Curious, Nishiro whispered to her sister, "Kurona, don't you realize what you were doing?" "What was I doing?" Kurona had no idea what Nishiro meant. "You know, you accidentally fell asleep, and you were sleeping on Amaha Byakuya's shoulder." Nishiro briefly explained the situation. It took Kurona a moment to process. Then her eyes went wide, pupils trembling slightly with disbelief. I was sleeping on his shoulder." Nishiro was relieved now. She thought she was the only one dying of embarrassment, but Kurona had simply been completely unaware. But the most important thing was that Byakuya knew exactly what had happened. Thinking about that made Nishiro feel even more embarrassed and shy. Chapter 45, The Scent of Other Girls. Nishiro worried about whether she'd been snoring, whether she'd looked ugly while sleeping. Kurona's reaction was even more intense. "Nishiro, I didn't do anything embarrassing, did I?" "I don't know either, because I also fell asleep on him by accident." Nishiro's voice carried a trace of awkwardness. "You too?" Kurona froze for a moment. "I see." When Byakuya returned home, he found the front door closed but unlocked. His first thought wasn't of burglars or anything like that, it was of a certain woman. Opening the door, he spotted a pair of Rise's pink high heels. Sure enough, she was here. No wonder she'd asked for a spare key, this way she could come and go as she pleased. "I'm home," Byakuya announced. "Darling, welcome back." Rise's voice drifted from the living room. "If I hadn't given you that spare key, I'd almost think someone had broken in," Byakuya remarked dryly. "How rude, calling me a burglar." Rise's tone turned faintly aggrieved. "I said almost." "So, are you planning to stay overnight again?" Byakuya asked. "Yes. Unless that's a problem." Rise replied directly. "Of course not. Whatever makes you happy." Byakuya's tone was calm. Just then, Rise rose from the sofa and approached him. He didn't need to guess what she was about to do. Sure enough, Rise proceeded to smell every inch of him from head to toe. This time she was far more thorough, giving Byakuya a vaguely ominous feeling. Mixed with all sorts of ghoul scents again. But there's human scent too, and the faint fragrance of girls. Rise detected numerous scents. Her sense of smell was far sharper than most ghouls. Last time she hadn't been so meticulous. This time she left no stone unturned. Especially when she caught the feminine scent, a subtle shift appeared in her eyes. "Your nose is something else." Byakuya couldn't help but comment. Seems like more than one girl, too. Two scents are particularly distinct. Rise analyzed the scents on him, even deducing that he'd been in relatively close contact with Corona and Nishiro. Also, where exactly did you go? Why do you smell like those people? Her gaze shifted again, expression turning noticeably more serious. She'd been focused on the other women's scents, but now something far more concerning had emerged. Those people, she mentioned, were the half-humans from Squad Zero. Due to her low status within the Washa clan, Rise had grown up in the Sunlit Garden alongside half-humans from the clan's branch families. Ordinary ghouls couldn't distinguish between regular humans and half-humans. But having lived among half-humans since childhood, Rise could detect the subtle difference. The fundamental distinction between humans and half-humans was their RC cell count, not something normally detectable by smell. Only someone like Rise, who'd spent her formative years around half-humans, could barely manage it. Most importantly, those half-humans were nothing but Washa lapdogs in Rise's eyes, spending their entire lives serving the clan. The fact that Byakuya had been in contact with them concerned her greatly. What do you mean by those people? Byakuya continued feigning ignorance. Actually, you probably wouldn't know about that. So where did you go today? Rise speculated, or are you actually a CCG investigator? If Byakuya didn't know about half-humans, then he'd probably encountered them through the CCG. She knew some half-humans were sent by the Washa clan to bolster CCG combat strength. Not quite. I'm not an official investigator yet, still just an intern. Since Rise had already figured most of it out, Byakuya saw no point in hiding it. He could feel that Rise's wariness toward him had gradually diminished from when they first met. So he was willing to share more with her. That explains it. Now Rise understood. Whether Byakuya was an intern or full investigator, working at the CCG meant inevitable encounters with investigators whose true identities were Sunlit Garden half-humans. But with your abilities, you're still just an intern. Rise found this surprising. Can't help it. I only recently decided to become a CCG investigator. Byakuya shrugged. Now that you're becoming an investigator, isn't harboring me a serious crime under the countermeasures law? Rise smiled. So what? That law is a joke anyway. Byakuya spoke bluntly. The Washa clan, who'd both enacted the Ghoul countermeasures law and founded the CCG, was itself a Ghoul family. Just that fact alone was laughable enough. Setting that aside, few investigators fully complied with the law anyway. Byakuya's directness surprised Rise. If someone else heard you say that and reported you, you'd be in serious trouble. By someone else, she meant humans. As a ghoul, she certainly wouldn't report Byakuya. That's why I only say these things to you. Byakuya said quietly. Rise smiled softly. Then she redirected the conversation, so all those ghoul scents on you, that's because you were fighting ghouls with other investigators. No wonder there's also a slightly different scent, similar to the quinkwas those investigators carry. That's right. This thing here. Byakuya nodded slightly, pulling out the Hiriko 176 that he'd kept in his inner pocket. That much I understand now, but... A subtly dangerous smile appeared on Rise's face. What about those two girls' scents? Care to explain? Chapter 46, The Truth About the Washa Clan. They're classmates doing the internship with me. Is something wrong? Byakuya explained with a calm expression. Nothing really. I just find it interesting that you keep saying you like me, yet you're getting so close to other girls. Rise's tone was equally casual, as if she didn't particularly care and was merely teasing him. Through scent alone, she could tell those two girls had definitely been in close physical contact with Byakuya, their scents were by far the strongest on him. Obviously, this was the result of Corona and Nishiro falling asleep on Byakuya's shoulders. No matter how much Byakuya fought ghouls or chatted with Shioehei, those scents wouldn't be nearly as concentrated as the Yasuhisa sisters. That's probably because we were fighting side by side during combat. That's why their scent got on me. Byakuya explained with a completely straight face. He said it as if it were the absolute truth, when in fact it was complete nonsense. But he simply didn't want the hassle of explaining everything to Rise, so he'd made up a convenient excuse. Is that so? Rise was highly skeptical. She could even pinpoint exactly where those two women's scents were concentrated on Byakuya's body. Mainly on his arms and shoulders, even his hands had traces. And scents that strong didn't accumulate in just a short while. No amount of fighting side by side should result in that. Still, Rise didn't press further. Speaking of which, you've heard of the Washa clan, right? After a moment, Rise suddenly brought up the Washus. I know of them. The family that founded the CCG. Byakuya replied. Everyone knows the Washa clan founded the CCG. People think they're humanity's greatest heroes in the fight against ghouls. But no one knows the truth about that family. Rise said with a sigh. The truth? You mean the Washa clan isn't as noble as they appear? Byakuya continued feigning ignorance. Exactly. But are you sure you want to hear it? Rise emphasized the consequences. Once you know, there may be no going back. You might end up falling into the abyss alongside me. Her expression remained placid, seemingly unbothered by sharing the Washa clan's secrets with Byakuya. After all, she'd already burned her bridges with the Washus. Even if she violated this ultimate taboo, it meant nothing to her. But for Byakuya, it was different. Once he learned the truth about the Washa clan, there would be no turning back. I'm sure. Byakuya spoke without the slightest hesitation. I already said I'd protect you. What's falling into the abyss together? He already knew the Washa's true nature, so Rise's warnings were meaningless to him. However, having Rise tell him directly served an important purpose. This way, he'd have a legitimate reason for knowing the truth, which would benefit his future plans. His resolute tone was also meant to encourage Rise to reveal everything. Hearing this, Rise was taken aback by his decisiveness. Looks like you've made up your mind. Even if you want to take it back later, it'll be too late. Rise leaned in close to his ear and whispered the truth very softly. The Washa clan are ghouls. Byakuya feigned shock, widening his eyes slightly. Seeing him go silent, Rise assumed he was stunned speechless. This was exactly the reaction she wanted to see. It made things interesting. Rise suddenly embraced Byakuya. Now we're both accomplices. We've violated the Washa clan's greatest taboo. There's no way out for you, you can only face their endless pursuit and revenge alongside me. I warned you earlier. Even if you regret it now, you don't have the slightest chance to take it back. She held him tightly, as if to prevent any escape. Ding. Host triggered a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1, say nothing, do nothing. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, push Rise away and distance yourself from her. Reward, 10 fusion points. Option 3, hold Rise tight and honor your promise. Reward, 50 fusion points. Without any hesitation, Byakuya wrapped his arms around Rise. He felt her body tremble slightly. I understand. Of course I don't regret it. This is my answer. Ding. Host completed option 3. Reward, 50 fusion points. The generous reward was likely because taking this step meant his enemy would now be the entire Washa clan. The Washa's power was immense, they controlled both the CCG and the V organization. Moreover, all Washa ghouls were natural-born Kakujas. As for why Rise had never manifested a Kakuja form, that remained a mystery. Only the manga author would know. Perhaps she simply never had the chance to display that power before Furuta's ambush stripped away her freedom. If that was the case, the CCG's S rating severely underestimated Rise. A Kakuja-class ghoul would be at least SS or even SSS rated. No wonder Furuta hadn't attempted another attack on Rise after his initial failure. Now that she was on guard, succeeding would be extremely difficult. In the later timeline, Furuta only became so powerful after transplanting Rise's Kakuho. At this point in time, it was hard to say whether Furuta could actually defeat Rise in a direct confrontation. In any case, the Washa clan was undoubtedly the most formidable antagonistic force in the Tokyo Ghoul world. Their downfall in the original story was mainly due to internal collapse. Yet Byakuya didn't fear the Washus. In fact, he'd resolved from the very beginning that he would inevitably clash with them, otherwise, this world's tragedies would only continue. Rise couldn't help but smile. You really are surprising. Should I call you naive or something else? But I don't dislike fools like you. She still suspected Byakuya didn't truly understand how terrifying the Washa clan was. After all, she hadn't revealed all their capabilities yet. She'd need to emphasize that later. But for now, she wanted to clarify something else first. I've told you my secrets. So can you tell me more about those 2 girls? Chapter 47, Living with Rise. I already told you, they're classmates doing the internship with me. Byakuya hadn't expected Rise to keep pressing on this topic. He thought the matter was settled. You said it was from fighting side by side, but based on the sense I detected, the concentration is highest on your arms and shoulders. What kind of side-by-side fighting results in that? I'm having trouble imagining it. Rise spoke with a hint of playfulness. Fine. The truth is, while we were on the subway, they accidentally fell asleep. And they happened to fall asleep on my shoulders. Byakuya had no choice but to confess. I see. Rise nodded slightly. This explanation she could believe. Let's leave it at that. Next, I need to tell you more about the Washa clan's power, so you don't go doing something reckless without knowing what you're up against. Rise said. Though Byakuya already knew everything, he still put on an attentive expression. What followed was Rise detailing the Wash's resources, the CCG, the V organization, and so on. She also mentioned her own background. A ghoul family that worships human bloodlines. The purer your ghoul blood, the lower your status. Doesn't that sound ridiculous? Rise hadn't explicitly stated this was her own experience, she was just asking for Byakuya's opinion. Yeah, but is this something you personally went through? Byakuya asked. I suppose I made it too obvious. Rise said softly. Yes, this was my experience. That's why I never want to return to that disgusting place. It took everything I had to escape. Come to think of it, if you hadn't saved me before, I'd probably still be living out my original fate. I don't know exactly what Furuta was planning, but it definitely wasn't anything good. Her words were calm, but underneath lay profound disgust for the entire Washa clan. Things might have turned out even worse. But that's all in the past now. From here on, I definitely won't let you suffer like that again. Byakuya said solemnly. By even worse, he meant becoming an experimental subject. Being a breeder for the Washa clan was certainly miserable, but being an experimental subject brought indescribable suffering of its own. In the original story, Rise had her kakuho harvested at least several thousand times. Each extraction brought agony, and the prolonged starvation was both physical and psychological torture. In the end, being destroyed as the dragon core was actually a release for her. Byakuya didn't want to compare which fate was more tragic, breeder or test subject. He only needed to know that Rise's destiny was unbearably cruel, and he wouldn't allow either scenario to happen. After everything I've told you about the Washa clan's power, you can still say something like that. Rise mused. I don't know where you get such confidence, but I'll choose to believe you for now. After all, you're the only one I can rely on. By the way, you mentioned your father before. What's his situation? Byakuya deliberately brought this up. Him? I haven't seen him since I left Ward 6. I heard he was captured by CCG investigators, but I don't know if that's true. Rise's tone was somewhat nonchalant. Ward 6. So he wasn't your biological father. And you don't have the surname Washu, is Kamishiro inherited from him? Byakuya continued probing. That's right. After I escaped from that place, I met father. He gave me my surname and taught me a lot of combat techniques. He was pretty naggy though, but... Rise suddenly felt something had changed within her, just slightly. Maybe his lectures were right after all. It was my reckless, uncontrolled feeding that gave Furuta the opportunity to ambush me. Given your father's level of power, and his connection to you, the CCG probably wouldn't do anything to him. You'll likely have a chance to reunite. Byakuya said. He recalled a detail, it wasn't that Shachi had first considered Rise his daughter, but rather that Rise had first called him dad. Actually, it was similar to Kurona and Nishiro's situation. Perhaps it was all a manifestation of being starved for affection. It wasn't that Rise felt nothing for Shachi, but her rebellious nature was too strong. Shachi's constant lecturing naturally grated on someone like her. I hope so. I didn't expect him to get captured by the CCG. He was probably protecting those weaker ghouls. Rise sounded somewhat helpless. She knew exactly what kind of person her father was. As Ward 6's leader and caretaker, he always put the elderly, sick, and vulnerable ghouls first. With Shachi's strength, he could have easily escaped the CCG. But he'd probably chosen to surrender voluntarily, taking all the blame to protect Ward 6's remaining ghouls. Unless the CCG had deployed Arima, but that wasn't realistic. Arima typically only acted on orders from V or the Washa clan. He'd only go after Shachi if the Washas commanded it, and in that case, Shachi would certainly be killed, not captured. So that scenario was unlikely. In truth, the reason the CCG had mobilized heavily in Ward 6 was because of Rise's uncontrolled feeding. Also, from now on I'll be living here with you. I'll move my things over tomorrow. Rise suddenly changed the subject. As for asking Byakuya's permission, that wasn't happening. She did whatever she wanted. Not that Byakuya would refuse anyway. But thinking about it, this basically meant they'd be living together, didn't it? That works. It'll be much easier to stay in contact. Byakuya nodded. Just remember, a deal's a deal. Don't forget what you promised me. I'm still looking forward to the day I get to enjoy you. Rise made sure to emphasize this. Byakuya found himself somewhere between amused and exasperated. Don't worry. I'll keep every promise I made. Until then, don't let any other ghoul get to you first. Only I get to enjoy you. With those words, Rise leaned in and bit lightly on Byakuya's collarbone, leaving a faint mark. Chapter 48, I like Byakuya the most. Day 3 of the internship. Since Byakuya had nothing to do that morning, he accompanied Rise back to her place to pack her things. Since Rise was moving in with him now, everything she needed had to be brought over. Byakuya and Rise showed up early to speak with the landlord. Eh? Kamishiro-san is moving out so suddenly. The landlord was an elderly woman. Hearing that Kamishiro-san was leaving, she seemed quite reluctant to see her go. After all, Kamishiro-san was always so gentle and polite. Both she and her granddaughter were very fond of her. Ah. Kamishiro-nisan is moving away. The landlord's granddaughter was a young girl with braided hair, probably around 10 years old. The moment she heard Kamishiro-nisan was leaving, she came running out of her room. Yes, because I'm going to live with my boyfriend now. Rise smiled apologetically. At the word boyfriend, the granddaughter's attention immediately shifted. Boyfriend. Kamishiro-nisan already has a boyfriend. The little girl's eyes lit up with curiosity. She immediately looked at Byakuya standing beside Rise. Is it this big brother? That's right. Rise nodded with a smile. Oh. The girl examined Byakuya with great interest. At her age, she was naturally curious about anything involving romance. Byakuya smiled somewhat awkwardly but didn't confirm or deny it. As long as Rise was happy. After completing the checkout procedures with the landlord, Byakuya and Rise went to pack. Once everything was ready, they each pulled a suitcase plus some other belongings and headed to Byakuya's place. So you're going to the internship this afternoon, right? After lunch, Byakuya and Rise sat on the couch watching TV together. Rise asked about the internship. Yeah, today's the last day. After this, I should officially be a full investigator. Byakuya nodded. It's actually kind of interesting that you'll be a CCG investigator. You can gather all sorts of intel on the inside. Rise said. Too bad I'm too conspicuous. Otherwise, I'd like to check out the CCG myself. With her Washa bloodline, entering the CCG would be trivially easy, the RC detection gates couldn't pick her up. The problem was that if she left any trace at the CCG, the Washa clan could easily track her down. Although Rise had been designated S-rated by the CCG and given the codename Binge Eater, they didn't know what she actually looked like. If the Washas knew that Rise was the Binge Eater, they'd have come for her long ago. Better not. The Washas would find you immediately. Byakuya agreed. Shortly after, Byakuya finished his nap and prepared to head out. As he was changing his shoes at the entrance, Rise walked over. What's the phrase for this situation again? Be careful out there, darling. Rise said. Byakuya felt a sudden wave of emotion. From an ordinary person's perspective, he and Rise were like an old married couple. Especially with that gentle, sweet smile on Rise's face, she looked every bit the devoted wife. But the reality was. Obviously, Rise was just doing this because she found it amusing, using him for entertainment. On the subway, Byakuya unsurprisingly ran into Kurona and Nishiro again. This time, both sisters were acting a bit odd. They sat with him but kept noticeably more distance than usual, probably still self-conscious about yesterday. At first, neither Byakuya nor the sisters spoke. Then Kurona suddenly broke the silence. About yesterday, please just forget it happened. Sure. Byakuya replied casually. He hadn't planned to bring it up anyway. Surprisingly, Kurona had mentioned it first. But once Kurona broke the awkward atmosphere, their conversation returned to normal. Today's the last day of the internship. I can only congratulate you in advance. Though somewhat reluctant, Kurona had to acknowledge reality. Given Byakuya's performance over the past 2 days, his victory was already assured. Nothing that happened today would change the outcome. But seriously, don't stress too much about rankings. Just passing safely is what matters. Don't overdo it like the day before yesterday. Byakuya advised both Kurona and Nishiro. He'd said something similar yesterday, but they'd both been asleep and probably hadn't heard. I definitely won't make that mistake again. Kurona nodded seriously. Once everyone gathered at the Ward 24 entrance, they proceeded inside for the final day of training. Ding! Host defeated a berated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. Ding! Host defeated a berated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. The day's internship proceeded without incident. Byakuya performed excellently as always. In Koryui's eyes, he passed with a nearly flawless showing. After the internship came the evaluation. Naturally, the Squad 0 members scored each in turn, having observed their entire performance throughout. The final score was the average of all Squad 0 members' ratings, on a scale of 1 to 10. Koryui and Shioehei had obviously given Byakuya perfect 10s. His final averaged score, 9.6. Byakuya didn't particularly care about the number, as long as he could officially join the CCG. Suzuya scored 9.2, actually quite high. Breaking 9 wasn't easy. Kurona had points deducted for her laps on day 1, landing at somewhere in the 8s. Nishiro scored exactly 9.0. If Kurona hadn't made that first day mistake, she'd probably have matched Nishiro. The other two male trainees scored around 6 and 7. But since 6 was the passing threshold, their scores weren't bad. At minimum, they could handle driving off ghouls. Other ordinary trainees might easily fail against berated ghouls. As long as you could handle ghoul suppression, you qualified as an investigator. Congratulations on passing your internship evaluations. Would you prefer to head home first, or come with us to main office in Ward 1? Kori-ui addressed the group. I'll go directly to Ward 1. Byakuya didn't hesitate. But he was the only one. Kurona and Nishiro apparently had something to take care of at home first. Suzuya knew that even with his 9.2 score, he'd only start as a rank 3 investigator, not qualified to work at main office in Ward 1. That was simply how the institute's regulations worked. The other two male trainees wanted to return to the academy first. Going to main office alongside Byakuya felt like too much pressure. Alright, looks like it's just you. Let's go then. Kori-ui said. Byakuya departed with Squad 0 for CCG main office in Ward 1. On the subway, he chatted idly with Shioehei. After exiting at the Ward 1 station, they soon arrived at main office. Since Byakuya had come ahead of the others, the CCG processed his paperwork first. He received his rank 2 investigator title along with official ownership and usage rights for the Hiriko 176th. In other words, the Quinqua dagger only truly belonged to him now. Of course, it was just a stopgap. Byakuya had eliminated quite a few ghouls in Ward 24, all berated, but enough to earn him a brand new Quinqua that he could name himself. Paperwork complete and commendation received, Byakuya was now officially a rank 2 investigator. He collected his credentials and other materials, then headed home. Since the internship had just ended, the CCG was considerate enough to give him a few days off. During this time, they'd also assign him a partner, someone ranked between first class and special class. The Sentakatsuki fan meet and greet happened to fall during this break. Byakuya hadn't forgotten his arrangement with Kaneki. However, Rise insisted on coming along, which complicated things slightly. He decided not to worry about it for now and headed to Antika to meet Kaneki. Rise accompanied him, of course. Seeing Amaha-san arrive with this young woman, Kaneki didn't react too strongly. He'd anticipated this might happen. This might be rude to ask, but is this Amaha-san's girlfriend? Kaneki asked, looking somewhat awkward. This put Byakuya in a difficult spot. Should he confirm or deny? His relationship with Rise had always been ambiguous. Technically, they weren't a couple, but everyone except the two of them probably assumed they were. Before Byakuya could answer, Rise spoke up for him. That's right. I like Byakuya the most. I thought so. I understand now. Kaneki actually seemed relieved. As a result, when they headed to the fan meet together, there was no awkwardness at all. At the venue, just as Byakuya was about to enter the hall, he noticed a petite young woman walking briskly past him. She suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. Hello. The cute girl smiling and waving at Byakuya was none other than Ito Yoshimura, or rather, Sentakatsuki-sensei. Chapter 49, the Sentakatsuki meet and greet. After all, this was Sentakatsuki's fan meet and greet. Running into Takatsuki here was perfectly normal. What Byakuya hadn't expected was for Ito to approach him first. Byakuya gave her a slight nod in acknowledgement. Kaneki had never seen Takatsuki before, so he had no idea the cute young woman standing before Byakuya was actually Takatsuki-sensei. Of course, she only looked like a cute young girl, she was actually 24. Ito didn't say much more to Byakuya. After a simple greeting, she headed inside to meet her fans. Was that girl just now a friend of yours? Or a classmate? Rise asked. Neither friend nor classmate. She's actually Takatsuki-sensei. I happened to run into her once before. Byakuya explained. Really? That's Sen Takatsuki. Rise was genuinely surprised. The reality was too different from what she'd imagined. She'd assumed that someone who could write such works would be a worldly, experienced man or woman. She hadn't expected someone so petite and young-looking. Huh. Amaha-san, you're saying that was Takatsuki-sensei just now? Kaneki was even more shocked. Yeah. You'll see her again inside in a moment. Byakuya nodded. Soon enough, Kaneki spotted Takatsuki sitting inside meeting fans, the same girl who'd greeted Amaha-san. The line was quite long. They'd have to queue up to meet Takatsuki, standard procedure for fan events. While waiting, visitors could browse the books displayed around the venue, all Takatsuki's works. When Kaneki's turn came, he discussed his impressions of her works with Ito. Beyond that, he was too shy to chat much with a girl he'd just met. After Kaneki, it was Byakuya and Rise's turn. They sat down together before Ito. "We meet again, young man." Ito smiled at Byakuya. Today she wore her hair long and loose. The slightly disheveled style seemed natural, probably because she'd been running late and had rushed over without properly styling it. "Yeah, we meet again," Byakuya replied casually. "And you brought such a beautiful girl with you today." Ito's tone was teasing. Honestly, she'd been somewhat surprised when she'd spotted Byakuya earlier, surprised to see him and Rise together here. She still remembered that day when this human boy had confessed to Rise. She'd assumed he was as good as dead. The subsequent developments had exceeded all her expectations. "You flatter me. Takatsuki-sensei is beautiful too." Rise smiled pleasantly. Both Rise and Ito wore pleasant smiles, the atmosphere seemingly warm and friendly. Rise didn't know Ito's true identity. Ito, however, knew exactly who Rise was. "By the way, what are your names?" Ito asked Byakuya and Rise. "Amaha Byakuya. Kamashiro Rise," they answered. Not that Ito didn't already know their names. "All right, I'll remember that," Ito said. "So, would you like an autograph? Or is there something else you'd like?" "Just sign my book, please." Byakuya produced a book he'd brought along. Ito signed her pen name on the cover, Sen Takatsuki. Afterward, Byakuya and Rise chatted with Ito about her works before standing to leave. As they departed, Ito rested her chin on her hand, watching the pair with an intrigued gaze. She'd noticed that Byakuya and Rise seemed to have a good relationship. By all rights, Rise should have devoured this human boy long ago. Yet not only hadn't she, they actually seemed close now. What exactly had happened between them? She couldn't help but be curious. Then it was time to meet the next fan. After leaving the venue, Kaneki headed straight home. So he parted ways with Byakuya and Rise along the way. Kaneki was in excellent spirits today. He'd gotten Takatsuki-sensei's autograph and discussed his thoughts on her works with her. Sen Takatsuki is really different from what I imagined. On the way back, Rise brought up Takatsuki. "That's normal. By the way, did you notice anything unusual about her?" Byakuya asked. "No, why do you say that?" "Unless she's..." Rise caught on quickly. For Byakuya to phrase it that way, something was probably off about Takatsuki. "She's actually a ghoul," Byakuya said directly. "A ghoul? I see. I completely missed it." Rise was somewhat surprised. This was because Ito was a natural-born half-ghoul, her scent was far harder to detect than a normal ghoul's. Plus, Rise hadn't gotten very close to Ito just now. Even with her keen sense of smell, she couldn't pick up anything unusual. It's probably because she's lived among humans for so long that her scent has mixed with theirs. Byakuya wasn't ready to tell Rise about Ito's true identity yet. After all, he had no legitimate way of knowing Ito was a natural-born half-ghoul. Who would have thought such a famous author is actually a ghoul? Rise mused. But now she could better understand how Takatsuki could write such works. It probably had everything to do with her past experiences. Most ghouls didn't have happy childhoods. It was as if being born a ghoul in this world was itself a mistake. In truth, Ito's tragic past was worse than most ghouls could imagine. Chapter 50, Yuriko gathers intel. Ward 20, Antiku. It was the weekend, and Yuriko Kosaka had come specifically to the cafe where Tuka worked. "Tuka, I'll have a regular coffee please. Extra sugar, remember." Yuriko chose a seat roughly in the middle of the shop. "Yuriko. What brings you here so suddenly?" Tuka seemed surprised. "I suddenly wanted to see you, Tuka," Yuriko said with a smile. In truth, she'd deliberately come on a weekend hoping to catch that guy Tuka supposedly liked. Of course, this was only what she believed Tuka felt. She figured that since the guy looked like a student, there was a decent chance of running into him on a weekend. Tuka smiled warmly. "This coffee's on me then." She genuinely thought Yuriko had come just to see her, not realizing. Sure enough, Yuriko spotted Byakuya that day. Byakuya had arranged to read books with Kaneki today. As for Rise, she was at home leisurely browsing fashion magazines. Spotting Kaneki, Byakuya took a seat at his table. "Amaha-san, have you read Takatsuki-sensei's short story collection?" Kaneki seemed eager to recommend more works. "Not yet," Byakuya said. "You should try this one. It's closely connected to her novel The Black Goat's Egg." Kaneki handed his copy of the short story collection to Byakuya. "Sure. Takatsuki-sensei's works are always worth reading." Byakuya nodded. Yuriko had wanted to approach the guy immediately, but noticed he seemed busy with something. Not wanting to interrupt, she decided to wait. And wait she did, for 3 or 4 hours. Sitting there just drinking coffee was boring, so she chatted with Tuka whenever Tuka wasn't busy. "See you, Amaha-san." See you." Finally, Kaneki packed up and left. Only Byakuya remained at the table. He was actually about to leave too. But then he noticed someone approaching, Yuriko. From what he remembered, she was Tuka's very close friend. She'd even remained close to Tuka after learning Tuka's true identity as a ghoul, never distancing herself or showing fear. Their friendship stayed strong. However, Byakuya had never interacted with Yuriko. Why was she coming over? "Hello." Yuriko confidently sat down across from Byakuya, showing no shyness at all about initiating conversation with a guy. "Hello. And you are?" Byakuya asked, puzzled. "I'm Tuka's classmate." "You know Tuka, right?" Yuriko smiled as she asked. "Tuka? Sorry, I don't know who you mean." Byakuya shook his head slightly. Tuka had never actually told him her name. They simply weren't close enough yet. Naturally, he couldn't act like he knew her. Huh. Yuriko was surprised. This guy didn't even know Tuka's name. That very cute waitress over there. "I thought you two knew each other." Yuriko spoke quietly to Byakuya, emphasizing very cute with extra weight. Meanwhile, Tuka had noticed Yuriko move to Byakuya's table. She couldn't help but pay attention now. Her gaze kept drifting toward Yuriko's direction, wondering what on earth Yuriko was saying to that guy. She was afraid Yuriko might say something strange. Then Tuka noticed Yuriko glance back at her, and Byakuya's gaze briefly followed. Her worry intensified. Yuriko was clearly discussing her with that human boy. Only now did Tuka realize this was why Yuriko had suddenly shown up at the cafe. "I've exchanged a few words with her, but we're not close. Is there something you need?" Byakuya said. "I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Kosaka Yuriko. Nice to meet you." Yuriko smiled. "I'm Amaha Byakuya. Nice to meet you too." Byakuya replied. "This might be forward of me, but do you currently have a girlfriend?" This was the question Yuriko most wanted to ask. "No." Byakuya answered honestly. Just then, Tuka couldn't take it anymore. She immediately came over to intervene. Wearing a strained smile, she said, "Yuriko, come with me for a moment." Yuriko sensed Tuka might be a little angry, so she stopped. As Yuriko was led away by Tuka, Byakuya remained somewhat confused, unsure why Yuriko had asked him such a question. Yuriko clearly hadn't shown any signs of liking him. It was more like she was gathering information for someone else. Even asking whether he had a girlfriend. So who was she gathering information for? It seemed like Tuka, but that didn't make sense either. He and Tuka had barely interacted. Whatever. Byakuya decided not to overthink it. Since there was nothing else to do, it was about time to head home. He finished his last sip of coffee and left. "Tuka, listen, that guy doesn't have a girlfriend," Yuriko informed Tuka. "Also, his name is Amaha Byakuya. Don't tell me you didn't even know his name. Whether he has a girlfriend has nothing to do with me. I told you, you've got it wrong." Tuka felt a headache coming on. No matter how she explained, it seemed useless. Okay, I got it wrong," Yuriko conceded. But she clearly still didn't believe Tuka. She'd confirmed that Byakuya and that beautiful girl from before weren't actually a couple, and she'd passed this information to Tuka. That was enough for her. "I've finished my coffee anyway, so I'll head home now. Bye, Tuka." With that, Yuriko cheerfully left Antiku. Bye. Tuka watched Yuriko's departing figure with an exasperated look, sighing softly. Hopefully that guy didn't read too much into it. Oh right, his name is Amaha Byakuya. Chapter 51, The System Shop. As the break was coming to an end, Byakuya's partner had been assigned by the CCG. According to the message he'd received, he'd be partnered with Kori Ui. As for the phone he'd received the message on, it was a flip phone with practically no functions beyond making calls. Even if it had other features, someone used to smartphones like him had zero interest in fiddling with a flip phone. Now Byakuya needed to head to CCG main office in Ward 1 to complete the partnership paperwork with Kori Ui, and also to collect his spoils of war, his quinqua. Ward 1, CCG main office. Byakuya walked into the CCG lobby to find Kori Ui already waiting for him. Kori Ui waved him over from his seat. Beside Kori Ui were Shio Ihei and Hairu Ihei. Though Shio and Hairu shared the same surname, they weren't siblings, they were distant relatives. "Investigator Amaha, you should have received the message. Starting today, the two of us are partners." Kori Ui spoke in a calm tone. Though Kori Ui was a member of Squad 0, that didn't prevent him from carrying out regular assignments. Squad 0 only needed to assemble for important missions. Byakuya nodded. Yes. I'll be in your care, Kori Ui-senpai. Not at all, no need to be so formal. Kori Ui continued, according to our orders, will be assigned to Ward 19 for an investigation. The target is an A-rated ghoul codenamed Hyena. For a typical rookie, taking on this mission right away would be quite challenging, but it shouldn't be a problem for you. Byakuya nodded slightly without comment. As Kori Ui said, A-rated ghouls typically corresponded to at least first-class investigators. Rookies were usually rank 2 or even rank 3, at least 2 ranks below. It was essentially fighting above your weight class. Without a partner ranked between first class and special class, an ordinary rookie would have almost no chance of completing such a mission alone. Similarly, S-rated ghouls might seem moderate, but they actually corresponded to associate special class or above. Typically, only special class investigators could confidently say they'd be able to suppress an S-rated ghoul. SS-rated ghouls could easily match special class investigators, sometimes requiring multiple special class investigators to take down a single SS-rated ghoul. As for SSS-rated ghouls, there was simply no standard comparison. The CCG had deployed everything they had to eliminate a single SSS-rated, non-killing owl, and even then it had been extremely difficult. At the time, Yoshimura hadn't fed on fresh human flesh in years. Combined with the inevitable decline of old age, his Kakuja form was far smaller than in his prime. He'd also been ready to die and had refused to kill the investigators opposing him or consume wounded ones to recover his strength, otherwise, the outcome of the Antika raid might have been very different. If we go back even further, to when Yoshimura encountered special class investigators Shinohara and Kuroiwa at the Aojirai tree hideout, had he been willing to kill those two special classes, the battle's course would have changed dramatically. But such speculation was meaningless. The Antiku raid was a trap set by Arima and Ito. Even if the other CCG members couldn't defeat Yoshimura, Arima would have personally intervened to keep the operation on track with their plan. In any case, SSS-rated ghouls clearly operated on an entirely different level from special class investigators. Arima had raised the ceiling for special class investigators, but that didn't mean other special classes possessed strength equal to his. Come with me to complete the paperwork first. I have other matters to handle afterward. I believe you still haven't collected your finished quinqua. I'll have Hairu and Shio take you there later. Kori Ui spoke while walking deeper into the CCG building. Understood. Byakuya acknowledged. So starting today, should I keep calling you Amaha-san, or should I call you Investigator Amaha? Shio spoke up from beside him. Either works. Byakuya replied casually. Then I'll call you Byakuya-san. That feels best. Shio was as lively as ever. Hairu, on the other hand, hadn't said a word throughout, just watching from the side. Once Byakuya completed all the procedures with Kori Ui, he officially became an active duty ghoul investigator with actual assignments. Ding. Host completed option 3. Reward, 40 fusion points. This was from the choice that had appeared when he'd filled out the Academy application form. He'd now successfully completed the third option, bypassing the Academy to join the CCG directly. Ding. Host formed a partnership with Associate Special Class Investigator Kori Ui. Reward, 5 fusion points. Kori Ui had business to attend to and left first. Hairu and Shio accompanied Byakuya to collect his quinqua at the CCG Research Tower. Despite the CCG in its name, the research tower actually belonged to the GFG, Germany's Ghoul Research Organization. The quinquas used by CCG investigators were almost all researched and manufactured here. This was Byakuya's first time at the CCG Research Tower. Having Hairu and Shio guide him was convenient. He found the appropriate researcher and received a silver briefcase from them. His quinqua was inside. Come with me first to register your biometrics. The case has biometric identification technology. Once registered, this quinqua will belong exclusively to you, and only you will be able to open it. The researcher explained to Byakuya. Of course, it wasn't just registering a single thumb or finger, his entire hand and even his face could be registered, allowing him to open the quinqua briefcase as quickly and conveniently as possible in emergencies. After Byakuya completed the biometric binding, he tried deploying it, releasing the quinqua stored inside. It was a grey tachi, though the blade differed from an ordinary sword, it featured small, sharp tooth-like serrations. The texture and weight were also quite different from a normal tachi. I'll call it Thorn. Byakuya named it on the spot. Ding. Host obtained a self-named quinqua. Reward, 6 fusion points. Ding. Host has accumulated 500 total fusion points. New feature, System Shop unlocked. Chapter 52, The White Mask. The sudden unlocking of the system shop reminded Byakuya that this feature existed. He'd noticed the locked system shop on his system panel before but hadn't known the specific unlock conditions, so he hadn't paid much attention. Now that it was unlocked, he definitely wanted to see what was inside. Host, Amaha Byakuya. Identity, human. Age, 18. Fusion target, Uchiha Madara. Fusion progress, LV2, 87 500ths. Equipment, B-rated Quinqua Thorn, B-rated Quinqua Hiriko, 176th. Abilities, 3 Tomo Sharingan, Hashirama Cells LV2, Taijutsu LV2, B-rank Ninjutsu Fire Style, Great Fire Annihilation, B-rank Ninjutsu Fire Style, Great Fire Destruction, B-rank Ninjutsu Fire Style, Hiding in Ash Technique. Fusion points, 313. System shop. When Byakuya opened the system panel, he could see the system shop at the bottom was now unlocked. With a thought, the system shop opened automatically. System shop LV1. Item 1, White Mask. Details, the mask worn by Uchiha Obito when impersonating Uchiha Madara. When worn, grants 10% comprehensive enhancement to Taijutsu, Ocular Power, Ninjutsu Potency, Total Chakra, and Hashirama Cells Effectiveness. Price, 10 fusion points. Item 2, Scythe. Details, a ninja tool paired with the Uchiha War Fan. Often used as a cane, but its power is not to be underestimated, far stronger than B-rated Quinquas. Price, 100 fusion points. Item 3, Uchiha War Fan, Gun by. Details, crafted from the Divine Tree's branches. Incredibly durable and damage resistant. Comes with the technique, Uchiha Reflection, can absorb attacks and convert them into wind attribute energy to reflect back, modified version. Strength equivalent to SSS-rated Kukaku Quinqua. Price, 500 fusion points. Note, accumulate 3,000 total fusion points to upgrade system shop to LV2. Though only 3 items were currently available, all seemed quite useful. According to the system description, upgrading the shop would unlock more items. Byakuya felt the white mask offered the best value, spending just 10 fusion points for a 10% comprehensive enhancement. The Scythe and Uchiha War Fan were both more expensive. Certainly worth the price, but he couldn't afford them yet. He currently had 313 fusion points. The 500-point War Fan was out of the question for now, and he'd hold off on the 100-point Scythe as well. His 2 B-rated Quinquas would suffice for the time being. As for why the Uchiha War Fan was marked as modified version, this world had no chakra or ninjutsu. Without modification, the War Fan couldn't absorb attacks from this world's inhabitants. Ding. Host purchased White Mask. 10 fusion points consumed. Current fusion points, 303. Byakuya secured the White Mask first. He'd consider the Scythe and War Fan once he had surplus points. His current priority was raising his fusion progress to LV3, normally, that should evolve his 3 Tomo Sharingan into the Mangekyo Sharingan, a transformation that would massively elevate his overall power. After the purchase, the White Mask automatically appeared in the Equipment section. Equipment, White Mask, B-rated Quinqua Thorn, B-rated Quinqua Hiriko, 176th. With just a thought, Byakuya could summon the White Mask directly into his hand. But now definitely wasn't the time, others were watching. So you're naming it Thorn. Noted. Also, this is a Bikaku-type Quinqua, well-suited for rookie investigators. The researcher remarked. Bikaku characteristics were reflected not just in ghouls but in Quinquas as well. No particular strengths, no particular weaknesses. Balanced offense and defense, the most well-rounded of the 4 Kagun types. Though Byakuya had eliminated multiple ghouls in Ward 24, the CCG research tower only gave him 1 Quinqua. This was standard practice. Quinquas were difficult to wield, and the vast majority of investigators could only handle 1, and even then, not necessarily with full proficiency. Someone like Arima, who could dual-wield 2 Quinquas simultaneously, was an extreme exception. The mass-produced mini-Quinquas like Scorpion 156 and Hiriko 176, where a single Kagun was made into dozens of small weapons, didn't count. Byakuya left the CCG research tower carrying his briefcase containing Thorn. When you're out on missions, always keep your Quinqua case with you no matter what. If needed, you can disguise it with something else. I remember Arima-san used to put his Quinqua case inside a violin case, that way it wouldn't alert ghouls during investigations. Shio offered this advice like a senior colleague. Though technically speaking, in terms of experience, Shio was his senior. Thanks for the tip. I'll keep that in mind. Byakuya nodded. Byakuya-san, your assignment with Kori Ui-senpai to Ward 19 starts tomorrow, right? There's still plenty of time today, how about we go walk around town? Shio suggested. Sure. Looks like Squad 0 doesn't have any missions these couple days. Byakuya agreed. Actually, we're never really that busy. Shio said with a smile. Squad 0 didn't deploy lightly. When they did, things were resolved extremely quickly, thanks to Arima's presence. Most of their time was spent investigating Ward 24, playing an ongoing game of whack-a-mole with Aojirai Tree. But Arima's true identity was Aojirai's real, one-eyed king. He had no intention of actually eliminating them, he just needed to stall. The Washa clan had assigned him to eradicate Aojirai Tree, but he certainly wasn't going to do that. What about you, Hirunezen? Want to come along? Shio asked Hiru beside him. Sure. Hiru nodded with a smile. For a normal stroll through town, the three of them didn't bring their Quinqua briefcases, only portable weapons like daggers and short blades. Though Ward 1 was also a chaotic district with serious ghoul activity, ghouls wouldn't dare attack openly in broad daylight, there were simply too many investigators stationed here. They just walked around, ate some desserts, nothing particularly special. But Byakuya noticed that Hiru's gaze occasionally lingered on him. Obviously, it had to do with Arima. Right now, she was watching him again. Byakuya pretended not to notice. Chapter 53, Kiriomato. I've been partnered with an associate special class from Squad 0. Starting tomorrow, I'll be going to Ward 19 to investigate ghouls. That evening, back home, Byakuya gave Rise a brief update. You mentioned the Washa clan bred many half-humans, and that half-humans have physical abilities far beyond normal people. I've been wondering, could Arima, the so-called strongest CCG investigator, be a half-human? Byakuya suddenly brought this up. Correct. And his identity doesn't stop there. Clearly, Rise knew about Arima. He's also a cleaner 4V. I'd guess that Squad 0, his unit, has many half-humans as well. So you should be extra careful lately. If Arima discovers you, that would be serious trouble. Byakuya warned Rise. He'd raised this topic specifically to caution her. Obviously, the Washa clan would order Arima to capture Rise. In the original story's later timeline, Shachi had died precisely because of this. Of course, Arima sometimes slacked off, just like his whack-a-mole game with Aojirai Tree in Ward 24. He only completed missions efficiently when he absolutely had to. But whether Arima would actively hunt for Rise was one thing. If he accidentally discovered her, he'd definitely deal with her on the spot to avoid raising suspicion from the Washa's or V's leader, Keiko. Got it. Rise seemed to find Byakuya a bit naggy. Worry about yourself instead. You're the one who needs to stay safe. Byakuya could hear the thread of concern in her voice and smiled in response. Tokyo, Ward 19. Byakuya wore ordinary clothes, and Koriyui had foregone his white combat uniform for a suit. Their Quinqua briefcases were hidden inside a larger suitcase. This wasn't an ordinary suitcase either, it had biometric technology. When needed, the Quinqua cases inside could be ejected at maximum speed. A precaution against sudden ghoul encounters. According to current records, this hyena has killed at least a dozen confirmed victims, the actual number is certainly higher. Recently, he was involved in an incident with more than 5 casualties, which elevated his threat rating to A. Walking toward the Ward 19 CCG branch, Koriyui briefed Byakuya on known intelligence. Hyena is suspected to have a Rinkakuku gun, characterized by extremely high attack power but relatively fragile. His usual hunting grounds are. Byakuya and Koriyui weren't starting the investigation immediately upon arrival. They needed to check in at the Ward 19 branch first, basically clocking in so the CCG knew they were actually working. Associate Special Class Koriyui. At the Ward 19 CCG branch, every investigator they passed greeted Koriyui respectfully. As for Byakuya, no one recognized him. He'd only just joined, with no reputation to speak of. Koriyui, on the other hand, was Squad 0's vice captain and a former prodigy of the Arima squad. He was known throughout the CCG. Associate Special Class Koriyui, so you're the one sent to support Ward 19. They encountered a man with completely white hair, a gaunt face, a slightly hunched posture, wearing a gray overcoat and carrying a Quinqua briefcase. Byakuya's eyes flickered with recognition. He'd immediately identified the men as Kiriomato, and Kotaro Amon stood right beside him. So Mato is stationed in Ward 19 during this period. First Class Mato, Rank 1 Amon. Koriyui acknowledged them. Mato's gaze shifted to Byakuya. This must be your partner. He looks promising. Koriyui nodded. Naturally. He performed excellently during his internship. Byakuya met Mato's eyes calmly. I'm Amaha Byakuya, a newly appointed Rank 2 investigator. Investigator Amaha, work hard. You'll definitely become an excellent ghoul investigator. With those words, Mato and Amon continued on their way. When interacting with colleagues, Mato was perfectly normal, even a reliable senior who was good and responsible towards subordinates. But when facing ghouls, he was an entirely different person. This brief encounter stuck with Byakuya. Because at this point in the timeline, unless something had changed, Mado was currently pursuing, or about to pursue, the Fueguchi family. Ding. Host triggered a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1, don't interfere, don't get involved. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, assist Kiryu Mado and Kataru Amon in eliminating the Fueguchi family. Reward, 10 fusion points. Option 3, prevent both Jason Yamori and Kiryu Mado from killing Fueguchi Asaki. Reward, 50 fusion points. Sure enough, significant events like this easily triggered the system's quest mechanism. But he currently had his own investigation mission and couldn't easily juggle multiple matters. Plus, the task required stopping both Yamori and Mado. Yamori aside, Mado needed careful consideration. Mado might only be first class, but his actual combat ability was at least associate special class level. Given his history of eliminating numerous ghouls and capturing the SS-rated corpse collector, Arata Kirishima, he could have been promoted to associate special class long ago. He simply didn't want the position because it came with too many restrictions. This was also why, the moment Tuka killed Mado, her threat rating immediately jumped to S, the level corresponding to associate special class investigators. For Byakuya, dealing with Mado alone wasn't the problem. But if he actually intervened to save Hinami and Ryoko Fueguchi, his position within the CCG would become extremely difficult. The CCG absolutely did not tolerate investigators harboring ghouls, this was stipulated in the Ghoul Countermeasures Law. Though he dismissed that law as a joke, openly violating it still required careful consideration. Afterward, Byakuya and Koriyui essentially signed in at the branch, then officially began their investigation. They headed to the area where the A-rated ghoul Hyena was known to frequent. The reason for the Hyena codename was that he typically wore a hyena-shaped mask, just like how Tuka was called Rabbit. Let's not spook him. Just walk around like ordinary passersby while keeping an eye out for any suspicious clues. Koriyui continued teaching Byakuya things a rookie needed to know. Byakuya nodded slightly. Though he already knew all this, there was no need to show it. Even with his Sharingan deactivated, his perception far exceeded normal people's. Within half an hour, he'd spotted a suspicious man. Koriyui-senpai, that man has what looks like traces of pale yellow human fat residue on him. Chapter 54, Eliminating an A-rated ghoul. The man Byakuya had noticed was tall and thin, wearing a black overcoat. His behavior looked no different from the pedestrians around him, but a small yellowish stain on the back of his clothes had caught Byakuya's attention. Though the stain was hard to identify, Byakuya's extraordinary perception allowed him to determine it wasn't ordinary residue. Whether animal or human fat, it was suspicious enough. Is that so? Let's follow him and see. Try not to let him notice. Koriyui said quietly. Byakuya and Koriyui began tailing the men in black, maintaining a distance that wouldn't easily give them away. They hadn't followed for long before the men turned into a narrow alley. That made him even more suspicious. Byakuya and Koriyui immediately moved to follow. Byakuya was in front. Just as he was about to turn into the alley, 3 black Rinkaku tentacles suddenly lashed toward him. The 3 Rinkaku tips converged into a single point, aimed directly at his forehead. In that instant, Byakuya's 3 Tomo Sharingan activated reflexively. But Koriyui was behind him and couldn't see it. Though the ambush was completely unexpected, the attack was still too slow for his 3 Tomo Sharingan. The incoming Rinkaku seemed to move in slow motion, the result of his Sharingan's perception granting him prediction. Simply put, by reading his opponent's movements, he could predict their next trajectory. It appeared as though he could see several seconds into the future, making the opponent's actions seem slowed. Byakuya immediately sidestepped, dodging the Kagun attack. Now he could confirm the man in black was definitely a ghoul. And this Rinkaku clearly matched the A-rated ghoul Hyena's profile. Byakuya tentatively identified this as his mission target. Amaha. Koriyui reacted quickly, immediately activating the suitcase. 2 Quinkwa briefcases ejected from within. He threw one to Byakuya while his other hand was already drawing his own Quinkwa. Byakuya caught his briefcase, his 3 Tomo Sharingan already deactivated, he didn't want Koriyui to see it. The B-rated Quinkwa Thorn deployed from the briefcase, transforming into Itachi. Byakuya's gaze locked onto the men in black, who had at some point donned a hyena-shaped mask. Hyena frowned when he saw his ambush had failed. He'd already suspected these 2 tailing him were doves, but he hadn't expected even this move to be dodged. He immediately realized these weren't ordinary investigators. Without certainty of victory, he needed to retreat. Hyena tried to retract his Kagun and flee, but Byakuya wouldn't give him that chance. The 3 Rinkaku tentacles were still converged at a single point, having just passed the left side of Byakuya's head. Byakuya reversed his grip on the Tachi and thrust leftward, piercing through all 3 tentacles at once. Now, Hyena couldn't retract them even if he wanted to. Rinkaku was inherently fragile. Combined with the Quinqua's sufficient killing power, penetrating the Kagun was effortless as long as enough force was applied, and Byakuya was plenty strong. But he didn't stop there. He violently twisted the Tachi's angle and drove it into the ground, pinning all 3 of Hyena's tentacles down completely. Damn it. Hyena realized he was in deep trouble, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't free his Kagun. While he panicked, Byakuya had already released the pinned thorn and closed the distance. A high roundhouse kick connected with Hyena's head. Byakuya's strength was considerable, but it only shifted Hyena's head position. At most it briefly darkened his vision and made him dizzy. Ghoul physical defense was simply too strong. But Byakuya had more than one Quinqua. His Hiriko 176th had always been kept in his inner pocket, and now it proved useful. While Hyena was staggered, Byakuya immediately drew the dagger Quinqua, circled behind him, and destroyed the Kakuho at the base of his Kagun. Just then, Koryui closed in as well. He wielded an A+ rated Kukaku Quinqua called Hanging Ice, shaped like a long spear but with hidden mechanisms. The hanging ice in his hand suddenly transformed, its spear form fragmenting into numerous razor-sharp, flexible blades that severed Hyena's head. Even with ghoul regeneration, ordinary ghouls couldn't survive decapitation, especially since Byakuya had already critically damaged Hyena's Kakuho. At most an A-rated ghoul, Hyena couldn't withstand consecutive lethal blows. The decapitation ended him completely. Ding. Host defeated an A-rated ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. Ding. Host completed first CCG assigned mission. Reward, 10 fusion points. Excellent work. Your reactions weren't at all what you'd expect from a rookie. This mission really was no challenge for you. Koryui praised Byakuya readily. Conveniently, his Kagun was fully deployed, meeting the requirements for Quinqua fabrication. In a few days, you'll be able to upgrade to an A-rated Quinqua. Byakuya only nodded slightly, saying nothing more. His mind wasn't on getting a better Quinqua, it was on the Fueguchi family situation. He didn't know their current circumstances. If Fueguchi Asaki hadn't been killed by Yamori yet, that would be the best scenario. Mission complete. Other investigators will handle the scene cleanup. Want to head back now? Koryui asked for Byakuya's preference. It's still early. I'd like to walk around Ward 19 first. Byakuya said. Works for me. I'll head to the branch to file the report. Watch yourself. Koryui nodded. Chapter 55, Jason Yamori. Soon, investigators arrived to process the scene. They were all investigator assistants, essentially personnel without combat capability, handling miscellaneous tasks. Rank 2 investigators barely had enough strength to fight B-rated ghouls. Rank 3 investigators could only handle C-rated ghouls that couldn't manifest Kagun. As for investigator assistants, they could only do odd jobs. Associate Special Class Koryui. And this person is. These assistants only recognized Koryui, not Byakuya. They would transport Hyena's corpse to the CCG research tower in Ward 1 and clean up all traces of blood and other evidence at the scene. Koryui exchanged a few words with Byakuya before leaving to file his report. Byakuya appeared to be wandering the streets, but he was actually searching for the Fueguchi family's location. He only knew they ran a clinic, not its exact address. Asking pedestrians might yield answers. Since he was no longer on active duty, Byakuya didn't bother hiding his Quinqua briefcase in the larger suitcase, he carried it openly. Anyone could tell at a glance he was a CCG investigator. This made it easier to question civilians. He quickly learned the clinic's location. The Fueguchi clinic was fairly well known in this area. Dr. Fueguchi was kind to patients, diligent, and had an excellent reputation. Fueguchi Asaki was indeed a rare example of a genuinely kind ghoul. He'd be killed because Yamori discovered he was collaborating with CCG investigators. Byakuya immediately headed for the clinic. As he approached, he deliberately slowed his pace and observed his surroundings. If things were proceeding as expected, Mato and Amon were likely staking out the clinic, waiting for Yamori. Specifically, Mato and Amon had come to Ward 19 to capture Yamori. After all, he was an S-rated ghoul. Sending Mato and Amon for this mission made sense. But at this point, the CCG didn't know Yamori had become a half-Kakuja through cannibalism. He was actually beyond S-rated now, at least S+ or borderline SS strength. In the original story, Mato had miscalculated Yamori's power during this mission. Not only were his Quinquas ineffective against Yamori, one was even damaged. If Yamori hadn't stuck to his 9-to-5 schedule and simply left when it was time to clock out, ignoring both Mato and Amon, Mato would have died right there. Just as I thought. Byakuya spotted where Mato and Amon were hiding. If even Yamori could find them, and Byakuya already knew what to look for, how could he miss them? But Byakuya pretended not to notice. Still carrying his Quinqua briefcase openly, he walked straight into the Fuiguchi clinic. From their hiding spot, Mato and Amon had also spotted Byakuya. That's Investigator Amaha. What's he doing here? Amon was immediately alarmed. He was also anxious. If Yamori arrived and spotted an investigator here, their ambush would be ruined. Mato said nothing, just watching Byakuya with a hint of confusion. What do we do? He'll alert Yamori. Amon whispered urgently to Mato. Easy, Amon. He has bloodstains on him, probably wounded from a recent ghoul fight. I don't know why he came here instead of CCG support staff, but Yamori shouldn't be scared off by one injured investigator. Mato remained calm, analyzing the situation. I see I still lack composure. Amon nodded. He recognized his own shortcoming and committed it to memory. When Byakuya walked into the clinic carrying his Quinqua briefcase, Fuiguchi Asaki froze. He immediately recognized the distinctive CCG Quinqua case, but this wasn't Mato or Amon, it was a completely unfamiliar young man. Worry crept over him. Would something go wrong? According to his arrangement with Mato, when Yamori came for him, Mato would ambush from hiding. Besides Asaki, there was only one human patient in the clinic. Hinami and Ryoko weren't here, they'd probably already fled to Ward 20. Because Yamori had been harassing Asaki, Hinami and Ryoko had no choice but to leave Ward 19. Asaki had apparently been an Aojirai tree member, some kind of technical specialist, which was why Yamori had come looking for him. Byakuya entered without saying anything, simply sitting in a waiting chair as if he were just another patient in line. He set his Quinqua briefcase casually by his feet. Only a few minutes passed before Yamori appeared. A tall, blond man with a prominent nose and a fierce face. The CCG had designated him Jason, though he was also known as Yamori. Yamori glanced at Byakuya and the human patient as he entered. Despite noticing Byakuya was an investigator, he acted as if he hadn't seen anything, instead walking toward the patient currently being treated. The patient was an inconvenience he wanted to eliminate. Byakuya obviously wasn't going to let that happen. In one smooth motion, he drew and threw the Hirako 176 that had been in his inner pocket. The dagger flew at Yamori with speed and precision. But Yamori was a half-Kakuja class ghoul. His reflexes were certainly formidable. He tilted his head aside, but one ear was still nicked by the dagger, which then embedded itself in the wall behind him. Yamori frowned. He'd actually been wounded, and this investigator had dared attack him. I was in a pretty good mood today. Then you had to go and ruin it, kid. Yamori kept one hand in his pocket while the other twisted his index finger to a grotesque angle with an audible crack. A twisted grin spread across his face. Clearly, Byakuya had angered him. Asaki's heart sank, cold sweat beating on his forehead. That young investigator had just ruined everything. According to his arrangement with Mato, the hidden ambush was supposed to spring when Yamori came for him. Now. Chapter 56, Confronting the S-rated Jason. Ding. Host's first confrontation with S-rated ghoul Jason. Reward received, 10 fusion points. Byakuya rose from his chair without a trace of expression, the Quinqua briefcase in his hand unfolding into a grey tachi. He had every intention of stopping Yamori. There wasn't a hint of fear on his face, otherwise he wouldn't have come here in the first place. The current timeline was working in his favor. Asaki Fuiguchi hadn't been killed by Yamori yet. The human patient nearby reacted fairly quickly, though his choice wasn't exactly rational. Rather than hiding somewhere inside the clinic, he bolted straight for the door. That meant running right past Yamori. But Yamori completely ignored the man, letting him flee outside without a second glance. Right now, all he wanted was to tear this brat apart. Everyone else was irrelevant. Pity he's not a ghoul, Yamori thought. Otherwise he could have properly entertained him. After all, a ghoul's unique regenerative abilities meant he could enjoy the pleasure of endless torture. Ha! Yamori let out a thunderous roar as he explosively closed the distance. No Kagun. He seemed intent on crushing Byakuya with pure physical strength alone. Against an ordinary human, this would be child's play, their bodies couldn't possibly match a normal ghoul's, let alone one at Yamori's level. But Byakuya was no ordinary human. Yamori closed in on him in the blink of an eye, swinging his thick fist at Byakuya's head. Byakuya had already tracked the movement. His pupils were locked precisely on the trajectory of the incoming blow. He tilted his head slightly, dodging the punch with ease. It looked like the fist had nearly smashed his skull in, but that was merely an illusion created by his precise evasion. Simultaneously, Byakuya twisted his wrist and drove the tachi into Yamori's abdomen in a reverse grip. Pain flared through Yamori's gut, and for a moment he couldn't believe it. He hadn't expected to be wounded so suddenly. Still, a minor injury like this meant nothing to him. If anything, it only fueled his rage. Yamori ignored the quinkwa buried in his stomach and reached out with both hands to lock around Byakuya's throat. But he was still a step too slow. Byakuya decisively wrenched thorn from Yamori's abdomen. The shark-tooth serrations along the blade tore through flesh a second time as it withdrew. Then he swiftly sidestepped Yamori's grasping hands. If Yamori thought he could crush Byakuya with hand-to-hand combat alone, without even releasing his Kagun, he was sorely mistaken. Meanwhile, Asaki Fuiguchi remained seated nearby, not daring to move. Watching the young investigator hold his own against Yamori, actually gaining the upper hand, he found it almost unbelievable. But he knew this wasn't Yamori's true strength. The man hadn't even released his Kagun yet. He couldn't help but worry for the young investigator. Where were Mato-san and Amon-san? They should have been nearby by now. Why hadn't they come to support him? After failing to even graze his opponent's clothing and sustaining yet another wound, Yamori's face twisted with rage and humiliation. He finally released his Kagun in fury. Two purple Rinkaku tentacles erupted from the kakuho at his waist, their surfaces bristling with sharp spines. Of course, Yamori possessed more than just this one kakuho. He had 3 in total, the other 2 acquired through cannibalism. Together, they gave him the power of a half kakuja. But he still wasn't taking Byakuya seriously. He'd only deployed his original kakuho. Still underestimating me, I see. A faint smile touched Byakuya's lips. Those 2 Rinkaku tentacles moved far faster than Yamori's body could, and Rinkaku boasted the highest offensive power among all Kagun types. They lashed toward Byakuya with explosive ferocity. Now Byakuya was actually being pressed. He blocked one tentacle with his tachi while weaving his body to dodge the other. He managed to evade, but not perfectly. His clothes had been torn open. Byakuya attempted to damage Yamori's Kagun with thorn, but a berated quinkwa simply wasn't strong enough. In both power and durability, it was vastly inferior to Yamori's Kagun. To put it in perspective, if Yamori's Kagun were crafted into a quinkwa, it would be the S-rated Jason, a completely different class from a B-rated weapon. Not only did he fail to harm the Kagun, but the impact numbed his hands. Fortunately, thorn hadn't shattered. From here on, he'd have to avoid direct clashes between thorn and the Kagun. A few more exchanges like that and his quinkwa would break. A savage grin spread across Yamori's face as his assault grew more ferocious. Though Byakuya could no longer fight with the same ease as before, he wasn't being overwhelmed either. Unless Yamori lost his temper and transformed into his half-kakuja form, but Byakuya still had cards to play too. Quite a few, in fact. He simply didn't want to use them yet. Just as Byakuya and Yamori were locked in their intense battle, Kiryu Mato and Kotaro Amon finally appeared, quinkwas in hand. Mato wielded an umbrella-shaped quinkwa, while Amon carried Dojima 1/2, a metal rod like kukaku. What? Yamori quickly realized he'd walked into an ambush. His first instinct was to retreat immediately. He was already fighting evenly with this kid. If 2 more investigators joined the siege, he'd eventually be overwhelmed. Sure, he could transform into his half-kakuja form, but doing so would cost him his sanity. He was here on a mission. He couldn't afford to take unnecessary risks over wounded pride. Yamori broke free from his engagement with Byakuya and charged toward Mato and Amon, who were blocking his escape route. Both investigators tried to intercept him, but that was wishful thinking. Even as Mato's umbrella-shaped quinkwa opened to envelop Yamori, the ghoul simply forced it apart with brute Kagun strength, shattering the weapon instantly. Then he kicked Amon's rod-shaped quinkwa, sending the investigator stumbling back several steps. They could only watch as Yamori escaped. Byakuya remained expressionless, standing in place with no intention of pursuing. He knew there was no point, they couldn't catch Yamori. And if they pushed him into transforming into a half-kakuja, it wouldn't benefit anyone. Chapter 57, an exceptionally powerful rookie. Amon was about to give chase when he realized Jason had already vanished from sight. Damn it. He got away. He punched the air in frustration. It's fine, Amon. We couldn't have caught Jason anyway. Mato remained composed. His quinkwa had been destroyed by Jason, proof that the ghoul's strength exceeded their expectations. It was just a random quinkwa he'd brought along. Broken was broken. He had plenty of others in his collection. He'd simply underestimated Jason's power. Yes, sir. Amon nodded. We should actually thank Investigator Amaha for helping us gauge that ghoul's strength. Otherwise, we might have been in real danger. Mato turned to look at Byakuya. This young man was still a rookie, yet his strength was remarkably impressive, able to fight an S-rated ghoul like Jason head-on without falling behind. There were a few others in the CCG who were similarly inexplicably powerful. Could this kid have come from the same place as those people? Indeed. Thank you, Investigator Amaha. Amon also turned to address Byakuya. He couldn't help but feel admiration. The other man was just a rookie, yet had performed far better than Amon himself. It was nothing. Byakuya replied evenly. Mato-san, Amon-san, what do we do now? Asaki Fueguchi spoke up, his face etched with worry. They hadn't managed to capture Yamori. The ghoul had surely figured out that Asaki had collaborated with CCG investigators. Retaliation was inevitable. Among ghouls, especially Aojirai Tree colleagues, Yamori was typically called by his alias. Yes, what indeed? Mato pondered for a moment before his expression twisted into a cold sneer. What to do, I couldn't say. All I know is that you're no longer useful. Wah. Asaki's eyes went wide as the meaning sank in. They were going to dispose of him. Amon remained silent, though clearly something weighed on his mind. Mato-san had used Dr. Fueguchi. And over the past few days of interaction, Amon hadn't gotten the impression that the school was particularly malicious. Quite the opposite, he'd been remarkably kind to humans. But Mato-san had always taught him using the ghoul countermeasures law. Once a target was confirmed as a ghoul, they lost all legal protection. In Mato-san's eyes, no ghoul had any reason to live. They all deserved to die. Even if Amon felt some reluctance, he would follow Mato-san's will. He couldn't bring himself to object. Amon. Mato called out. His own Quinqua had been destroyed by Jason, so he needed Amon to carry out the execution. Generally speaking, an investigator without a Quinqua was virtually defenseless against a ghoul. The only exception was Kishu Arima, who had once driven off a ghoul with nothing but an ordinary umbrella. But his physical capabilities were on an entirely different level from normal humans, or even half-humans. Yes, sir. Amon steeled himself, all hesitation gone. He would obey Mato's command. He gripped Dojima one half and advanced toward Asaki. This isn't what we agreed on. Panic flooded Asaki's face. His instinct was to run, but there was nowhere to go. 3 investigators stood before him. He had no escape. All he could do was cower in place, drowning in regret. If only he hadn't approached them for cooperation. He'd believed CCG investigators could be trusted. Instead, not only had they failed to eliminate the threat of Yamori, but now he was going to die here too. And the worst part, he had a wife and daughter. Both Yamori and Mato knew about them. He could accept his own death, but he couldn't bear the thought of his wife and daughter being killed too. Trust. With a ghoul. Disgusting. Mato's sneer deepened. As he spoke, one eye went wide while the other narrowed, his gaze filled with pure loathing. He'd never considered Asaki a person. Ghouls weren't people to begin with, just vermin that deserved to die. Trust was meaningless. Already, Mato was mentally planning his next Quinqua. He'd use this ghoul's Kagun and Kakuho. Then he'd use the Quinqua to hunt down the wife and daughter. Let the whole family have a nice little reunion. The thought was deeply satisfying. No. Please, no. Asaki's desperate screams filled the clinic. But just as Amon raised his Quinqua to strike. Wait. The voice came from behind. From Byakuya. What? Amon froze mid-swing, caught off guard. Mato also turned to look at Byakuya, his eyes questioning. Jason hasn't been captured yet. This ghoul still has value. Jason will definitely come back for revenge. Killing him now would be a waste. Byakuya spoke with casual indifference. That ghoul escaped pretty quickly this time, but I won't give him another chance. Mato fell silent for a moment. Amon thought Byakuya made a valid point and hesitated, but he wasn't in a position to decide. He looked to Mato. Fine. We'll do it your way. If you can catch Jason, that would be ideal. Mato appeared to relent. But inwardly, he was already beginning to suspect that Byakuya might be trying to protect the school. His instincts were exceptionally sharp, just as in the original story, where he'd suspected Kaneki of being a ghoul from their very first meeting. If Kaneki hadn't possessed Rise's bloodline, allowing him to pass through the RC detection gates undetected, things would have gone very differently. Asaki's legs nearly gave out beneath him. He realized his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. But he couldn't relax yet. His execution had only been postponed. Compared to Mato, Amon was rather naive. Because investigator Amaha was genuinely skilled, Amon saw nothing suspicious in his words. Since he had the ability to catch Jason, it was worth attempting. Besides, investigator Amaha's expressionless demeanor made him seem perfectly rational, the type who'd be just as ruthless toward ghouls as Mato-san. Chapter 58, Do You Hate Me? Ding. Host successfully prevented Yamori and Kiryu Mato from killing Asaki Fueguchi. Reward received, 50 fusion points. Note, if Asaki Fueguchi dies within a short time frame, 50 fusion points will be reclaimed. System reward acquired. Byakuya was satisfied. The condition requiring Asaki to stay alive wasn't too troublesome for him to manage. A moment later, another notification chimed. Ding. Host has triggered a quest. Divine selection activated. Option 1, back off now and avoid future complications. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, protect Ryoko Fueguchi and Hinami Fueguchi. Reward, 50 fusion points. Let's go, Amon. We should head back. I need to get a new quinqua. Mato collected the broken pieces of his quinqua and stored them in their case. Even useless fragments held collector's value for him. Amon nodded and followed Mato out of the clinic. But they hadn't gone far when Mato suddenly turned back without a word. Confused, Amon followed. They stopped beside the clinic's outer wall. Rather than peek inside directly, Mato pressed his ear to the wall, listening. His instincts told him Byakuya might be trying to shelter the ghoul. If he simply listened through the wall, he'd know the truth soon enough. To Mato's apparent disappointment, all he could hear was someone being beaten and crying out in pain. The voice was unmistakably Asaki's. Byakuya's cold, hostile tone punctuated the sounds. You're going to cooperate with us from now on, understand? Worthless trash like you, this is the only value you have left. To make absolutely certain, Mato walked around to the entrance and stepped inside. There was Byakuya, expression ice cold, pinning Asaki down and beating him. When Byakuya noticed Mato enter, he stopped immediately, his expression shifting just as quickly. I just came back for something I left behind. Carry on. Mato collected a few barely noticeable quinqua fragments from the floor. Clearly, he deliberately left them as a pretext to return. Byakuya said nothing, waiting until Mato and Amon had departed again before resuming. This time, they didn't come back. Mato-san, just now. Amon's tone carried a note of confusion. I thought Investigator Amaha was trying to protect that ghoul. Seems I was overthinking it. Quite an excellent rookie we have. Mato's voice was casual. Yes. Far more capable than I was starting out. More capable than I am now, honestly. Amon nodded seriously. Meanwhile, Byakuya didn't stop until he was certain they were truly gone. Asaki's face was beaten black and blue, even his nose was broken, blood streaming freely. Asaki sat slumped on the floor, groaning softly. Byakuya settled into a nearby chair as if nothing had happened, habitually crossing one leg over the other. With your regeneration, you'll heal up soon enough. Byakuya's tone was light. Do you hate me? Asaki blinked, momentarily stunned. Then understanding dawned. And no. If anything, I'm deeply grateful. He was already on his knees, now he pressed his forehead to the floor in a full bow. He'd figured it out. The sudden, wordless beating had been to save his life, a performance for Mato and Amon's benefit. And the injuries he'd sustained? For a ghoul, they were superficial at best. Minor wounds that would heal on their own in no time. Compared to being killed outright by Mato and Amon, this was infinitely preferable. This young investigator was his savior. A bow of gratitude was the least he could offer. There's no need for that. At least it saves me the trouble of explaining. Byakuya helped Asaki to his feet. Everything had gone exactly as Asaki guessed. The beating was meant to dispel Mato's suspicions. Byakuya knew how sharp Mato's instincts were. Fooling him wouldn't be easy, so he'd staged the whole thing deliberately. Sure enough, Mato hadn't actually left. If he hadn't done this, Mato would have noticed his leniency toward Asaki. Consider this your compensation for cooperating with the CCG. Now find somewhere to hide. Don't let Yamori actually find you. Byakuya made things clear. Yes. I will. Asaki nodded vigorously. Without another word, Byakuya left. He'd done what he could. Anything more would be excessive. If this guy still managed to get himself killed despite everything, then clearly something was wrong with his head. In that case, Byakuya would rather have the 50 fusion points reclaimed than deal with the hassle. Asaki wasn't that foolish. He intended to find the most isolated hiding spot possible and wait for this whole situation to blow over before reuniting with his wife and daughter. Later that day, Byakuya returned to the CCG branch office in Ward 19. Kori Ui had already finished his own debriefing and heard about Byakuya's encounter from Mato. I heard from First Class Mato that you ran into Jason, and that you held your own quite well. Is that true? Ui asked as soon as Byakuya walked in. It is. Byakuya nodded slightly. You continue to impress me. Jason is an S-rated ghoul, and his rating probably hasn't been updated in ages. The fact that you could fight him to a standstill. Ui's voice carried genuine admiration. It wasn't that impressive. He wasn't using his full strength. Byakuya said modestly. Neither had he, of course. Regardless, you went head-to-head with an S-rated ghoul. No rank 2 investigator has ever accomplished that before. Even first-class Motto has never praised a rookie so highly. UI didn't hold back his commendation. Actually, Arima-san thinks highly of you too. Hiruihei has been paying particular attention because of it. Chapter 59, Ryoko Fueguchi and Hinami Fueguchi. The mission to eliminate the A-rated ghoul, Hyena, is complete. There won't be any new assignments for a while, so take some time to rest. UI addressed Byakuya. Fighting both the A-rated Hyena and the S-rated Jason back-to-back, even a veteran first-class investigator might struggle to handle that. Understood. Byakuya nodded. As for his own plans, he saw no need to share them with UI. With no immediate assignments, Byakuya parted ways with UI and returned alone to Ward 20. But even here, he had matters to attend to. During this period, Yamori's mission was to capture Rise alive. That meant he'd likely be operating in Ward 20 for the foreseeable future. It was hardly a secret that the binge eater was based here, anyone who bothered to ask around could find out. Yamori posed no real threat to Rise. But for Ryoko and Hinami Fueguchi, he was extremely dangerous. There was no telling whether Yamori might target them to get back at Asaki. Byakuya headed home first. Finding Rise absent, he assumed she was at Antiku. Or she might have encountered Yamori, but that guy couldn't do anything to her. No need to worry. Unless something unexpected had happened. At Antiku, Rise was indeed there. I knew you'd be here. Byakuya sat down beside her. Weren't you investigating something in Ward 19? Back already? Rise seemed mildly surprised. Yeah, things went smoothly. Would have been even faster if someone hadn't gotten in the way. Byakuya paused. By the way, do you know anyone called Jason or Yamori? The man had developed a split personality after being tortured by Tokage. Jason was a second persona that emerged as a survival mechanism. Still, Byakuya preferred calling him Yamori. Rise thought for a moment. Sounds vaguely familiar. Just some boring guy. He tried to catch me once. I ran into him in Ward 19. He'll probably be active around Ward 20 from now on. Be careful. I will, though he's not worth my attention. Rai smiled as she spoke. Before long, she was following Byakuya out of the cafe. But just as they reached the door, a mother and daughter entered from the other direction. Both had brown hair and brown eyes. Their features were similar and quite pretty. Byakuya recognized them immediately, Ryoko and Hinami Fueguchi. As Byakuya and Rise passed by, Hinami instinctively shrank behind her mother to avoid the strangers. Then she froze. She'd caught a very familiar scent from that young man. This is father's scent. Hinami was certain she hadn't made a mistake. This was definitely the smell of her father. This human is human, right? Has he been in contact with father? Hinami had been desperately worried about her father. Suddenly detecting his scent on a stranger naturally made her intensely curious. Even so, she didn't dare show it openly. She only allowed herself to watch the human covertly. Once Byakuya and Rise had left, Hinami tugged gently at Ryoko's sleeve and whispered, "Mama, that person just now. I know. He carries your father's scent. But what worries me is..." Ryoko had noticed as well, though her reaction hadn't been as obvious as Hinami's. If he's a ghoul investigator, we could be in danger. Their attention had been entirely fixed on Byakuya. Neither had noticed that Rise walking beside him was also a ghoul. Otherwise, Ryoko probably wouldn't have suspected him of being an investigator. Though he actually was one. I see. I wonder how father is doing. Hinami's expression fell with worry. Since taking refuge in Ward 20, they'd lost all contact with Asaki. He'd cut ties deliberately, to keep any trouble he'd attracted from reaching Ryoko and Hinami. Ryoko's heart grew heavy as well. Ryoko-san, Hinami-chan, the manager is waiting for you upstairs. Tuka approached with a friendly smile. Oh okay. Thank you, Wani-chan. Hinami was more familiar with Tuka and slightly less shy around her. Ryoko also nodded and bowed in thanks. The mother and daughter headed up to the second floor to receive their goods from manager Yoshimura. What they called picking up goods was actually Ryoko and Hinami's regular collection of human carrion from Yoshimura at Antiku. Neither of them could hunt on their own. It wasn't a matter of strength, Ryoko could manifest a Kagun, which by CCG standards made her at least B-rated. C-rated ghouls who couldn't release Kagun were the ones who truly struggled to feed. The real issue was that both Ryoko and Hinami were too kind-hearted. They couldn't bring themselves to harm humans. Living in Ward 20 now, they depended entirely on Yoshimura and Tuka's care. Meanwhile, Byakuya and Rise had just stepped outside and Tiku. That little girl seemed very interested in you, Rise remarked. She's a ghoul, by the way. I told you I ran into Yamori in Ward 19. He was at a clinic. Byakuya spoke evenly. That mother and daughter are probably related to the clinic's doctor. The daughter's features look a bit like his. True. Some of the scents on you overlap with theirs. So that doctor must be a ghoul too, and most likely their family member. Rise nodded slightly. Though neither she nor Byakuya had looked directly at the pair, Rise had already catalogued their scents in detail. Yes. I'm planning to eliminate Yamori. He's bound to target them eventually. Byakuya's expression remained neutral. Eliminating an S-rated ghoul would earn him a considerable amount of fusion points, plus an S-rated Quinqua as a bonus. In his eyes, Yamori was already marked for death. Chapter 60, fulfilling his promise to Rise. After picking up their goods, Ryoko and Hinami didn't leave right away. Hinami was still preoccupied with what had just happened. She asked Tuka in one of the second-floor rooms, Tuka-Wunchin, that young man who left with a really pretty lady, do you know him? The pretty lady with glasses and purple hair. Tuka confirmed. Yes. Hinami nodded. I know of them, but I wouldn't say I actually know the guy. Why do you ask, Hinami-chan? Tuka looked curious. Because, that man had father sent on him. I really want to know how father is doing. Hinami's head drooped as she explained. I see. Now Tuka was curious too. Wasn't Hinami-chan's father still in Ward 19? When had Byakuya gone to Ward 19? And why had he been in contact with Hinami's father? Sorry, I don't really know him either. I'm not sure what's going on. Tuka's voice carried a note of apology. That's okay. Hinami quickly assured her. She couldn't possibly accept Tuka-Wunchin's apology, not after everything Tuka had done for them. But now, finding out about her father would have to wait. Back with Byakuya and Rise. So you're planning to use that mother and daughter as bait to draw out Yamori? Rise asked. I wouldn't call it using them. I don't intend to harm them. If anything, I'm protecting them. Once Yamori learns they're related to that doctor, he definitely won't let them go. Byakuya said. Do what you want. I'm not interested in that sort of thing. But if you need help, I can take care of Yamori for you. Rise's tone was casual. That won't be necessary. Byakuya shook his head slightly. I'm a ghoul investigator now. Other investigators are also looking into Yamori. If they discovered your existence, that would only complicate things. Fine. By the way, you haven't forgotten about a certain something, have you? Rise's voice took on a mysterious lilt. Though her words were vague, Byakuya understood immediately. You mean the promise to let you have a taste? Of course I haven't forgotten. It should be in 2 more days, right? 2 more days. I can barely wait as it is. Impatience crept into Rise's tone. That won't work. Not even a single day early. Byakuya was firm. So mean. Rise's voice turned sulky. When the time comes, I won't hold back at all. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Byakuya hadn't done anything particularly noteworthy during that time, mostly just walking around town, keeping an eye out for Yamori. Ward 20 was neither large nor small. He hadn't spotted him. But today, there was something that needed doing. The promise he'd made to Rise was due. Rise had specifically dragged him to her room for this. The room was fairly Spartan. Her vanity had almost no cosmetics, only some lip balm that barely qualified. It was clean, though, with a faint, pleasant fragrance. Since Rise had moved in, Byakuya hadn't entered this room. Couldn't we just do this in the living room? Why come all the way to your room? How could we be casual about this? Rise was insistent. Just do as I say. You promised. All right. Byakuya dropped the subject. He'd control the situation himself. If Rise went too far, he wouldn't simply allow it. Just then, Rise firmly pushed Byakuya onto the bed. She positioned herself above him. Her face was flushed, making it look like they were about to do something far more intimate. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "You asked why. Obviously, it's because this makes it feel better." Just as Byakuya thought she might bite off his ear, her face drifted lower. She settled fully onto him, her arm sliding beneath his armpits to wrap tightly around his back. Then she bit down gently on his trapezius, the muscle between his shoulder and neck. She didn't use force right away. Instead, she increased the pressure gradually, as if giving him time to prepare mentally. When the pressure finally became painful, Rise had reached the limit of her restraint. Even breaking the skin released flavors that had never graced her tongue before, an explosion of taste that her taste buds couldn't bear another millisecond without experiencing fully. She bit down harder and tore away a piece of flesh, pulling him closer at the same time. Her embrace was almost suffocating, though the softness pressed against his chest offered a very different sensation. The distraction dulled some of the pain. And the pain itself would only last a moment. With the Hashirama cells in his body, the wound would regenerate completely in no time. Rise maintained her position, having taken only a single bite. She chewed slowly, savoring it for a long while before finally swallowing with utter satisfaction. She knew his regenerative abilities were exceptional. The gruesome wound she'd created didn't concern her. How strange. You taste even more delicious than before. Wonder colored her voice. Only about 2 weeks had passed. She definitely hadn't forgotten what he'd tasted like last time. Last time had already been shocking enough. But now she could clearly tell, this was even better. A body this exquisite. Rise felt herself becoming utterly addicted. Chapter 61, a second encounter with Yamori. Probably because I've been training really diligently lately. Byakuya said this with a completely straight face, spouting nonsense. Is that so? Your body is truly strange. If I were a scientist, I'd want to dissect you just to see what your internal structure looks like. Rise smiled faintly. All right, I've fulfilled my promise. Can you get off me now? Byakuya spoke up. What's the hurry? Let me clean up the remaining blood first. Rise still showed no intention of releasing him. She proceeded to lick away the blood around the wound. Biting off a chunk of flesh naturally caused quite a bit of bleeding. But Byakuya's wound was already healing, stopping the blood flow. The regeneration was almost visible to the naked eye. Rise could see his wound repairing itself in real time. The regeneration speed was comparable to an ordinary ghoul's. If Byakuya's flesh and blood weren't genuinely delicious, she'd find it hard to believe a human could possess such regenerative abilities. Even just licking the blood around his wound left an unforgettable taste. Only after every last trace of blood was gone did Rise finally release him. A short while later, Byakuya's wound had nearly finished healing. So starting tomorrow, are you going out hunting humans again? Byakuya asked Rise from where he sat on the bed. I've been considering it. It's dangerous, sure, but that's just my style. Rise smiled lightly. Byakuya was somewhat speechless. Apparently Rise was still rather willful and rebellious, wanting to go gallivanting around even at a time like this. Honestly, he didn't want to keep using his own body as leverage to restrain her. Getting bitten hurt quite a bit, and the whole thing felt like self-harm. The corner of Rise's lips curved upward. But if you can still satisfy my needs, I'll behave and listen to you. Obviously, her previous statement was just set up. This was her real intention. Stop messing around. I'm not a masochist. I don't want you taking bites out of me whenever you feel like it. Byakuya refused. The system didn't react this time either. Even if it had offered rewards, he might not have agreed, unless the payout was substantial. At least 100 or 200 fusion points before he'd even consider it. Then how about this, just let me drink a tiny bit of blood occasionally. Rise lowered her demands. Byakuya's blood was equally delicious and could satisfy her hunger. Eating his flesh wasn't strictly necessary. If she couldn't get full, Antika still had plenty of human corpses. But for Rise, the issue had never been about getting full. It was about satisfying her appetite. Fine. But only when I'm willing. Byakuya reluctantly agreed. The next day. Over the past several days, Byakuya and Rise had been visiting Antika regularly. They often saw Ryoko and Hinami Fueguchi there. Byakuya could feel Hinami's gaze lingering on him for extended periods, presumably because he still carried Asaki's scent. But he couldn't exactly approach a girl he'd never met and start explaining things, so he pretended not to notice. Each day he simply came here to read and drink coffee. There wasn't much else to do for entertainment, he didn't really have other hobbies. When it was time, he'd leave and head home. Right around then, Tuka also got off work early. She was accompanying Ryoko and Hinami somewhere. Just as they were about to walk out the door, Hinami glanced back, and her eyes met Byakuya's. She hastily looked away in a panic. Byakuya smiled with slight exasperation. If Hinami had been bold enough to approach him directly, he would have been happy to answer her questions. Afterward, Byakuya and Rise gathered their things and left Antiku. But halfway home, Byakuya suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Yamori, the same one he'd encountered not long ago. Yamori's build and features were far too distinctive. Byakuya noticed him immediately. You saw him too, right? That's the Yamori you mentioned before. Rise spoke up. Yeah. Head home first. I have something to take care of. All right. Be careful. With that, Rise departed. She wasn't particularly worried about Byakuya. Even she hadn't been able to get the better of him back then, so someone like Yamori was far from a threat. Byakuya immediately headed toward Yamori's direction, but the man was quite far away and had already turned into a narrow alley. Meanwhile, Yamori had ducked into this alley because he'd caught a familiar scent. "You've really made me search high and low. Finally found you." Looking at the three women before him, a cold sneer spread across Yamori's face. That Asaki Fueguchi collaborated with CCG investigators made me lose face big time. The three people in front of him were naturally Ryoko Fueguchi, Hinami Fueguchi, and Tuka Kirishima. These past days, Yamori had been operating in Ward 20, searching for Rise the Binge Eater while also hunting for Asaki's wife and daughter. He'd never seen Asaki's family before, but the young woman and little girl in front of him carried Asaki's scent. That was confirmation enough. As for the other girl in the work uniform, he'd just kill her too while he was at it. "Who are you?" Sensing hostile intent and detecting a ghoul's scent, Tuka immediately grew wary. She didn't recognize him at all. She'd never seen him in Ward 20 before. Ryoko's face went deathly pale. She'd never met Yamori, but she knew her husband had sent her and Hinami to Ward 20 specifically because Yamori had been targeting him. The man before her had mentioned her husband by name and was clearly a ghoul. This was almost certainly that Yamori. She'd heard from her husband that Yamori was terrifyingly powerful, an executive-level member of Aojirai Tree, and his methods against fellow ghouls were exceptionally cruel. Even Hinami, who didn't fully understand the situation, was frightened by Yamori's savage appearance and hid behind her mother. Chapter 62, The Mysterious Masked Men. Yamori completely ignored Tuka's question. "Come to think of it, I've never tried torturing a mother and daughter at the same time before. Should be quite an experience." His tone was casual. He'd stated his intentions right from the start. He was utterly confident in his own strength. This mother-daughter pair had no hope of escape. He'd drag them back by force if necessary. "Don't you dare hurt my daughter." Ryoko stepped forward, her expression darkening. She was afraid too, but she absolutely wouldn't let Hinami come to harm. But then Tuka raised an arm to stop Ryoko. "Ryoko-san, take Hinami and go." She could sense that this ghoul wasn't ordinary. Her own strength wasn't lacking either. She wanted to stay and buy time for them to escape. "Go. Now." Seeing Ryoko hesitate, Tuka urged her again. After much internal conflict, Ryoko decided to get Hinami to safety first, then come back to help Tuka fight Yamori. She grabbed Hinami's hand and ran. "Humph, think you can escape?" Yamori snorted coldly and shot after them at incredible speed. Tuka moved to intercept, immediately releasing her Kagun. A single wing-like Akaku emerged from her left side. It was a maple red color with hints of purple, like a burning flame, beautiful in its own unique way. Tuka's Akaku should have been a symmetrical pair of wings, but her right wing was incomplete. Only her left could function normally, significantly reducing her overall power. This was likely because Tuka hadn't eaten fresh human flesh in too long. Since joining Antiku, she'd been subsisting solely on human carrion like Yoshimura. Carrion was completely different from fresh human flesh. The RC cells in decaying meat lost their vitality over time. If a ghoul didn't regularly consume fresh human flesh, they couldn't maintain their RC cell levels. Tuka and Yoshimura would only grow weaker as time passed. Yet neither of them was willing to hunt and harm innocent humans. Tuka fired her Ukaku shards at Yamori, a barrage of purple-red blades. Yamori smirked contemptuously and blocked them with his own Kagun. While Rinkaku was typically more fragile, his RC cell count vastly exceeded Tuka's. A Kagun's strength fluctuated with its user's RC levels. Even though Tuka's Ukaku was fast and accurate, it couldn't inflict any meaningful damage. While blocking her attacks, Yamori closed the distance in an instant. A casual sweep of his Kagun sent Tuka flying. And she flew directly toward Ryoko and Hinami. "Tuka." Ryoko couldn't ignore this. She released Hinami's hand to catch Tuka. "Ryoko-san, you have to run." Tuka's voice was urgent. That single exchange had shown her just how powerful this man was. She couldn't even stall for time. "Stop dreaming. All of you are staying." Yamori was too fast. The moment Tuka managed to steady herself, he was already in front of her again. He intended to incapacitate all three, then take them back for a leisurely session of torture. His massive fist slammed into Tuka. She stumbled back several steps, her Ukaku, wrapped protectively around herself, throbbing with numbness and pain from absorbing the blow. In both raw power and Kagun strength, Yamori utterly overwhelmed her. Then Yamori turned toward Ryoko and Hinami. Hinami trembled with fear while Ryoko instinctively released her Kagun to protect her daughter. Her Kagun was a Kukaku, a massive moth wing shape, almost like butterfly wings. Her eyes transformed into crimson Kakugan, her expression shifting from fearful to fierce and furious. But Ryuko's strength couldn't possibly match a half-Kakuja like Yamori. He pierced through her Kukaku with trivial ease. The defensive Kagun type, known for its hardness, seemed fragile as paper before him. Whoosh! Just as Yamori crushed Ryuko's defense and reached for Hinami, something struck the back of his head. It only left a shallow mark. Didn't even break his skin. Clang! Metal clattered against the ground. Yamori paused and glanced back to find an ordinary dagger. Not even a quinqua. It could barely tickle him. Still, he wanted to see who had the audacity to attack him. When he looked up, a figure had appeared behind him. All he saw was a white mask with a strange pattern, and a pair of crimson eyes that resembled Kakugan. You. Before Yamori could finish, a fist crashed into his face. The punch shattered his nose. Byakuya felt his own fist go slightly numb. This guy's bones were seriously tough. He hadn't brought his quinqua. The dagger he'd thrown was just a common one he'd picked up somewhere. Even if he'd brought Thorn, he wouldn't have used it. Kiryu Mato and Kataru Amon might be in Ward 20 right now. If Mato witnessed what happened here, it would cause no end of trouble. So he donned the white mask, gaining a 10% enhancement to all abilities, and fought Yamori using a combat style completely unknown to the CCG. The suddenness of everything left Tuka and Ryuko momentarily stunned. They had no idea who had appeared to help them. The mask suggested he was a ghoul like them. In this world, most ghouls wore masks during combat to prevent humans, especially CCG investigators, from seeing their faces. Otherwise, continuing to live in human society would become extremely difficult. Hinami, however, noticed something else about the mysterious masked man. His clothes looked similar to what that young man at the cafe always wore. Chapter 63, Half-Kakuja Transformation. Ryuko-san, Hinami-chan, let's go. Tuka was the first to react. She didn't have time to wonder about the masked man's identity. Getting them to safety was the priority. But Ryuko's first instinct was to help. She didn't want to leave their rescuer to face such a powerful enemy alone. But she quickly realized she was too weak to make any difference, and Hinami was still here. She had to ensure Hinami's safety first. Without further hesitation, Ryuko grabbed Hinami's hand and fled with Tuka. Neither Ryuko nor Tuka realized who the masked man was as they left. Unlike Hinami, they hadn't been secretly watching Byakuya at the cafe. They hadn't noticed what clothes he wore, so they didn't pick up on the connection. Meanwhile, Yamori's aggression had completely shifted to Byakuya. He couldn't care less about the fleeing women anymore. All he wanted was to tear apart whoever had dared attack him. Arg. Yamori roared and sent both Rinkaku tentacles lashing at Byakuya. But Byakuya could react to Yamori's attacks even without activating his Sharingan. With his 3-Tomo Sharingan now active, Yamori's Kagun might as well have been moving in slow motion. Dodging was effortless. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, fire style, great fireball technique. While evading, Byakuya formed hand seals in a blur and unleashed a great fireball. At such close range, the massive fireball erupting from his mouth blasted Yamori into the air. The temperature of the great fireball was effective against berated ghouls, but against a half-Kakuja like Yamori, who was at minimum S-rated, it wasn't particularly threatening. At most, the flames caused Yamori searing pain, but his regeneration outpaced the burns. While Yamori was still airborne, Byakuya used the body flicker technique to teleport above him. An axe kick slammed down onto Yamori's head, sending him crashing to the ground like a downed aircraft. Byakuya's tremendous force cratered the earth beneath Yamori. But this level of power still wasn't quite enough for hand-to-hand combat against an S-rated ghoul. Yamori sprang up immediately, using his 2 Kagun tentacles to strike at Byakuya while he was still momentarily suspended in midair. Byakuya used body flicker again to evade. This time he appeared behind Yamori, toying with him like a monkey, and kicked him flying into a wall. After suffering repeated humiliations, Yamori finally snapped. Driven by rage and shame, he unleashed his trump card. His form began to change. Dark crimson Kagun enveloped half his body, extending from his head down to his right arm. The massive claw formation on his right hand looked devastatingly powerful. Aside from those rare geniuses born with 2 or even 5 Kakuo, ordinary ghouls typically had only 1. Yamori possessed 3, the other 2 obtained through cannibalism. This was why he could achieve Kakuja transformation. Without cannibalism, even ghouls born with multiple Kagun types couldn't directly become half Kakuja. The only exception was the Washa clan, who were natural-born Kakuja, though the original story never really showcased that setting. Aha, aha. In his half-Kakuja form, Yamori's mind began to fracture. He gasped heavily as if struggling to breathe, his expression twisting into something feral. His burst speed more than doubled. He lunged at Byakuya like a rabid beast. Ding! Host has used 383 fusion points. Fusion progress plus 383. Current fusion progress, LV2, 470/500. Byakuya's expression didn't change. He calmly spent the points before engaging. He'd been saving them precisely for moments like this. The boost to his fusion progress brought significant improvements across the board, even without advancing to LV3. Against Yumori's half-Kakuja form, C-rank ninjutsu probably wouldn't cut it anymore. Rat, ox, dog, horse, monkey, boar, tiger, fire style, great fire destruction. Byakuya decisively used the B-rank technique Great Fire Destruction. While retreating rapidly, he expelled a fireball far larger than the Great Fireball technique, with correspondingly greater power and destructive force. The meteor-like sphere of fire hurtled toward Yamori, giving him no room to dodge or retreat. Flames engulfed Yumori's body and spread across the ground. Byakuya had deliberately avoided the surrounding buildings. He didn't want civilian casualties. These weren't ordinary flames. While not eternal like Amaterasu, they couldn't be easily extinguished and would only burn more intensely over time. Ararg. Yamori could only scream, whether from agony or impotent rage. He had no way to deal with the flames continuously searing his body. Like a demon possessed, he pounded the ground, cratering it further. Yet even in his madness, he immediately locked onto Byakuya and charged again, his entire body wreathed in fire. Fire style, hiding in ash technique. Byakuya used another B-rank technique. Chakra gathered in his throat. From his mouth came a cloud of searing ash mixed with superheated flames. Upon contact with Yamori, it erupted outward. The technique dealt additional thermal damage and disrupted Yumori's vision entirely. The widespread flames and scorching ash left him flailing blindly like a headless fly. The severe burns finally shattered what little sanity he had left. Regeneration had its limits too. Constantly burning and constantly regenerating drained RC cells until none remained. Yumori's defeat was inevitable now, there was no coming back from this. Byakuya landed lightly on a rooftop above, gazing down at the writhing, tormented Yamori with an expressionless face. He would wait here. When the moment was right, he'd deliver the killing blow. No bystanders had dared approach. The commotion made it obvious that CCG investigators were likely fighting a ghoul. Getting close would be suicidal. Yumori's bestial howls had frightened everyone in the vicinity into keeping their distance. Before long, Yamori was utterly exhausted, mostly because his own thrashing had depleted his stamina. The continuous burning left him on death's door, his body a horrific sight as he collapsed face down. The torment seemed to trigger memories of his past torture at Tokage's hands. Tears streamed from his eyes as he mumbled deliriously, "M.O., Mom, don't, leave me alone." Chapter 64, S-rated Jason, has been eliminated. Ding. Host has defeated S-rated ghoul, Yamori. Reward received, 30 fusion points. Ding. Host's first victory over a half-Kakuja. Bonus reward, 20 fusion points. 2 system notifications chimed in rapid succession. Yamori had lost all capacity to resist. Even if Byakuya left him alone now, the relentless flames would eventually burn him to death. Just as Byakuya was about to continue watching, another notification arrived. Ding. Host has triggered a quest. Divine selection activated. Option 1, kill Yamori completely. Afterward, receive S+, rated Quinqua, 13th Jason. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, spare Yamori's life and have him imprisoned in Cochlea to continue suffering. Reward, 20 fusion points. Option 3, spare his life and subjugate him. Risk of betrayal exists. Reward, 50 fusion points. While Option 3 offered substantial points, Byakuya didn't consider it worthwhile. The risk of betrayal meant keeping a ticking time bomb nearby. Hard pass. By comparison, obtaining an S+, rated Quinqua directly was clearly the best choice. It would be incomparably stronger than his current B-rated weapon. Byakuya leaped down from the rooftop, landing smoothly in front of Yamori. Yamori mustered his last reserves of strength to raise his head, and watched as his opponent slowly removed his mask, revealing that unforgettable face. Those 3 Tomo Sharingan eyes hadn't deactivated yet. Yamori's eyes went wide, his pupils trembling. His half-Kakuja form had already dissipated due to his injuries. His mind had cleared somewhat, a brief moment of lucidity before death. He never imagined his opponent was that human investigator from before. Until this very moment, he'd assumed the masked man was a ghoul. After all, the men had fire abilities, and certain special ghouls possessing fire attributes wasn't unheard of. Tatara from Aojirai Tree was a prime example. Now Yamori couldn't make sense of it. Was this person human or ghoul? Not that it mattered anymore. His life had reached its end. Even in death, Yamori's eyes remained wide open, bloodshot veins visible. Whether from unwillingness to die here or shock at Byakuya's true identity, no one would ever know. Ding. Host has completed option 1. Reward received, 1 fusion point. Byakuya didn't care what Yamori had been thinking. He cleaned up the scene, dispersing the lingering flames. Burn marks still scarred the ground, but he could spin some excuse. No one would suspect a human could produce fire abilities. And no one would question whether he was human. Otherwise, the CCG's RC detection gates would become a joke. Afterward, Byakuya called the CCG branch office in Ward 20. Hello, this is Rank 2 Investigator Yamaha Byakuya. I encountered the S-rated ghoul, Jason, in Ward 20 and have successfully eliminated him. The location is... He provided the exact coordinates. No other investigators had witnessed this fight, and no civilians had dared to spectate. He could report directly to the CCG without needing to hide anything. This way, he'd also receive an S+ rated Quinqua. Quite the bonus. As for Tuka and the Fueguchi mother and daughter, there was nothing to worry about. They couldn't confirm he was the one who killed Yamori. They wouldn't bother going to the CCG to verify, and the CCG wouldn't publicize his achievement anyway. Oh. Yes. We'll dispatch personnel immediately. The moment the assistant heard S-rated ghoul, all casualness vanished from his voice. The CCG's distribution of forces across wards depended on threat levels. Since Ward 20 had been relatively peaceful for years, the CCG had gradually reduced its presence there, leaving mostly investigator assistants and Rank 3 investigators with only a skeleton crew of higher rank personnel. So for Ward 20's branch, an S-rated ghoul appearing was a major incident. Take the S-rated binge eater who'd recently surfaced, they still hadn't dared send anyone to apprehend her, waiting instead for support from other branches or main office in Ward 1. Now an investigator had eliminated an S-rated ghoul right here in Ward 20. This was explosive news for the branch, especially since that investigator was only Rank 2. After hanging up, the assistant immediately announced to the office, "Quick! Get everyone!" Investigator Yamaha eliminated the S-rated ghoul, Jason, in Ward 20. He might be seriously wounded, mobilize as many support personnel as possible. Of course, this was pure speculation. Byakuya hadn't mentioned anything about injuries. Investigator Yamaha. Who's that? And are you joking? The S-rated Jason was eliminated by a Rank 2 investigator. Yeah, is this real? Someone's not pranking us. Real or not, we need to send people to check. If this investigator Yamaha actually did it and he's seriously hurt, any delay on our part that leads to his death, none of us could bear that responsibility. The office erupted into activity. If someone could truly eliminate an S-rated ghoul, they had at minimum first-class investigator potential, realistically, the combat ability of an associate special class. If such a talent died because of their negligence, they wouldn't just be finished career-wise. They'd carry the guilt forever. After all, every powerful investigator represented humanity's hope against ghouls. Who joined the CCG for such dangerous work if not to eliminate ghouls and protect humanity? Soon, a group of investigator assistants and Rank 3 investigators arrived in full gear. They saw Yamori's unrecognizable corpse on the ground, and Byakuya leaning casually against a wall, completely unharmed. Their jaws dropped. They'd been told Investigator Yamaha was seriously wounded. That was how the message had been relayed. Yet here he was without a scratch. Seriously, bro. A Rank 2 investigator eliminated an S-rated ghoul without a single injury. Chapter 65, it can't be him. They stood frozen for a moment before remembering they had work to do. They immediately moved to confirm the corpse's identity. Cross-referencing against Jason's elimination order, they examined the body. Though Yamori's entire body had been scorched beyond recognition, his general facial features and released cocoon still allowed identification. This was indeed Jason, the S-rated elimination target. It's definitely Jason. Confirming his identity, the investigators collectively drew sharp breaths. In fact, following Mato and Amon's failed pursuit, the CCG had already upgraded Yamori's threat rating from S to S+. Otherwise, first-class Mato and Rank 1 Amon wouldn't have struggled so much against a mere S-rated ghoul. Mato was widely recognized within the CCG as having associate special class level comprehensive ability. He simply chose not to accept promotion to that rank. S+ was straightforward to understand, between S and SS. Even after discovering Jason was a half-Kakuja, the CCG hadn't raised his threat level to SS. First, he was already dead, so updating his rating seemed pointless. Second, compared to other heinous ghouls, Jason hadn't actually committed particularly egregious crimes against humans. Yamori generally didn't attack humans. As an Aogiri tree executive, he didn't need to hunt for himself. He preferred capturing ghouls for his playroom torture sessions. Humans died too quickly under torture, so he had little interest in them. If Yamori hadn't escaped prison, his original rating had been A, and injured the interrogator Tokage during his breakout from Cochlea in Ward 23, his threat level would never have jumped so dramatically. A rank 2 investigator eliminating an S+ ghoul like Jason and emerging completely unscathed utterly defied everything these investigators thought they knew. The medical support staff especially had no idea what to do. They'd come prepared for emergency treatment, only to find Investigator Amaha perfectly fine. Investigator Amaha, are you really alright? If you're injured anywhere, please tell us immediately. One of the support personnel spoke up. I'm fine. Really? Byakuya replied. Since he'd said so himself, they truly had nothing to do. Then I'll leave this to you. I have other matters to attend to. Byakuya had no intention of wasting time here. Processing the scene would take a while anyway. He had nothing else to do here, so he headed home. A short while earlier, Tuka had brought Ryoko and Hinami straight back to Antiku. It was the only place she considered safe. What happened? Why do you all look so panicked? Kaya Irimi immediately asked. We were attacked by a ghoul who came at us without warning. He was incredibly strong. If someone hadn't appeared out of nowhere to save us, we probably wouldn't have made it back. Tuka was still somewhat shaken. That's terrible. Who was this attacker? Enji Koma, standing near Irimi, asked. Tuka shook her head. I don't know. But Ryoko-san seems to recognize him. Ryoko then explained about Yamori and Aojirai Tree, the very reason she and Hinami had come to Ward 20 seeking refuge. Perhaps you should stay here at Antiku for the time being. Yoshimura suggested. He graciously welcomed the Fueguchi mother and daughter. In the original story, after Ryoko was killed by investigators, Yoshimura had planned to send Hinami to Ward 24. That was because the situation had escalated to the point of threatening Ward 20's peace. With Ryoko dead and Hinami's identity exposed, Mata would have hunted her relentlessly. Yoshimura had worried that more investigators would flood into Ward 20, so he'd considered sacrificing Hinami. It was only Tuka's fierce opposition that prevented Hinami from being sent to Ward 24, a brutal place where Hinami would struggle to survive. Looking at Yoshimura's treatment of his own daughter, of Kaneki, and of Hinami, his fundamental nature was to make sacrifices or flee in order to survive. First, he'd fled V's pursuit by abandoning his wife and daughter. Later, he'd contemplated sacrificing both Hinami and Kaneki. But eventually he did change. In the end, he stopped running, placed his hopes in Kaneki, and accepted death. Tuka Wunshin, that person earlier. I think I might know him. Hinami spoke up suddenly. Which person? The one in the white mask. Tuka asked immediately. Yes. I recognized the clothes he was wearing. And his scent seemed familiar too. Hinami continued, it was that young man named Amaha Byakuya. The clothes and scent were very similar. Despite the chaotic, dangerous situation, she'd noticed the mysterious masked man's clothing. She'd deliberately tried to catch his scent. Even though the circumstances only allowed her to detect a faint trace, she determined it was most likely that young man. You mean Amaha Byakuya? That's impossible. Tuka's immediate reaction was disbelief. She'd always thought Byakuya was just an ordinary human college student. She'd been close enough to smell him before, definitely human. But the mysterious masked man had crimson eyes. And he wore a mask, something almost exclusively associated with ghouls. In terms of identity alone, Byakuya and that masked man had nothing in common. But I really think it was him. Hinami sounded certain. What concerned her most was that this young man had saved them. Could he be her father's friend? Was that why he carried her father's scent? All right, regardless of whether it was him, I need to go back. That person saved us. I can't just abandon him. Tuka said. She could also verify whether Hinami's intuition was correct. For now, she still refused to believe it. Chapter 66, Who was that person? Let Yomo-san accompany you. It's not safe alone. Yoshimura said with concern. With Renji Yomo by her side, Tuka would have nothing to fear from Yamori. Yomo was SS-rated with lightning attribute Kagun like Hikari Kirishima. Even without being a half-Kakuja, his strength surpassed Yamori's. Even the SS-rated half-Kakuja Yuta could only fight Yomo to a draw. Yomo, being Tuka's uncle, accompanied her back to the alley where they'd encountered Yamori. But when they arrived, a group of CCG doves had already gathered. The entrance was cordoned off with warning tape. An investigator stopped them. Sorry, a dangerous incident just occurred here. Civilians, please stay back. A dangerous incident? Was there a ghoul? Tuka put on a frightened expression. Yes, a very dangerous one. But don't worry, he's already been eliminated by one of our investigators. We're just processing the scene now. This investigator seemed happy enough to chat with a cute girl. This information wasn't confidential anyway. Really? Who was the investigator? How old? Is he handsome? Toka played the part of a starstruck fangirl perfectly. Obviously, she was fishing for information. Through her sense of smell, she could detect the lingering blood scent, including Yamori's distinct scent. The eliminated ghoul was almost certainly him. But who had defeated, even killed, Yamori? According to Ryoko, Yamori was an Aojirai tree executive with terrifying strength. Toka had experienced this firsthand. The one who helped them escape had clearly been a ghoul. So how had a CCG investigator suddenly eliminated Yamori? Unless that investigator was a ghoul. That should be impossible within the CCG. Yet Hinami had insisted it was Byakuya who saved them. Toka's thoughts grew increasingly tangled. She could only hope to get answers through conversation. But however eager this investigator was to chat with a pretty girl, he wouldn't compromise on principles. He smiled as he replied, "That's not something I can share. Privacy, you know. Anyway, if you need to pass through here, please take a detour." "All right." Toka feigned disappointment, then returned to Antiku with Yomo to report what they'd found. So a CCG investigator eliminated Yamori? But that person earlier was clearly a ghoul like us, wasn't he? Ryoko was astonished. Maybe whoever helped us wounded Yamori first but got injured himself and left, then an investigator who heard the commotion finished him off. Koma speculated. That's possible. But either way, I'm curious about who that masked man was. The more unclear things became, the more Toka wanted to know. When that young man comes by again, I'll just ask him directly. Hinami spoke up. She was pushing herself to be brave because she wanted to know about her father. Before, she hadn't approached Byakuya because she knew nothing about him and was too shy. Now that he'd saved them, she felt certain he wasn't a bad person, possibly her father's friend. That gave her courage to make contact. I suppose that's all we can do for now. Toka nodded. With Yamori eliminated in Ward 20 by an investigator, Aojirai Tree might seek revenge. Ward 20 could become quite chaotic soon, possibly a battleground between Aojirai and the CCG. Everyone needs to be extra careful. Irimi warned. Yeah. Toka's expression darkened. The atmosphere grew heavy. After all, everyone at Antiku had worked for years to make Ward 20 the most peaceful district. Yamori's sudden arrival had shattered that peace and might trigger a cascade of terrible consequences. Ryoko and Hinami felt guilty. If they hadn't come to Ward 20 seeking refuge, Yamori wouldn't have followed. But truthfully, it wasn't their fault. Yamori's primary mission was capturing Rise. Hunting them down was merely incidental. He'd been marked for death regardless. Look at you all. What's done is done, no use dwelling on it. Besides, Aojirai won't necessarily go to war with the CCG. Let's just focus on what we need to do. Fuiguchi-san and Hinami-chan joining us is a good thing, we've gained 2 more helping hands. Koma had noticed the mother and daughter's guilt and moved to lighten the mood. While they weren't willing to hunt humans, they could help around the cafe and collect human corpses. They'd definitely be useful. Irimi smiled. He's right. No need to be pessimistic. Ryoko and Hinami felt somewhat better. They'd work hard to help Antiku. Meanwhile, Byakuya had returned home. Normally, he should have gone to the CCG branch to claim credit, but it seemed unnecessary. He was technically on leave anyway. He could go to main office in Ward 1 once his break ended and pick up his S+ rated Quinqua then. I'm home. He'd gotten used to saying this, he wasn't living alone anymore. Welcome back, darling, would you like dinner first? A bath. Or perhaps, you'd like to enjoy me first. Rise emerged from the living room. Byakuya had grown accustomed to her random teasing, but something about that line seemed off. Chapter 67, Advancing to Mangekyo Sharingan. Byakuya and Rise were now seated in the living room. How did it go? You went after Yamori, right? Rise asked. Eliminated him. Officially, as an investigator. Byakuya's tone was calm. Rise acknowledged, then suddenly yanked off his shirt. Doesn't look like you're injured. Though with your healing, minor wounds would have already closed anyway. She seemed intent on removing his pants too, but Byakuya caught her mischievous hands. He coughed lightly. Even if you're joking, don't take it too far. Who's joking? I'm just checking on your physical condition. Rise smiled innocently. As if. Anyway, with Yamori eliminated, Aojirai Tree might take action. Be more careful going forward. Byakuya steered the conversation back on track. Multiple factions were watching Rise, Aojirai Tree, the Washa clan, and Nimura Furuta, who was technically affiliated with the clowns. Ajiri's one-eyed owl, Ito Yoshimura, might even have her sights on Antiku. Yamori had been merely a warm-up. The real troubles were yet to come. The next day. Antiku. Byakuya and Rise visited as usual for reading. Ryuko and Hinami were there as well. Ding. Host has completed option 2. Reward received, 50 fusion points. This was the earlier divine selection quest to protect Ryuko and Hinami. With their safety confirmed, the system released the reward. But Byakuya had barely sat down when he felt Hinami's gaze on him, even more intense than usual. Not just Hinami. Ryuko and Tuka also seemed to be watching him. They've probably figured out the masked man was me. He wasn't surprised. He'd only worn a mask yesterday without changing clothes. He'd worn the same outfit at the cafe. Anyone paying attention could have made the connection. Byakuya acted as if nothing had happened and quietly began allocating his points. Fusion progress, LV2, 470/500. Fusion points, 101, cumulative, 681. Opening the system panel, he could see his fusion progress was ready to advance to LV3. No point in hoarding now. Better to push his progress up first. He was curious whether reaching LV3 would evolve his Sharingan to Mangekyo. The odds seemed high, unless the system was deliberately throttling him. Ding. Host has used 30 fusion points. Fusion progress plus 30. Current fusion progress, LV3, 0/2500. New abilities, including upgrades Mangekyo Sharingan, Hashirama Cells LV3, Taijutsu LV3, Susanoo, A-Rank Ninjutsu, Fire Style, Dragon Flame Caterwall, Transcription Seal, Wood Style, Deep Forest Emergence. Just as Byakuya expected, same formula as before, but with several new abilities. Everything except Genjutsu had been provided. This made him wonder. His 3-Tomo Sharingan should have included inherent Genjutsu capabilities, yet he couldn't use any. The system was probably responsible. Though there was a logical explanation, neither humans nor ghouls in this world possessed chakra. Most Genjutsu worked by disrupting the target's chakra flow. Conversely, breaking free from Genjutsu required disrupting one's own chakra to escape the caster's control. With no chakra in this world, most Genjutsu simply wouldn't function. The system seemed to read his thoughts and responded immediately. Ding. Except for Infinite Tsukuyomi, host cannot use any Genjutsu. Fair enough. But would Infinite Tsukuyomi even work in this world? Byakuya conversed mentally with the system. Ding. Host will receive a modified version of Infinite Tsukuyomi. Specific details are currently classified. New information will be unlocked periodically. Understood. Byakuya acknowledged, now curious about what this modified Infinite Tsukuyomi would entail. The original Infinite Tsukuyomi would be essentially meaningless here. He had no desire to turn masses of humans and ghouls into white Zetsu, nor did he need them. The modified version presumably had some purpose, or the system wouldn't bother dangling it as a mystery. He'd just have to wait and see. While Byakuya was absorbed in examining the system, Hinami fidgeted restlessly. She'd resolved yesterday to boldly approach him with questions, but now that the moment had arrived, her shy nature made her hesitate again. Tuka noticed Hinami's state and decided to help her out. She walked directly over to Byakuya. "Excuse me, sir. Could you come with me for a moment? Someone would like to speak with you." Very direct. Byakuya snapped back from his system contemplation and nodded. "Sure." Rise merely glanced at Tuka without comment, her eyes returning to her book. Tuka led Byakuya to the second floor. Hinami realized Tuka was helping her and knew this was her chance. She grabbed her mother's hand and headed upstairs too. In the second floor lounge, Byakuya sat on a sofa while Tuka poured him fresh coffee. "So who wanted to see me?" Byakuya asked, feigning ignorance. "They should arrive shortly. But first, there's something I need to confirm." Tuka's expression grew serious. She deliberately moved closer to Byakuya, carefully sniffing the air around him. Since his clothes might mask some scents, she leaned toward his collarbone area, where scents were typically stronger. Chapter 68, I am indeed an investigator. Tuka bent down and sniffed near Byakuya's neck. With no ulterior thoughts in her mind, she felt no embarrassment. Byakuya wasn't entirely sure what she was doing. Trying to determine if he was human or ghoul. Tuka closed her eyes and analyzed what she detected. Apart from Rise's scent, there was no obvious ghoul smell. This was unmistakably human. Now she was even more convinced the masked man couldn't have been Byakuya. She distinctly remembered those red eyes. Though in retrospect, they'd seemed somehow different from Kakugan, but she knew ordinary humans didn't have eyes like that. Just then, Ryuko and Hinami entered the lounge. From their angle, Byakuya's face happened to be blocked by Tuka's. At first glance, it looked like they were. Hinami was young, but she wasn't ignorant. The scene immediately gave her the wrong idea. Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. Like a startled rabbit, Hinami fled the room. Her cute little face had turned pink. She'd been shocked. Tokuwanchan had said she barely knew this young man, so why were they doing something so intimate right away? Please, continue. I won't disturb you. Ryuko smiled awkwardly and prepared to withdraw. Tuka instantly realized the misunderstanding. No. You've got the wrong idea. It took considerable effort for Tuka to quietly explain things to Ryuko and Hinami outside the room. Byakuya sat alone in the lounge, calmly sipping his coffee. Though Tuka had deliberately kept her voice down, he could guess well enough. They'd called him up here because of yesterday's incident. They probably wanted to confirm his identity. After a while, Tuka, Ryuko, and Hinami returned. Tuka had regained her composure. The ones who wanted to see you are these two. The three of them sat across from Byakuya. Byakuya regarded Ryuko and Hinami with a questioning look. Hinami spoke first. It was you who saved us yesterday, wasn't it? First, thank you so much. She paused before continuing. Also, even though I don't know you, you must know my father, right? Ding. Host has triggered a quest. Divine selection activated. Option 1, play dumb. Act confused and claim not to understand. Reward, 5 fusion points. Option 2, admit the masked man was you, but claim you withdrew mid-fight. Someone else eliminated Yamori. Reward, 10 fusion points. Option 3, admit it was you and reveal your CCG investigator identity. Reward, 50 fusion points. Facing Hinami's question and the system's options, Byakuya's mind raced. Admitting it was him shouldn't cause problems. Everyone who'd witnessed his fighting abilities, except the now-deceased Yamori, was gone. As for the Sharingan they'd glimpsed, he could spin some excuse. As for revealing his investigator identity, he'd already thought of an approach. Yes, that was me. As for your father, is his name Asaki Fuiguchi? Byakuya smiled gently. He chose not to hide. As long as there were no serious consequences, transparency was fine. Hinami's face lit up with joy. It really had been this young man, and he did know her father. Yes. She nodded eagerly. You must be my father's friend, right? Her reasoning was simple, he'd saved them yesterday. But then Tuka couldn't hold back. But that person yesterday clearly had. She nearly blurted out that he'd been a ghoul, but caught herself just in time. She couldn't casually mention such things in front of outsiders. She quickly covered her mouth. You mean the eyes, right? I was on an investigation mission at the time. For convenience, I wore colored contacts. They looked like Kakugan but were completely different, specifically designed to deceive targets. Byakuya's explanation was delivered with perfect nonchalance. The mask served the same purpose. His straight-faced improvisation was flawless. Oh, is that so? Tuka didn't immediately catch the key word in his statement. A moment later, realization hit. Wait. You said you were on an investigation mission. Are you? That terminology was specific to ghoul investigators. Was he a CCG investigator? If you're asking whether I'm an investigator, then yes. I'm with the CCG. Byakuya answered plainly. So, little miss, I'm not your father's friend. Ding. Host has completed option 3. Reward received, 50 fusion points. Ryuko and Hinami's expressions changed instantly. He was a ghoul investigator who'd had contact with their husband/father. Did that mean he'd already? And during the fight with Yamori, both Ryuko and Tuka had released their Kagun. He'd clearly seen they were ghouls, and now he knew their identities. For Tuka and the Fuguchis alike, this was terrible news. Any ghoul whose identity was discovered by investigators was typically hunted relentlessly. Tuka even briefly considered silencing him permanently. She absolutely didn't want Antiku's peaceful existence destroyed. If she let this investigator leave alive, the consequences could be catastrophic. But she quickly calmed down. In her agitation, she'd nearly forgotten, this man had the strength to eliminate Yamori. Chapter 69, you know who the binge eater is, right? Please don't panic. While I'm not friends with Dr. Fuiguchi, I haven't harmed him either. Byakuya smiled reassuringly. He provided me with intelligence on Yamori. And since he hasn't been involved in any human predation incidents, I have no intention of doing anything to him. As for saving you yesterday, consider it a favor I did in passing. This framing didn't make it seem like he was harboring ghouls. The CCG had no rule mandating ghoul elimination, only prohibitions against protecting them, and ghouls had no legal protections. His explanation was reasonable. At worst, it conflicted with Mado's worldview. Mado believed no ghoul deserved to exist. Ryuko and Hinami both exhaled in relief. If what he said was true, Asaki was still safe. And he apparently had no intention of harming them either. Otherwise, why save them yesterday? Tuka, meanwhile, was relieved she hadn't acted rashly. This man was clearly stronger than Yamori, far stronger than her. Whether or not she could silence him, any attempt would inevitably draw CCG attention. Facing both Aojirai tree and the CCG would spell the end of Antiku. Is my father still okay? Hinami couldn't help asking. He's safe. Byakuya replied. The system hadn't reclaimed his 50 fusion points, meaning Asaki was still alive. That's wonderful. Hinami felt much more at ease. It's hard to believe. You're a ghoul investigator, yet you're so lenient toward my husband and us. Ryuko sighed. Not every investigator has extreme prejudice against ghouls. Though people like me are certainly rare. Byakuya said. Of course, this didn't mean he thought investigators who hated ghouls were wrong. Simple logic, you're human. How would you feel about a species that views you as food? Ghouls only escaped genocide because they looked virtually identical to humans. If they were some other creature that frequently attacked humans in large numbers, they'd have been wiped out long ago. Perspective mattered too. The original story followed Kaniki's viewpoint as a one-eyed ghoul, constantly surrounded by ghouls. Readers naturally adopted his perspective, subconsciously softening their disgust toward ghouls. If the original story had followed Kaniki on a hot-blooded path to becoming a top investigator instead, audience attitudes toward ghouls would have been quite different. Having transmigrated here, Byakuya possessed a god's eye view. Ordinary humans in this world couldn't possibly view ghouls the way he did. Most felt only revulsion, and that was perfectly natural. Even someone like Mado could only be called extreme. Given his history, his hatred was understandable. Watching his beloved wife be gnawed beyond recognition by a ghoul, anyone would despise them. You saw my true form back then. Even knowing I'm a ghoul, you're not going to move against me. Tuka asked grimly. Byakuya shook his head. Because I have my own principles. Tuka fell silent. Even so, she didn't dare trust him completely. Antiku's true nature absolutely couldn't be revealed. Her ghoul identity was exposed, yes, but Antiku itself hadn't been. She could pretend she just worked here, that other staff didn't know she was a ghoul. Let's leave it at that. I'll pretend I don't know anything about you. But other investigators won't be as accommodating. With that, Byakuya stood to head downstairs. But then Tuka couldn't resist asking, since you're an investigator, you must know who the binge eater is, right? She'd been curious about his relationship with Rise for a while. She'd wondered why Rise hadn't made a move on this human yet. Turned out this seemingly ordinary college student was actually a highly capable investigator. She could understand Rise not daring to attack such a powerful investigator. But she couldn't understand why Rise spent every day attached to him, looking so intimate. Given what she knew of Rise's personality, it was baffling. Could that woman actually have fallen for a human, and an investigator at that? Binge eater. What do you mean? Byakuya reacted instantly, his acting skills on full display. His expression showed only blank confusion. If he admitted knowing Rise was the binge eater, he'd essentially be announcing he was protecting her. In situations like this, excellent acting avoided countless complications. Never mind. He probably didn't know. Tuka believed his performance. She hadn't detected even a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. There was simply no reason to doubt him. Besides, Tuka suddenly felt she understood Rise's behavior. That woman had probably marked Byakuya as prey, then discovered he was an investigator and hadn't dared strike. So she'd been using her feminine wiles to slowly ensnare him, planning to eventually. This fit perfectly with that woman's vile personality, toying with her prey before devouring them. Tuka actually felt a bit sorry for Byakuya now. She generally held hostility and disgust toward humans, especially investigators. But this man had genuinely saved them yesterday. She could distinguish right from wrong. It was like how she disliked humans in general, yet was best friends with the very human Yuriko Kosaka. Who knew how long Rise would keep toying with him before cruelly, mercilessly driving him to despair. The thought felt truly cruel. Tuka briefly considered warning him about Rise's true nature. Chapter 70, The White Single-Wing Badge. So you know who the binge eater is? Byakuya followed up. She's not my assigned target, but if the opportunity arises, I won't let her go. About that. I'm not really sure either. I only know she's been causing chaos in Ward 20 lately. We ghouls here don't like her. Tuka had been hesitating, but Byakuya's quick counter-question pushed her toward caution. But she's been unusually quiet these past few days. No more reports of her hunting humans indiscriminately. I assumed you investigators had her in your sights. She'd still given a hint, though, that the binge eater had become strangely docile recently. What Toka didn't realize was that Byakuya had known Rise was the binge eater from the very beginning. All right. If there's nothing else, I'll head back down. Byakuya returned to his seat. When he sat back down, Rise continued reading without looking up. What did they want with you upstairs? Nothing much. Just about yesterday's Yamori incident. They happened to be attacked by him, and eliminating him also meant saving them. Byakuya explained casually. I see. Rise said nothing more. Toka came back down and resumed her duties as if nothing had happened. Hinami seemed noticeably happier than before. The perpetual worry that usually shadowed Ryoko's face had lifted as well. All because they'd learned Asaki was safe. After Byakuya eliminated Jason, the investigator assistants processed the scene and immediately transferred the corpse to the CCG laboratory building in Ward 1. Though both the scene and Jason's body showed obvious burn marks, no one thought much of it. Fire attribute quinquas were rare but not non-existent. Since no one knew what kind of quinqua Byakuya possessed, there was nothing to question. A quinqua was every investigator's closely guarded secret. When Amon had first partnered with Mato had been curious about what quinqua young investigators received these days. Amon had firmly declined to show him. If quinqua information leaked, especially to ghouls, an investigator would be at severe disadvantage in combat. Upon arrival at the laboratory building, technicians began dissecting the corpse to create a quinqua from Jason's Kakuho and Kagun. Mato and Amon also came to the facility. They'd been assigned to capture Jason. They'd just failed, only for a junior, a rookie, no less, to eliminate him. Anyone would be curious. By the time they arrived, the dissection was complete. Only Jason's Kakuho and Kagun remained. This Jason had 3 Kakuho. The intelligence was significantly off. Mato was surprised. They'd all believed, as CCG intelligence indicated, that Jason had only 1 Kakuho. Normal ghouls typically had just 1. The technician nodded. Yes. 3 Kakuho meets the criteria for a half Kakuja. Quite a discrepancy from the original profile. So investigator Amaha can eliminate even a half Kakuja. That's even more impressive than I imagined. No wonder Associate Special Class UI thinks so highly of him. Mato remarked with admiration. Incredible. Hard to believe he's still just a rank 2. Amon felt even more respect. Now that Yamori has been eliminated, we should transfer to another ward. This ghoul organization called Ayajirai Tree has been gaining momentum. Ward 11 fell to them just days ago. Despite discussing a CCG setback, Mato's expression was unusually excited. Prepare yourself, Amon. The enemies ahead will be unprecedented. He knew the SSS-rated owl led Ayajirai Tree, and that owl was the same ghoul who'd killed his wife years ago. Everything he'd done was for revenge. The terror and helplessness he'd felt facing the owl had birthed his obsession with power. He believed a quinqua was an investigator's greatest strength. That was why he was so devoted, even obsessed, with collecting them. Yes, sir. Amon nodded solemnly, showing no fear. Leave time ended. Ward 1. CCG Main Office. Byakuya arrived to receive his commendation and collect the quinqua made from Yamori's remains. Beyond verbal praise, he received a badge, designed around the CCG's dove emblem. This was the White Single Wing Badge, awarded to investigators who successfully eliminated an S-rated ghoul. Beyond the Single Wing, there was also the White Double Wing Badge and White Dragon Wing Badge, corresponding to SS-rated and SSS-rated eliminations respectively. This White Wing Badge system existed alongside the Osmanthus Badge system, which was based on the total number of ghouls an investigator eliminated in 1 year. That system also had 3 tiers: Osmanthus Badge, Silver Osmanthus Badge, and Gold Osmanthus Badge. After the ceremony, Kori UI was waiting outside. Hard to believe you actually eliminated the S-rated Jason. The last rank 2 investigator to earn the White Single Wing Badge was Arima-san. UI marveled. And the autopsy revealed Jason wasn't just S-rated, he was a half Kakuja. I'm starting to think you might be stronger than me. You're too kind, UI-senpai. Byakuya's expression remained calm, showing no pride. UI smiled. No need for modesty at a time like this. Also, your quinqua, 13th Jason, is ready. Let's head to the laboratory building to see it. Chapter 71, an S+, rated quinqua with 3 forms. On the way to the CCG laboratory building, Byakuya chatted with Kori UI about other matters. By the way, do you remember those twin sisters from your internship? Kori suddenly brought up Corona and Nishiro Yasuhisa. I do. What about them? Byakuya's curiosity was piqued. They haven't reported to the CCG since the internship ended. A day or two late would be one thing, but it's been quite a while now, and we still haven't received any response from them. I see. Hearing this, Byakuya immediately understood what must have happened. The Yasuhisa twins wouldn't have gone silent without reason. Based on the original timeline, this was around when they would have been transformed into artificial half-ghouls by Dr. Kano. But the question was, Rise was no longer his experimental subject, so had Kano found another donor? Or perhaps Furuta had helped him find a replacement. Byakuya considered this entirely possible. He hadn't seen Furuta make any moves against Rise lately, maybe he really had found a substitute. After all, Furuta's ultimate goal was to create a dragon. Theoretically, any experimental subject with Washa bloodline had the potential. Perhaps after weighing the pros and cons, he'd given up on Rise. If that was the case, it meant Kurona and Nishiro still hadn't escaped their fate of being transformed into one-eyed ghouls. He hadn't anticipated Furuta finding a replacement so quickly. It seems you don't know their situation either. Let's set that aside for now. Kori continued, you eliminated a half-Kakuja, Jason, this time. With your strength, you could easily be promoted to rank 1 or even higher. But promotions aren't based on strength alone, you need to follow the proper steps, written exams, interviews, accumulated achievements, all that bureaucratic stuff. Rules are rules. Just as Kori said, eliminating Jason didn't mean Byakuya could immediately become a rank 1 investigator. Take the original timeline, for example. Although Suzuya's kill of Jason was somewhat opportunistic, he'd still had to wait 6 months after that before being promoted from rank 3 to rank 2. However, exceptional performance in large-scale operations, like the Antiku raid, could accelerate the promotion process. It's fine. I'm not in any hurry about that. Good. That puts my mind at ease. I was worried you might feel it was unfair. Kori nodded. Before long, the two arrived at the CCG laboratory building. Last time, Byakuya had dealt with an ordinary researcher, but this time he was greeted by the chief researcher, Chigukuitsu. The men before him wore a white lab coat and sported a distinctive green mushroom-cut hairstyle, with a small patch of stubble that looked like he'd missed a spot shaving. This was Chigukuitsu, not only the CCG laboratory building's chief researcher but also a researcher for Germany's GFG. His primary responsibility here was manufacturing quinquas, and Jason, the important one this time, was his creation. This is Dr. Chigyu, our most authoritative chief researcher, Kori introduced. Byakuya nodded slightly and greeted the men. Dr. Chigyu. Chigyu showed no pretension whatsoever. One hand casually stuffed in his pocket, he addressed Byakuya cordially, Investigator Amaha, you're here. The new quinqua is inside. Follow me. Byakuya followed him and while Kori instinctively remained outside, this involved CCG's quinqua confidentiality protocols. Following Chigyu into a laboratory, the doctor opened a sealed storage compartment directly. Inside lay a longsword-shaped quinqua, its body a deep crimson interspersed with traces of purple. Byakuya was momentarily surprised. This differed from the 13th Jason, in his memory, which had been scythe-shaped, completely different in form from what lay before him. This is my most satisfying masterpiece recently. Try it out and see how it feels. All right. Byakuya picked it up directly. It felt heavy in his hands, though with his strength, wielding it was effortless. Chigyu explained, since Jason had 3 kakuho, I experimented with incorporating all 3 into a single quinqua. As a result, this weapon possesses the capabilities of Rinkaku, Kukaku, and Ukaku Kagun. The current longsword form is the Rinkaku configuration. Try switching forms. I'll give it a shot. Hearing the doctor's explanation, Byakuya suddenly understood why this 13th Jason differed from his memory. In the original timeline, by the time Suzuya killed Yamori, Kaneki had already eaten 2 of his kakuho. That meant only 1 kakuho and its corresponding kagun were available for quinqua manufacturing. Unlike now, when Byakuya had killed Yamori with all 3 kakuho perfectly preserved, resulting in a dramatically different finished product. Under Dr. Chigyu's guidance, Byakuya quickly learned to switch between the 3 forms. He'd already transformed the quinqua from longsword to shield form. In shield mode, the grip remained on the sword handle. As the shield center was the original blade, the sword body had expanded into a shield, with axe blade-shaped edges on both sides. Good. Now try the 3rd form, Ukaku mode. Byakuya switched again. The shield in his hands transformed back into a longsword, but the blade tip split open, becoming something like a gun barrel. This is the Ukaku form. It can fire blade-like kagun projectiles, just like Ukaku. Chigyu explained, that's about it. You can research it further on your own. How does it feel? Satisfied. Very satisfied. Thank you, Dr. Chigyu. Glad to hear it. We'll just need to record your fingerprints, and then you can take this quinqua with you. After Byakuya completed the biometric binding with 13th Jason, he transformed the quinqua back into its briefcase form. Finally, what would you like to name it? Let's call it 13th Jason. Byakuya saw no reason to change the name. The meaning was simple, Jason from Ward 13. This S+ rated Quinqua with 3 forms instantly elevated his combat capability significantly. Chapter 72, Acting Spoiled. Byakuya walked out of the laboratory carrying the briefcase. Looks like everything's settled. Cory had been waiting at the entrance. Normally we'd proceed to our next mission, but right now the CCG is preoccupied with Aogiri Tree's forceful occupation of Ward 11. A large-scale raid against them will be launched soon. According to orders from above, we'll be among the primary combat personnel. Until then, we're to hold off on regular missions and stay in peak condition. This is actually a good opportunity for you to complete your Rank 1 investigator interview and written exam. Barring any surprises, with your achievement of eliminating a half-kakuja, passing the exam and interview should guarantee your promotion. Cory outlined the upcoming situation. Alright. I'll prepare for the promotion then. With Cory's help, Byakuya obtained the study materials needed for the Rank 1 investigator written exam. Going through these materials would essentially guarantee passing the written portion. As for the interview, that would depend on his performance in the moment. Afterward, Byakuya returned to Ward 20 with the materials and his Quinqua. Ward 20, Antiku. When the coffee shop closed for the night, no other customers remained. Unusually, the staff hadn't gone home yet. Instead, they'd gathered on the second floor to discuss certain matters. That human boy named Amaha Byakuya, he's really the investigator who eliminated Yamori. Toka-chan wouldn't joke about something like this. I never saw that kid carrying a Quinqua around. Never thought he'd actually be an investigator. Still, being so young and able to defeat Yamori, that's genuinely impressive. They'd already learned of Byakuya's identity as a CCG investigator from Toka. That guy's been pretty civil toward Ryoko-san, Hinami-chan, and me, but we should still do our best to keep him from discovering Antiku's true nature. Toka spoke up. Agreed. If the CCG found out I was once the famous Devil Ape, they definitely wouldn't let me off. Koma Enji joked with a hint of bravado. Irimi didn't bother acknowledging his boast. Looks like we'll need to be more careful from now on. He comes to the shop so often, we can't let him notice anything. Speaking of Byakuya's frequent visits, Irimi suddenly thought of something. Come to think of it, doesn't Kamishiro Rai seem to have a pretty good relationship with that kid? What's that about? According to what he said, he doesn't know who the binge eater is. Meaning he probably thinks Rise is just an ordinary human girl. Toka explained. Kamishiro-san has been getting close to an investigator for this long without being exposed. Irimi was astonished. Seems like ordinary humans don't satisfy her anymore. She switched her hunting target to something more thrilling, ghoul investigators. Koma speculated. Yoshimura listened silently without speaking. Among those at Antiku, he undoubtedly understood the current situation best. Yoshimura had probably realized that Antiku's peaceful days were about to end. As for Yomo, he wasn't at the coffee shop, he was handling other matters. Meanwhile, Byakuya was in his room studying the exam materials. Making sure no one would disturb him, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. However, he wasn't using it for anything critical, just memorizing the exam materials. With the Mangekyo Sharingan active, he could read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything perfectly. His memorization efficiency was now maxed out, pure cheating. Even Byakuya himself hadn't expected that his first use of the Mangekyo Sharingan would be for studying. In less than one evening, he'd committed all the material firmly to memory. Just as he was about to rest, he heard a knock at the door. His Mangekyo Sharingan deactivated as he opened the door. There stood Rise, apparently fresh from bathing. Water droplets still clung to her skin, and she wore only a thin nightgown, her undergarments faintly visible beneath the fabric. It's about time for that thing again, isn't it? A blush crept across Rise's face, as if she were embarrassed to be asking. Byakuya immediately guessed what she meant. If I remember correctly, it's only been a few days since last time. But I want it. Rise went straight to pouting. And it didn't sound forced or awkward at all, rather, it made Byakuya's scalp tingle. You're really fine. One sip. That's it. Her pouting got him to compromise, though only slightly. The thing in question was drinking his blood. Rise's appetite was simply too great, it had only been a few days. Yay. I love you the most, darling. Your love is pretty cheap. Byakuya couldn't help but quip. Rise then flopped directly onto his bed, patting the mattress to invite him over. Byakuya took his time tidying the materials on his desk first, then went to her. He lay on his side, back facing her. Rise embraced him from behind, pressing close against his back. Her fangs found the same spot as before, the trapezius muscle between neck and shoulder. This time she bit cleanly, controlling the pressure perfectly, just enough to draw blood. She didn't bite any deeper, instead greedily beginning to drink. Since Byakuya's physical condition had improved significantly since last time, the pain was much reduced. Her bite barely registered as uncomfortable. But he wasn't about to indulge her. He'd said one sip, and he wouldn't allow a second. All right, that's one. He patted her head gently. Only then did Rise reluctantly release him. Byakuya didn't need to treat the wound, it was already healing. After a while, he noticed something was off. Rise seemed to have settled in on his bed with no intention of leaving. Chapter 73, Rise's Sharp Tongue and Dark Side. Now that we're done, go back to your own room to sleep. Seeing that Rise had no intention of getting off the bed, Byakuya reminded her directly. But he got no response. Finding this strange, he turned to look and found Rise with her eyes closed, apparently asleep. He didn't believe she could fall asleep that quickly. Stop pretending. If you want to sleep, go back to your own room. Rise showed no reaction whatsoever, remaining perfectly still. After all, you can never wake someone who's pretending to sleep. I refuse to believe I can't do anything about you. Byakuya wasn't about to let this slide. But he certainly wouldn't use force. Instead, his hands reached toward Rise's underarms. That sleeping Rise immediately reacted. She tried to hold back her laughter but quickly failed, letting out a sound caught between suppressed giggles and gasps. Her body trembled slightly. Unable to bear it, she grabbed both his wrists. So you were faking it. Can't keep up the act now, can you? Byakuya smiled faintly. I never realized you could be so mean. Rise shot him a resentful look. If you hadn't been pretending to sleep and refusing to leave, I wouldn't have resorted to this. She had no choice but to return to her own room, she didn't want him to do that to her again. As she left, Byakuya suddenly realized that Rise was quite ticklish. Perhaps this was a weakness worth exploiting. The next day, Byakuya went directly to the CCG main office in Ward 1 for his Rank 1 investigator written exam and interview. The written exam, needless to say, was a breeze. He passed with near-perfect scores, the only deduction came from an essay section where perfect marks were virtually impossible. You passed the written exam flawlessly. You're the most formidable newcomer I've ever seen. The examiner couldn't help but marvel. He'd heard about this rookie eliminating a half-kakuja, but hadn't expected such outstanding performance on the written portion as well. A passing score of 60 on an exam where this candidate had scored 99, losing only 1 point on the final essay. Byakuya nodded slightly without saying much. The interview came next. A first-class investigator he didn't recognize conducted the interview, which concluded within minutes. After all, this was just a Rank 1 promotion interview, hardly meant to be grueling. Overall, Byakuya felt the written exam would be more challenging for most investigators. Many had begun specialized training at the academy from a young age, which meant their general education and study skills tended to be mediocre. That very day, Byakuya's status changed. From Rank 2 investigator to Rank 1 investigator. And that wasn't all, he'd also triggered the system's reward mechanism. Ding! Host promoted to Rank 1 investigator. Reward, 20 fusion points. If things continued this way, future promotions to First Class, Associate Special Class, and even Special Class Investigator would bring more fusion points. Byakuya's reputation was gradually spreading within the CCG. Compared to his initial obscurity, he'd now achieved modest fame. While Byakuya was taking his exams, Rise was at Antika reading a book. Tuka and the others noticed she'd come alone, Byakuya wasn't with her. They decided this was their chance to ask her some questions. Irimi approached to invite her. Kamishiro-san, might we have a word? Oh. What can I do for you? Rise asked with a smile. There's something we'd like to ask you about. Rise didn't refuse, following Irimi to the second floor. Downstairs, Yoshimura, Koma, Yomo, and the newly added Ryoko could handle the customers. Irimi and Tuka conducted the conversation with Rise upstairs. What we want to know is, you're aware that the human named Amaha Byakuya is actually a ghoul investigator, aren't you? Tuka asked directly. In her mind, Rise definitely knew Byakuya was an investigator, so she didn't beat around the bush. Rise's expression showed no surprise, Byakuya had already told her he'd revealed his identity. That's right. I do know. Rise admitted with an unchanged smile. Tuka's pupils contracted slightly. So you really have been getting close to him on purpose. I didn't expect ordinary humans couldn't satisfy you anymore, you've actually set your sights on a ghoul investigator. This confirmed her earlier suspicions. So what if I have? Are you going to feel sympathy for a ghoul investigator? That would be laughable, childish, like kids who don't understand anything. Rise mocked her casually. She rarely showed this side of herself around Byakuya, but she'd always had a sharp tongue and a dark streak. Tsukiyama had been thoroughly triggered by her once before. Knowing full well the truth was different, she deliberately played along with Tuka's misunderstanding to toy with her. Tuka's brow furrowed with displeasure. But rather than snapping back, she said, "I just don't want you bringing more trouble to Ward 20. If you really eat that investigator, the CCG will definitely send more investigators as reinforcements. The mess you create would fall on us to deal with. Tuka-chan, aren't you overstepping a bit?" Rise's tone grew colder, her smile taking on a chilling edge. "Whether I like him or want to eat him, whether I stay in Ward 20 or anywhere else, that's my freedom." Whether she was genuinely annoyed or still toying with Tuka was anyone's guess. This pushed Tuka over the edge. She shot up from her seat, her face cold. "You're the one who shouldn't push it. Tuka, calm down a bit." Irimi tried to intervene. But Rise only escalated further. Not only did she show no intention of apologizing, she rose to leave, tossing out one last contemptuous yet amused remark. "I don't have time to play your boring little house games. My darling is waiting for me at home." Chapter 74, Teaching Hinami to Read. Tuka was furious, too angry to notice certain details in Rise's words. Even if she had noticed, she wouldn't have taken them seriously given how direct Rise had been. Tuka was now completely convinced that Rise was merely toying with the investigator's feelings. By the time Rise went back downstairs, Tuka was still seething from her mockery and provocation. All right. That's just how she is. Regardless, we got the answers we needed." Irimi tried to soothe her. Tuka calmed down fairly quickly. "You're right. That woman isn't worth my anger." Originally, she'd harbored strong distaste for all ghoul investigators. But Rise's behavior had actually made her feel somewhat sympathetic toward Byakuya. Back home. When Byakuya returned, Rise told him about the day's amusing events. That's quite the dark sense of humor, knowing they'd misunderstand and playing along to mess with them. Byakuya was somewhat exasperated. "You went for some promotion exam today, right? How did it go?" Rise asked. "Passed without issues. I'm a rank 1 investigator now, though it doesn't mean much, just sounds better when you say it. Not bad. It would actually be a good thing if you could make special class at the CCG." Rise nodded. Special class was the highest rank below the CCG chairman, which meant far greater authority than lower ranks like rank 2 or rank 1. Moreover, the CCG's upper echelons were the Washa clan, infiltrating enemy headquarters, essentially. Easy for you to say. Would it really be that hard? Honestly, those special class investigators don't seem like much. Except for Arima, you could completely replace any of them with your strength. Rise said offhandedly. In her eyes, those special class investigators were hardly impressive. Only Arima posed any real threat. That requires opportunities to demonstrate it. The upcoming Aojirai Tree raid might be just such an opportunity. Aojirai Tree, they're a ghoul organization that's been eyeing me too. Perfect timing for your CCG to wipe them out. Rise hadn't paid them much attention before, but after Yamori attacked her, she'd become somewhat wary of that ghoul group. Byakuya shook his head slightly. Aojirai Tree won't be that easy to eliminate. They have an SSS-rated one-eyed owl among them, plus quite a few S and SS-rated ghouls. Speaking of which, I'm curious, could you beat that one-eyed owl? The SSS rating didn't intimidate Rise. She smiled lightly as she asked. Who knows? I haven't faced that one directly yet. Byakuya said. But I'm fairly confident in my own strength. At his current level, he couldn't guarantee he could easily destroy the SSS-rated one-eyed owl or the Washa clan, but self-preservation was definitely within his capabilities. The Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities were enough to keep him from losing, but since it wasn't yet the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, each use carried a significant cost. Even with Hashirama cells offsetting some of the side effects, he couldn't abuse it recklessly. Take Obito, for example, he had relatively complete Hashirama cells and only used single-eye Kamui. The side effects were far less severe than using both Mangekyo eyes, not to mention Byakuya's Hashirama cells weren't complete. I believe in you. But do be careful when the time comes, otherwise. I'd lose such a perfect food source, wouldn't I? Rise directly compared Byakuya to food. But whether she was speaking truthfully or not, who could say? Sure. Byakuya responded with a light smile. Despite having revealed his identity as a ghoul investigator, Byakuya continued visiting Antiku as if nothing had happened. It didn't stop him from enjoying coffee and reading there. Tuka had taken note of this. By rights, investigators on duty always carried their quinqua, a briefcase. But she'd never seen Byakuya bring one. He really did seem to just come here for coffee and books. But thinking about Rise, Tuka figured Byakuya was probably so bewitched by that woman that he came here daily to date her. She'd overlooked one thing though. Rise had said, "My darling is waiting for me at home," clearly indicating they were living together. But in that heated moment, already convinced Rise was treating Byakuya as prey, Tuka hadn't given those words much thought. For now, Tuka chose to assume Byakuya wasn't here investigating Antiku. Having arrived earlier than usual today, the shop had few customers, and Rise hadn't come with him. He noticed Hinami sitting alone with a book, but she kept flipping pages back and forth, seemingly unable to understand the text. Byakuya recalled that Hinami couldn't read. Given their circumstances, few ghouls could attend school like humans. It was risky, one slip revealing their ghoul identity could get them captured. He walked over and glanced at her book, one of Sen Takatsuki's works, then asked, "Would you like me to read the words for you?" Hinami looked up at him in surprise, clearly not expecting him to offer such help. After all, he was a ghoul investigator, and she was a ghoul. But seeing his gentle smile, Hinami nodded. Okay. She pulled the chair beside her closer, setting it next to her own. Byakuya sat down next to her and took the book. First, the title, Dear Kafka. It's also Sen Takatsuki-sensei's debut novel. Starting from the first page, he read aloud for her, occasionally slowing down to teach her simpler characters. Ding. Host taught Hinami Fuiguchi 1 character. Reward, 1 fusion point. Byakuya was pleasantly surprised to discover this also earned fusion points. Chapter 75, Lulicon. While working, Tuka noticed that Byakuya had somehow ended up sitting with Hinami, teaching her to read. This surprised her. She knew Byakuya was decent toward Ryoko-san and Hinami, not like other investigators with their universally hostile attitudes toward ghouls. But being this kind exceeded her expectations. Besides Tuka, Ryoko was also working as a server. Seeing Hinami getting along so well with the young investigator, she smiled warmly. Ding. Host taught Hinami Fuiguchi 100 characters. Reward, 10 fusion points. After considerable time, Hinami had learned 100 characters. He couldn't just teach superficially, she needed to actually retain them. Reading progressed slowly while teaching, as they worked through the material together. Just then, Rise arrived at the coffee shop. When she pushed open the door and saw Byakuya and Hinami reading side by side, an enigmatic smile crossed her previously expressionless face. She walked over and sat at their table, right beside Byakuya. Propping her delicate chin on one hand, she silently observed them. Byakuya naturally noticed her arrival. He glanced over, and seeing that she seemed content to just watch, he returned to teaching Hinami. Lulicon. Rise suddenly spoke. What? Byakuya didn't immediately process this. I never realized before, so you're a Lulicon. Rise repeated. No. How am I a Lulicon? Byakuya was baffled. Hinami wore a look of innocent confusion, clearly not understanding what Rise meant. Don't you know what you've done? Rise smiled as she asked. I'm just teaching her to read. Is that so? Yes. Since Rise didn't pursue it further, Byakuya continued what he'd been doing. She watched quietly for a while, gradually realizing it really was as he'd said. She dropped the subject. When lunchtime came, Byakuya checked the time. That's enough for today. I'm going to get lunch. You can review what I taught you earlier so you don't forget. Okay. Hinami nodded obediently. But as Byakuya stood to leave, she spoke up, Oniai-chan. I'm Hinami. Fuiguchi Hinami. Her voice was slightly timid, perhaps from shyness, or perhaps because of his investigator identity. I know. Hinami-chan. Byakuya smiled. Rise had remained silent, only speaking once they were outside. That Hinami-chan just now sounded pretty gentle, didn't it? All right. Give it a rest. Byakuya was mildly exasperated. Over the following days, Byakuya continued teaching Hinami to read. Gradually, she became able to understand most of the text in books. She also developed a love for Sen Takatsuki's works. Takatsuki-sensei is amazing, writing so many wonderful books. I wonder what kind of person she is. Hinami mused with curiosity. I've met Takatsuki-sensei. Honestly, she doesn't look much different from you, Hinami-chan. Really? Hinami found this hard to believe. Does that mean Takatsuki-sensei is about my age? Her first thought was about age, hence her disbelief. No, she's definitely older. She just looks about your size. In terms of height, both Hinami and Ito were around 150 centimeters. Oh, that scared me. I thought Takatsuki-sensei was this young and already writing such amazing works. Actually, about that. Byakuya thought for a moment. It's been almost 10 years since Takatsuki-sensei published Dear Kafka. 10 years ago, she really might have been around your age. That's incredible. I still can't recognize so many characters. Hinami sighed. It's fine. You're a fast learner. Soon you'll know most of them. Byakuya encouraged her. Hinami nodded happily. Thank you, Oniai-chan. Just then, Tuka approached with 2 cups of coffee, setting them on Byakuya's table. His current cup was almost empty, but there was one problem: he hadn't ordered a second. Did you bring the wrong order? I don't think I ordered another cup. I decided to bring it myself. Is that a problem? Tuka's tone was neutral. This one's on me. No charge. Seeing how happy Hinami was, she felt she should thank Byakuya somehow. Of course it's not a problem. Byakuya gladly accepted. Tuka said nothing more, moving to attend to new customers. By the way, Oniai-chan, you said you met Takatsuki-sensei, where was that? Hinami asked with evident interest. There was a fan meet and greet before. There should be similar events in the future. I'll take you along next time so you can meet Takatsuki-sensei too. Yes. Hinami agreed eagerly. As time passed, Ward 11 grew increasingly chaotic. Aojirai Tree's ghouls had not only occupied Ward 11, destroying the original ghoul factions there, forcing survivors to either die or submit, but had also begun attacking the CCG branch stationed there. More and more investigators in Ward 11 were being killed by Aojirai Tree. Tensions escalated dramatically. The CCG main office naturally took this seriously, mobilizing 3 special class investigators among many others for a strategy meeting regarding Ward 11. Chapter 76, Jukiyama Show. Marudetsuki, Kuroiwa Iwao, Shinohara Yukinori. These 3 special class investigators would be leading the strategy meeting against Aojirai Tree in Ward 11. This wasn't as simple as immediately deploying investigators to reinforce Ward 11. Meetings needed to be held first, even press conferences. Only after establishing a concrete battle plan would the CCG launch formal operations in Ward 11. As the CCG shifted focus to Ward 11, investigators were transferred from their original posts en masse. But they couldn't leave other areas too undermanned, so the Ward 1 main office spent these days frequently reassigning investigators. Only a few wards were overlooked, especially Ward 20. Since the Binge Eater had mysteriously become docile lately and Jason had already been eliminated by Byakuya, the associate special class investigator Huji and his rank 2 partner Takizawa, originally assigned to Ward 20, were temporarily reassigned elsewhere. The situation in Ward 11 was chaotic, affecting other areas as well. Aojirai Tree's actions had alarmed not only humans but also ghouls. Most of the time, ghouls were the passive party, few dared to actively attack CCG investigators. Antiku in Ward 20 was also closely watching developments in Ward 11. Yoshimura and Yomo were planning to visit Ward 11 to assess the situation firsthand. Today, an uninvited guest arrived at Antiku. The man wore a red suit and black leather shoes, with purple hair and handsome, refined features. This was Jukiyama Sho. Ding-a-ling. The door chime rang as Jukiyama pushed the door open. Upon entering Antiku, he spread his arms wide and inhaled deeply, eyes closed in apparent ecstasy. Magnifique. Then he smiled at the servers before him, as if reuniting with old friends. It's been too long, everyone. This place is still so reassuring. But Tuka's brow furrowed, clearly unwelcoming. Her tone was cold. Jukiyama. What do you want? This Jukiyama was equally notorious in Ward 20 as Rise, a major troublemaker who'd caused them no fewer headaches than she had. Unlike Rise, who'd been relatively well-behaved lately, Jukiyama remained as self-indulgent as ever, hunting humans at will. While Antiku didn't encourage Ward 20 ghouls to hunt humans, they didn't actively prevent it either. They simply established rules, like a maximum of 1 hunt per month. So even though Rise and Jukiyama had caused various incidents in Ward 20, Antiku hadn't taken action against them. Kirishima-san is as cold as ever. But that's part of your charm. Jukiyama smiled lightly. Disgusting. You and your pretentious act. Tuka made no attempt to hide her revulsion. But Jukiyama's skin was remarkably thick. Unfazed, he strolled further into the shop. Are these lovely ladies also new staff members? He'd noticed Ryuko and Hinami. Hinami found this strange man somewhat creepy. Seeing him approach, she grew frightened. Hinami was already quite shy around strangers. Worried that Jukiyama, who never knew when to stop, might scare her, Tuka blocked his path. Hey, you're not just disgusting, you're interfering with our work. Leave. Kirishima-san is so cold. Jukiyama sighed slightly. He genuinely just wanted to meet the new staff members. As a gourmet, he had no interest in ghouls. He dropped by Antiku occasionally. If nothing caught his interest, he wouldn't linger. But just as Jukiyama was about to leave, Byakuya and Rise arrived. Even through the closed door, he caught an unusual scent. No, 2 scents. Yukiyama not only faintly detected an extraordinary fragrance but also Rise's scent. His pupils contracted sharply. Though Rise's past actions still rankled him, what intrigued him more was who she brought, and why they carried such an aroma. "Aren't you leaving?" Seeing Yukiyama frozen in place, Tuka prodded. Yukiyama was in no mood to respond. His attention was fixed on the front door. The next moment, Byakuya and Rise pushed through together. Rise had caught Yukiyama's scent outside, so her expression showed no surprise. Instead, she spoke with amusement, "My, if it isn't the supremely boring Yukiyama-kun." This wasn't their first encounter. When Rise first arrived in Ward 20, the renowned binge eater had received an invitation from Yukiyama to join his exclusive gourmet club, connected to the so-called Ghoul restaurant. Yukiyama had been quite sincere at the time, but Rise not only showed disinterest, she'd thoroughly mocked him. She dismissed his high-class cuisine as insufficient and scorned his pretending to be upper-class while being a ghoul as pathetic and boring. Yukiyama, who treated cuisine as his religion, had been instantly triggered. But he hadn't dared confront Rise directly. Now, Rise's supremely boring Yukiyama-kun had triggered him again, his features twisting. But then he caught that scent. Having closed the distance to Byakuya, the aroma was now far richer than before. Yukiyama's expression changed faster than flipping pages, the twisted grimace instantly transformed into a radiant smile. He'd identified the incredible fragrance as emanating from the young man beside Rise. He didn't want to show such an undashed, gentlemanly side in front of him. This was unmistakably human, yet entirely unlike any ordinary human scent. He'd never encountered such an astonishing aroma. But Rise had already seen through him. Her smile remained, though a flash of coldness passed through her eyes. This boring idiot dared covet her food. Chapter 77, Yukiyama's invitation. "Kamishiro-san, is this young man a friend of yours? I don't believe we've met." Yukiyama acted as if nothing had happened, as though he and Rise were old acquaintances. "Not a friend. He's my man." "Any problems with that, Yukiyama-kun?" Rise replied with a smile. Rather than immediately shutting Yukiyama down, she wanted to toy with him a bit. "Of course not." Yukiyama's face was all smiles, but internally he was cursing Rise. He'd already identified the young man beside Rise as human, so naturally he didn't believe her nonsense. In his view, Rise just wanted to monopolize this delicious morsel, an absolutely shameless act. Moreover, Rise's reputation was firmly established. The title binge eater said it all. Keeping such delicious prey at her side, to say she wasn't treating Byakuya as a target would convince no one. Including Tuka, Irimi, and Koma, none of them believed Rise's words. Even Byakuya himself remained somewhat guarded around Rise. Who could guarantee she wouldn't suddenly lose control? "I'm Yukiyama Sho. Here's my card. Perhaps we could share a drink here sometime." Yukiyama directly produced a business card and offered it to Byakuya. Ding. Host activating quest. Divine selection initiated. Option 1, refuse Yukiyama's card. He'll still find ways to approach you. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, accept the card. Find an opportunity to capture Yukiyama. Reward, 20 fusion points. Option 3, accept the card and find a way to enter the Ghoul restaurant venue. Reward, 50 fusion points. Byakuya accepted the card with an impassive expression. "I'm Amaha Byakuya. Until next time then, Amaha-kun." Yukiyama even threw a flirtatious wink before leaving the coffee shop. Tuka watched him go with dead fish eyes. She was certain Yukiyama had no idea Byakuya was actually a Ghoul investigator. She had no intention of warning him. If this troublesome pest got caught by an investigator, he'd deserve it. She could also tell that Yukiyama's earlier behavior indicated he'd set his sights on Byakuya. She understood why, whenever she got close to Byakuya, she could smell his scent too. It was far more tempting to ghouls than ordinary humans. No wonder Rise was willing to risk crossing the CCG to target him. But unlike Rise and Yukiyama with their obsessive appetites, Tuka could control her hunger. She harbored no such thoughts about Byakuya. Byakuya and Rise then found a seat. Rise whispered in his ear, "Did you notice that guy's true nature?" "I did." "A ghoul, right?" Byakuya said, "Most of this coffee shop's customers are ghouls anyway, and he knew you. Those 2 facts alone confirm his identity." He examined Yukiyama's card. It was really just a card, only Yukiyama's name and contact information, no specific identity details. Like the fact that Yukiyama was heir to the Yukiyama group. The next day, Yukiyama returned to Antiku. He was already growing impatient. Seeing Yukiyama again, Tuka felt annoyed. But this pest didn't usually come so frequently. Obviously, he was here for Byakuya. Though she found him repulsive, she still didn't want to interfere. After all, Byakuya had eliminated even Yamori, Jukiyama shouldn't be a concern. This time, Jukiyama didn't bother greeting Tuka and the others. He headed straight for Byakuya. Amahakuin, we meet again. He sat directly across from Byakuya. I'm rather fond of making friends. Sometimes I might seem a bit forward, I hope you don't mind. Not at all. Byakuya shook his head. That's a relief. Jukiyama's visible relief was obviously performed. By the way, Kamishiro-san mentioned yesterday that you're her man. I'm curious whether that means what I think it does. Well, I'm not entirely sure myself. Byakuya smiled somewhat awkwardly. He deliberately played dumb. Oh my, that was thoughtless of me, asking such a private question. Jukiyama's tone held a note of apology. Internally, he'd drawn his conclusions. He was now even more certain this human youth was Rise's prey. Perfect timing, Rise wasn't here today. If he stole the food right from under her nose, that would be the most satisfying revenge. Moreover, the young man before him was unlike anything he'd ever tasted. Even setting aside revenge, he had to have this haute cuisine for himself. Though Rise's strength made him wary, he wasn't worried about retaliation. After all, he had the Jukiyama family behind him. Actually, I'm hosting a grand banquet soon. There'll be many beautiful ladies and handsome gentlemen. Would you be interested in attending, Amahakuin? Jukiyama extended the invitation. Also, if you're curious about Kamishiro-san, I could share some things about her privately. We're old acquaintances, after all. He dangled Rise Kamishiro as bait, assuming Byakuya was thoroughly infatuated and wrapped around her finger. He knew Rise's preferred hunting method was seducing men, so his guess seemed reasonable. If this kid was obsessed with Rise, this hook should work. Sure. I'd like to learn more about Rise-san. Byakuya's face took on an innocent, naive expression, like a young man completely ensnared by Rise. Chapter 78, Tuka's concern. Yes. This was it. Jukiyama was internally elated. The expression on Byakuya's face was clearly that of someone utterly bewitched by Rise. That woman was truly despicable, playing with people's emotions like this. He would grant Amahakuin release. Thrilled at his imminent success, Jukiyama was getting excited. Still, he did his best to suppress his excitement, fearing he might tip his hand and arouse suspicion. Then it settled. The banquet is tonight. I'll come back around evening to collect you. For now, he needed to prepare the Ghoul restaurant. After Jukiyama left, Byakuya remained seated, reading and drinking coffee as usual, seemingly unsuspicious of anything. Tuka had been watching the entire time. Though she hadn't heard their conversation clearly, knowing Jukiyama's usual methods, she could guess what he was planning. She was particularly struck by how untroubled Byakuya appeared. If Byakuya had no guard up at all, Jukiyama might actually succeed. Though she found the guy annoying, Tuka couldn't simply ignore this. She and Ryuko-san and Hinami all owed Byakuya their lives. After internal debate, she decided to intervene. She approached him and said quietly, "Do you know what kind of person that Jukiyama is? He's Rai-san's friend." Even in front of Tuka, Byakuya continued his act. The Ghoul restaurant was his current priority. Idiot. Tuka immediately responded. Kamishiro-san and that guy barely know each other. You believe everything he says. Is that so? Well, it's still nice to learn even a little about Rai-san. That's why you're an idiot. You're a ghoul investigator, probably one of the CCG's elite. Didn't you notice Jukiyama is a ghoul? Tuka's tolerance for stupidity was reaching its limit. She directly revealed Jukiyama's true identity. He was going to attack Byakuya eventually anyway, this just meant Byakuya finding out sooner rather than later. I feel like you've gotten dumber lately. You weren't like this when you eliminated Yamori. Tuka had this strange feeling. Back then, when he'd revealed his investigator identity, he'd left a strong impression on her. Could it be, you've really been bewitched stupid by that woman? It suddenly occurred to her that Byakuya had mentioned Jukiyama would share information about Rise. So he'd accepted Jukiyama's invitation for Rise's sake. This was just. Tuka pressed her palm to her forehead. Though he was a strong investigator, he was still a teenage boy going through puberty. So easily wrapped around that bad woman's finger. Sigh. Is that woman really so great? Never mind. Do what you want. I've said what I needed to say, don't blame me for not warning you when you regret it. With that, she was done caring about his business. She felt inexplicably annoyed, disappointed in Byakuya. He'd seemed so reliable when he saved them from Yamori, even a little cool. Now he was completely lost to Rise. Thank you for the warning, Kirishima-san. But don't worry about me, you did mention I'm a ghoul investigator, after all. Byakuya suddenly spoke with a light smile, as if everything was under control. Hearing this tone, Toka turned back. Seeing his composed smile, as though everything was going according to plan, was completely different from a boy whose brain had been scrambled by a woman. Good to know. Toka understood then. She let out a soft tch. What was this guy? And she'd actually been worried about him. Turned out he was deliberately walking into Jukiyama's trap. Still, Toka remained convinced that when it came to Rise, Byakuya was already caught. Otherwise, so much time had passed, Byakuya and Rise visited the shop together almost daily like some little couple. If Byakuya knew Rise's true identity, there was no reason to delay this long. She couldn't reconcile such domestic games with Ghoul Investigator. At evening, Jukiyama arrived as promised. He changed into a new suit, apparently valuing this new friend highly. Toka had already been reassured by Byakuya. She didn't even glance at Jukiyama as he led Byakuya away, treating him like thin air. Jukiyama didn't care about such things. He was long used to Toka's attitude. What mattered was that he was about to enjoy the incredible delicacy that was Byakuya. And stolen right from Rise, the most satisfying form of revenge. He and Rise were both gourmet and binge eater respectively, both valuing food above all else. Neither cared much for physical conflict. While Jukiyama was internally gloating, Byakuya's lips curved slightly upward. He'd accepted this invitation for his own benefit. Beyond system rewards, he could also randomly pick off some unfortunate souls at the Ghoul restaurant to pad his achievements. After all, plenty of ghouls attended, including Ghoul High Society. Chapter 79, Ghoul Restaurant. Ward 7, Ghoul Restaurant. More precisely, an exclusive members-only restaurant for ghouls. In Jukiyama's words, it became a banquet. Byakuya and Jukiyama had arrived at the venue, inside a luxurious hotel. This was actually a Jukiyama Group property, repurposed by Jukiyama for the Ghoul restaurant. Jukiyama Group's president, Jukiyama Mirumo, was a relatively law-abiding ghoul who doted on his only son. He basically indulged whatever Jukiyama wanted. Please, Amahakuin. Jukiyama opened the entrance door for Byakuya. This wasn't yet the main venue. A dedicated attendant will see to you. I have some matters to handle first, if you'll excuse me. He disappeared into the hotel. Ding. Host completed option 3, accept the card and enter the Ghoul restaurant venue. Reward, 50 fusion points. A female attendant wearing a white mask, likely one of the Jukiyama family servants hiding her ghoul identity, led Byakuya to another area. He carried a backpack, but no one paid it any attention, including Jukiyama. After all, he was a university student at Kami. Carrying a backpack wasn't unusual. But the backpack contained only one thing, the 13th Jason briefcase. With this S+ rated Quinqua, even against SS rated ghouls, he wouldn't need to use his Mangekyo Sharingan or lethal jutsu. Those abilities attracted too much attention, best avoided when possible. Byakuya was first taken to a bath, required to wash up, apparently a banquet rule. Knowing full well what this meant, he said nothing and entered the bathroom. The attendant had prepared a black suit for him. After bathing, he changed into the suit, storing his original clothes in the backpack atop the briefcase. He was then led to an opulent reception room. Besides himself, 2 others were present. A middle-aged man who looked like a white-collar worker, and a rather heavy-set middle-aged woman. Ah, hello. The middle-aged man noticed Byakuya entering and greeted him immediately. It was just 2 of us waiting, a bit unsettling. Good to see another young man join us. Hello. Byakuya responded expressionlessly. These 2 ordinary humans had also been lured to the Ghoul restaurant by various means. They still had no idea what awaited them. I'm an editor at Shui Publishing for Tokyo Gourmet magazine. The name's Kobachi. Even here, the white-collar worker handed Byakuya a business card as was customary. Byakuya chatted with Kobachi while the middle-aged woman remained mostly silent. After a while, another attendant arrived, pushing a cart with cookies and 3 cups of coffee. Pre-dinner refreshments. Please enjoy while you wait. These cookies are a bit dry and flavorless, but maybe that's what makes them feel upscale. Kobachi critiqued while eating. Byakuya eyed the coffee but didn't drink, who knew if those cookies or coffee were laced with human flesh. After considerable time, the attendant finally returned. Sorry for the wait. Please follow me now. Byakuya was led to a spacious, eerie room, empty except for a dining table, 3 chairs, and a large crate of unknown contents. The attendant then locked the heavy security door behind them. Ooh, not bad. Quite interesting. Kobachi stroked his chin. Despite the increasingly bizarre atmosphere, this guy was still thinking about upscale experiences. Only later did the middle-aged woman notice the door wouldn't open, and such a heavy security door was clearly abnormal. What does locking the door mean? We can't get out now. She still hadn't imagined worse scenarios. Kobachi was even more oblivious, sitting there anticipating the fine cuisine to come. Completely conned by this members-only restaurant. Sorry for the wait, everyone. Dinner is now ready. Just then, a voice echoed from ceiling speakers. Here it comes. Kobachi thought food was about to arrive. Instead, the next announcement made him freeze. Tonight's dinner consists of these 3 individuals. As the voice finished, the ceiling began parting sideways, revealing audience members in various masks peering down at Byakuya's group from all around. The first man is an editor for Tokyo Gourmet magazine. Though he works at a desk, he exercises regularly. His firm, healthy muscles should be quite chewy. He probably never imagined he'd become part of tonight's dinner. Introduced by Mr. Tr. Kobachi was stunned, his brain unable to process what was happening. The second woman is a plump sow. She refused to bathe, so there may be residual oil, but rest assured, she'll be thoroughly cleaned. Introduced by Mr. PG. The middle-aged woman reacted faster, immediately screaming at the audience, Suda. Mr. PG, Suda, wore a clown mask, but beneath it was actually Furuta. He deliberately styled his hair messily so no one would recognize him except Byakuya. Hi, Ami-chan. Furuta waved at the middle-aged woman cheerfully. You tricked me. What about our marriage promise? And what is tonight's dinner? The woman named Ami roared. Oops, sorry everyone. I shouldn't have dated a pig. Furuta apologized to the surrounding audience. As Ami screamed louder, the MC was already introducing the final dish. Finally, tonight's main course. An incomparably exquisite delicacy, the target of Ward 20's binge eater herself. Introduced by Mr. MM. When Byakuya's introduction came, he'd already reached for his backpack, expression unchanged, /////. If you're reading this, please leave a review for this novel. It costs you nothing and it really helps me. Smiley face, we only have 8 so far. Chapter 80, The Scrapper. Byakuya slowly removed his backpack, holding it by the straps. A student. But young flesh is more tender. Just my type. The binge eater. I've heard of her. Enormous appetite, but she's not particularly picky, is she? Her targets aren't necessarily delicious. Forget the binge eater, this is from Mr. MM. You might doubt her, but you can't doubt Mr. MM. Oh, sure. Sure's offerings are always excellent. While the distinguished guests murmured among themselves, the man called Mr. MM rose from his seat. He wore a crescent moon mask covering most of his face, leaving only the right half exposed. Ladies and gentlemen, come. Please enjoy the ultimate cuisine. I stake my name on it, this is absolutely the most exquisite delicacy you've ever tasted. Jukiyama declared confidently. While guests applauded and cheered, the clown-masked Furuta showed little reaction. His gaze remained fixed on Byakuya below. This kid showing up here was mildly surprising. He knew one thing, Byakuya was already a CCG investigator who had eliminated Yamori. After all, Furuta was Washu. Learning CCG matters was no challenge. That backpack almost certainly contained a quinqua. Though Furuta had no intention of confronting Byakuya directly, he wasn't leaving, he wanted to watch the show. What do we do now? Kobachi's legs gave out in terror. Ami was too frightened to keep screaming. Now, let tonight's dinner show begin. As the MC's announcement ended, a door in the side wall slowly rose. Tonight's scrapper has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, the dismemberment show is about to begin. Amid the announcement and audience cheers, a massive, incredibly muscular man emerged, shirtless, head wrapped in cloth, carrying specialized butchering tools. Please, be gentle. The scrapper's voice was childlike, incongruous with his fearsome appearance. Itadakamasu. The scrapper slowly approached the 3, quite politely. Haha. I see. This must be performance art, right? I encountered similar dining experiences while researching in France, enjoying cuisine while experiencing heart-pounding thrills. Even now, Kobachi fantasized this was all a joke. The distinguished guests above looked at him like he was an idiot. Byakuya was rather exasperated with this guy too. Just as the scrapper drew close, Ami, having realized this was no act, suddenly lunged forward, kicking hard at Byakuya's back. Obviously, she hoped to use him as a distraction while she escaped. But Byakuya had anticipated this. He sidestepped, grabbed Ami's collar, and with tremendous force, hurled her at the scrapper. Given Byakuya's strength combined with Ami's considerable mass, even though the scrapper was at least twice her size, he was knocked down by the flying impact. Woo-woo, it hurts. Mama, it hurts. The scrapper whined like a child. The commotion above fell silent. This was unexpected, a human who could resist the scrapper like this. Ami scrambled to her feet to flee, but after a few steps, her legs suddenly went numb and she collapsed. What's happening? Ami was baffled. Byakuya immediately understood, the coffee had been poisoned. It was taking effect now, and Kobachi was also paralyzed on the ground. Good thing he hadn't touched that coffee. He couldn't recall all the original details, like the poisoned coffee, but his instincts had saved him. Byakuya now pulled the Quinqua briefcase from his backpack. Seeing that familiar-looking case, several ghouls reacted. That's a dove weapon. He's a dove. Mr. MM. What's the meaning of this? You brought us a dove. Are there other doves who've infiltrated the ghoul restaurant? The briefcase's appearance triggered panic. Jukiyama hadn't expected Byakuya to be an investigator, but he forced himself to remain calm. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't worry. This is my surprise for you, isn't a delicious ghoul investigator even finer cuisine? This building was his territory. He was certain no other investigators had infiltrated. As for Byakuya, young as he looked, he probably wasn't a serious threat. Jukiyama's eyes beneath his mask grew cold. He truly hadn't expected Rise to be involved with an investigator, but fortunately this was just a greenhorn. Tonight's banquet shouldn't be ruined. With Jukiyama's reassurance, the other ghouls relaxed. The true feast now begins. Byakuya spoke quietly as he unlocked the briefcase's biometric seal. The sword form, 13th Jason, materialized. He'd already scanned the ghouls above. Besides Furuta, he spotted no one particularly dangerous, like the SS-rated Big Madam from the original timeline, who wasn't present. Baby, fight. Do well and Mama will reward you handsomely at home. A woman in the gallery wearing sunglasses and heavy makeup called out loudly. This was Madama, owner of tonight's scrapper. But just then, two figures appeared behind Madame A, Corona and Nishiro Yasuhisa, assigned to protect her, as she was Dr. Kano's assistant who helped raise his specimens. And at this moment, they spotted Byakuya below, alone and surrounded, /////. If you're reading this, please leave a review for this novel, it costs you nothing and it really helps me, smiley face, we only have 8 so far. Chapter 81, reuniting with Corona and Nishiro. By this point, Corona and Nishiro Yasuhisa had already undergone Dr. Kano's experiments. Currently, they were the only 2 successful specimens under his control. In other words, they had become artificial half-ghouls, one-eyed ghouls. Under orders from their father Kano, they served as Madame A's personal bodyguards. They each wore masks with black and white stripes. Corona's mask had only a right eye hole with vertical stripes, while Nishiro's was the opposite, with only a left eye hole and horizontal stripes. The single eye holes corresponded to their Kakugan. Corona's was in her right eye, Nishiro's in her left. Neither had expected to encounter Byakuya at a place like the ghoul restaurant. The moment they spotted him, both sisters' pupils trembled. They were torn. They had to protect Madame A, and going to rescue Byakuya would mean disobeying father's orders and offending the Madame organization, causing enormous trouble for him. Madame was one of the most prominent upper-class ghoul factions, possessing staggering financial resources. Both the ghoul restaurant and the auction were founded and operated by Madame. While they remained frozen in indecision, Byakuya had already made his move against the scrapper. The scrapper had risen at Madame A's command and charged ferociously toward Byakuya. Byakuya surged forward, thrusting the sword form, Jason, straight through the scrapper's abdomen. That single strike essentially ended the fight. Ma. The scrapper collapsed, crying out in agony. An S+ rated Quinqua's lethality was nothing like ordinary weapons. The scrapper's internal organs had been virtually shredded by that one thrust. Baby. Madame A screamed from above, but her voice cut off the next instant. Byakuya had already shifted from the Rinkaku sword form to Ikaku mode. The blade tip transformed into a barrel, and countless blade-like bullets shot forth. Byakuya fired casually, not targeting anyone specific, just randomly selecting some lucky audience members as his trophies. He couldn't possibly capture every ghoul present. Too much effort for too little reward. Nearly everyone here was ghoul nobility, not necessarily strong, but backed by powerful factions. Setting aside whether he could even manage it without using jutsu or his Mangekyo Sharingan, even if he could round up every ghoul here, the consequences would be problematic. First, he'd face retaliation from multiple factions. Second, he'd attract the Washu clan's attention. The Washus were ultimately a ghoul family. The Jukiyama family and other ghoul factions simply weren't as well hidden as the Washus, but fundamentally they operated the same way. The Washus surely had private dealings with other upper-class ghoul factions. If Byakuya offended all these factions at once, and his non-half-human self performed too impressively, his situation would become dire. Ding! Host defeated an A-rated ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. Ding. Host defeated a B-rated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. As countless blades crippled or killed several ghouls, most of the others scattered in panic. The scene descended into chaos. Kurona and Nishiro immediately moved to cover Madame A's retreat. Young master, we must go. A masked female servant urged Jukiyama. The Jukiyama family couldn't openly oppose CCG investigators. Even with their connections to the Washa clan, the CCG wasn't entirely under Washa control. The vast majority of CCG investigators were human. Among special class investigators, only Arima was under Washa control. The Washus had to maintain appearances before human investigators, otherwise they couldn't have hidden their identity this long. The Washa clan had to side with humans, at least publicly. Jukiyama covered his masked face with one hand. Though deeply reluctant, he withdrew from the ghoul restaurant with the servant. As for Furuta, he'd vanished without a trace at some point. If Byakuya had one specific target, it was Madame A. He knew she was Dr. Kano's assistant. He was curious about Kano's current situation, so capturing her seemed worthwhile. He'd also noticed Kurona and Nishiro protecting Madame A. Even with their masks on, he could easily recognize them. Byakuya leaped upward from below, landing directly on the viewing platform. The sisters' retreat speed while covering Madame A was far too slow compared to his. He caught up in an instant. Kurona and Nishiro turned to block him, but seeing Byakuya made them hesitate. That brief moment of hesitation was potentially fatal. Byakuya flashed before them instantly, both hands simultaneously removing their masks. Both sisters instinctively covered their faces with their hands, they didn't want Byakuya to see. Kurona-san, Nishiro-san. So it really is you two, making this kind of mistake again. Byakuya spoke calmly. He didn't do anything to them. Instead, he casually tossed aside the masks and turned to attack Madame A. In desperation, Madame A released her Kagun, her fierce Kakugan visible even through her sunglasses. But she was far too weak against Byakuya. Her Kakuho and Kagun were severed in an instant by the sword form, Jason. Ga. Critically wounded, Madame A lost all ability to resist, collapsing to her knees and coughing up blood. Ding. Host defeated an A-rated ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. The S+ rated Quinqua's benefits were immense. Even without jutsu, dealing with A-rated ghouls was as easy as slicing vegetables. Even now, Kurona and Nishiro hadn't forgotten father's orders. They desperately wanted to rescue Madame A from Byakuya. Byakuya's gaze shifted to them. You're no match for me. Are you sure you still want to fight? Chapter 82, Don't Blame Me. Kurona and Nishiro understood their position. The strength Byakuya had just displayed was beyond what they could handle. They hadn't expected that even as one-eyed ghouls, the gap between themselves and Byakuya would remain so vast. Still, they steeled themselves to fight. These were father's orders. Even knowing they couldn't win, they refused to give up. Seeing them waver between hesitation and determination, Byakuya knew they wouldn't be easily reasoned with. He could at least observe what their Kagun looked like. Release Madame A. We only want to take her, we don't want to fight you. Kurona deliberately adopted a cold expression as she spoke. She's my capture target. Why would I just release her? Byakuya shook his head slightly. Then don't blame us. As her words fell, Kurona charged at Byakuya, Nishiro moving almost simultaneously. Kurona's left eye and Nishiro's right eye transformed into crimson Kakugan, and from their waists emerged 4 red Rinkaku tentacles each, nearly identical to Rai's. Rise had been at Byakuya's side almost constantly, so these couldn't be hers. That meant some Washa clan ghoul must have become the experimental donor. Kagun had hereditary characteristics among ghouls. Just as Yoshimura had passed his Akaka Kakuho and highly similar Kagun to Ito. Though Ito's Kakuja form now resembled a monster, her early Kakuja form had looked nearly identical to Yoshimura's non-killing owl. Even though Yoshimura had deliberately altered his Kakuja form to match his daughter's earlier appearance to protect her, such perfect mimicry wouldn't be possible without a genetic connection. All Washus were pure-blooded ghouls, half-humans were relegated to branch families. Theoretically, all Washa Kagun would be similar. Ding. Host activating quest. Divine selection initiated. Option 1, forcibly take Madame A, ignoring Kurona and Nishiro. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, capture Kurona and Nishiro, imprison them in Cochlea, and expose Kano's plans. Reward, 50 fusion points. Option 3, help Kurona and Nishiro escape their current predicament of being deceived by Kano. Reward, 100 fusion points. Byakuya chose without hesitation, option 3. He'd always intended to help the sisters see Kano's true face before they committed too many crimes under his direction. Not that Kano's face was evil, exactly. He was extremely rational, willing to sacrifice anything to achieve his goals. He'd never truly considered the sisters as daughters and didn't care whether they lived or died. I should be the one saying, don't blame me. Byakuya spoke quietly, then moved to end the fight quickly. He shifted adjacent to shield form. The massive shield easily blocked the sisters' Kagun without leaving a single mark. Washu Kagun were top tier, especially Rinkaku with its high attack power. But the sisters' control over their Kagun was still too poor, nowhere near their full potential. Like how Kaneki couldn't use his Kagun at first in the original timeline. It wasn't until Yumori's mentorship, that brutal torture, that Kaneki awakened and instantly reached S+ levels or higher, conservatively, SS-. Byakuya simply switched back to sword form and thrust forward, severing the fragile Rinkaku tentacles. The blade also wounded Nishiro's Kakuho. Kakuho damage was extremely dangerous for any ghoul with only one. Regeneration failed, Kagun couldn't be released, essentially a sitting duck. For Nishiro, who hadn't yet mastered her body, this was life-threatening. The severity depended on the extent of damage. Above 70% meant no recovery was possible, unless you were a half Kakuja or Kakuja with multiple Kakuho who could sacrifice one. Nishiro. Seeing Nishiro critically wounded, Kurona threw all other thoughts aside. All she wanted was to save her sister. Byakuya stopped there. He would never push the sisters to their deaths. Injuring Nishiro was unavoidable. Because without doing so, they wouldn't face reality. Byakuya sighed internally. He approached the sisters and left a business card with his contact information. If you trust me, you can ask for my help anytime. With those words, he walked away from the sisters. He knew clearly, the current Kurona and Nishiro wouldn't fully trust him. They still held unconditional faith in their father, Kano. Only when he ruthlessly abandoned them would they finally understand. That's why he'd been harsh with Nishiro. Even if he hadn't done this, when the CCG eventually raided Kano's underground laboratory, the sisters would still be injured by Suzuya or other investigators. Suzuya would actually be the better outcome, at least he'd show some mercy. Other investigators might kill the sisters outright. At least compared to Suzuya's sadistic torture, Byakuya had been quick about it. His goal was to help the sisters break free sooner and use his abilities to prevent Nishiro's tragic death. Hearing Byakuya's words, Kurona simply held Nishiro without turning around or responding. Finding that Nishiro's condition, while terrible, wasn't fatal, and that Byakuya showed no intention of finishing them off, Kurona immediately fled with her sister. As for Madame A, Kurona couldn't care less. All that mattered now was Nishiro's safety. She had to get Nishiro back to father. He could definitely save her. But before leaving, Kurona's gaze flickered with uncertainty as she took the contact information Byakuya had left. Chapter 83, Abandoned Kurona and Nishiro. Meanwhile, Byakuya called the CCG and briefly explained the situation, requesting backup. Investigator Amaha, are you saying you're alone at the Ghoul restaurant in Ward 7? The assistant investigator on the other end sounded incredulous, confirming the details. The CCG had raided a Ghoul restaurant in another ward before. That operation had required numerous investigators because of the sheer number of ghouls gathered there. Suzuya had been rescued during that raid. Because of that previous incident, the ghouls here had fled decisively once they realized Byakuya was trouble. Yes. The specific location is. Byakuya provided the exact address. Understood. Please hold on, Investigator Amaha. Backup will arrive as quickly as possible. The CCG immediately dispatched investigators from the Ward 7 branch. Waiting for investigators from other wards would take too long. What they didn't know was that Byakuya had already demolished the Ghoul restaurant. Actually, the situation here is mostly under control. But I can't guarantee there aren't any remaining ghouls who might ambush you, so stay alert. Understood. The assistant investigator was astonished. Had Investigator Amaha single-handedly taken down the Ghoul restaurant? While waiting for them to process the scene, Byakuya checked for any stragglers who'd been too slow. He captured several more ghouls. Ding. Host defeated an A-rated ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. Ding. Host defeated an A-rated ghoul. Reward, 10 fusion points. About 10 minutes later, numerous investigators arrived from the Ward 7 branch. Armored vehicles surrounded the building, immediately establishing a perimeter. But the cordon was meaningless now, ghouls who could escape had already fled, and those who couldn't had been captured by Byakuya. When the investigators cautiously advanced, they found only one person leaning against a wall, apparently waiting for them. Though they'd never met Byakuya, the Quinkwa briefcase at his feet identified him as Investigator Amaha. You must be Investigator Amaha. Apologies for our delayed arrival. The squad leader, a first-class investigator, addressed him. It's fine. I'll leave the cleanup to you. Byakuya spoke evenly. Understood. Are there any remaining ghouls in the building? The first class confirmed, the building was too large to search quickly. Hard to say. There might be a few hiding somewhere. Be careful. Afterward, both ghoul corpses and the incapacitated ghouls Byakuya had subdued were taken back to the CCG. The building remained cordoned off until they completed their sweep. No remaining ghouls were found. When they tried investigating the building's owner, they hit a dead end and didn't pursue it further. After all, the CCG already knew the ghoul restaurant was operated by Madame. After fleeing the building with the wounded Nishiro, Corona headed straight home. Kanu's underground laboratory was beneath their family home. Corona found Kanu, who was researching one-eyed ghoul experiments. Father. Nishiro's hurt. Please save her. Corona's voice was frantic. But Kanu continued his work, only turning around after a moment to glance at them expressionlessly. He could tell at a glance that Nishiro was nearly beyond saving. Approximately 70% Kakuhu damage. Recovery probability was extremely low, and it would waste considerable time. So he simply gave up on Nishiro. As for Corona, she might resent him and leave because of this. But he didn't care. To him, Corona and Nishiro had always been marginally successful specimens who fell short of his ideal. Their demonstrated abilities were too mediocre. The only specimens that satisfied Kanu were the awakened Kaneki, especially after manifesting his centipede half-Kakuja form, and the similarly tortured Pineapple King Takizawa. Half-baked specimens like Corona and Nishiro were disposable. She's beyond saving. Kanu offered no explanation, simply returned to his work after dropping those words. But Nishiro's still breathing. Corona couldn't understand why father would abandon Nishiro. If you think she can be saved, figure it out yourself. I have no time to waste on you. Kanu's tone was cold. Only then did Corona realize, her father didn't care about them at all. Corona lowered her head in despair, then gritted her teeth and left the laboratory with the unconscious Nishiro. In a deserted area, she sat on the ground holding Nishiro, completely lost. She wanted to find a way to save Nishiro but had no ideas. And Nishiro looked like she couldn't hold on much longer. What should she do? In her desperate, helpless state, Corona suddenly remembered the business card Byakuya had left, with his contact information. It felt strange. Byakuya had been the one who injured Nishiro, yet now she had to ask him for help. But she remembered his final words, whether she was willing to trust him. She and Nishiro had nowhere else to turn. There was no better option. After agonizing over it, Corona took out her phone and dialed Byakuya's number. When he answered, she spoke urgently, Nishiro won't last much longer. I trust you, but, can you help? Chapter 84, Rise meets Corona. Where are you? I'm coming now. Byakuya wasted no words. Corona gave him the location. Don't leave there. I'll arrive soon. He hung up and headed toward them at maximum speed. He certainly didn't want Nishiro to die because he was too slow. Soon, Byakuya reached the location Corona had described. Overgrown with weeds, nearly deserted. Inside an abandoned building, he found Corona holding Nishiro. Seeing the Quinqua briefcase in his hand, Corona instinctively tightened her grip on Nishiro, clearly afraid. Byakuya noticed and set the briefcase aside before approaching. Let me check Nishiro's condition. He crouched before them. It's bad. She might not make it. Corona spoke with pessimism. Maybe I should absorb Nishiro into my body to keep her alive. That won't work. Byakuya spoke directly. The original timeline had proven that much. He immediately used the Hirako 176 he kept in his inner pocket to cut his palm, letting blood flow into Nishiro's mouth. Nishiro was unconscious and couldn't eat his flesh on her own. Yes, Byakuya planned to save Nishiro with his own blood and flesh. His body contained Hashirama cells. The restorative effect on ghouls would be completely different from ordinary humans. Nishiro wasn't completely beyond saving. Though her Kakuhu was 70% damaged, she could recover if regeneration kicked in. Blood wasn't as effective as flesh, but this was emergency treatment to sustain Nishiro's life until she woke up. Will this really work? Corona was skeptical. But then she suddenly noticed, Byakuya smelled incredible. She could barely resist the urge to bite him. But with Nishiro's condition still critical, she couldn't afford such thoughts. Of course it will. Come back to my place for now. Once Nishiro wakes up on her own, I can help her fully recover. Okay. Though this was Corona's first time going to a guy's home, under these circumstances, she couldn't worry about that. Corona and Nishiro were already wearing black and white robes respectively. Corona pulled up her hood to obscure her face and helped the unconscious Nishiro do the same. Then she followed close behind Byakuya, carrying Nishiro. What surprised Corona along the way was that Byakuya's physical capabilities exceeded even hers and Nishiro's as ghouls. He was clearly slowing down for her, otherwise she couldn't have kept up. During their earlier fight, she'd felt his overwhelming strength and assumed it came from his quinqua. But now it seemed his physical abilities alone surpassed theirs. If Nishiro's situation weren't more urgent, Corona would have demanded an explanation. Carrying Nishiro, Corona followed Byakuya all the way to Ward 20. They moved covertly the entire way, avoiding ordinary people and especially the CCG. At his front door, Corona suddenly noticed Nishiro's condition had significantly improved. Her breathing was no longer labored, and her expression looked peaceful rather than pained, as if she were merely asleep. Nishiro's out of danger. Corona couldn't help exclaiming. Byakuya also felt relieved. I told you she'd gradually improve. Now we just need to wait for her to wake up. This didn't mean Nishiro was fully healed. Her condition had stabilized, but her damaged kakuhu hadn't recovered, still a serious problem. Corona nodded happily. She followed Byakuya inside, automatically saying, "Pardon the intrusion." But someone was already home, Rise. Expecting only Byakuya, Rise heard another woman's voice and came out to investigate. The next moment, Rise and the Nishiro carrying Corona came face to face. Rise rarely wore glasses at home, she wasn't nearsighted. Before, glasses had been part of her bookish girl act to lure prey. A faint light flickered in Rise's eyes, and a subtle smile appeared. "Darling, what exactly is this situation? Why did you suddenly bring other girls home?" "Darling." Hearing that word, Corona couldn't help but take notice. "It's a long story. I'll explain everything later." Byakuya then addressed Corona. "Corona-san, put Nishiro-san on the bed to rest." Rise could see the white-haired girl was injured, so she didn't press the matter. Byakuya had Corona put Nishiro directly on his bed to wait for her to wake naturally. While waiting, he gave Rise a general explanation. So this Dr. Kanu experimented on these two girls to make half-ghouls. And the experimental donor was someone from the Washu clan. Rise immediately grew interested. She turned to Corona. "Show me your Kagun." She urgently needed to confirm this. If it was true, then Furuta's earlier attack on her. Rise now connected Furuta's inexplicable ambush, had it been to turn her into such an experimental donor. Corona hesitated. She didn't know Rise, and Byakuya hadn't introduced her. "It's fine. Show her." Byakuya told Corona. "Okay." Corona nodded and released her 4 dark crimson Rinkaku tentacles. Her left eye transformed into a Kakugan. Chapter 85, 1 bite maximum. Seeing that Corona possessed Kagun nearly identical to her own, and was a one-eyed ghoul, Rise no longer doubted. Who became the experimental donor? Rise couldn't help asking. Probably another ghoul from your clan. Definitely someone with the same bloodline. Byakuya said. As for exactly who, he couldn't possibly guess. By the way, Byakuya asked Corona, have you seen the person who provided the experimental donor for Dr. Kano? He asked this to let Rise naturally learn who was behind everything. I saw him once. A guy wearing a clown mask. I don't know what he looks like, I only know he's called Mr. PG at the Ghoul restaurant. Corona answered. A clown mask. Now Rise understood. She was virtually certain the person Corona described was Furuta. Recalling what had happened to her, Rise finally understood why Furuta had ambushed her. If Byakuya hadn't saved her then, she would probably be that experimental donor now. The thought was chilling, but more than that, she felt fury. That bastard Furuta had tried to do that to her. Still, she quickly composed herself and spoke to Corona as if nothing had happened. Let me show you my Kagun too. Her Kakugan and Kagun manifested. Seeing Kagun identical to her own, Corona was astonished. This is. But she'd learned at the academy that related ghouls shared similar Kakuhu and Kagun. Could it be? Is the experimental donor a relative of yours? Corona voiced her suspicion. You could say that, though I might not actually know them. Rise spoke lightly. Where is this Dr. Kano? I want to investigate. Rise grew increasingly concerned, this matter now involved her directly. She'd nearly become that experimental donor. Even if we knew his location, alerting him now would be unwise. Byakuya said. Especially if the clan found out about our actions, that would be extremely dangerous for us. That clan naturally meant the Washus. With Corona present, he didn't want to reveal things she shouldn't know, so he spoke in code with Rise. True. Rise understood the reasoning. Cough cough. Just then, Nishiro suddenly coughed from the bed, apparently waking at last. Corona immediately went to her sister's side. Nishiro. Are you awake? How do you feel? Hearing Corona's voice, Nishiro slowly opened her eyes, though she didn't immediately notice the unfamiliar surroundings. Better, I think. Her voice was still weak, clearly drained. Then she noticed the strange environment, and Byakuya, and an unknown woman sitting nearby. Especially seeing Byakuya, she instinctively grew wary. After all, he'd been the one who injured her. Why is he here? Where is this? Nishiro asked Kurona, eyes fixed cautiously on Byakuya. He's actually the one who helped us. He fed you his blood, that's why your condition improved. Kurona explained immediately, making sure Nishiro understood the truth. Blood. Nishiro looked at Byakuya questioningly. She had no idea what had happened while unconscious. I didn't actually want to hurt you before. Anyway, I gave you some of my blood. My body seems to have some miraculous effect on ghouls, and it stabilized your condition. Byakuya explained simply. But you're not completely out of danger yet. Your kakuho hasn't recovered. Try consuming my flesh next to see if you can fully heal. His meaning was clear, he wanted Nishiro to eat his flesh. Hearing this, Rise looked like she wanted to say something. She instinctively didn't want other ghouls tasting Byakuya. She already considered him her exclusive food. But ultimately she only said one thing, 1 bite maximum. Even she had only been allowed 1 bite, so she didn't want Byakuya treating Nishiro better than her. Kurona and Nishiro didn't quite understand why Rise suddenly said that. Fine, fine. 1 bite should be enough anyway. Byakuya smiled. Then he extended his arm to Nishiro. Go ahead. Nishiro hesitated only briefly before tucking her hair behind her ear and leaning toward Byakuya's offered arm. She and Kurona had already eaten human flesh under Kanu's manipulation to avoid going hungry. So she didn't show obvious resistance to Byakuya's arm, especially since his scent was inexplicably alluring. With such a delicacy before her, her instincts grew eager. The usually quiet, introverted Nishiro bit down harder than even the notoriously voracious Rise had when tasting Byakuya. She greedily chewed and swallowed. It was so delicious that she instinctively went for a second bite, only for Rise to press a hand against her forehead, snapping her back to awareness. Little girl, I said 1 bite maximum. Rise's smile held something eerily dangerous, her tone carrying clear warning. Between her narrowed eyelids, crimson kakugan gleamed. Chapter 86, the Yasuhisa sisters escape their cage. I understand. Nishiro was somewhat startled by Rise's expression and tone. She came fully to her senses and forcibly suppressed her craving. At the same time, she was amazed. She'd never realized Byakuya's body was so delicious. But thinking about it, she understood. She hadn't been a ghoul before, it was only recently she'd transformed. Naturally, she couldn't have noticed Byakuya's secret before. Rest and lie down. You should fully recover soon. Byakuya reminded her. Okay. Nishiro obediently lay back down. She could clearly feel her kakuho slowly self-repairing. Her regeneration had shut down due to kakuho damage, yet Byakuya's blood and flesh seemed to act as an independent healing force within her body. This miraculous sensation left her unable to calm down. Byakuya's body seemed completely different from other humans. What was going on? Thank goodness. Nishiro's okay. Kurona sat at the bedside clutching Nishiro's hand, overwhelmed with emotion. Tears involuntarily welled in her eyes. She'd been so terrified of losing Nishiro. Then Kurona remembered something. She looked at Byakuya, her gaze complicated. Thank you for this. Though Byakuya had injured Nishiro, she could distinguish right from wrong. If Byakuya hadn't held back, neither of them would have survived. So undeniably, Byakuya had not only shown mercy but also saved Nishiro after father abandoned her. Kurona suddenly realized she'd unconsciously still thought of Kanu as father. Did someone like that deserve to be called father? Don't mention it. We're classmates, and now colleagues too. Byakuya smiled. Colleagues. Kurona laughed bitterly. That's impossible now. She knew colleagues meant CCG investigator work, but she and Nishiro were now ghouls. They couldn't work at the CCG, they wouldn't even pass the RC detection gates. Why impossible? Once Nishiro recovers, I can take you both to report for duty at the CCG. No problem. Byakuya said casually. Idiot, Nishiro and I would be detected instantly by the RC gates. Kurona objected. Trust me, you won't. You'll see. Byakuya spoke with confidence. Fine. I'll see where your confidence comes from. After everything they'd been through together, Kurona had unconsciously developed considerable trust in Byakuya. By the way, Kurona, where's father? And is this Amahakuin's home? The bedridden Nishiro suddenly asked. Yes, this is his place. As for father. Kurona's tone turned cold. I don't think we should call him father anymore. Why? What happened? Nishiro had been unconscious the whole time, completely unaware. He abandoned us. Abandoned Nishiro. Said saving you would be a waste of time. He doesn't care if we live or die. Kurona had seen clearly now. He probably manipulated us into accepting the experiment too. Our real father might have been killed by him. Their biological father had died when they were very young, but they'd never known the exact cause. When Kano had them undergo the experiment, he told them the truth about their father, that the CCG had killed him, making them resent the CCG and more willing to participate. Now that Kurona had lost all faith in Kano, she assumed his earlier claims were also lies. I can't believe this. Nishiro found it hard to accept. Anyway, he's not our father anymore. We don't need to follow his orders. He's just trash who used us as tools. Kano's cold indifference when abandoning Nishiro was burned into Kurona's memory. Having no choice but to accept reality, Nishiro closed her eyes, her feelings clearly complex. Ding. Host completed option 3, help the Yasuhisa sisters escape their predicament of being deceived by Kano. Reward, 100 fusion points. The system notification confirmed it, Kurona and Nishiro no longer trusted Kano. They'd escaped his cage. But Byakuya corrected one of their misunderstandings, actually, your biological father wasn't killed by Kano. That incident remains a mystery, but he genuinely wasn't involved. He didn't plan to tell them the full truth yet because it involved the CCG's dark side. He still wanted them to continue working at the CCG, and learning that darkness too soon wouldn't be good. I see. The past doesn't matter anymore. As long as Nishiro's okay. When they'd first heard from Kano that the CCG killed their father, they'd been emotionally volatile. But after everything now. Nishiro's safety. Kano's abandonment. Kurona was exhausted. All she cared about now was Nishiro's well-being. Come to think of it, you held back against me and Nishiro on purpose, didn't you? If you'd wanted to kill us, we couldn't have escaped. Kurona suddenly brought this up. We'd already become ghouls, enemies to you as an investigator. Why did you help us so much? From their encounter at the ghoul restaurant until now, she hadn't sensed any rejection from Byakuya. He seemed more accepting of their ghoul status than they were themselves. She wanted to know why he was so kind to them. Or rather, she wanted to hear a specific answer. Chapter 87, Sweet Talking Girls. Kurona stared directly at Byakuya, awaiting his response. She knew what answer she hoped to hear. Unlike her usual easily embarrassed self, she seemed different now. But she couldn't maintain it for long. Meeting Byakuya's gaze while her mind raced with uncontrollable thoughts made Kurona's cheeks flush slightly as she looked away. Does there need to be a reason? I simply didn't want to see cute girls die in front of me. That would be too tragic. Byakuya answered without hesitation, speaking his genuine thoughts. That was truly how he felt. Seeing Nishiro's tragic death in the original story had left him with regret. So he'd changed what would have happened, simple as that. Hearing cute girls, the bedridden Nishiro quietly pulled the blanket up to cover everything below her eyes, clearly not wanting something to be seen. When Kurona heard those words, her already slightly pink cheeks grew even redder. But she couldn't hide her face like Nishiro. With Byakuya looking right at her, she could only press on, so you're saying. Never mind. Forget it. She'd wanted to ask directly how Byakuya saw her and Nishiro, but embarrassment made her retreat. Just then, Rai spoke up, if I remember correctly, darling, you said something similar to me before. So have you always used this technique to sweet-talk girls? She still remembered what Byakuya had said after the steel beam incident, claiming he'd fallen for her at first sight, that he liked her, things like that. Not identical words, but essentially similar. No, I meant everything I said. Byakuya smiled helplessly. His love at first sight for Rise was real, she was the first beautiful girl he'd noticed when watching the original series. What he'd just told Kurona was also genuine. Before Rise could continue, Kurona spoke up with obvious curiosity, why do you keep calling him darling? What's your relationship with him? Our relationship. Rise's lips curved as she leaned close to Byakuya's ear and asked softly, yes, darling, what exactly is our relationship? Part. Byakuya was about to honestly say partnership, but Rise immediately covered his mouth, preventing him from finishing. Rise answered Kurona herself, the answer is, we're lovers. That's impossible. He's an investigator, and you're a ghoul. Kurona didn't believe Rise. What's impossible about it? Who says a ghoul and an investigator can't fall in love? Why do you think I'm at his place? Rise spoke lightly. Kurona had no rebuttal. Rise had been here when they arrived, wearing house clothes as if this were her home. Meaning this girl was living with Byakuya. All right, enough joking. I actually consider this guy my emergency rations. Rise ended the topic. And he's my exclusive emergency rations. Speaking of which, food is also a problem. Corona wasn't concerned about that comment, she had no designs on Byakuya's flesh. Nishiro and I can't eat normal food anymore, but honestly, we don't want to hunt humans. Before, their food problem had been solved by Kano giving them failed specimens. Whether successful or failed, the specimens still tasted human, like Kaneki in the original timeline. But now that they'd left Kano, they'd have to hunt humans themselves for food. That's actually easy to solve, Byakuya said. Ward 20 has a place called Antiku. The owner helps ghouls who can't hunt for themselves. Though they only provide carrion, it'll satisfy hunger, but you'll gradually grow weaker. It would be best if Corona and Nishiro didn't have to hunt humans. Antiku could handle their food needs. Being able to eat is enough, Corona said. She and Nishiro no longer cared about growing stronger. Before, they'd wanted father's praise and approval. Now that father had become a joke. Then there's no problem. Byakuya nodded. By the way, did you destroy the ghoul restaurant? Rise asked. More or less. Though most of the ghouls escaped. That boring guy had quite the nerve, coveting my food. Rise was referring to Jukiyama, of course. If the opportunity arose, she felt she should teach him a lesson. She normally had no interest in cannibalism or feasting on her own kind, but Jukiyama had touched her reverse scale this time. The key wasn't just that Jukiyama had coveted Byakuya, he planned to share him with all those ghouls at the restaurant. That was the ultimate insult to Rise. He probably won't give up easily. But he's no threat to me. Byakuya spoke calmly. Given Jukiyama's personality, he definitely wouldn't let this go. He'd probably keep pestering him shamelessly. Quite the nuisance. Though Corona and Nishiro didn't know the full backstory, they could piece together from what they'd witnessed that Byakuya had deliberately let himself be lured to the ghoul restaurant by Mr. MM to destroy it. So following the conversation between Byakuya and Rise wasn't too confusing. Rise smiled faintly. Is that so? Perfect. Next time that guy shows up, let me play with him a bit. Chapter 88, Chairman Washu Yashitoki. Do what you want. Just don't go too far, Byakuya said. The reason was simple, Jukiyama was the Jukiyama family's young master. Don't worry. I know my limits. Rise replied calmly. She didn't plan to outright kill Jukiyama or anything like that, she wanted to humiliate him in a different way. Next, Byakuya needed to visit CCG headquarters in Ward 1. The ghoul restaurant incident had just occurred, after all. Corona stayed at his place to care for Nishiro, and Rise remained home as well. He figured Rise probably wouldn't clash with the Yasuhisa sisters. Probably. Investigator Amaha, among the ghouls you captured, the most noteworthy is Madame A, or Lady A, she's a member of that notorious Madame organization. There's a good chance we can extract valuable intelligence from her. The first-class investigator speaking to Byakuya continued, you single-handedly destroyed the ghoul restaurant and captured a Madame member. This is a major achievement. The chairman wants to meet you. The chairman. Very well. I'll head there now. Byakuya thought to himself, so I've attracted the Washa clan's attention after all. Being alone at a place like the ghoul restaurant, facing a crowd of ghouls and capturing over a dozen, this wasn't something a newly promoted rank 1 investigator should be capable of. Fortunately, he deliberately held back, only taking a dozen or so for his record. The current CCG chairman, Washa Yashitoki, was the Washa clan's heir apparent. Or rather, every CCG chairman would only ever be a Washu member. Byakuya proceeded to Chairman Yashitoki's office. Chairman Washu. Byakuya greeted him respectfully. The middle-aged man with stubble before him was CCG's current chairman, Washu Yashitoki. Investigator Amaha, you look quite young. I've heard about your accomplishments at the ghoul restaurant. Among this year's newcomers, your performance is in a league of its own. Yashitoki began by praising Byakuya. You're too kind, Chairman. Byakuya responded politely. Yashitoki appeared completely normal, no different from an ordinary superior. Without his omniscient perspective, Byakuya couldn't have told Yashitoki was a ghoul. Barring any surprises, you should be promoted to first-class investigator after the Aojirai tree raid in Ward 11. You can prepare for the written exam and interview in advance, though given your near-perfect score last time, it shouldn't be difficult. Yashitoki reminded him. And during the raid, don't be reckless. Special class investigators Shinohara and Kuroiwa will be leading. Everyone else should act within their capabilities, you especially still have tremendous room to grow. Yashitoki spoke as if he genuinely valued talent, and he did. Among the Washus, Yashitoki leaned more toward humanity's side. He genuinely worked for the CCG and hadn't done anything outrageous, unless you counted eating fallen CCG investigators' corpses. The entire Washa family's food source came from grave digging, specifically, exhuming dead investigators' bodies. With high casualty rates during operations, there was always ample supply, which helped conceal the Washa's ghoul identity. For now, Byakuya hadn't displayed anything excessive, so Yashitoki simply treated him like any young prodigy such as Koryu, hoping he wouldn't die early in a major operation like the Aojirai raid. Understood. Byakuya nodded. From Yashitoki's demeanor, he could tell the Washas hadn't targeted him yet. After leaving Yashitoki's office, he soon ran into Koryu, who'd clearly come looking for him. I didn't expect you to accomplish something big again during your break. That A-rated hyena investigation mission almost seems like a waste of your time now. Kori sighed. That's an exaggeration. I'd still welcome another A-rated ghoul mission. Byakuya spoke evenly. It's not an exaggeration at all. Speaking of which, the chairman just summoned you, you'll probably be promoted to first class soon. We've only been partners for less than a month, and this promotion speed is truly remarkable. Kori said. Once that happens, you'll be partnered with someone else, as their superior. It might even be someone from your own cohort. About that, I found Kurona and Nishiro Yasuhisa. They should be able to report for duty at CCG tomorrow. They said family matters delayed them. Byakuya seized the opportunity. Also, how will their partnership be arranged? I assume the sisters don't want to be separated. That's fine, as long as they're okay. I was worried something had happened to them. Kori smiled. As for their partnership, that's up to the chairman. But you could apply, request that a single superior lead both of them. Come to think of it, Special Class Investigator Akira currently has no partner. She'd be perfect, with her abilities, handling two newcomers simultaneously is no problem. Kori suddenly thought of Special Class Akira Mato. Being one of the Special Class Investigators, and the first and only female to hold that rank, Byakuya was familiar with Akira. If they partnered with a Special Class, Byakuya felt he should remind Kurona and Nishiro not to reveal their ghoul identities if possible. Without exposure, their ghoul physical abilities combined with Quinkwa power would give them significant advantages within the CCG. Staying hidden wasn't difficult anyway, just don't manifest Kagun or Kakugan. No need to be overly cautious or paranoid. You should also look at potential new partners for yourself. As a superior, you'll typically have some choice in the matter. Kori brought the topic back to Byakuya. I'll consider it. Byakuya nodded. Truthfully, he didn't care much. The CCG could assign whoever they wanted. Chapter 89, Kyoko Aura. Byakuya's Hashirama cells proved highly effective. Nishiro recovered quickly. However, she'd only bitten him once and swallowed directly, without the specialized cultivation Uchiha Madara had done. Plus, Byakuya's cells were a nerfed version to begin with. So they couldn't persist long-term in Nishiro's body. When Byakuya returned home that evening, Nishiro was no longer in bed but sitting in the living room. Looks like Nishiro-san has mostly recovered. Byakuya asked. Thanks to you, Emma-Hakuin. Nishiro smiled and nodded. But then she remembered, she'd not only been at another guy's home but had lain in his bed for half a day. The thought made her cheeks warm and flush. Then you two should stay here tonight. Byakuya told Kurona and Nishiro. That would mean. Kurona immediately thought cohabitation but didn't say it. Okay. Sorry for the imposition, Emma-Hakuin. Though Nishiro felt embarrassed too, she and Kurona had no better options. They had no money and didn't want to return to Kano. No imposition. There's a spare room, Byakuya said. He'd clean up an empty room for the sisters temporarily. Just like that, the household went from 2 to 4. The next day, Kurona and Nishiro accompanied Byakuya to CCG headquarters in Ward 1. Will this really be okay? Nishiro and I are ghouls now, one-eyed ghouls, sure, but still ghouls. Kurona still worried. The RC detection gates will probably expose us instantly. That would implicate you too. Nishiro added. Trust me. It'll be fine. Byakuya said. The sisters had no idea that the Kakuho Kano transplanted into them carried a special bloodline. This involved Washa's secrets that Kano wouldn't dare reveal. His reassurance only slightly calmed them. At CCG headquarters, Kurona and Nishiro followed nervously behind Byakuya. Approaching the RC detection gates, both sisters' hearts raced. Anxious and with pounding hearts, they passed through the gates and nothing happened. Both were stunned. By all logic, they should have triggered the gates. Yet just as Byakuya said, everything was fine. How is this possible? Kurona whispered to Byakuya. It's because you're one-eyed ghouls. Byakuya explained casually. That wasn't actually the reason. It was because Kurona and Nishiro were one-eyed ghouls with Washu bloodline. The RC gates had been secretly rewritten by the Washus to not detect their bloodline. But this involved forbidden Washu secrets. Not telling the sisters was for their safety. Once they grew stronger, he could tell them. If the Washus discovered they knew the truth, they'd hunt the sisters relentlessly. I see. Nishiro and I worried for nothing. Kurona nodded. She simply assumed half-ghouls couldn't be detected by RC gates. Both sisters relaxed. Afterward, they completed their long-delayed registration. Though they received a lecture, it was a light punishment. Next came partnership arrangements. Byakuya confirmed the sisters didn't want to be separated. Just as he was about to discuss this with Chairman Washu, Special Class Investigator Kyoko Ora found them first. The tall woman with an alluring figure and a beauty mark near her lips was Kyoko Ora, the CCG's only female Special Class Investigator. Her deep blue hair was tied up with a white band, giving off a cool, elegant aura. Her attractive face appeared younger than her actual age, and those legs were stunning. Judging by appearance, she looked mid-20s, but she was actually 36. Associate Special Class UI mentioned yesterday that two exceptional twin sisters needed partners. That must be you too. Kyoko Ora approached Byakuya. Special Class Kyoko Ora. Byakuya greeted her respectfully. Yes, this is Kurona Yasuhisa, and this is Nishiro Yasuhisa. Kurona and Nishiro also showed their respect. I've already cleared it with Chairman Washu. If you're willing, you can become my partners immediately, and you won't be separated. Kyoko Ora addressed the sisters directly. I'm willing. Me too. Kurona and Nishiro responded almost simultaneously. They could stay together and partner with a special class investigator. This was the best possible arrangement. Byakuya could also relax knowing the sisters were with Kyoko Ora. Besides, Kurona and Nishiro already possessed S-level ghoul capabilities. The Washu Kakuho was inherently powerful, their baseline was set. Byakuya, we're going with Special Class Kyoko Ora now. Before leaving with Kyoko Ora, Nishiro turned to tell Byakuya. Kurona immediately noticed Nishiro's form of address, calling him directly by his first name, Byakuya. Kurona's pupils contracted sharply. She looked at Nishiro with astonishment. Had Nishiro already? Chapter 90, Shamelessly Persistent Jukiyama. Nishiro's personality had always been more introverted and shy than Kurona's. Yet now Nishiro could naturally call Byakuya by his first name. This couldn't go unnoticed. Nishiro's unusual behavior must mean something had happened. Though deeply curious, Kurona didn't say anything. Now she also wanted to address Byakuya the same way, but... Bye. Byakuya-kun. See you later. Kurona couldn't be as natural as Nishiro. After stammering, she added kun to make it less embarrassing. As the twin who was almost always together with Kurona, Nishiro had also noticed something. In fact, she'd long known her sister liked Byakuya. But that didn't affect her changed attitude toward him, addressing him by name showed how her feelings had shifted. Though Kyoko Ora said nothing, she was also a woman with sharp perception. She seemed to understand something. Before leaving, she spoke meaningfully to Byakuya, don't worry. I won't let other men have the slightest chance. With her serious, cool expression delivering such words, Byakuya was momentarily confused. It took him a moment to understand her meaning, and he could only smile awkwardly. After Kyoko Ora took Kurona and Nishiro away, Byakuya left the CCG. Ward 20, Antiku. Only a few days had passed since the ghoul restaurant incident, yet Jukiyama had already appeared at Antiku again. Tuka and the others didn't know about the ghoul restaurant situation. They assumed nothing had happened yet between Jukiyama and Byakuya. Only Yomo, who frequently gathered intelligence outside, knew, but he wouldn't bother telling Tuka such things. Tuka still found Jukiyama's presence annoying as usual. Jukiyama's shamelessness remained unchanged. He simply sat there waiting stubbornly for Byakuya to arrive. He'd already planned how to explain the ghoul restaurant incident, call it a prank, claim he hadn't expected things to escalate, that kind of excuse. Whether Byakuya believed him or not, he had to try. He would use any method necessary to taste the delicacy he sought. Meanwhile, Jukiyama's ordered coffee had arrived. Tuka brought it over. Her expression was cold. Though she despised the guy, Jukiyama was currently a customer, so she had to do her job. Thank you. Jukiyama was polite and gentlemanly. Tuka knew this was just his pretentious act. She left with one cold remark, just don't get in the way. At the table next to Jukiyama, Kaneki-ken sat reading. He'd also come looking for Byakuya. Kaneki asked the passing Irimi, excuse me, do you know if the guy named Amaha Byakuya is coming today? I'm not sure, but he usually comes every day. Irimi answered kindly. Okay, I'll wait a bit longer. Kaneki nodded and continued reading. Jukiyama, right next to him, naturally overheard the exchange. Stroking his chin, Jukiyama seemed to hatch another scheme. He stood and walked to Kaneki's table, sitting across from him with complete familiarity. Kaneki looked up at the stranger but said nothing, just lowered his head to continue reading. Hello. I heard you mention Amahakuin just now. Jukiyama asked with a polite smile. Amahakuin? You mean Amaha-san? You know him too? Kaneki was too naive and took the bait immediately. At this point, he'd never encountered ghouls. His mental image of them was probably like little monsters from Ultraman, and he had no wariness toward strangers. This Kaneki was even easier to deceive than the original timeline version, who'd at least experienced becoming a one-eyed ghoul. Yes, I'm Amahakuin's friend. We hung out just a few days ago. Jukiyama nodded. What's your name? If you need Amahakuin for something, you can tell me first. I'll pass it along. I'm Kaneki Ken. Actually, the university is holding a book appreciation event soon. I wanted to invite Amaha-san to attend. Kaneki answered everything honestly, hiding nothing. Perfect. If you have things to do, you can head back first. I'm also waiting for Amahakuin anyway. I'll relay your message when he arrives. Jukiyama smiled. Thank you so much. Kaneki was getting tired of waiting and began packing up to leave. He thought to himself what a nice person he'd just met. Seeing Kaneki stand to leave, Jukiyama even waved goodbye. Having Kaneki leave first was ideal, that way Byakuya wouldn't suddenly arrive and expose his lies. At the same time, Kaneki had become a card up his sleeve. Kaneki was Byakuya's friend. Jukiyama returned to his seat and happily sipped his coffee. Tuka had watched everything unfold. She didn't know what Jukiyama was planning but knew it couldn't be anything good. This guy wouldn't randomly chat up a human for no reason. About half an hour later, Byakuya finally arrived, with Rise beside him. Seeing Rise there, Jukiyama inwardly clicked his tongue in frustration. But he proceeded with his plan anyway, approaching Byakuya with a sincere apology and explanation. He spun some tale about it being a prank, the scrapper being an actor, things getting out of hand, all delivered with exaggerated, earnest expressions and tone. Byakuya listened with a blank expression. He knew this guy was shameless, but this was still excessive. Beside him, Rise maintained a constant smile, saying nothing. Yet her gaze made Jukiyama's skin crawl. Chapter 91, you think you can touch my men? Okay, I get it. Byakuya replied, somewhat exasperated. So does that mean Amahakuin has forgiven me? Jukiyama looked like he was about to burst into grateful tears. His theatrical expression only made Byakuya feel even more speechless. Still, he had to admit this routine would probably work wonders on Kaneki. For a transmigrator who knew everything, though. Not so much. Before Byakuya could respond, Rise spoke up, Jukiyama-kun, why don't you take a guess at what this might be? Rise produced a handkerchief, its fabric stained with traces of blood. Byakuya remembered that Rise had used this handkerchief to wipe the residual blood from his wound the last time she'd drunk from him. She was clearly planning to use it to toy with Jukiyama. This is. Jukiyama's eyes widened instantly. He'd already caught the intoxicating scent drifting through the air, unmistakably Byakuya's fragrance. But the aroma of flesh and blood was on an entirely different level from mere body scent. The handkerchief had Jukiyama entranced in an instant. He instinctively reached for it, only for Rise to pull it back. I only asked you to guess. I never said I'd give it to you. Rise spoke coolly, so. Can you tell what it is? Jukiyama's expression slowly became calm and cold. He'd realized Rise was deliberately toying with him. He was absolutely devastated, and knowing he was being toyed with didn't make it any better. He was still devastated. But Jukiyama forced himself not to show it on his face. After all, Byakuya was right there, he could only curse Rise silently in his heart. It's Amahakuin's blood, isn't it? Jukiyama managed a strained smile. At the same time, something puzzled him. If Byakuya was a ghoul investigator, why was he walking around with a ghoul like Rise? Had he not discovered her true nature? Even if Byakuya didn't know Rise's real identity, surely Rise must know Byakuya's. Nothing about this made sense to Jukiyama. What Jukiyama could never imagine was that Byakuya and Rise not only knew each other's identities but spent time together every day, they were even living together. Correct. So, does Jukiyama-kun want it? If you do, beg me sincerely later and I might consider giving it to you. Rise toyed with the handkerchief in her hand, looking thoroughly pleased. I want it. Of course I want it. Jukiyama answered almost without hesitation. To obtain what he desired, he was willing to temporarily lower his head to this woman. Then follow me. There are too many people here, let's find somewhere else. Consider it giving you some face. Rise said this as if she were being considerate of Jukiyama. Jukiyama wasn't particularly on guard. More accurately, he was willing to take the risk for that handkerchief. Besides, he wasn't weak. He didn't need to be too afraid of any tricks Rise might pull. By now, Byakuya had a pretty good idea what Rise was planning. But he wasn't going to follow and watch the show. Instead, he found a seat and ordered 2 cups of coffee first. When Tuka came to collect Byakuya's order slip, she gave him a heads up, before you arrived, that Jukiyama guy was chatting with your friend about you. Obviously trying to get close to him. I understand. Thank you, Kirishima-san. Byakuya nodded slightly. Though Tuka hadn't named names, Byakuya only had one friend at this coffee shop, Kaneki. This was exactly the kind of thing Jukiyama would do. If his guesses were right, Jukiyama was planning to capture Kaneki as a last resort and use him as leverage. He definitely didn't want Kaneki getting caught up in danger because of him, so he'd need to handle this properly. Knowing Jukiyama's personality, he probably wouldn't actually do anything terrible to Kaneki, but better safe than sorry. You don't need to thank me. I still haven't repaid what I owe you. Tuka said flatly before turning away. Meanwhile, Rise had led Jukiyama to a deserted alley. Jukiyama was beginning to sense something was off, but he steeled himself and followed anyway. Come now, Jukiyama-kun. Show me your sincerity. Rise turned around, not yet revealing anything unusual. At her words, Jukiyama immediately bent at the waist, bowing deeply to Rise, so deeply his torso was nearly perpendicular to his legs. Kamishiro-san, is this sincere enough? Rise said nothing. She slowly approached and extended the handkerchief toward Jukiyama. But the moment Jukiyama eagerly reached for it, 4 crimson Rinkaku-kun suddenly erupted from Rise's waist. One tentacle pierced straight through Jukiyama's outstretched hand. Jukiyama had been so focused on the handkerchief that his guard was lowered. Combined with Rise's incredible speed, he simply couldn't react in time. Despite rarely displaying her strength in the original series, Rise was actually far from weak. 4 facts made this clear. First, Rise could toy with Yamori effortlessly. Second, the moment Kaneki awakened and gained control of Rise's Kagun, he completely dominated Yamori. Third, Rise's initial threat rating was S+, and even after becoming an experimental subject, the CCG still upgraded her to SS rated. Note, this is from the manga, which differs from the anime. And most importantly, all ghouls of the Washu bloodline were natural-born Kakujas. Given that premise, and the fact that Rise possessed the purest Washu bloodline, if even she couldn't achieve Kakuja form, then no other Washu ghoul would qualify either. Jukiyama's reaction after being wounded was fairly quick. He hastily released his kukaku, the Kagun erupting from beneath his shoulder blade to form a sword-like shape. He immediately counterattacked, but Rise dodged effortlessly. 3 of Rise's Kagun tips pinned Jukiyama to the wall behind him. The 4th was already piercing through one of his palms, leaving him momentarily immobilized. Rise's hand closed around Jukiyama's throat. Her eerie smile stretched almost like the legendary slit-mouthed woman, and combined with her fierce Kakugan, she was far more terrifying than any urban legend monster. Jukiyama-kun, you think you can touch my men? Chapter 92, Oniai-chan is a good person. At this moment, Jukiyama's throat was being squeezed so tight he could barely breathe. His hands and legs were pinned to the wall by Rise's Kagun, he couldn't even pry her fingers from his neck. Struggling, he tried to control his Kukaku-Kagun to counterattack independently. But Rise dodged with an almost impossible backward lean. Then Rise withdrew the 2 Kagun pinning Jukiyama's legs, driving one into his abdomen while using the other to block his Kukaku. Her Kagun churned inside Jukiyama's stomach, accompanied by his agonized groans. After tormenting Jukiyama for a good while, Rise finally relented. She hadn't intended to go too far. Once she felt she'd vented enough, she let him go. Jukiyama lay prone on the ground, motionless. Rise casually tossed the handkerchief onto Jukiyama's body before walking away, as if bestowing charity upon him. Of course she knew this would only inflame Jukiyama's desire further. But that was exactly the effect she wanted, the agony of wanting something you could never have. After all, there was nothing Jukiyama could do to either her or Byakuya. The gap in strength was simply too wide. Once Rise's footsteps had faded completely, Jukiyama finally opened his eyes. He'd apparently been playing dead. He retrieved the handkerchief that had fallen on his back, then rolled over to lie face up. Ha ha ha, that really hurt just now. Jukiyama laughed even as he coughed up blood. Despite being this badly wounded, he looked completely unbothered. After all, it wasn't a fatal injury. He'd regenerate soon enough. Looking at the handkerchief in his hand, Jukiyama suddenly felt the beating he just endured was absolutely worth it. He immediately pressed the handkerchief to his face, inhaling its scent with wild abandon. His expression twisted into a crazed, rapturous grimace. At this moment, Tsukiyama had completely forgotten everything that had just happened. Rise, meanwhile, returned to Antiku as if nothing had occurred. Ever since the steel beam incident, Rise had basically stopped wearing glasses, there was no point anymore. She'd also changed out of her blood-stained clothes into a checkered dress with a white coat draped over it. She wasn't wearing stockings, leaving her long, pale legs on full display. Seeing that Rise had changed clothes, Byakuya knew exactly what had happened. "How's that guy doing?" Byakuya asked casually. "Not quite dead." Rise replied flatly. Byakuya didn't press further. A while later, Hinami approached carrying a notebook. Oni-chan, when will I get to see Papa?" It had been so long since she'd seen her father that Hinami missed him terribly. The notebook she clutched was filled with drawings of her family. It should be safe by now. But Fuiguchi-san is probably still hiding. I can take you to find him. Byakuya smiled as he spoke. Now that Yamori was dead, there was no one else in Aojirai Tree who would target Asaki Fuiguchi. As for Kiryu-Mato and Kotaro Amon, from what he knew, they'd already shifted their attention to the Aojirai Tree situation in Ward 11. Mato's greatest hatred was reserved for Aojirai's one-eyed owl. So reuniting the Fuiguchi family now posed no real risk. "Yes. Thank you, Oni-chan." Hinami's face lit up with joy. "Then I'll leave Hinami in your care, Amahakuin. I'll stay here and help out at the coffee shop." Ryuko spoke up from nearby. After everything that had happened, Ryuko had come to trust Byakuya completely. She could leave her daughter in his hands without worry. If she couldn't trust Byakuya, there was no one else she could trust. Besides, if they encountered any danger, her presence would only be a burden to Byakuya. She felt there was no need for her to come along. "Then I'll head home first." Rise spoke up. You didn't forget your key, did you?" Byakuya reminded her. "Of course not." Then Rise left for home. Tuka, who was clearing empty cups from a nearby table, overheard this exchange between Byakuya and Rise. Something felt strange, though she couldn't quite put her finger on it. But then it hit her. After all, Tuka now knew both Byakuya's and Rise's true identities. She found it hard to imagine a kind-hearted investigator living together with a ghoul of such terrible personality. By now, Byakuya had brought Hinami to Ward 19. They chatted about many things along the way. Then Hinami remarked with a tone of wonder, "Oni-chan is a ghoul investigator, but you seem completely different from other investigators." "I understand what you mean. I just feel that neither Ryuko-san nor Hinami-chan are bad people. The CCG has many rules, but people aren't bound by rules alone," Byakuya said. That's why I think Oni-chan is a good person." With that, Hinami reached out and took Byakuya's hand. Seeing the innocent, pure smile on Hinami's face, Byakuya couldn't harbor even the slightest improper thought. First, Byakuya brought Hinami to Asaki Fuiguchi's clinic, only to find it closed. It looked like it had been shuttered for quite some time. Asaki had probably been in hiding ever since the Yamori incident. "By the way, Hinami-chan, do you have contact information for Fuiguchi-san? It's hard to find him if we're searching blind." Byakuya asked. "I think I have it. Let me look." Hinami flipped through the sketchbook she'd brought with her. As she turned the pages, Byakuya caught glimpses of the drawings inside. They were all cartoon characters. Though quite rough, they weren't bad at all, perfectly appropriate for someone Hinami's age. "Did you draw all of these, Hinami-chan?" "They're very good." Byakuya offered some praise. Hinami was still young and needed encouragement. "Thank you, Oni-chan." Hinami smiled happily. Soon she found the page with the contact information, a string of numbers that should be Asaki's phone number. Byakuya immediately dialed the number. After a moment, the call connected. "Hello, is this Fuiguchi-san?" Yes. That voice, could it be the investigator from before?" "That's right. Your daughter misses you, so I've brought her to see you." Chapter 93, Uninvited Guests from Aojirai Tree. "My daughter. Hinami. She's with you right now." Asaki's voice suddenly grew agitated. At the same time, his heart clenched with worry. The other party was a ghoul investigator, after all. Though this person had saved his life before, he still couldn't help feeling anxious. "Yes. Let me put her on." Byakuya handed the phone to Hinami. Hinami had never used a phone before, so she mimicked what Oni-chan had just done. "Papa, where are you?" "Hinami, are you all right?" "Papa is still hiding somewhere." Asaki felt reassured the moment he heard her voice. He could tell from her tone that everything was fine. "Of course I'm fine. Oni-chan came with me to Ward 19. Hinami said cheerfully. "Oni-chan. Are you talking about that investigator? Asaki couldn't help asking. Oni-chan is an investigator. Papa, come out quickly. Oni-chan and I are at the clinic right now. Hinami said with a smile. Okay. Wait there for me, I'll be right over. Hearing how happy Hinami sounded filled Asaki with warmth. Less than half an hour later, a disheveled figure appeared before Byakuya and Hinami. Papa. Hinami immediately ran over to embrace Asaki. Wait. Papa's all dirty and smelly. I've been hiding for days without going out, I'm a complete mess. Asaki said awkwardly. That's okay. I don't mind, Papa. Hinami hugged him happily anyway. After father and daughter had caught up for a while, Asaki turned to Byakuya. Investigator-san, is it safe now? More or less, though you still shouldn't be too careless. Byakuya suggested, I'd recommend your family move to Ward 20 for now. The CCG's oversight there is the lightest at the moment. Understood. Asaki nodded. It seems you've already met my wife. Is she doing all right in Ward 20? Yes. Your wife is currently at Antiku in Ward 20. Yamori came looking for trouble with your wife and daughter before, but I've driven him off. Byakuya said. Yamori. Just hearing that name made Asaki break into a cold sweat. But then he heard that Yamori had been driven off by the young man before him, and he relaxed. If his wife and daughter had actually fallen into Yamori's hands, knowing what he did about Yamori, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Asaki felt a wave of lingering fear. Thank goodness this young investigator had driven Yamori away. Otherwise, if Ryoko and Hinami had truly suffered at Yamori's hands, it would have haunted him for the rest of his life. Then Asaki suddenly realized something. This young investigator had now saved his entire family, including himself. The debt of gratitude was so immense he had no idea how to repay it. Even now, he still found it hard to believe. This person was a ghoul investigator, yet he was willing to help their ghoul family. His previous encounter with Kuriomato should have left him with psychological scars, yet this fellow investigator had saved his entire family. Asaki couldn't think of how to repay such kindness. The only thing that came to mind was kneeling before the young man. Papa. Though Hinami didn't want to see her father humiliate himself this way, she understood that their family truly owed that Oni-chan an enormous debt. But Asaki had barely knelt down before Byakuya lifted him back up. Didn't I say before? There's no need for this. Byakuya said, somewhat helplessly. Why did this guy always drop to his knees without a word? But we truly have no way to repay you. Asaki sighed. I don't need any repayment. You like practicing medicine and saving people, don't you? Open a small clinic in Ward 20. Your family just needs to live well. Byakuya spoke calmly. Besides, even if he asked for repayment, it would be useless. Asaki couldn't give him anything he needed. What he truly wanted, only the system could provide. I understand, Investigator-san. Asaki nodded solemnly. Papa, stop calling him Investigator-san. He's Amaha-Nyakan. Hinami spoke up. Oh, then. Amaha-san. Asaki was a bit surprised. Little Hinami already knew this young investigator's name. It seemed Hinami's relationship with this young man was much closer than he'd imagined. Afterward, Asaki gathered a few necessities from the clinic, then traveled with Byakuya and Hinami to Ward 20. The Fueguchi family was finally reunited. The date of the Aojirai tree subjugation drew ever closer. Meanwhile, Aojirai tree in Ward 11 was growing increasingly restless. First they'd been hunting ghoul investigators, now they were directly attacking the Ward 11 CCG branch. While assaulting the CCG, Aojirai tree hadn't neglected their mission to capture the binge eater. Since Aojirai's attack on the Ward 11 CCG branch was a complete rout, they only needed to leave some members behind in Ward 11, freeing up substantial manpower for other operations. That night, some uninvited guests arrived in Ward 20. 3 figures wearing gas masks leaped from lamppost to lamppost. They suddenly stopped atop one of them. We finally reached Ward 20. This place feels so peaceful. Accustomed to the brutal competition of other wards, they found Ward 20's tranquil, slow pace unsettling. This darkness should have been prime hunting time for ghouls, yet they hadn't spotted a single one on their way here. Let's just complete the mission. Rise-san should be over there. A tall man with a strangely shaped beard spoke up. His name was Kazuchi Banju. He'd originally been the leader of Ward 11, but after Aojirai tree invaded and occupied it, he'd had no choice but to submit. The 3 ghouls behind him were his subordinates. Now, they were searching for the place called Antiku. Antiku was quite well known in ghoul circles. Aojirai tree had intelligence on its exact location, so they could move in directly once daylight came. Banju and his group had actually been sent ahead under Ayato Kirishima's orders, racing to find Rise before Nico and the others could. Ayato wasn't just doing this to claim credit. More importantly, his sister Tuka Kirishima was also at that Antiku. Chapter 94, A Couple's Little Game. Ward 11, CCG Branch. Large numbers of ghoul investigators in Ward 11 had been hunted by Aojirai Tree. Even the CCG branch itself had fallen, with only a handful of investigators still fighting desperately. Before Aojirai Tree occupied Ward 11, the local ghouls had been relatively well behaved. Especially after the high-level ghouls of Ward 11 went after Rise and got massacred for their trouble, the relatively kind but weak Banju had become Ward 11's leader, making the local ghouls even more docile. This had led the CCG to allocate relatively few resources to Ward 11. Facing Aojirai Tree's sudden occupation, they had no means of resistance. The highest-ranked investigator stationed there was merely first class. Aojirai Tree had sent only a single executive, Noro, and he'd slaughtered his way through the entire CCG branch. The two strongest executives, Ito and Tatara, were watching the show from a high platform outside the branch. Monster. The surviving investigators screamed in terror while frantically firing their pistols at the ghoul before them, a ghoul who wouldn't fall no matter how many times they shot him. He wore a white mask printed with a teeth pattern and was draped in dark red robes. His build was massive. This was Noro, one of Aojirai Tree's executives, an SS-rated ghoul. Noro currently served as Ward 11's acting manager. He strode through the branch like a one-man army. No amount of bullets could make him take a single step back. By now, every investigator in Ward 11 capable of wielding a quinqua had been killed. Only the rank 3 investigators and investigator assistants remained, personnel who could only be equipped with firearms loaded with Q bullets. Noro's regeneration was extraordinarily terrifying because Ito had already transformed him into a Kagun monster, using her Kakuho. His entire body was composed almost entirely of Ito's Kagun, fused with his own, giving him immense power. These rank 3 investigators and assistants were nothing but lambs to the slaughter before him. Noro endured countless bullets while using his massive Kagun, its tip shaped like a mouth, to devour the investigators one by one. Screams of agony echoed continuously throughout the CCG building. At that moment, a surviving investigator hid in an office, drenched in cold sweat and cowering in terror. One hand held a pistol while the other tried to contact CCG headquarters via phone. The headquarters liaison happened to be standing by for news from Ward 11. The call connected almost immediately. "This is CCG headquarters." But before the liaison could finish his first sentence, Special Class Investigator Maruditsuki, who stood nearby looking anxious, snatched the phone away. "This is Marud. What's the situation?" Marud's voice was urgent. "Aya." Instead of a response, a scream came through the phone, followed by the sound of the device clattering to the floor. Marud's brow furrowed deeply. This was bad. After a moment, it sounded like someone had picked up the phone. That was the last one. The voice on the other end spoke coldly, as if announcing Aojirai Tree's victory to Marud, before hanging up. Damn it. Marud was furious. He hadn't expected Ward 11 to fall southwest quickly. Aojirai Tree's strength exceeded all his expectations. Now the surrounding wards were also in jeopardy. They needed to launch countermeasures against Aojirai Tree in Ward 11 immediately. They were currently at a harbor, surrounded by shipping containers. Even the investigators stationed here had been completely wiped out. How brutal. Looking at the grim scene before him, Yoshimura's expression was heavy with emotion. This was done by a ghoul organization calling itself Aojirai Tree. Yomo removed his crow-like mask and shared what he knew. What's particularly noteworthy is that their leader is called the One-Eyed King. One-Eyed. Yoshimura's expression grew contemplative. Clearly, he either already knew or had long suspected that his daughter was Aojirai Tree's leader. However, he didn't know that Aojirai Tree's true One-Eyed King was actually Kishuarima. Yomo-kun, let's return to Antiku. Yoshimura and Yomo didn't linger in Ward 11. After briefly surveying the situation, they headed back to Ward 20. But as luck would have it, just as they left Ward 20, Aojirai Tree's people had already arrived. First to reach Antiku were Banju and his 3 subordinates. Banju strode into the coffee shop looking fierce and imposing, though in reality he was weak as could be. He first scanned the customers inside, then spotted Rise. His face immediately lit up with joy, but when he noticed the young man sitting beside her, his expression darkened. Back in Ward 11, Banju had secretly harbored feelings for Rise. Seeing her sitting with another man made him quite unhappy. Rise-san. Banju immediately walked over with large strides. Rise had no intention of acknowledging Banju because she was currently playing a who blinks first loses game with Byakuya. They'd been staring into each other's eyes for several minutes now. But Banju had to come over and interrupt them. Rise immediately shot him an icy glare, her fierce expression looking like she was about to kill him on the spot. Get lost. Yes. Banju, who'd been looking murderous and ready to settle scores with the young man, instantly cowered and obediently sat down nearby. After all, he knew just how vicious Rise could be. His three subordinates stood behind him, not daring to make a sound either. Rise ignored Banju and continued gazing at Byakuya. Banju couldn't help but carefully examine the young man beside Rise. The incredibly striking sweet fragrance emanating from him was unmistakably human. He assumed this young man was merely Rise's prey, she was probably just toying with him a bit before eating him eventually. But what happened next made Banju's jaw drop. Having been interrupted by Banju, Rise felt like she was about to crack. It seemed she'd decided to cheat. Rise leaned closer and closer to Byakuya until their noses were almost touching, and she still didn't stop, as if she intended to kiss him directly. Chapter 95, First to Kiss. Banju's eyes went wide, bloodshot veins appearing. He stared at Rise in utter disbelief. Why was Rise-san doing that to a human? They were about to kiss, almost there. No. Meanwhile, Tuka had also noticed what was happening with Rise. Her expression turned to shock. What were these two doing? Were they actually going through with it? Except for on television, Tuka had never witnessed a kiss in real life. Though Byakuya and Rise hadn't actually kissed yet, the trajectory made it seem imminent. She couldn't help but imagine what would happen next, causing a faint blush to creep across her cheeks. Oh my. Ryuko touched her face with a gentle smile. Hinami was certainly old enough to understand what was happening. She shyly covered her eyes with her hands, but left a gap between her middle and ring fingers, clearly embarrassed yet curious. By now, Byakuya had realized Rise was trying to cheat. He remained calm, though his eyelashes trembled slightly. Ding. Host has activated a mission. Divine selection initiated. Option 1, lean back to dodge Rise, then teach this mischievous woman a lesson with a headbutt. Reward, 30 fusion points. Option 2, fight fire with fire, counter her cheating with something even more outrageous by poking Rise's eyes. Reward, 30 fusion points. Option 3, take the initiative and seize victory by kissing Rise's cheek first. Reward, 50 fusion points. Seeing the three options before him, Byakuya hesitated only briefly before making his choice. He suddenly leaned forward and planted a light kiss on Rise's cheek. Rise had thought she had Byakuya completely cornered. She never expected him to strike first. The sudden surprise finally made Rise blink, her expression clearly showing a hint of bewilderment. Ding. Host has completed option 3. Reward, 50 fusion points. You lost. Byakuya reminded her calmly. Rise was momentarily speechless. Oni-chan is so mean. Hinami murmured, her cheeks flushed. Shameless. Tuka commented bluntly. Ryuko simply smiled without saying anything. As it happened, both Koma and Irimi were out, and manager Yoshimura and Yomo had gone on their errand as well. Today only Tuka and the Fuiguchi mother-daughter pair were at the coffee shop. Fortunately, there hadn't been many customers lately, so they could manage. This was because the Ward 11 incident had caused such a stir that even Ward 20 schools mostly didn't dare venture outside, afraid of being eliminated by furious investigators. It's not like that. She cheated first, I was just counterattacking. Facing Hinami and Tuka's accusations, Byakuya immediately defended himself. I'll kill you. Just then, Banju let out a jealous, furious cry and swung his fist at Byakuya. Byakuya had anticipated this guy might make a move. He simply tilted his head to dodge the punch, then casually drove his knee into Banju's abdomen. Though ghouls generally possessed superior physical abilities, Banju was among the weakest of all ghouls, he couldn't even manifest his Kagun. Byakuya's knee strike, delivered with only moderate force, left Banju curled up on the floor, dry heaving in agony. At least he didn't pass out immediately. The three subordinates looked resigned. Their strength wasn't much better than Banju's, so they certainly weren't going to cause trouble here. The trio's outfits were quite distinctive, all wearing the same style of clothing but in different colors, red, blue, and purple. Each had a number on the chest, 1, 2, and 3. Saw that coming. Sorry, our boss caused you trouble. The subordinates apologized helplessly. It's fine. Byakuya didn't mind. He glanced at Banju curled up on the floor, then helped him up and onto the sofa to recover. Despite his brutish appearance, this guy was actually quite decent, one of the few kind-hearted ghouls in this world. Then Byakuya returned to his seat, waiting for the guy to heal on his own. At that moment, Rise's voice came, somewhat eerie, I'll remember what just happened. You cheated first, you know. Byakuya couldn't help but laugh. Rise didn't care about the details. She only felt that not only had her teasing failed, but Byakuya had turned the tables on her, and that annoyed her greatly. Cough, cough, cough. After a while, coughing sounds came from Banju. He seemed to have mostly recovered. Since his strength was so weak, his regeneration was also slower than other ghouls. Calm down now. Byakuya asked. Compared to before, Banju was much more subdued. Banju nodded, then asked, "What's your name?" "Amaha Byakuya." "Amaha, huh? You're strong. Much stronger than you look. Rai-san chose you probably because of that." Banju seemed to have come to terms with things, his tone was quite calm. More accurately, deep down he'd always known he wasn't worthy of Rai-san. He just tended to act impulsively and make a fool of himself. How should I put this? You might have the wrong idea about me and her. Before Byakuya could finish, Rai suddenly appeared behind him and wrapped her arms around his. "What silly things is my darling saying?" Rise whispered in his ear. "Weren't you just flirting with me a moment ago?" Rise's breath tickled Byakuya's sensitive ears, making him uncomfortable. Clearly, she was taking this opportunity to get revenge for being shown up earlier. Byakuya was at a loss for words. After all, he really had done that. Any last traces of hope in Banju's heart were thoroughly crushed. Looking utterly defeated, unable to beat Byakuya in a fight, he could only weep with jealousy in his heart. "Go on, what did Banjo-kun misunderstand? Was it my relationship with you?" Rise continued pressing Byakuya, clearly not planning to let him off easy this time. The mischievous curve of her smile was definitely intentional. Chapter 96, What adult gets angry at a child? Nothing at all. Under Rise's relentless pressure, Byakuya chose to simply drop the subject. Now Banju was thoroughly convinced that Byakuya was Rise's man, though that was essentially what Rise had always claimed publicly anyway. Banju didn't overthink things like Tuka and the others, who all assumed Byakuya was merely Rise's prey. "Rise-san. I have something very important to tell you." Then Banju's expression turned grave. Byakuya sat down across from Banju, gesturing for Rise to sit beside him. Though she had no interest in what Banju had to say, Rise obligingly took the seat next to Byakuya. Ward 11 was originally under my management, but a ghoul organization called Aojirai Tree suddenly invaded. Though I resisted with everything I had, they were too strong. I couldn't watch my companions sacrifice themselves for nothing, so all of Ward 11's ghouls had to submit to Aojirai Tree. Banju began recounting recent events. Now they've started hunting CCG doves. At first I thought they were joking, but Ward 11's investigators have actually been almost completely wiped out. Their next target is the ward north of Ward 11. They plan to forcibly absorb that area's ghouls while eliminating the investigators there. Aojirai Tree's leader seems to be some cold, ruthless man. For some reason he's searching for you, Rai-san, probably to eliminate you. Sooner or later he'll lead the organization to Ward 20. I'd suggest you flee as soon as possible, or just submit to them without resisting. Banju had said quite a lot in one breath. He was supposed to follow Ayato's orders to find Rise, but instead he'd come to warn her, and had kindly alerted Antika's ghouls as well, even though it meant risking his life. The three subordinates weren't surprised by their boss's actions. They were all native Ward 11 ghouls who'd followed him for a long time and knew exactly what kind of person he was. "We understand. Thank you for the warning." Byakuya nodded. "So please flee quickly, Rise-san. Amaha-san, since you're Rise-san's men, take her and leave Ward 20. Banju spoke urgently. "Oh my, I'm not going anywhere." But Rise just smiled faintly. "This so-called Aojirai Tree doesn't have what it takes to make me run and hide. But they're really strong, much stronger than Ward 11's former leaders. They're slaughtering doves like toys." Banju tried repeatedly to emphasize just how powerful Aojirai Tree was, worried Rise was underestimating them. But Rise clearly wasn't taking it to heart. "Don't worry. We have ways to handle this," Byakuya said. "All right." Though Banju was still worried, he couldn't exactly force Byakuya and Rise to flee. "Since you've come, those others are probably close behind," Byakuya remarked casually. Originally, 3 executives should have followed shortly after Banju: Ayato Kirishima, Yamori, and Nico. With Yamori now dead, he didn't know if it would just be Ayato and Nico, or if they'd send additional people. Either way, unless Ito herself showed up, nothing posed a real threat to Byakuya. What others? Banju seemed unaware that other Aojirai executives were also on the move. His tip-off had actually come too late. "Like your boss, maybe. You'll find out soon enough. But I'd suggest you take your 3 subordinates and hide first, you don't want to get caught in the crossfire." Byakuya's tone was casual as he offered the warning. "My boss." Banju's heart jolted as he realized Byakuya meant Ayato Kirishima. Come to think of it, he'd already found Antiku and Rise but hadn't reported back to Ayato. Ayato was probably coming to find them himself. But he didn't want to hide. He wasn't the type to fear death. Just as Byakuya had predicted, Ayato had already reached the rooftop of the Antika building. Having located Antiku, he immediately dropped into freefall. With an Akaku-gun, he could control his body freely even in midair. When he reached the window of Antiku, he smashed through it feet first, shattered glass spraying everywhere. That same kick was aimed directly at Banju. The sudden attack caught nearly everyone off guard, only Byakuya and Rise remained unfazed. Byakuya reacted fastest, reaching out to grab Banju and yank him backward while blocking Ayato's kick himself. Ayato was surprised. His kick had landed on the other guy's arm but had no effect whatsoever. His first thought was that this young man must also be a ghoul, never imagining his true identity was a ghoul investigator. But Ayato decided to ignore Byakuya for now. He wanted to deal with the slow, loose-lipped Banju first. If that drag queen Nico had reached Antika before him, not only would he lose credit, but Tuka might be in danger too. So he was furious about this. Ayato-sama, why are you here? The three subordinates were completely stunned by Ayato's sudden arrival. Stop. Tuka called out, trying to halt Ayato. Her expression darkened. She hadn't expected her long-absent brother to appear like this. Yo, long time no see, dumbass sis. Ayato spoke mockingly. Being siblings, there was an obvious resemblance in their features. Ayato dressed like a delinquent, slightly long, messy hair, hands stuffed in his pockets, radiating an air of rebellious indifference. Idiot. Where the hell have you been? Tuka didn't know where Ayato had disappeared to all this time. Her wayward brother was giving her a headache. Social experience, of course. Unlike you, a peace-loving fool, I'm a real ghoul. Ayato sneered dismissively. Brat's still as cocky as ever. Tuka muttered darkly. Who's the brat here? Wake up and face reality, dumbass sis. Before Ayato could finish, the coffee shop door suddenly swung open, accompanied by an effeminate man's voice. Oh my. A man wearing colorful sunglasses and dressed like a drag queen walked in. His chin had a peculiar shape that looked like a butt. This was Nico, the SS-rated ghoul from the Clowns organization. That's right, he wasn't actually an Aojirai tree member. He just liked tagging along with Yamori because he'd taken a fancy to him. Though Yamori had been eliminated by a ghoul investigator, Nico had still come to Ward 20 because he wanted to see who had killed Yamori. Behind Nico were two figures in gray cloaks. They were the actual Aojirai executives. They wore white masks marked with a red P and a red X respectively, known as the Bin brothers. Ayato-chan, I knew you had a sister, but I didn't expect her to be a waitress here. And you siblings are both so pretty, makes me jealous. Nico swayed as he walked in, his voice grating and uncomfortable, especially combined with that face of his. Tuka immediately sensed danger. Her instincts told her this drag queen was dangerous. Hinami and Ryuko had both been frightened by these aggressive intruders. Little Hinami hid behind her mother, not daring to show herself. Ayato shot Nico an annoyed look. This guy was fast. By the way, you just said Rise, right? So that woman is the binge eater? Ayato asked Byakuya coldly. Indeed, the scent on her is definitely the binge eater's. But she's so beautiful, I'd love to become good girlfriends with Rise-san. Before Byakuya could respond, Nico answered first. Rise sat there looking serene. Though the drag queen's voice disgusted her, she said nothing. I'm asking you. Byakuya's silence had only irritated Ayato further. Investigators were already a sore spot for him. He lunged forward with a savage expression. At that moment, Byakuya instantly opened his briefcase, and 13th Jason appeared in his hand. Speaking of which, this is your Yamori-san. Byakuya said flatly. His first sentence made Nico, Ayato, and the Bin brothers all freeze. They only knew Yamori had been eliminated by a dove in Ward 20. They hadn't known the specific dove was the young man standing right in front of them. Oh my! Nico exclaimed in surprise. He was suddenly very interested in this handsome young human. Good-looking, nice build, and that intoxicating sweet scent, his heart was already fluttering. Without another word, Byakuya gripped 13th Jason in its longsword form and charged at Ayato. Ayato was at most an S-rated ghoul, in raw strength, significantly inferior to Yamori. He was certainly no match for Byakuya. Byakuya's speed was so fast it startled Ayato. He snapped back to attention and, not daring to be careless, immediately released his Akaku. His Akaku resembled Tuka's but was far more complete, a pair of reddish-purple wing-like kagun spread wide, firing a barrage of projectiles at Byakuya. Byakuya switched forms seamlessly. The instant Ayato began firing, his Quinqua shifted from sword to shield mode, effortlessly blocking every projectile. Even with Ayato's hasty evasion, he couldn't escape Byakuya's speed. Byakuya's Quinqua, having switched back to sword form at lightning speed, sliced through both of Ayato's wings, also inflicting significant, though not fatal, damage to his Kakuho. Ga. Ayato collapsed to his knees, his face contorted in pain. Then Byakuya kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying toward Nico. Nico looked mildly surprised. He hadn't expected Ayato-kun to be defeated so quickly. No wonder Yamori had been eliminated by this guy. The Bin brothers rushed forward to shield Ayato. Ayato clutched his stomach, staring at Byakuya in disbelief. Why was this dev so powerful? And it seemed like the guy hadn't tried to kill him. He genuinely thought he was going to die just now. You actually held back. Ayato couldn't help asking incredulously. Byakuya replied expressionlessly, is that so surprising? What adult gets angry at a child? Chapter 97, Nico's Flirtation. Ding. Host has defeated S-rated ghoul, Ayato Kirishima. Reward, 25 fusion points. A child. Ayato hated being called that, but what could he do? He'd just been completely crushed, he hadn't even had a chance to fight back. Still, Byakuya's words weren't wrong. Ayato was only 14 years old at this point, standing at roughly 160 centimeters, about the same height as Tuka. Before Byakuya, Ayato really was just a kid. Though Ayato was rebellious, everything he did was ultimately to gain the strength to protect his sister. His methods were just deplorable. Tuka had just escorted Ryoko-san and Hinami upstairs, only to turn around and see Byakuya had already taken down Ayato. She couldn't help but marvel at how impressive Byakuya was. As for this brat Ayato's pathetic state, though it pained her a little, she felt no sympathy. He had it coming. So strong. Banju exclaimed in amazement. As Ayato's current subordinate, he'd once been on the receiving end of Ayato's hospitality. In his eyes, Ayato was already an incredibly powerful ghoul. Yet Ayato had been completely manhandled by this young man. This young man's strength far exceeded his imagination. Truly worthy of being the man Rai-san favored. Banju was now filled with admiration for Byakuya. Meanwhile, Rai still sat there calmly sipping her coffee. I'd suggest you take Ayato-kun and retreat. You can't beat him. Nico offered the Bin brothers a friendly warning. The Bin brothers hesitated for a moment before deciding to take Ayato and withdraw. The enemy was too strong. Ayato had lost so badly, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't fare much better. As for that drag queen Nico, there was no point counting on him. No one knew what that drag queen was thinking. Ding. Host has repelled Aojirai Tree executives. Reward, 50 fusion points. How come you're not leaving? Seeing the drag queen still standing there, Tuka's expression turned cold. Don't misunderstand, I have no intention of fighting you. I just want a closer look at this handsome young man who defeated Yamori. Saying this, Nico swayed his body seductively and walked toward Byakuya with tender eyes. Tuka backed away with a look of disgust. Byakuya remained unfazed. Though this drag queen was a bit unsettling, Nico wasn't the type of ghoul who committed wanton evil. He also had some sense of boundaries, so there was no need to be too guarded. Nico drew closer to examine the young man before him. That peculiar sweet fragrance was indeed emanating from him, and his features were becoming more attractive the longer Nico looked. Handsome, want to exchange contact info. Nico immediately started flirting with Byakuya. Though Yamori, whom he'd taken a liking to, had been killed by Byakuya, Nico didn't care. As a member of the clowns, he valued his freedom and amusement above all else. Tuka watched the drag queen with speechless exasperation. So this drag queen wasn't even part of Aojirai Tree after all. Yamori had been killed by Byakuya, yet this drag queen could still ask Byakuya for contact information. Until now, Rise had remained still. The earlier fight hadn't elicited any reaction from her, but Nico's behavior finally seemed to stir something. Disgusting drag queen, get lost. Rise wore a faint smile, but her words were merciless. How hurtful. Such mean words. Nico sighed dramatically. Since he couldn't get contact information, he'd just leave his own. He placed a small slip of paper on the table. Handsome, if anything comes up, feel free to contact me anytime. With that, Nico even blew a kiss at Byakuya before turning to leave. Byakuya said nothing, his expression unchanged. He picked up the slip of paper. Sure enough, it contained Nico's contact information. Ding. Host has made the acquaintance of SS-rated ghoul, Nico. Reward, 5 fusion points. Nico was unpredictable, as were all members of the clowns, frankly. Perhaps he found Byakuya amusing, which was why he'd approached him. Either way, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Unless this drag queen actually had those kinds of intentions toward him. That he absolutely could not accept. Watching the drag queen's antics, Tuka remained speechless throughout. With Nico's departure, the crisis was temporarily resolved. Tuka went upstairs to let Ryoko-san and Hinami know it was safe now. At that moment, Rise walked over and took the slip of paper from Byakuya's hand, tearing it to shreds. Clearly, Rise had a considerable grudge against Nico. So what are you going to do now? Go back to Ward 11, or just stay at our Antiku? Tuka then asked Banju and his 3 subordinates. Thanks for the offer, but we need to go back. Banju's expression was troubled. I have many companions still there. I can't just abandon them. I see. Good luck, then. Tuka said. Thank you. We'll be going now. Before leaving, Banju seemed to have something more he wanted to say to Byakuya. He stood before Byakuya. Amaha-san, you're really strong, much stronger than you look. Please take care of Rise-san. Seeing Banju's earnest expression, Byakuya didn't quite know how to respond, so he simply acknowledged it. Afterward, Banju left Antiku with his 3 subordinates, returning to Aojirai Tree's base in Ward 11. Not long after, Yoshimura and Yomo returned. Byakuya, Tuka, and the others had just finished cleaning up the mess from Ayato's intrusion, though the shattered window couldn't be replaced right away. Seeing the state of the shop, Yoshimura had a fairly good idea of what had happened. Next time I see that brat Ayato, I'm definitely making him pay for the window. Just thinking about Ayato's arrogant attitude made Tuka furious. Chapter 98, Growing Trust. Tuka, what happened just now? Yomo asked. Aojirai Tree just sent some people over. One of them was that little brat Ayato. Tuka briefly explained the situation. But Amaha-san already drove them off. Everything's fine now. Ayato. As Ayato's uncle, Yomo naturally cared about his nephew. Amaha-kun, thank you for protecting Antiku. Yoshimura expressed his gratitude to Byakuya. It just so happened that only Tuka, little Hinami, and Ryoko-san were left at the shop today. He hadn't expected Aojirai Tree's people to arrive so quickly. If Byakuya hadn't been here, he couldn't imagine what might have happened. It was nothing. Byakuya nodded slightly. Tuka was surprised that the manager had directly revealed the secret of Antiku to Byakuya. Manager, he's a... She wanted to emphasize that Byakuya was a CCG Ghoul investigator, but after some hesitation, she didn't finish the sentence. After all, Byakuya had just protected all of Antiku, and before that, he'd saved her and Ryoko-san and Hinami. He truly was completely different from other doves. Seeing that Tuka didn't complete her sentence, Yoshimura simply smiled gently. It seemed Tuka was also gradually coming to trust that young man. Yoshimura felt the same way. Aojirai Tree's people had already been here, and Byakuya-kun had helped Antiku drive them off. It seemed likely that Byakuya-kun already knew this place was Antiku. So whether he explicitly identified this as Antiku or not didn't really matter anymore. At that moment, Tuka also came to a similar realization. She suddenly remembered that during the confrontation, both that brat Ayato and the drag queen had mentioned Rise's identity as the binge eater. Byakuya had definitely heard it, yet he seemed to have no reaction whatsoever. Thinking about this, Tuka glanced over at Byakuya and Rise, only to find them acting as if nothing had happened at all. The more she saw, the more curious she became. What exactly was going on between these two? But she still didn't go over to ask directly, because that would make it seem like she cared too much. Amaha-kun, almost everyone here at Antiku is a ghoul. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Yoshimura suddenly asked. Not at all. I believe everyone can get along well. There's nothing to feel uncomfortable about. Byakuya smiled as he spoke. That's good to hear. You're welcome to come enjoy coffee here anytime. Yoshimura said kindly. Yomo's expression also held a hint of emotion. Before this, he'd never imagined a ghoul investigator would be willing to coexist peacefully with them. I'm certain now, you really are completely different from other doves. If you don't mind, you're welcome to visit us here anytime. Byakuya's attitude had touched something in Tuka. She smiled as she spoke to him. Of course I don't mind. Byakuya nodded. Ward 11. The Bin brothers brought Ayato back to Aojirai Tree's base. Nico had wandered off somewhere and apparently hadn't returned with them. The base was a large abandoned building, now serving as Aojirai Tree's temporary headquarters in Ward 11. Numerous ghouls were resting inside. All of them wore dark red robes and identical skull-shaped masks. 3 Aojirai Tree executives were positioned along the inner wall. Tatara sat in a chair, his posture suggesting he was Aojirai Tree's leader. Noro stood beside him. Another executive, Ito, sat obediently on the floor, her small frame appearing frail and delicate, her entire body wrapped in white bandages. Seeing that Ayato had been carried in by the Bin brothers and that the binge eater was nowhere in sight, Tatara's brow furrowed slightly. What happened? You couldn't bring that woman back. Ayato had recovered considerably by now, though his face was still somewhat pale and his kakuhu hadn't fully healed. I found the binge eater, but someone got in the way. He's the dove who killed Yamori. I couldn't beat him. Ayato explained the reason for his failure, his expression grim. Notably, he didn't mention Banju, who had tipped off Antiku. He took almost all the responsibility upon himself. The dove who killed Yamori. I see, that's understandable. Tatara spoke mildly. He didn't blame Ayato or the Bin brothers. It seemed none of this came as a surprise. After all, Tatara and Ito were the most informed members of Aojirai Tree. Ito had noticed that dove early on. She'd found him intriguing from the start because of his connection to Rise. Then when Yamori ended up dying in a place like Ward 20, she'd done some investigating and discovered it was that same dove. When she first learned he was an investigator, she'd been quite surprised, given how close he was to Rise. And his strength was remarkable, which made things even more interesting. It seems capturing that woman won't be easy. Let's shelve this matter for now. The original plan remains unchanged, it's about time we moved on. Those people over there are waiting for us too. Tatara rose to his feet. Noro, I'll leave the rest to you. The doves should be making their move soon. Clearly, Tatara already knew the CCG was about to launch an operation against Ward 11. Yet he was still taking Ito and a batch of subordinates out of the ward. This was a diversion tactic. While the CCG focused all their attention on the Ward 11 operation, they would launch a surprise attack on the relatively understaffed Cochlea prison in Ward 23. Ayato, the Bin brothers, and Noro would remain to pin down the CCG's forces, buying time for Tatara's team. As Tatara led his people away, Ayato, though unpunished, still felt frustrated. It wasn't just the failed mission. There were things he couldn't figure out. He couldn't understand why his idiot sister, despite being a peace-loving fool, would let a dove stay there. And that dove, having discovered Antiku, didn't seem to be doing anything about it. He was even protecting the binge eater. He'd never seen such a strange dove before. Chapter 99, Byakuya Naikan. Evening. Byakuya returned home carrying a large bag of groceries. The refrigerator had run empty. I'm home. I'm home. Byakuya and Rise said in unison. Seeing a pair of black and a pair of white shoes at the entrance, he knew Kurona and Nishiro had gotten home before them. Hearing Byakuya's voice, Kurona and Nishiro emerged from the living room. Welcome back. Though Kurona and Nishiro had only been staying at Byakuya's place for a few days, they seemed to have already adapted. Nishiro considerately took the groceries from Byakuya's hands. It's almost dinner time. Please let me make dinner for you tonight, Byakuya Naikan. Sure, though I could do it myself. Byakuya noticed Nishiro had changed quite a bit. She used to be rather introverted and shy around strangers, but now she was even calling him Byakuya Naikan. But why that form of address? Byakuya wasn't the only one surprised, even Kurona hadn't expected Nishiro to suddenly address Byakuya this way. But having been so close to Nishiro for so long, she could guess the reason. She knew well that Nishiro craved love from their father even more than she did. When that bastard had heartlessly abandoned Nishiro at her most helpless moment, perhaps Nishiro had developed a dependency on Byakuya. Kurona wasn't entirely certain, but that seemed the most likely explanation. And Byakuya's care for Nishiro truly did far exceed anything Kano had ever shown. Please, let me do it. That way I can repay a little of what I owe you. Nishiro spoke frankly. Though her face remained expressionless, a faint blush colored her cheeks. All right, but don't push yourself too hard. Byakuya said. As half-ghouls now, Kurona and Nishiro were no different from ghouls when it came to food. Normal food, even just the ingredients, would make them feel intensely nauseous. So he didn't want Nishiro to force herself. I won't. I have this. Saying this, Nishiro produced a face mask. Apparently, wearing the mask would block the smell of the ingredients. Byakuya couldn't help but chuckle. Nishiro's serious expression as she pulled out the mask was somehow adorable. I'll help Nishiro. After all, I owe you just as much. Kurona then spoke up, her face equally expressionless. Okay, I'll leave it to you two then. Byakuya said. Nishiro, do you have another mask? Kurona asked. Yes. Nishiro produced another mask. She'd clearly planned ahead to cook dinner for Byakuya today. The sisters then took the groceries into the kitchen. Byakuya trusted their cooking skills and had no intention of checking on them. After their biological father Nanao Yasuhisa's death, Kanu had forcibly taken over the Yasuhisa household. There was no way Kano would cook for Kurona and Nishiro, so the sisters had likely been making their own meals since childhood. Less than half an hour later, Kurona and Nishiro emerged from the kitchen wearing aprons and masks, carrying plates of food. They'd prepared 3 dishes and a soup for Byakuya. Seeing this, Byakuya moved to the dining table to eat. Kurona and Nishiro also sat down, removing their masks. The smell of the dishes wasn't unbearable for them, as long as they didn't eat it. Rise, unusually, also took a seat beside Byakuya. Normally, she wouldn't come near when he was eating. Now Kurona and Nishiro sat perfectly straight, watching Byakuya expressionlessly, apparently waiting to see his reaction after tasting the food. Yet despite there being 4 people at the table, only Byakuya was actually using chopsticks. Only in Byakuya's household could you find such a peculiar situation, a family of 4 with him as the sole human. Is it good? How is it? Byakuya had barely taken 2 bites before Kurona and Nishiro spoke up simultaneously. It's good. Byakuya answered without hesitation. He wasn't good at giving detailed reviews, so he could only express his appreciation through enthusiastic eating. Both Kurona and Nishiro suddenly felt a pang of regret. If only they hadn't become one-eyed ghouls, they could be sitting here eating dinner with Byakuya like family. True to their twin nature, they'd thought of the same thing at the same time, and faint, barely noticeable blushes appeared on both their faces. But the blush faded quickly as they realized they could never go back. The half-ghoul transformation was irreversible. Do you like it? Rise, who had been calmly watching all of this, suddenly asked Byakuya. Byakuya didn't immediately understand what Rise meant. I mean, do you like having other girls cook for you? Rise clarified. It feels pretty nice. Byakuya answered honestly. I see. Rise nodded thoughtfully. After dinner, Byakuya had intended to take the dishes to the kitchen himself, but Kurona and Nishiro beat him to it. They seemed determined to handle all the housework. Afterward, Nishiro approached Byakuya. Onaikan, how did I do? Her face showed no expression, but Byakuya could clearly sense the anticipation in her eyes. Very well done. You really helped me out. Byakuya said immediately. A joyful smile spread across Nishiro's face. Seeing this, Kurona couldn't sit still. She naturally wanted praise too. But unlike Nishiro, she wasn't so straightforward. She casually walked over to stand beside Byakuya, trying to catch his attention without saying anything, clearly expecting him to read her mind. Chapter 100, One-Eyed Ghouls. Of course Byakuya noticed Kurona. After all, no one just randomly stands next to someone for no reason. But he didn't know what she wanted. Could she want praise like Nishiro? If so, Byakuya found Kurona rather cute too. That expressionless face was adorable in its own way. While Kurona stood there awkwardly, Byakuya simply said, Kurona did very well too. Kurona had just been stammering, trying to speak, when she heard Byakuya's words. She was momentarily stunned. What is it? Byakuya asked with a smile. Kurona's eyes darted away. Nothing. Being suddenly praised by Byakuya had made her happy, of course, though she didn't show it. Her expression remained unchanged. About your food situation, tomorrow I'll take you to meet the people at Antiku. Byakuya said. But Nishiro and I are ghoul investigators now. Will they be willing to help us? Kurona had her doubts. I'm a ghoul investigator too, and I get along fine with the people at Antiku. Don't worry about that, and you're both one-eyed ghouls, which makes it even easier to gain their trust. Byakuya explained. That's good then. Kurona nodded. Nishiro naturally had no objections either. The next day, Byakuya brought Kurona and Nishiro to Antiku. After yesterday's incident, Yoshimura and Yomo wouldn't be leaving the coffee shop so easily. Koma and Irimi had also returned from their errands. The full Antiku crew was present. Manager, there's something I need to discuss. Could we talk upstairs? Byakuya addressed Yoshimura directly. Certainly. Yoshimura smiled. Byakuya glanced at Kurona and Nishiro, and they followed him upstairs. On the second floor, they found Tuka and Hinami, with Tuka apparently teaching Hinami to read. Seeing Byakuya arrive with 2 unfamiliar girls alongside the manager, Tuka sensed something important was happening. She immediately asked, should I step out? Yoshimura looked to Byakuya. No need. It's not exactly confidential. Byakuya said mildly. Byakuya and Yoshimura then sat facing each other. Kurona and Nishiro took seats on either side of Byakuya. Since it was Tuka's first time seeing twin sisters, she couldn't help but be curious. Hinami was also peeking at the twin sisters from behind Tuka. So, what did you want to discuss? Yoshimura asked. These two sisters are named Kurona Yasuhisa and Nishiro Yasuhisa. They're ghoul investigators, but they're also ghouls. Byakuya went straight to the point. Amahakuin, did you say they're ghouls? Yoshimura's expression grew more serious. He could have remained perfectly calm, after all, he knew so much, but he still acted somewhat surprised, playing the part of an ordinary old man. How can ghouls become ghoul investigators? Tuka exclaimed in surprise. Kurona and Nishiro ignored Tuka, sitting expressionlessly and obediently beside Byakuya, letting him handle the conversation. Hinami, having no real understanding of such matters, simply watched curiously like a baby chick. Yes. More precisely, they're one-eyed ghouls, but not natural-born ones. Byakuya continued. Not natural-born ghouls. You mean there are ghouls who were transformed from humans? Tuka asked in astonishment. Yes. Kurona-san, Nishiro-san, please show the manager and Kirishima-san your eyes. Byakuya spoke calmly. Kurona and Nishiro responded in emotionless unison, then revealed their kakugan. Kurona's kakugan was in her left eye, Nishiro's was in her right. This is, one-eyed. Tuka's pupils trembled with shock. She'd only heard legends of the one-eyed, this was her first time seeing them in person. This time, Yoshimura's expression turned genuinely grave. Based on the information Byakuya had just provided, he could already piece together quite a lot. Working at the CCG while being artificial one-eyed ghouls. He immediately thought of experiments the CCG had long abandoned, as well as the Washu bloodline. The underground lab that Kanu had forcibly taken over beneath the Yasuhisa household was actually a former CCG experimental facility. The CCG had attempted human ghoul transformation experiments long ago, but without significant results, they'd eventually abandoned the project. Kanu had worked as a researcher for the CCG in his early years, so he knew many CCG secrets, even some regarding the Washu. It was likely this knowledge of the birdcage constraining the world that had solidified certain of his convictions. And so Yoshimura, who had been the previous generation's cleaner for the V organization, naturally knew about those experiments as well. In other words, in the original timeline, he'd actually known all along what had happened to Kaniki's body, he just hadn't told Kaniki the truth. That was why Tatara had told Kaniki, you're just that Yoshimura old man's plaything, like a potted plant. But ultimately, Yoshimura and Ito's Aojirai tree had different ideologies. Tatara naturally aligned with Aojirai tree's philosophy and deeply disapproved of Yoshimura. Yoshimura had wanted Kaniki to live well and maintain his goodness, which was why he hadn't revealed those darkest truths. In a way, this was his form of protection for Kaniki. But reality proved that the world couldn't work the way Yoshimura hoped. Kaniki still had to endure all that suffering. Fortunately, the manager and everyone at Antiku had helped Kaniki preserve his inner goodness. By comparison, the later Pineapple King, Takizawa Sido was essentially another Kaniki without the manager and Antiku's companionship. As for the Washu bloodline, this involved the RC Detection Gate's whitelist. Yoshimura knew that both his own lineage and the Washu bloodline were exempt from the RC Detection Gates. This meant even ghouls could work at the CCG. Next, I'd like to discuss some things with the manager privately. I'm afraid I'll have to ask everyone else to step out. Byakuya suddenly shifted topics. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, A Conversation with Manager Yoshimura. The appearance of Kurona and Nishiro, two one-eyed ghouls, had piqued Tuka's considerable curiosity. Being asked to step out now only made her more reluctant to leave. But she still left the room, because even those one-eyed sisters had already excused themselves. While Byakuya was discussing matters with the manager, she could take the opportunity to chat with the sisters. Hello. I'm a waitress here, Tuka Kirishima. Tuka took the initiative to greet Kurona and Nishiro. Kurona and Nishiro normally didn't like interacting with strangers, but Byakuya had told them to get along with the people at Antiku, and they hadn't forgotten. Hello. I'm Kurona Yasuhisa. I'm Nishiro Yasuhisa. The sisters responded simultaneously. Seeing that they weren't difficult to get along with, Tuka relaxed a little. So you really transformed from humans into ghouls? And one-eyed ghouls at that? Tuka asked curiously. Yes. Nishiro and I were deceived by someone into undergoing an experiment, and we ended up like this. Kurona said flatly. There's actually an experiment like that. Tuka was shocked but didn't press further. She understood perfectly well how difficult life was as a ghoul, especially for ghouls like herself who wanted to integrate into human society. These sisters, forcibly transformed from humans into ghouls, must have suffered terribly at first just adapting to ghoul characteristics, particularly regarding food. I'm sorry. This must be painful for you, yet here I am prying into your painful memories. Tuka apologized. It's fine. We don't mind anymore. Kurona said expressionlessly. Nishiro echoed her sister's words. As for whether that was true, only they themselves knew. Meanwhile, Byakuya and Yoshimura were having their own conversation in the room. Regarding Rise-san, the manager must know her true identity, right? Byakuya opened with this. Yes, the fact that Rise-san is a ghoul. Yoshimura nodded. That's not what I meant. I'm talking about the Washu. Byakuya's tone grew heavier, especially when he mentioned Washu, his voice notably emphasized the name. Yoshimura could no longer maintain his facade. After a moment of silence, he spoke, You know about the Washu? Not much. Just a little, Rise-san told me. Byakuya said. I see. She actually told you about this. Yoshimura was taken aback. Though he didn't know Rise well, he'd gotten a rough sense of her personality from their interactions. He found it hard to imagine someone of her disposition revealing the Washu clan's secrets to a ghoul investigator. More than that, the fact that Rise could coexist peacefully with this young investigator for so long was already miraculous in itself. Yoshimura began to wonder about Byakuya's true identity, but he couldn't begin to guess who this person might actually be. If I recall correctly, Ward 20 was once territory controlled by two major ghoul factions, the Devil Ape and the Black Dog. Yet one day, both factions suddenly vanished without a trace, as if they'd evaporated into thin air, never to be seen again. Byakuya spoke in a speculative tone, there are only two possibilities. First, these two factions were annihilated by some outside force. But they were both led by SS-rated ghouls. If a major battle had occurred, there would have been some disturbance or evidence. The second possibility is that they were merged. Perhaps into what is now Antiku. Then who could have convinced those two infamous SS-rated ghouls to willingly merge? From what I've heard, the Devil Ape and the Black Dog were bitter enemies before their mysterious disappearance. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have agreed to merge, would they? Manager Yoshimura, as the manager of Antiku, you must know these secrets. Byakuya stopped just short of directly stating that Yoshimura was Ward 20's leader, or in ghoul parlance, its manager. Amahakuin, you certainly know a great deal. Since you've already said this much, I assume you already have your answer. Yoshimura's expression grew increasingly serious, dropping all pretense. The other party had laid things out so clearly that further concealment was pointless. So the manager confirms it. Byakuya said mildly, given that both the Devil Ape and the Black Dog were SS-rated ghouls, the figure who could make these two bitter enemies put aside their grudge couldn't possibly be below SS-rated, right? So, what exactly are you trying to say? Yoshimura's tone shifted subtly. Byakuya's probing had made him worry about Antiku's safety. This young investigator knew far more about Antiku than he'd imagined. If this person wanted to, the CCG could mobilize their full forces within days to subjugate them. Even if manpower was currently short, they could marshal their forces after the Aojirai tree operation concluded. No matter how gentle Yoshimura seemed, when it came to Antiku's safety, even he would show anger. This was his reverse scale. The main issue was that he still couldn't figure out this young man's true identity. Such an unknown variable only deepened his concerns. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will toward Antiku. I simply wanted to chat with you, Manager Yoshimura. After all, your identity is both mysterious and intriguing. Byakuya smiled as he spoke. The grave expression on Yoshimura's face relaxed somewhat. I'm just a decrepit old man with one foot in the grave. Nothing worth being curious about. Though I'd advise against digging too deep into Washu matters, that path leads only to ruin. Thank you for the kind warning, Manager. Then let me set aside the deeper matters of the Washu clan and speak only of what's already known. Byakuya continued, those twin sisters from earlier are already ghouls, yet when they entered the CCG, they weren't detected by the RC detection gates. This can't simply be because artificial ghouls can't be detected, can it? Also, I noticed that their Kagun are identical to Rise-san's. Does that mean they were implanted with another Washu member's Kakuho? Yoshimura fell silent once more. Honestly, he didn't want to continue discussing these matters with Byakuya-kun. The young man was dancing dangerously close to the edge. Chapter 102, Yoshimura's Concerns. It seems you've already discovered the Washu's true identity, they're not humans but a ghoul clan. Yoshimura finally revealed some of what he knew. Those RC detection gates have also been tampered with by them. It's essentially a whitelist. The sisters were implanted with Washu Kakuho, so they fall within the whitelist's range. As expected of you, Manager. You know quite a lot about the inner workings. By the way, how much do you know about Aojirai tree? Byakuya suddenly shifted topics. Aojirai tree. I don't know much about them. Yoshimura immediately deflected the topic without hesitation. After all, this matter concerned his daughter. He didn't want to give the V organization any opportunity to target her. So regardless of who asked, he would never respond to questions about Aojirai tree. This was the only way to avoid all risks. And indeed, in the original series, Yoshimura never betrayed his daughter until the very end, even when V threatened him with death. The V organization had always known Yoshimura was hiding in Ward 20 running his Antiku. They never intended to interfere as long as he didn't do anything harmful to the Washa clan's interests. After all, Yoshimura had done plenty of work for the Washa during his time as a cleaner. But eventually, V gradually realized that the one-eyed owl was actually Yoshimura's daughter. A natural-born half-ghoul represented both immense temptation and a great threat to the Washa clan. Years ago, a natural-born half-ghoul had appeared within the Washa clan itself, one who despised the family's actions so much that he nearly destroyed the Washu entirely. That person was the true original one-eyed king, the one who became the dragon in the underground world. Unlike Kishuarima, who was Aojirai Tree's first-generation one-eyed king but was a half-human rather than a natural-born half-ghoul, two completely different concepts. As for why it represented temptation, the Washa clan's various activities, like the branch families that specifically bred half-humans, and the abandoned human modification experiments, were all aimed at creating a controllable natural-born half-ghoul. Think of it this way, if a natural-born half-ghoul's bloodline continued, future Washa members could become infinitely closer to humans. They would possess both a ghoul's absolute power and a human's lifestyle habits, no longer needing to secretly consume investigators' corpses. This perfectly aligned with the Washa clan's pursuit of becoming human. So the Washa clan desperately wanted to capture Yoshimura's daughter, both to eliminate a threat and to potentially incorporate her half-ghoul bloodline. But Yoshimura would rather die than reveal his daughter's whereabouts, enraging the V organization. Meanwhile, the human investigators at the CCG had also noticed that the current owl was noticeably smaller than the one-eyed owl they'd seen 10 years ago. With V's guidance, the CCG finally understood there were two owls. Thus the SSS-rated, non-killing owl title was born, to distinguish it from the other SSS-rated, one-eyed owl. The anime's depiction of Ito running to the CCG to inform on her father was pure fabrication. In reality, Yoshimura's defiance unto death enraged the V organization. If he had actually revealed Ito's location, Antiku would never have been subjugated by the CCG. The Washa clan wasn't so petty as to target Yoshimura when he was quietly hiding in Ward 20, after all, he'd done quite a bit of work for them during his time as a cleaner. Though it couldn't be denied that later, when Yoshimura was defeated, Ito took advantage of the Washa's punishment of Antiku to stage a play with Arima. The real purpose was to capture Yoshimura as new experimental material, then create the Pineapple King, Takizawa Sidu to further pave Kaniki's path to the One-Eyed King throne. Alright, that's about all I wanted to discuss with you, manager. Thank you for talking with me. Byakuya cordially concluded his conversation with Yoshimura. It's nothing. I didn't really say much. Yoshimura smiled. The CCG will soon launch a major subjugation operation against Aojirai Tree in Ward 11. I'll be participating in this battle. But there's no telling if Aojirai Tree might send people to Antiku again to capture Rai-san. When that time comes, I entrust her to everyone at Antiku. Byakuya made this request to Yoshimura. But his words actually had another purpose. In truth, he wasn't worried about Rise at all. He knew Aojirai Tree had split into two groups, one attacking Cochlea Prison in Ward 23, the other defending Ward 11 against the CCG. They had no spare capacity to come capture Rise. Knowing this full well, he deliberately said these words to Yoshimura for a different reason. Put simply, what he was really emphasizing wasn't protecting Rise, it was that he himself would be participating in the battle. No problem. We'll do our best to protect Kamishiro-san. Yoshimura agreed to Byakuya's request. But certain thoughts had already begun forming in his mind. After Byakuya went downstairs, Yoshimura lingered upstairs for a while. The reason was Byakuya-kun's final words. Byakuya-kun had twice routed enemies and protected Antiku's staff, demonstrating formidable strength. In Yoshimura's estimation, aside from that young man from 10 years ago, Byakuya was on par with any special class investigator. That young man from 10 years ago would likely participate in the Ward 11 Aojirai Tree operation as well. Combined with Byakuya, the Aojirai members stationed in Ward 11 would stand no chance against the CCG's assault. Yoshimura naturally knew about Aojirai Tree's diversion tactic to attack Cochlea Prison in Ward 23, this was clear from the original series. Otherwise, why would he have deliberately blocked the special class investigators the CCG dispatched? He could have simply stormed into Aojirai's base and rescued Kaneki. The few executives Aojirai left in Ward 11 combined couldn't match him. In the original timeline, blocking special class investigators Shinohara and Kuroiwa was killing two birds with one stone, ensuring Kaneki wouldn't be discovered and killed by the CCG while also providing cover for his daughter's assault on Cochlea. At the time, the CCG still believed Yoshimura's owl was Aojirai Tree's one-eyed king. Now the question was, if that young man from 10 years ago, Kishuarima, participated, along with Byakuya as another special class level combatant, the forces Aojirai had left in Ward 11 would be completely overwhelmed. Once the CCG swiftly defeated the Ward 11 Aojirai forces and discovered that One-Eyed Owl wasn't there, they'd quickly realize Aojirai's scheme. The V organization might mobilize as well. Then Ito would be in danger. Worried for his daughter's safety, Yoshimura found himself having the same thought as 10 years ago. He would once again take on the guise of the One-Eyed Owl to draw the CCG's attention, especially that of the Washa clan. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Rise's peculiar way of showing concern. Byakuya had said those words precisely because he'd anticipated what manager Yoshimura might be planning. Actually, he felt that even without saying those things, Yoshimura would probably have taken the fall for his daughter anyway. Without Yamori, Aojirai Tree would struggle to withstand the combination of special class investigators Shinohara and Kuroiwa, especially since they'd be bringing the new SS-rated Kakuja Quinkwa. The two special class investigators' combat power would skyrocket. The Bin brothers, those two executives, would get completely stomped by Amon alone. Only the SS-rated Noro would pose any real challenge. By further nudging Yoshimura to act, Byakuya was essentially looking to farm achievements. This would help him advance through CCG ranks faster, gain more fusion points, and make future operations easier. Additionally, he didn't want Ito, who was heading to Ward 23, to encounter any unexpected situations. Otherwise, future developments might spiral beyond his control. At least for now, he could still manage everything with ease. But of course, he definitely wouldn't let Yoshimura fall into danger. He had the confidence to control the situation. When Byakuya came downstairs, he saw Kurona and Nishiro chatting animatedly with the staff. Though compared to the staff's warmth and enthusiasm, Kurona and Nishiro were rather reserved, that was simply how they interacted with others. At least Byakuya didn't need to worry about whether the Yasuhisa sisters would get along with the people at Antiku. Their food situation was also resolved. Byakuya didn't interrupt Kurona and Nishiro as they got acquainted with the staff. He casually returned to his original seat. "What did you talk about with that old man Yoshimura?" Rise asked Byakuya with a hint of curiosity. "We discussed matters about the Washu, and the upcoming Aojirai Tree operation." Byakuya spoke without evasion. The manager knows quite a lot about the Washu. I'm starting to suspect he has some connection to them. He certainly couldn't tell Rise out of nowhere that he knew manager Yoshimura had once been a cleaner for the V organization. He'd have no way to explain how he knew. That old man's surname is Yoshimura, right? I recall that one of the Washu's V organization cleaners was also named Yoshimura. I just don't know if it's the same person. Reminded by Byakuya, Rise suddenly recalled this. That very well could be him. After all, his known threat level is almost certainly no lower than SS-rated, otherwise, how could he have convinced the SS-rated Devil Ape and Black Dog back then? Byakuya mused. If it really is him, then by CCG's rating standards, he'd be at least SSS-rated. Never would have guessed that Oldman was so impressive, couldn't tell it all before. Rise remarked. She found those so-called danger ratings rather boring. Only humans would come up with such tedious classifications. So in a sense, you're actually quite safe at Antiku. Byakuya said. I'm about to participate in the Aojirai Tree operation soon. Take care of yourself while I'm gone. I know. You're treating me like a child. Rise looked annoyed at Byakuya's nagging. You're the one who needs to be careful. Don't get killed by some other ghoul. If you die, I won't let you rest in peace. I'll dig up your corpse from the grave and eat you until there's not a single bone left. Rise threatened Byakuya with this, her icy tone and serious expression suggesting she wasn't joking at all. To Byakuya, though, this was simply Rise's peculiar way of showing concern. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that if he actually died, Rise might genuinely dig up his grave and eat him. But first of all, he couldn't possibly be killed. He had absolute confidence in that. Don't worry, I'll definitely win. Byakuya smiled. Seeing how confident Byakuya looked, Rise didn't say anything more. But even so, she couldn't help feeling a bit worried deep down. She knew, of course, that Aojirai Tree had an SSS-rated One-Eyed King. Though she didn't know Kishuarima's true identity, she knew about that One-Eyed Owl. Outwardly revealing nothing, she was already thinking about what she might need to do when the time came. A special strategy meeting regarding Ward 11 was convened ahead of schedule. Many elite investigators, including Byakuya and Kori Ui, were recalled to the main office in Ward 1. This meeting was primarily led by Special Class Investigator Marutatsuki. Shinohara-san, you were recalled too. Kiryu Mato and Kotaro Amon ran into Shinohara Yukinori at the Ward 1 CCG main office, someone who should have been stationed in another ward. Amon seemed somewhat surprised. It appears Shinohara-san will also be participating in the Ward 11 operation. This should significantly improve our odds. Mato's expression was rather sinister, likely because this time they'd be facing Aojirai Tree, home of the one-eyed owl. I'm not entirely sure myself. The commander of the Ward 11 Special Countermeasures Unit called me back. Shinohara's expression carried a hint of resignation. An important person. Juzu Suzuya, who was beside Shinohara, asked curiously. Indeed, Suzuya's current partner was Special Class Shinohara. Favored by CCG Chairman Tsuneyoshi Washu, he'd naturally been paired with Shinohara. That's right, a very, very important person. So don't act up when the time comes. Shinohara deliberately emphasized this to get Suzuya to behave. As long as I don't talk back to this important person, right? Suzuya said. Not just that, no other mischief either. Shinohara was afraid Suzuya would cause trouble in front of the commander. Offending the higher-ups would make things difficult later. He was doing this for Suzuya's own good. The commander, Amon seemed to have someone specific in mind. After all, there was only one investigator in the CCG with the highest command authority. And that person didn't get along with Mato-san at all, which made Amon dislike him too. On their way to the meeting room, they encountered two familiar faces in the corridor. It was Byakuya and Kori Ui. Ah, Rank 1 Amaha and Associate Special Class Ui. You're here too, how splendid. Mato immediately spoke up. The combat roster for this Aojirai Tree operation was much stronger than he'd anticipated. He felt their chances of revenge this time were good, and he grew even more eager to kill that one-eyed owl. Byakuya. Having left the academy, Suzuya was noticeably more cheerful than before. Seeing Byakuya for the first time in a while, he immediately waved excitedly, even addressing him intimately by his first name. Chapter 104, agreeing to Mato's request. Suzuya-kun. Byakuya smiled back at Suzuya. So you're partnered with Shinohara-san now. How's it going? Working hard? Not causing trouble for Shinohara-san, are you? Well, about that. Suzuya grinned awkwardly and scratched his head. Clearly, he couldn't deny having caused Shinohara quite a bit of trouble. Though it's not necessarily a bad thing. Suzuya-kun seems much more cheerful and optimistic than back at the academy. Byakuya had no intention of scolding Suzuya, he simply expressed his observation. Really? I guess I was a bit off back then. Suzuya said, only now realizing it himself. Back at the academy, other trainees, instructors, and combat trainers had all treated him like an outcast, which had made him rather withdrawn. Things had improved considerably since joining the CCG. Both Byakuya and Shinohara-san treated him well, though he was also gradually revealing his true nature. Having been kidnapped to the Ghoul auction at a very young age and then purchased by Big Madam, the chief lady of the Madam organization, and raised in bizarre ways, he naturally lacked a normal worldview and moral compass. That's why he did many unethical things. For instance, when Kaneki first met Suzuya in the original series, his wallet was immediately stolen by Suzuya, though there wasn't much money in it anyway. Listening to the exchange between Byakuya and Suzuya, Shinohara was quite surprised. Suzuya, who'd always been a troublemaker, actually showed this obedient side in front of someone. And it didn't seem like an act. First class Mato, rank 1 Amon, it's been a while since we've met too. Byakuya then greeted Mato and Amon as well. Indeed. Rank 1 Amaha is here for the Ward 11 Special Strategy meeting as well, I take it. Notably, even at an important meeting, Mato was carrying his Quinqua briefcase, unlike others who came empty-handed. Yes. Byakuya nodded. It seems Rank 1 Amaha will be participating in the operation. I heard that Aojirai Tree's S-rated executive, Jason, was eliminated by you, and he was even a half-kakuja. You probably have more experience facing Aojirai Tree than any of us. Amon spoke with evident respect in his voice. I heard Rank 1 Amaha received an S+ rated Quinqua made from Jason. Could I take a look at it sometime? The moment Quinquas came up, especially an S+ rated Quinqua made from a half-kakuja, Mato's obsession couldn't be contained. Mato-san. Amon immediately gave Mato a warning. After all, such matters concerning Quinquas were serious business. Other investigators would certainly take offense at such a request. Mato-san's reputation within the CCG was already rather poor. Constantly making such impositions on fellow investigators wasn't a good look. It's fine, Amon. If Rank 1 Amaha isn't willing, I certainly won't force the issue. Mato said. Amon was momentarily speechless. This wasn't about whether the other person was willing or not, you simply shouldn't make such requests of fellow investigators in the first place. But Mato-san was his superior and someone he deeply respected, so he couldn't exactly lecture him. Shinohara's expression suggested he'd seen this coming. When they'd worked together in the past, Mato-san had done the same thing. His obsession with Quinquas was the most extreme Shinohara had ever witnessed among all investigators. Ding. Host has activated a mission. Divine selection initiated. Option 1, righteously refuse Kiryu motto. Ghoul investigators shouldn't casually show their quinquas to anyone. Reward, 10 fusion points. Option 2, agree to Kiryu motto's request and lend him the quinqua to examine sometime. Reward, 30 fusion points. Byakuya considered the options for only a moment before making his choice. Sure. I can bring the quinqua to show you sometime, Mato-san. Byakuya spoke calmly. Though 30 fusion points wasn't much, lending Mato a look at the quinqua had no real impact on him anyway. Unlike other investigators who depended almost entirely on their quinquas, he wasn't in that situation, which was precisely why they worried about quinqua intelligence leaking to ghouls. If someone wanted to see his Sharingan, now that he definitely wouldn't show so casually. Ding. Host has completed option 2. Reward, 30 fusion points. Hearing that Byakuya had actually agreed, Amon looked shocked. Shinohara was equally astonished as he looked at Byakuya. That was a half-Kakuja level quinqua, even Associate Special Class UI's quinqua wasn't as high-grade as Byakuya's. Such an important, high-grade quinqua, and he was willing to let Mato-san examine it. Though Mato-san's character was certainly trustworthy, he was excellent to colleagues and subordinates, and both Shinohara and Associate Special Class Huji had benefited greatly from working with him. Matters concerning quinquas really couldn't be taken lightly. Suzuya had no concept of such things. He was still planning to steal all 55 remaining Scorpion 156 daggers from the armory. Having just one felt unsatisfying. Never mind Amon and Shinohara, even Mato himself was surprised. Though he'd made the request, he hadn't really expected anything. After all, he'd been rejected many times by other investigators. Almost no one would agree to such a thing. His inner surprise mixing with delight, Mato said, "Really? Wonderful. Contact me when you're free. Let's exchange contact information." Thus, Byakuya and Mato exchanged contact details. Rank 1 Amaha, is this really okay? Amon couldn't help but ask. Byakuya's behavior was incomprehensible to him, to the point where his speech became halting. It's fine. I believe Mato-san is trustworthy. Byakuya said calmly. Though this was just a convenient excuse, it was actually true. From a human faction perspective, or as teammates, it was hard to find a more reliable ally in the CCG than Kiryu Mato. Setting aside stat monsters like Kishuarima was another matter entirely. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Pre-Battle Wills. Alright. Since Byakuya had said so, Amon didn't press further. He certainly agreed that Mato-san was trustworthy. Kori Ui, standing nearby, said nothing. This was Byakuya's own decision. Even as Byakuya's current superior, he wouldn't micromanage to that extent. Then Ui spoke to Byakuya, "Amahakuin, we should pick up the pace. The meeting is about to start." Afterward, they entered the Ward 11 Special Strategy Meeting room together. "Hello everyone, we're here." Shinohara pushed open the meeting room door and greeted those already seated. "Been waiting for you, Shinohara." Hee hee. Marud stood with his hands in his pockets, looking rather pleased. "You seem happy, Maru. When I got your call, I thought something serious had happened." Shinohara remarked. "Of course I'm happy. This is the biggest subjugation operation I've ever commanded. Naturally worth celebrating." Marud spoke excitedly. "If we pull this off nicely, I might even get another promotion." Amon watched Marud expressionlessly. As expected, the commander Shinohara-san mentioned was indeed Marud-san. "Yo, Amon. Still as buff as ever." Marud walked over and clapped Amon on the shoulder. Amon was somewhat displeased by the man's grinning demeanor. He'd heard that the Ward 11 CCG had been completely wiped out by Aojirai Tree this time, with so many colleagues sacrificed. Yet Marud-san could still smile so happily, all because of a promotion. By contrast, Amon's personality was rather upright and rigid. He certainly didn't mesh well with Marud. But the other party was a special class investigator, so Amon wouldn't show disrespect to a superior. After just patting Amon's shoulder, Marud moved toward Byakuya and Kori Ui. Notably, Mato was standing right beside Amon, but Marud seemed to have completely ignored him. Noticing this, Amon's fist clenched involuntarily. Marud-san's behavior really irked him, but he couldn't say anything. Mato didn't care at all. To him, worrying about such things was a waste of time better spent researching efficient quinquas for eliminating ghouls. Ui, and this must be the one they've been calling the strongest rookie, Amaha, right? Seeing Byakuya walking alongside Ui, Marud could guess his identity even without knowing him. "Yes. Hello, Marud-san." Byakuya greeted politely. "Not bad at all. You've eliminated quite a few ghouls in such a short time since joining." Marud exchanged a few casual words with Byakuya and Ui. Then he turned to look at Suzuya. By the way, is that a girl? He scrutinized Suzuya, momentarily unable to determine the gender. Shinohara whispered in Marud's ear, "That's the Suzuya I mentioned before." "Hello." Suzuya said obediently, though his gaze drifted elsewhere. "Ah, so you're that guy, the one Chairman Washa recommended." Marud immediately began commenting, completely different from how Arima looked back then. More similar to the chairman's vibe, actually. "Maru, don't badmouth the Washa family casually." Shinohara immediately warned Marud. "It's fine. As long as I don't say anything that damages his image in public." Marud said offhandedly. "Speaking of which, that part of his is really small. Can't even tell if he has balls or not." Ah. Then Marud made an outrageous comment. "Wait." Shinohara was stunned. Cold sweat broke out on his face as he immediately looked at Suzuya beside him, hoping Suzuya wouldn't talk back to Marud. Even Amon nearly lost control of his serious expression. Marud had actually said such a thing in this setting, right in front of Suzuya. He'd once instructed Suzuya at the academy, so he knew about Suzuya's past trauma, raised by a certain SS-rated ghoul who had done that to him. Though Suzuya didn't talk back, his expression turned ice-cold for an instant before disappearing just as quickly. Seeing that Suzuya hadn't argued with Marud, Shinohara breathed a sigh of relief. Ui just smiled awkwardly. This guy Marud's personality was still as unlikable as ever. Byakuya, meanwhile, quietly placed a hand on Suzuya's shoulder, as if trying to comfort him. Suzuya noticed and turned to smile at Byakuya. His unsettled expression improved considerably. Marud, who'd made those comments, was already moving on to business. Now then. The most important matter. This is the biggest subjugation operation of my career. What I need are reliable elites who won't screw things up. Marud said with a grin, "So all of you are members of the Ward 11 Special Countermeasures Unit. This is an order from me as Commander-in-Chief. None of you have the right to refuse." Shinohara rubbed his head. He'd expected this, but Marud's personality really gave him a headache. Even if Amaha and Suzuya wouldn't refuse, making such a bad first impression wasn't ideal. His own relationship with Marud was actually quite good. Marud could be a bit much, but his heart was in the right place. Byakuya said nothing, nor did Ui. Amon had already followed Mato to take seats at the meeting table. Notably, in the entire meeting room, only Mato had placed a Quinqua briefcase directly on the table, quite conspicuous, though no one would say anything about it. Then the special strategy meeting officially began. Most of the content covered the battle plan for the operation day. All investigators were to follow the plan accordingly. After the meeting ended, there was still one important task: writing wills. Before any major subjugation operation, every ghoul investigator had to write a will beforehand. That way, if they died in battle, at least they'd leave something for their family. After all, battles with ghouls often meant bodies couldn't even be recovered. Even Kishu Arima was no exception. Though he always submitted blank paper, because he simply didn't know who to write to. Byakuya had now returned home, preparing to write his will on the standardized paper the CCG had distributed. He sat at his desk thinking for quite a while. He didn't have any family in this world either. So the question was, who should he write his will to? Chapter 106, Chapter 106, The Will's Recipient. Kishu Arima submitted blank paper every time precisely because he had no family to write to. His only decent relationships were with the people in Squad 0, but even those were merely okay, far from the word family. Besides, writing a will to your colleagues would be too strange. By comparison, Byakuya was slightly better off. At least if he absolutely had to write something, he could write to Rise. Though Rise wasn't his family, there was no hard rule that wills had to be addressed to family. That said, Rise really was the person he was closest to at the moment. Byakuya thought about it and decided to just write something casual. He definitely wasn't going to die anyway, so the will would just rot away at CCG headquarters. Just as he was about to put pen to paper, Rise suddenly appeared behind him. "What are you writing?" Rise asked out of nowhere. Though Rise had moved silently, Byakuya could still sense her presence, so it didn't startle him. "Writing a will." Byakuya responded calmly. "A will? Why write something like that? Didn't you say you definitely wouldn't die?" Rise asked. "It's not like that. It's mandatory for all combat personnel, the CCG requires it. Has nothing to do with whether I'm confident or not." Byakuya explained, after all, every time the CCG clashes with a major ghoul force, casualties are severe. Bodies of fallen investigators often can't be recovered. Without a will, there'd be nothing left for their families. "I see. So who are you writing to?" "Come to think of it, I've never met your family." Rise continued asking. "My family is no longer around." "In this world," Byakuya added silently. His family from before transmigrating was perfectly fine, he certainly couldn't jinx them. Is that so? Then doesn't that mean you can't write a will? Rise's tone remained flat. She had no concept of family. Given her experiences in the Washa clan, the only person she could barely consider family was Shachi. But being rather rebellious, she didn't appreciate that overly nagging old foster father. Not necessarily. It's not strictly required to write to family. You can write to anyone, or just submit a blank page. Byakuya said. The moment his words fell, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Host has activated a mission. Divine selection initiated. Option 1, submit a blank will. Reward, 10 fusion points. Option 2, address that will to either Kurona Yasuhisa or Nishiro Yasuhisa, and the content must not be too perfunctory. Reward, 30 fusion points. Option 3, address that will to Rise Kamishiro, and the content must not be too perfunctory. Reward, 50 fusion points. Just as Byakuya was studying these three options, Rise suddenly rested her chin on his shoulder. Since you can write to anyone, why not write to me? You don't really have any better options, do you? Rise said with a smile. That's true. Byakuya agreed. Actually, he had a feeling that if he mentioned he could also choose Kurona or Nishiro, Rise would probably turn hostile immediately. There was a hint of threat hidden beneath that smile of hers. Besides, addressing the will to Rise gave a higher system reward. He didn't think much more about it. However, now there was a new problem. How should he write the will? The system wouldn't let him be perfunctory. He couldn't just write a poem and be done with it, could he? And Rise was watching the whole time. It felt somewhat awkward. Byakuya thought for quite a while before finally putting pen to paper. Humanity pursues peace yet yearns for war. This is humanity's unique duality. Like two sides of the same coin, to protect one side, you must sacrifice the other. To Kamishiro-san. Of course, Byakuya hadn't come up with this himself, he'd borrowed it from memory. It was fitting for this subjugation operation and carried a double meaning. For instance, investigators sacrificing their lives to protect their families by waging war against ghouls. This shouldn't count as perfunctory, right? Ding. Host has completed option 3. Reward, 50 fusion points. Indeed, the will passed the system's judgment. Apparently, the system's standards weren't too strict. As for why Byakuya had written Kamishiro-san instead of Rise's full name, it was to prevent anyone at the CCG from peeking at his will. Currently, the Washa clan didn't know Rise's current name was Rise Kamishiro. As long as the name Rise wasn't exposed, things would be fine. Otherwise, Shachi would never have the chance to be rescued from Cochlea by Aijirai tree. At the very least, he'd be tortured until he revealed Rise's whereabouts. What even is this? It looks so cringeworthy. Do all you humans have this kind of humorous talent? Rise commented mercilessly. She was even being a bit caustic toward Byakuya now. Ah, is it really that cringeworthy? I thought it was fine. Byakuya felt a bit embarrassed. Though I doubt anyone at the CCG will actually read your will. Cringeworthy or not doesn't really matter. Rise said casually. Clearly, she didn't think this thing would ever reach her hands, so she looked completely unconcerned. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Ward 11 Special Countermeasures Unit. After the Special Strategy meeting concluded, the roster for the Ward 11 Special Countermeasures Unit was also announced. Kuroiwa Iwao, age 39, Deputy Commander. Special Class Investigator Affiliation, Ward 13. 181 cm per 85 kg blood type, A. Quinkwa, Kukaku, New Proto/Rinkaku, Kuroiwa Special. Shinohara Yukinori, age 37. Special Class Investigator Affiliation, Ward 20. 185 cm per 92 kg blood type, O. Quinkwa, Kukaku, New Proto/Bikaku, Oni Yamada No. 1. Amaha Byakuya, age 18. Rank 1 Investigator Affiliation, Ward 20. 178 cm per 65 kg blood type, O. Quinkwa, Hafkakuja, 13th Jason/Rinkaku, Thorn/Bikaku, Hirako 176th. Suzuya Juzu, age 19. Rank 3 Investigator Affiliation, Ward 20. 160 cm per 47 kg blood type, AB. Quinkwa, Bikaku, Scorpion 156th. These were the members listed in the Ward 11 Special Countermeasures Unit, over a dozen people in total, though not all were combat personnel. For instance, Commander-in-Chief Marud would be directing operations from Ward 1 headquarters. Huji-san, the roster for the Ward 11 Special Countermeasures Unit is out. Why am I the only one left behind? Takizawa Sido looked at the roster on the desk, clearly dissatisfied. In terms of combat skills, I'm certainly not as good as that top-ranked Motto guy, but I have resolve and confidence. Takizawa-kun, let it go. Hoji Kusuke tried to console him. But Hoji-san, I want to fight too. Takizawa was frustrated. Even though the Ward 11 operation is extremely important, we can't neglect defense of other areas. This was Marud-san's carefully considered decision. Hoji comforted him, this ward has been entrusted to the two of us, you know. We should be proud of that. Takizawa was silent for a moment, but looking at one particular name on the roster, he couldn't help saying, Juzu is only rank 3 right now. I'm forever second. Takizawa had always been overshadowed by top-ranked Akira Motto, perpetually coming in second. Now Suzuya, a rank 3 investigator, got to participate in the operation, while he, a rank 2 who'd graduated second in his academy class, could only stay here. It threw him off balance. If there was any consolation, it was that Akira Motto hadn't been assigned to participate either. Meanwhile, Shinohara was also reviewing the roster. Quite a few investigators from headquarters on this list. Shows how seriously Maru is taking this operation. The listed investigators were essentially all elites. Only Suzuya lacked notable achievements, but he'd been selected because of Chairman Washu's high regard for him. The last rookie specially recommended by the chairman had been Kishu Arima, and everyone knew how capable Arima was now. But Ward 23's defensive forces have become rather thin, haven't they? I hope it'll be alright. Amon was also reading the roster, murmuring to himself, as expected, Suzuya is the only rank 3. As long as he can be useful. Marud-san probably considers Juzu's utility value high enough. Shinohara remarked. Speaking of which, where did Suzuya go? Amon hadn't seen Suzuya for a while. Probably playing on some rooftop somewhere. Shinohara guessed. At that moment, Suzuya was indeed on a rooftop, wobbling along the edge railing in some strange dance, seemingly unconcerned about accidentally falling off. Ray-chan, there seem to be lots and lots of ghouls in Ward 11. Looks like I'll get brand new quinkwas soon, how exciting. Suzuya talked to himself. Actually, he developed a second personality and was conversing with his other self, Suzuya Ray. If you're not a good child, Mama will scold you. Byakuya naturally wasn't idle either. His will had been submitted and was now stored at CCG headquarters. He was currently discussing the Ward 11 operation with Kori Ui. We'll be breaching Aojirai Tree's patrol perimeter from the 12 o'clock direction, eventually linking up with Shinohara-san and Kuroiwa-san to jointly assault Aojirai Tree's base. That's the plan, but we'll likely encounter Aojirai executives along the way. UI analyzed based on current intelligence. The relatively threatening Jason has already been eliminated by you. That guy was extraordinarily brutal, every investigator he targeted was thoroughly tortured before being discarded like garbage. Plus, we had no idea he was a half-kakuja until now. It's fortunate you dealt with him, otherwise this operation would have had far more casualties. The one we need to watch out for most now is their leader, the One-Eyed King. Though he hasn't personally appeared in recent years, he's most likely the One-Eyed Owl from 10 years ago who inflicted massive damage on the CCG. Even with Kuroiwa-san, who seriously wounded the One-Eyed Owl back then, participating, this is still an extremely dangerous enemy we absolutely cannot underestimate. Next are Tatara and Noro, both rated SS+. Tatara comes from Qixi Lian, a ghoul organization from China that's already been annihilated. I feel like Hoji-san should have participated in this operation too, since he led the team that destroyed Qixi Lian. As for Noro, there's very little intel, we only know his regeneration is extraordinarily terrifying. UI also briefly analyzed Ayato Kirishima and the Bin brothers, though these three executives posed far less threat than the ones mentioned above. Aojirai Tree was arguably the strongest ghoul organization the CCG had ever faced, assuming Aojirai's full force was in Ward 11. No one inside the CCG could have anticipated that Aojirai would attack Koklea Prison in Ward 23, except for Byakuya and Kishu Arima. Truly a formidable operation. Byakuya merely offered a sigh in agreement. On the eve of the Aojirai Tree operation, Yoshimura and Yomo were having a private discussion upstairs. Are you really going, Yoshimura-san? Yomo asked gravely. Yes. I'll leave the coffee shop in your care for now. Yoshimura was dressed in a dark red robe and wearing a black hat he hadn't worn in years, the same hat he'd worn during his V organization days. All V organization members typically dressed in black suits with black hats. Though Yoshimura had left V over 20 years ago, he still habitually dressed this way when going out. Understood. Yomo asked no further questions, simply nodding slightly. Meanwhile, at CCG headquarters in Ward 1, the participating investigators were completing their pre-battle preparations. Marud wore the Commander-in-Chief insignia on his arm, grinning darkly as he shouted, "Playtime with the ghoul brats begins now. Peace on death. Kids, repeat after me. POD. POD. Countless fully equipped investigators chanted in unison, their fierce expressions as if ready to tear apart the enemies they'd soon face. The overwhelming momentum greatly boosted morale. Kuroiwa Iwao, Shinohara Yukinori, Byakuya, and the entire Ward 11 Special Countermeasures unit stood at the front of the formation, the roaring voices of the investigators behind them thundering in their ears. So which side dies? Ghouls. Ghouls. That's right. Now then, you trash, go kill. This is a golden opportunity for promotion. Ha ha ha. Spurred on by Commander Marud, armored vehicles, armed helicopters, and over 1,000 investigators surged toward Ward 11. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Rise in the White Mask. Ward 11. Inside the abandoned building serving as Aojirai Tree's base. Banju and his fellow Ward 11 ghouls were being put to work for Aojirai Tree. A ghoul with distorted features, apparently having been severely wounded by investigators in the past, served as their overseer, punishing anyone who didn't work fast enough. All of you better cut faster, damn it. Or we won't make it in time for Group 1's feeding hour. The overseer was berating the working ghouls. These ghouls in Aojirai Tree's uniform worked in what resembled a factory assembly line, cutting up human corpses that Aojirai's hunting parties had brought back. Wearing gloves and wielding knives, they looked almost professional. Only the Ward 11 ghouls did this hard labor. Other Aojirai ghouls were naturally exempt, blatant discrimination. Brat. You dare steal food. Suddenly, an incident occurred. The overseer had apparently caught a young ghoul sneaking a bite of meat and immediately kicked him into a wall. Ugh. The little boy clutched his stomach in pain. You little brat. Just as the overseer was about to slap the boy, Banju suddenly stepped between them, taking the slap himself. Even a single slap from a ghoul's strength could snap an ordinary human's neck. Banju's body wasn't much stronger than a regular human's. The slap sent him crashing to the ground. If that slap had landed on the Freilier child, it would have been much worse. The overseer paused. Banju, what are you doing? I'm sorry. Banju immediately knelt and pressed his forehead to the ground. I told him to steal it because we were just too hungry. Hearing this, the overseer's twisted, asymmetrical eyes bulged with bloodshot veins. You think that'll make it okay? He immediately stomped on Banju's head, beating him while cursing, you Ward 11 garbage. Banju endured a lengthy beating before being released, his body covered in wounds. At least being a ghoul gave him some regeneration. After nearly a full day of hard labor, the Ward 11 ghouls were locked in a prison-like room. Inside their cell, there were only a few scattered bone fragments, their food for the day. And even those scraps had to be shared among several people. Just these bone scraps. They're treating us like dogs. Though furious, no one dared do anything about it. Big brother Banju, I'm sorry. Today was my fault. The little boy who'd been caught stealing blamed himself. Because of his mistake, Big brother Banju's face was still covered in bruises and swelling. Even with regeneration, the damage was visible, showing just how badly Banju had been beaten. Kuma, we absolutely cannot draw their attention. Otherwise, our plan could easily fall through. You want to protect your mom, right? Before we escape, we have to endure a little. Banju had no intention of blaming Kuma, instead speaking gently. Yeah. Kuma nodded firmly. Not only that, but Banju gave all his bone scraps to Kuma. Here, eat my share too. It'll help you hold out longer. Banju-san. Kuma's mother immediately expressed concern. Banju usually took all the blame, and getting beaten meant his regeneration consumed more RC cells, making him hungrier faster. It's fine. Kids need to eat to grow. Besides, if I don't slim down a bit, I'll be even less popular with the ladies. Banju laughed optimistically. But the moment he finished speaking, his stomach let out a loud gurgle. He was immediately embarrassed. Everyone contributed part of their bone scraps to Banju. Take it, boss. If you can't hold out first, who'll lead us? Sigh, come to think of it, we don't have much time left. Having failed to find Rai-san, I'm worthless to Aojirai Tree now. At least before they dispose of me as useless garbage, I have to get you all out. That's what a boss does. Banju sighed. Even now, I keep thinking, if someone as powerful as Rai-san had become our leader, maybe Ward 11 wouldn't have been taken over. Everyone would have been happier. Please don't say that, Banju-san. We've always thought you were the best leader. That's right. Rai-san aside, without you, we probably would have been killed by investigators long ago. No one agreed with Banju's self-assessment. Banju smiled. You're right, I shouldn't be saying such things. Alright, let's start moving. That night, with Tatara and Ito away and Yamori already eliminated by Byakuya, Aojirai's attention was focused on defending against the CCG assault. This was their best chance to escape. Tonight, only the Bin brothers were on patrol rotation. When the younger Bin brother went to change shifts, Banju led several companions through the forest cautiously. Everyone whispered to ease their tension while fleeing quickly. But just as they were about to exit Aojirai's patrol range, they suddenly encountered a ghoul who looked like a desiccated corpse, not wearing any mask. Aya! Before they could react, the ghoul opened its mouth and shrieked. Even though they came to their senses and killed it immediately, it was too late. Why are there Aojirai ghouls here too? Never mind that, the Bin brothers are coming. They looked back and sure enough, the younger Bin brother was rushing toward them at breakneck speed, far faster than they could run. Don't look back. Run! Banju shouted urgently. But perhaps due to the sudden stress, Kuma's mother tripped and fell. Mom! Kuma instinctively threw himself in front of his mother without thinking. In that brief instant, Bin had already caught up, releasing his Bikaku. Just as that Bikaku was about to pierce Kuma, Banju tried to throw himself in to save the boy. But then something unexpected happened. A figure appeared like a phantom, moving even faster than Bin. For dark crimson Rinkakukagun shot out from the side, instantly bisecting Bin at the waist. His upper and lower body separated before he even knew how he died. The mysterious woman had purple hair, wore a purple dress, and donned a white mask. It was Rise, who had somehow borrowed Byakuya's white mask. Rise-san. Though she was masked, Banju recognized her immediately. After all, she was too easy to identify. Rise ignored Banju and the others. Just as she was turning to leave, the boy named Kuma spoke excitedly, Thank you, Rise-nichan. Because he and his mother had been saved. Only then did Rise glance back at them. If you want to thank someone, thank that Byakuya guy. If not for him, I wouldn't have bothered saving you useless lot. Chapter 109, as expected of them and Rise-san chose. The day before these events. Byakuya had naturally anticipated that Banju would most likely lead his companions in an escape from Aojirai tree. Compared to the original timeline, conditions were even more favorable now without Yamori around, an excellent opportunity to flee. But things wouldn't go smoothly. They'd likely be hunted by the Bin brothers, which would be difficult to handle. In that scenario, at least half would die, since someone would have to hold off the Bin brothers. Ayato Kirishima and Noro were out on operations, so they weren't a concern. Ding! Host has activated a mission. Divine selection initiated. Option 1, treat it as none of your concern. Reward, 1 fusion point. Option 2, save Banju and his Ward 11 companions, but face the S-rated Bin brothers. Reward, 50 fusion points. Byakuya decided to discuss this with Kurona and Nishiro. He himself would soon be leading troops into battle and couldn't spare time to rescue Banju and the others, who were planning to escape right before the operation. With their advantage of Washukagun, the Yasuhisa sisters could easily handle the Bin brothers, 2 executives that even Amon could solo. After days of special training under Kyoko Ora, they'd grown stronger and had been secretly improving their control over their Washukagun. Kurona-san, Nishiro-san, could you do me a favor? What kind of favor? Please tell us, Onaikan. Both sisters responded coolly. The Ward 11 Aojirai tree operation is about to begin. There are some people over there I'm concerned about, but I can't get away right now. I need your help. Byakuya explained the general situation. Of course that's fine. After all, it's a request from Onaikan. Nishiro agreed without hesitation. I have no objections either. Kurona said softly. But just then, Rise walked over. Darling, why didn't you ask me? Ah. I figured with your personality you wouldn't want to do this kind of thing, so I wasn't planning to ask. Byakuya said honestly. After all, Rise had never cared about other ghouls' lives. Whether human or ghoul, all lives were like grass to her. She only acted for her own pleasure. If he asked Rise to do this, she'd probably just find him tediously boring. So he'd simply not considered asking her. Byakuya certainly understood Rise's personality well, but he'd overlooked one thing: Rise's opportunities to show her true nature in the original series were quite limited. That didn't mean she couldn't change for someone. After all, Rise as a child and Rise later weren't the same personality either, one reason being that Shachi had probably spoiled her. That can't be right. After all, I did spend time in Ward 11. Those people are at least acquaintances. Rise smiled as she spoke. So you're willing to save them? Byakuya was somewhat surprised. Rise wasn't acting as he'd expected. Of course. Rise nodded. Though saving those people was just incidental. The real reason was she wanted to keep an eye on Byakuya's safety, she just didn't want him to know. If it were purely about saving those people, she might not actually be willing. But now Kurona was displeased. We were asked first. Doesn't Rai-san understand the concept of first come first served? Corona is right. Onaikan asked us first. Nishiro echoed her sister. Are you trying to lecture me? Rai's smile suddenly seemed off. Byakuya sensed the tension immediately. He hadn't expected even this to spark conflict between Rai and the sisters. But he reacted quickly. Then, why don't you all go together? That way you can look out for each other. This seemed the best choice to calm both sides. Besides, having Rai accompany the Yasuhisa sisters was definitely optimal. It minimized all risks. Noro had been ordered by Ito to stall for time without counterattacking. Apart from Noro, the biggest threat was Ayato Kirishima. Not to mention, Rai alone could wipe out both the Bin brothers and Ayato. Adding the Yasuhisa sisters meant they could literally crush all of Aogirai's remaining forces in Ward 11, leaving only Noro as a problem. That being the case, it might seem like the CCG had nothing left to do. But that wasn't true. Their real enemy wasn't the Aogirai ghouls, it was the SSS-rated, non-killing owl. He knew manager Yoshimura would definitely make his move, to cover for and protect his daughter. That was certain. Byakuya's words successfully defused the conflict between Rai and the sisters. Though they still seemed to be competing silently, wanting to see who could eliminate the Bin brothers faster. By the way, do you have a mask? Byakuya suddenly thought of an issue. If Rai didn't wear a mask and was accidentally spotted by an investigator, her identity would be exposed. The V organization would come knocking immediately. No. I never wear those things. Rai said casually. It's so boring and stupid. We're at the top of the food chain yet we have to hide our faces. This isn't about whether it's boring or not. If your identity is exposed, it'll be huge trouble. Byakuya thought for a moment and lent Rai his white mask, his tone brooking no refusal. Here, use my mask for now. This is an order, not a choice. Perhaps Rai was confident she wouldn't be seen by investigators, but better safe than sorry. Caution was best in such important matters. Even when dealing with Rai, he wouldn't be casual about this. This also saved him a trip to Yuta's place in Ward 4 to have a new mask made for Rai. A random mask from a store would break too easily. Fine. Rai accepted the white mask. It definitely carried Byakuya's rich scent, perhaps that was why she was willing to accept it. Thus, a world where only the Bin brothers suffered misfortune was about to be born. The Bin brothers probably just wanted to say, it's not me who's wrong, it's this world, practically ready to chant unravel. And so, when Rai dispatched the younger Bin brother, the older one had already been obliterated by Kurona and Nishiro. Being only S-rated, or perhaps S-, he stood no chance against the sisters 2-on-1. He was instantly killed. I wonder how Rai-san did. Were we faster? Kurona and Nishiro completely ignored the Bin dead at their feet, caring only about who had been quicker, them or Rai. On the other side, Rai left those cold words and vanished in the blink of an eye. Banju wanted to say something but had no chance. Remembering that Rai-san had mentioned that young man again, Banju was filled with admiration. Amaha-san, huh? He actually convinced Rai-san to help us. Truly, as expected of the man Rai-san chose. Chapter 110, Uchiha Gunbai. No, wait, the older Bin brother might be pursuing us right now. We need to move immediately, or we'll waste Amaha-san and Rai-san's efforts to save us. Banju quickly realized they shouldn't be standing around. Of course, they didn't know the older Bin brother had already been dealt with by Kurona and Nishiro. They could soon escape Aogirai's patrol range. As long as they didn't run into Noro or Ayato outside, they'd be fine. Even after leaving the patrol range, they didn't dare rest, continuing until they'd escaped Ward 11 entirely. But they couldn't rest for long either, they wanted to settle down in Ward 20. It wasn't that they needed to trouble Antiku. With their circumstances, even a random abandoned shack in Ward 20 would be better than life under Aogirai. The moment Rai and the Yasuhisa sisters dealt with the Bin brothers, Byakuya immediately received feedback. Ding. Host has completed option 2, save Banju and his Ward 11 companions. Reward, 50 fusion points. With the Bin brothers gone, Banju and the others were naturally saved. Otherwise, according to the original timeline, most of them except Banju would have died horribly at Yumori's hands, including that mother and son. Even the drag queen, Nico, had shown enough pity to give them quick deaths. Gaining another 50 fusion points, Byakuya took the opportunity to check his system panel. Host, Amaha Byakuya. Identity, human. Age, 18. Fusion target, Uchiha Madara. Fusion progress, LV3, 0/2500. Equipment, white mask, in use, S+, rated Quinqua, 13th Jason, B rated Thorn, B rated Scorpion 156th. Abilities, Mangekyo Sharingan, Hashirama Cells LV3, Taijutsu LV3, A-rank ninjutsu, fire style, dragon flame caterwall, transcription seal, wood style, deep forest emergence. Fusion points, 662, cumulative, 1,272. System shop. Byakuya noticed he could now afford the Uchiha Gunbai. In this Aojirai tree operation, the enemy he was most wary of wasn't actually Aojirai's ghouls, it was manager Yoshimura. The Uchiha Gunbai would probably prove very useful, given its strength was comparable to an SSS-rated Kukaku Quinkwa. Of course, this didn't mean the Gunbai's upper limit was only SSS-rated, it was simply that this world's Quinkwa rating system maxed out at SSS. There was no higher classification available. Ding. Host has purchased Uchiha Gunbai. 500 fusion points consumed. Current remaining fusion points, 162. After the purchase, his equipment list updated immediately. Equipment, Uchiha Gunbai, White Mask, in use, 13th Jason, Thorn, Scorpion 156th. At this very moment, massive numbers of CCG investigators and armored vehicles had surrounded Aojirai Tree's entire base in Ward 11. Armed helicopters circled overhead. Aojirai's base consisted of 8 buildings. Aside from the rear facing the sea, 3 sides were surrounded by forest. This terrain made breaching Aojirai's base significantly more difficult for the investigators. Due to concerns that the operation may affect civilians, nearby residents are being guided by police to designated evacuation points. The on-site commander for this operation is Special Class Investigator Marud. Regarding this large-scale operation, Special Class Marud has expressed strong confidence. Commander-in-Chief Marud was being interviewed by embedded war correspondents. We will stake our lives to protect the residents' safety. But that only accounts for 99%. The remaining 1% depends on everyone's cooperation. We will definitely reclaim peace for Tokyo's Ward 11. On the live broadcast, Marud exuded confidence. But the moment the reporter walked away, his expression darkened. Their assault wasn't going smoothly. It was now 11 p.m., 3 hours since the operation began. Aojirai's resistance was fiercer than anticipated. They'd even seized firearms from the Ward 11 CCG branch. With territorial advantage, guns, and Kukaku ghouls shielding the shooters from bullets, the first wave of regular investigators had suffered heavy casualties. There were ghouls within Aojirai capable of teaching others to use firearms, and their marksmanship wasn't bad. The CCG investigators had been pushed into a bitter stalemate. Why can't we break through? Suzuya asked, puzzled. Because we can't hit those ghouls. A frontal assault isn't working, and the rear by the sea is too risky with unknown ambush potential. Amon explained. Iwa-san, how's the front line? Shinohara asked Kuroiwa nearby. Still locked in combat. Marud's already lost his patience. Kuroiwa said. Given this terrain, a frontal breakthrough is most efficient. But breaking through right now is extremely difficult. Just as Kuroiwa said, Marud was extremely frustrated. He grabbed the rifle from an investigator lying prone nearby and fired a shot, instantly killing a ghoul in the building. You clumsy idiots. Even kids playing video games are better than you. Marud finally snapped and started cursing. Marud-san, do you have a sniper rifle? Lend me one. At that moment, Byakuya appeared behind Marud without warning. Marud nearly jumped. Oh, it's you, Amaha. A sniper rifle. He glanced over at a guy who'd been aiming a sniper rifle for ages without seemingly knowing who to shoot at. Hey. You over there, lend your sniper rifle to rank 1 Amaha. These idiots were too slow anyway. Better to let Amaha use it. He was also curious what Amaha was planning. Sniper rifle in hand, Byakuya immediately aimed at certain figures high in the building. That was Aojirai's sniper team, and the biggest obstacle to the CCG's assault. Most notably, their leader Scope was the marksmanship instructor who'd trained Aojirai's other ghouls. With his vision and perception, Byakuya didn't need a scope or binoculars to locate Aojirai's sniper team. He'd trained with firearms at the academy. Bang. His first shot went straight for Scope's head, blowing it apart. Though ghouls weren't so easily killed, this would at least prevent him from sniping the advancing investigators for now. The other snipers were affected too, their leader had been shot. The sniper fire from above suddenly went silent. Oh. Nice work, Amaha. Marud immediately recognized the impact of Byakuya's shot. He began barking orders, move in. Everyone move in. If you can't break through, you're all going home. Chapter 111, The One-Eyed Owl. Who would have thought Amaha was a shooting prodigy? That shot he just took apparently dropped the enemy sniper team's leader. The tide was turning, and Marud's expression brightened considerably. Watching Byakuya maintain his position trained on building 1's upper floors, taking occasional shots, he couldn't help but exclaim to Kori Ui. I actually wasn't aware of that either. UI offered an awkward smile. Really? He's quite modest then. And a versatile genius at that. Marut stroked his chin thoughtfully. At that moment, Byakuya kept his scope fixed on building 1's elevated positions. The moment any Aojirai tree sniper dared show their head, he put a bullet through it. Under his near-perfect accuracy, Aojirai's sniper team was rendered completely ineffective. With that, the CCG finally breached building 1 successfully. Byakuya set down his sniper rifle. Now it was time for the Ward 11 Special Countermeasures Unit to make their entrance. Only investigators wielding quinquas could engage ghouls at close quarters. First Class Investigator Take Hirako, Rank 1 Investigator Kotaro Amon, Associate Special Class Investigator Senzuchino, and others were already locked in combat with ghouls in Building 1. Byakuya, UI, and the rest followed the original plan, advancing into another building. Eventually, all forces would converge for a combined assault on Aojirai Tree's command center in the deepest section. Suzuya's wandered off somewhere alone again. I hope he doesn't run into any Aojirai executives. Juzu Suzuya had apparently gone off on his own, prompting Shinohara to voice his concern. Ding. Host defeated a berated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. Ding. Host defeated a berated ghoul. Reward, 5 fusion points. The battle raged from night through to the following day, and Byakuya had already driven off quite a few ghouls. With numerous ghouls occupying each building, the CCG had only managed to secure buildings 1, 2, and 4 by this point. Moreover, they'd only encountered one Aojirai executive so far, Ayato Kirishima. An extremely fast Okaka-type ghoul. Even when spotted, he was nearly impossible to catch. Something feels off. So far, only one of the other teams has encountered an executive. We haven't seen the Bin brothers or any of the other executives. Shinohara sensed something was wrong. The ones we've faced have mostly been berated or lower. There's no way Aojirai Tree's fighting force is this weak. Amon chimed in. By now, half of the Ward 11 Special Countermeasures Unit had assembled. Shinohara, Kuroiwa, Hirako, Kiryomato, and Kotaro Amon. Could the other executives and stronger ghouls all be gathered at the enemy command center? Kuroiwa suggested. Let's not worry about that for now. We'll find out once we breach the command center. Just as Shinohara was about to head toward Building 5, the one closest to the command center, a towering figure blocked their path at the floor's entrance. Shinohara and Kuroiwa, who had both fought the one-eyed owl before, felt a distant, familiar dread wash over them at the sight of that silhouette. Their eyes went wide. Mato's expression twisted into something feral, his hand trembling around his quinqua case. Stop. Kuroiwa immediately bellowed to everyone behind him. Special Class Kuroiwa. What's happening? The entire team was bewildered. Besides Kuroiwa, only Shinohara and Mato understood what they were facing. That thing, why is it here? Shinohara muttered in disbelief. Shinohara-san, what's going on? Amon couldn't help but ask. It's the owl. The SSS-rated one-eyed owl. The natural disaster that appeared 10 years ago. Shinohara's voice was grave, his expression severe. 10 years ago, the one-eyed owl had first appeared. Special Class Investigator Mikito Yuri of Ward 3 was killed by a mysterious ghoul. The unknown ghoul was temporarily designated X and preliminarily rated S-Class due to its overwhelming power that surpassed even a Special Class Investigator. A month after the Ward 3 incident, X launched a large-scale assault on the Ward 2 CCG branch, inflicting massive casualties. Its threat level was subsequently raised from S to SS. X's appearance was also revealed during the Ward 2 attack. Based on its form, the CCG renamed it Owl. It possessed approximately 6 to 8 kakuho, confirming it as a kakuja. Since the owl only had a single kakugan, it was also called the one-eyed owl. Later, the owl led multiple ghouls in an assault on Cochlea in Ward 23, prompting another upgrade to SSS rated. Following that, the owl and its gang launched a second attack on Ward 2. At that time, Kuroiwa, then a first-class investigator, dealt a critical blow to the owl's kakuho. But when the owl returned for a third attack on Ward 2, it came alone, and was even stronger than before. Faced with the owl's overwhelming power, the entire CCG was helpless. It wasn't until the then 19-year-old Rank 2 investigator Kishu Arima entered the battle that the tide finally turned. At that time, Arima had just been personally promoted by Chief Washu from Rank 3 to Rank 2. Despite his youth, he wielded Special Class Investigators' quinquas with masterful skill. Author's note: yes, the anime changed this part too. In the manga, Arima borrowed a Special Class Investigator's quinqua and only managed to fight the manager to a standstill 10 years ago, not crushing him with 2 berated quinquas. After the grueling battle, the manager lost 2 kakuho and fled. Simply put, if the manager had been willing to eat while fighting, he could have soloed the entire CCG back then. Only Arima and the Washa family could have stopped him. With its Kakuho wounded again, the owl vanished and hadn't been heard from since. What the CCG didn't know was that the owl that attacked Ward 2 the third time wasn't the same one from before. Yoshimura had charged into Ward 2 alone to protect his daughter, diverting the Washa's attention and making them believe he was the same one-eyed owl from before. He knew that if the Washa discovered Ito's identity as a natural-born half-ghoul, they would pursue her relentlessly. This explained why the owl in the third Ward 2 attack was so much stronger than before. At that time, Ito hadn't fully developed yet, so naturally she wasn't as powerful as the battle-hardened, near-peak manager. Counting back the timeline, the middle-aged manager of over 20 years ago would have been in his true prime before aging set in. Back then, Ito hadn't yet assumed her current monstrous form but rather resembled the non-killing owl's appearance. More precisely, the manager had altered his Kakuja form to perfectly mimic his daughter's appearance at the time, all to protect her. The sudden appearance of the one-eyed owl, which had vanished for 10 years, was something Shinohara and Kuroiwa had never anticipated. Though Mato had finally encountered the enemy he dreamed of tearing apart for countless nights, he found he still lacked the absolute courage to face it. His trembling hands were born not only of agitation, the one-eyed owl's oppressive presence struck an uncontrollable terror into his heart. Shinohara. Kuroiwa caught Shinohara's eye, silently signaling him to watch Mato and prevent any reckless action. They both knew the owl had killed Mato's wife, but if hatred clouded his judgment, nothing good would come of it. 10 years ago, Mato had been too afraid to face the owl during its third assault on Ward 2. This time, he wouldn't retreat as he had back then. Owl. Chapter 112, Facing the SSS-rated Owl. With a roar of fury, Mato opened his Quinqua case. This time he'd brought Kara, presumably S-rated. Mato. You can't lose your head at a time like this. Shinohara called out preemptively, worried about Mato acting rashly. Perhaps Shinohara's voice was loud enough, it seemed to snap Mato back to his senses. Mato-san. Amon watched Mato with a grave, worried expression. I know. Mato ground his teeth, glaring at the one-eyed owl before him, not daring to make any sudden moves. Shinohara was right. The one-eyed owl was far too powerful. Recklessness would be fatal. He had to forcibly suppress his emotions, gripping his Quinqua with white-knuckled intensity. Maru, we've got a serious problem. The owl has appeared. Shinohara immediately contacted Marud via radio. The owl. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Marud, usually all smiles and casual demeanor, now wore a grave expression. Aojirai Tree's operational style does seem similar to the group led by the one-eyed owl 10 years ago. Could their leader really be the owl? TCH. Marud grew increasingly agitated. If only Arima were here, but he's still in Ward 24. There's no way he'd make it in time. Damn it. Shinohara. Leave only the fearless elites behind. Transfer all other investigators to the other buildings. If even you all can't handle it, then there's nothing to be done. No pointless deaths, no wasting time, fight the owl with as few people as possible. That's all. However eager Marud was for glory, he wouldn't make irrational decisions. If this really was the same owl from 10 years ago, no one but Arima could handle it. Even with 2 special-class investigators and over a dozen associate special-class and first-class investigators present, their lineup couldn't match the owl suppression operation from a decade ago. Back then, the CCG had assembled all their elite forces and still couldn't defeat the lone owl, much less now, fighting in the enemy's stronghold. Shinohara let out a long sigh. He immediately began organizing personnel deployment. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Associate Special Class Chino arriving from the side. Chino. Take everyone to Building 7. Why yes, sir. Chino hadn't quite processed the situation yet. Hirako, Mato, you two stay. Amon, head to Building 7. Those from Ward 13 at first class and above, stay with me. Everyone else, follow Associate Special Class Chino out. Shinohara and Kuroiwa exchanged glances and simultaneously began assigning who would stay to fight the owl. Why? I want to fight too. Amon immediately refused. These are orders from your superiors, Amon. Don't be stubborn. Shinohara said. Amon, there's a real chance we might die here, myself included. You shouldn't die in this place. Mato also tried to persuade him. No. Mato-san, Shinohara-san, please let me stay and fight. Amon's expression was resolute, showing no fear of death. Shinohara's face softened with a look of gratification. Mato-san, you've trained an exceptional investigator. Mato was visibly moved as well, remembering how he himself hadn't been nearly as brave as Amon 10 years ago. Rank 1 Amon. Yes, sir. Shinohara walked toward Amon, then suddenly threw a punch that knocked him flat. The other investigators looked on in shock. Associate Special Class Chino, take Amon with you. Shinohara turned back to face the owl. Don't underestimate a special class investigator, Amon. And it'd be a real shame if someone like you died here. Yes, sir. Amon lowered his head in silence for a long moment before following Chino away. But shortly after leaving the room, he ran into Byakuya and Ui heading toward him, their cold, severe expressions making clear they were going to fight the owl. He couldn't help but glance back at Byakuya as they passed. They were both rank 1, yet worlds apart in ability. Rank 1 Amaha was probably the only rank 1 investigator qualified to fight the owl here. Having taken down an S+, rated half-Kakuja, rank 1 Amaha's true strength couldn't be measured by his rank anymore. Meanwhile, Amon, the former top graduate of his year, still had no impressive achievements to show. But Amon didn't let this discourage him. He'd already come to view rank 1 Amaha as motivation to push himself harder. Hirako, what's the strongest ghoul you've ever taken down? Before the battle began, Shinohara asked the helmet-wearing, plain-faced man beside him. An S-rated Tokyo Ghoul. Hirako answered in his usual deadpan manner. Got it. Shinohara nodded slightly. I'm the type whose death wouldn't really matter, huh? Hirako commented flatly. Shinohara's expression grew awkward. And no, that's not. It's fine. I know where I stand. Hirako said calmly. Shinohara-san, Kuroiwa-san, is that the owl? By now, Byakuya and Ui had arrived. Ui stared at the massive figure ahead and asked gravely. Yes. You and Amaha are here too. Good, everyone's accounted for. Shinohara pressed his hand to the center of his collarbone, apparently triggering some kind of biometric lock on his quinqua. In an instant, his body armor transformed into Kakuja armor. Kuroiwa underwent the same transformation. This was the Kakuja Quinqua, new proto. Meanwhile, Yoshimura had stood motionless while they organized their forces, not making a single move. He was here to stall these elite investigators, he had no intention of attacking them first. Amahakuin is here, but I don't see the blue-haired young man from 10 years ago. He must not be participating in this operation. But those suits the two special class investigators wore. They disgusted him. A man of his experience could guess exactly how such quinquas were made. Ding. Host encounters SSS-rated ghoul, non-killing owl, for the first time. Reward, 30 fusion points. Byakuya set down the case containing 13th Jason and retrieved the Uchiha gunbai that had been strapped to his back. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, 3 figures watched. Rise, wearing her white mask, observed the floor where Byakuya was positioned. Kurona and Nishiro sat nearby, maintaining a subtle distance from Rise. If Byakuya found himself in any danger, they'd intervene immediately. Chapter 113, Fierce Battle Repels the Owl, Uchiha Reflection. Nearly everyone's attention was fixed on the one-eyed owl ahead, no one noticed Byakuya's peculiar oversized fan. Then again, quinquas came in all shapes and forms. Even if an investigator noticed the gunbai, they'd probably just assume it was some kind of kukuka quinqua. Thanks to the confidentiality surrounding each investigator's quinqua, no one questioned where he'd gotten it. Shinohara, you ready? Kuroiwa kept his gaze locked on the one-eyed owl. Yeah. Shinohara replied. In the next instant, both men exploded into motion, charging at the one-eyed owl simultaneously. While wearing the new proto, they each wielded a second quinqua. Kuroiwa held his Kuroiwa Special, while Shinohara gripped Oni Yamada No. 1, 1 Rinkaku, 1 Bikaku. Both were high-grade, versatile offensive quinquas. Few investigators could wield 2 quinquas simultaneously. Clearly, both had trained extensively for this, as expected of special class investigators. Cover Special Class Shinohara and Special Class Kuroiwa. Ui immediately ordered the others. The new proto not only elevated Shinohara and Kuroiwa's defense to SS-rated Kukuku levels but also dramatically enhanced their strength and speed. The one-eyed owl finally moved, launching countless blade-shaped Tokaku projectiles from its massive body. But this couldn't stop Shinohara and Kuroiwa. Clad in the new proto, they could completely ignore those Kagun projectiles, closing the distance to strike with their quinquas at blinding speed. The one-eyed owl possessed a pair of enormous arms that could both attack and defend, arms formed entirely of Kagun. In truth, Yoshimura hadn't assumed his full Kakuja form this time. His own human hands remained visible, uncovered by Kagun. The massive Kagun arms blocked most of Shinohara and Kuroiwa's attacks, while Yoshimura dodged the rest. Despite their best efforts to target his head, they couldn't even graze the Kagun mask that formed his one-eyed visage. Boom. Then Yoshimura got slightly serious. He unleashed a shotgun-like burst of black Kagun, blasting the clinging Shinohara and Kuroiwa away. Multiple holes were blown through the surrounding walls. Both flew back several meters before barely stabilizing themselves, Quinquas still firmly in hand. The new proto may still be a prototype Kakuja Quinqua, but this defensive capability is incredible. If we'd had our old equipment from 10 years ago, we'd probably be dead a couple times over by now. Shinohara let out a shaky sigh of relief. Kuroiwa grunted. A Nukaku excels at ranged attacks but can also fight close quarters with shoulder-mounted Kagun. Then there's that shotgun-like Kagun blast for catching opponents off guard. And we can't outlast his stamina either. Truly an unbeatable ultimate ghoul. Just then, Shinohara noticed Hirako lurking in a corner, waiting for an opening. First-class Hirako. His early career wasn't particularly distinguished, but he partnered with then-associate Special Class Arima for 6 years until his promotion to First Class. You could say Hirako was Arima's closest colleague. If he learned anything from Arima, then against the same all that Arima once defeated. Sorry, Shinohara-san. I'm just an ordinary man. Hirako could tell exactly what Shinohara was thinking. He'd once asked Arima for guidance. The result? Arima turned out to be a natural, he simply couldn't teach others. For example, Arima would hold 2 Quinquas and say something like, first you do this, then that, then this, and you can defeat an SS-rated ghoul. How was anyone supposed to learn from that? Though Shinohara and Kuroiwa's expectations weighed on him, Hirako had to move. He'd already circled around to the rear, then launched a sudden attack from behind the one-eyed owl. But the owl's reflexes were terrifyingly fast. It whipped around, its Kagun arm slashing toward Hirako. Fortunately, Hirako had learned something from Arima. He dodged with nearly the same movement Arima had used 10 years ago, but his helmet was still sent flying, along with one of his ears. As for his counterattack, useless against the one-eyed owl. After all, 10 years ago Arima had borrowed a special class investigator's Quinqua. Mato's mind was sharper than almost anyone's in the CCG. He immediately seized the opportunity while Hirako distracted the owl, charging in. Shinohara and Kuroiwa followed close behind. All 3 slashed at the owl's neck simultaneously, dealing massive damage to its shoulder and neck. Kakuho. Did we win? The other investigators watching were stunned. Ah, no. We lost. Hirako's voice was low. The investigators couldn't believe it. Even wounded this badly, the one-eyed owl still hadn't fallen. Even 2 special class investigators can't deal fatal damage to the owl's Kakuho. Put simply, our firepower can't keep up with its regeneration speed. Hirako explained. The one-eyed owl had already regenerated most of its wounds. Shinohara and Kuroiwa were swatted away once more by its massive Kagun arms. Rat-tat-tat. A group of investigators who had somehow circled behind the owl opened fire. But the bullets hitting its body were less effective than a tickle. The one-eyed owl glanced back at them. They immediately froze in terror, thinking their end had come, their gun-wielding hands dropping. Yet the one-eyed owl didn't attack them, it simply ignored them entirely. IWA, let's go all out. Shinohara spoke gravely. Do it. I'm ready. Kuroiwa rose to his feet. They had no other options. They would unleash the new proto's full power. Mato knew that without the new proto, even a glancing blow from the owl would be fatal. He continued biding his time. As both men released their power, the new proto came alive, the living Kagun covering their heads, transforming them into something resembling true Kakuja. Their flesh was being consumed by the new proto. In exchange for this heightened explosive power, they momentarily seemed to be suppressing the one-eyed owl, but still showed no signs of actually defeating it. After a few exchanges, Shinohara's condition deteriorated. Both immediately created distance from the owl, which didn't pursue. Shinohara. Kuroiwa immediately checked on him. So there's a Quinqua that devours its user. Even gritting my teeth through it, if this continues. Shinohara's condition worsened by the moment as the new proto consumed his body. What a terrifying weapon. This world constantly births grief and hatred, mutual slaughter and plunder, with each side considering their actions righteous. The equipment you wear is a prime example. The one-eyed owl, rather than pressing its advantage, spoke slowly, no excuse can justify killing. Regardless of the circumstances, taking another's life is always a sin. What are you saying? Kuroiwa seemed oblivious that these words were directed at them. Shinohara was too far gone to care what the owl was saying, he dropped to one knee, barely holding on. Shinohara-san, Kuroiwa-san, leave the rest to me. Just then, Byakuya approached, gun by in one hand. Are you sure? Kuroiwa asked immediately. I'll win. Byakuya replied simply. Kuroiwa said nothing more. Shinohara's consciousness was fading, but watching Byakuya walk toward the one-eyed owl, he was suddenly reminded of Arima from 10 years ago. This situation was too similar to back then, everyone helpless, and like Arima, he was a newcomer. Shinohara, get that thing off now. Kuroiwa warned him. He was also tearing at his own new proto, trying to remove it. Amaha. Suddenly, Mato threw Byakuya's discarded Quinqua case to him. The Quinqua-obsessed Mato was worried the fan-shaped Quinqua in Byakuya's hand might get destroyed by the owl. Byakuya couldn't help but smile wryly. Still, he caught the case and slung the gunbai back over his shoulder. Since it's come to this, might as well spar with the manager using Jason first. Yoshimura watched the young man approach. He thought it was about time to leave. One special class was nearly crippled, the other half incapacitated, but there was still one more special class level fighter here, the youth before him. He didn't want Aogirai's command center to fall too quickly, so he intended to delay this third special class a bit longer. When Byakuya was about 5 or 6 meters away, he suddenly exploded into motion. The case in his hand instantly transformed into 13th Jason. Oh! Gasps of amazement filled the room. Byakuya's explosive speed appeared no slower than the 2 special classes wearing the new proto. Just then, Amon, who had doubled back after driving off some ghouls, arrived to see Byakuya engaged in combat with the owl. Why is rank 1 Amaha alone? Amon was stunned. Weren't there 2 special class investigators? Then he spotted Kuroiwa, who had just removed his new proto and was covered in blood. Shinohara was in even worse shape. He rushed over. Shinohara-san. Kuroiwa-san. What happened? While Amon asked about the situation, Byakuya was already exchanging blows with the one-eyed owl using Jason's sword form. His perception and dynamic vision, far beyond ordinary humans, allowed him to dodge the owl's attacks. But with the Mangekyo Sharingan deactivated, his abilities fell short of when it was active. When he sensed he couldn't dodge in time, he preemptively switched Jason to shield form to block. Yoshimura was holding back as well. They appeared evenly matched, but both were essentially putting on a show. Byakuya didn't want to hurt the manager. The manager didn't want to hurt him. Watching Byakuya hold his own against the one-eyed owl single-handedly for so long, nearly everyone stared in disbelief. I feel like I'm seeing Arima from 10 years ago in him. Shinohara, having removed the new proto with medical assistance, was recovering somewhat. He let out a sigh of amazement. Another Arima. That's excellent news. Kuroiwa nodded. Arima-san's eye for talent is certainly sharp. No wonder Amahakuin earned such high praise from him. Ui smiled. Amon stood speechless, watching the battle unfold. He couldn't imagine that the SSS-rated owl, which even special class Shinohara and Kuroiwa couldn't handle, could be matched by rank 1 Amaha alone. By now, Byakuya sensed it was time. His other hand drew the gunbai from his back, perfectly intercepting the black Kagun projectiles the owl fired, shotgun-like in their devastating power. More precisely, the gunbai didn't just block them, it absorbed them completely. That's enough, right? Manager. Suddenly, Byakuya murmured under his breath. Only Yoshimura heard him. He froze. Amahakuin had recognized him, how could he not be shocked? Uchiha reflection. Byakuya was ready to end this fight. He converted the energy the gunbai had just absorbed into wind-natured energy. As Uchiha reflection activated, the gunbai unleashed a gale fierce enough to tear through space itself. The stunned Yoshimura was sent flying by the violent winds. A layer of Kagun flesh was stripped from his Kakuja shell, and along with the wall behind him, he was blasted clear out of the building. Ding! Host has repelled SSS-rated, non-killing owl. Reward, 100 fusion points. Chapter 114, The Disobedient Little Brother. The moment Yoshimura was blasted out of the building, he immediately stabilized himself mid-air. High-level Akaku ghouls could achieve flight, though currently, only Yoshimura and Ito were known to reach this level. In other words, one needed to be at least an Akaku-dominant Kakuja. Amahakuin was right, it was about time. Yoshimura took the opportunity to fly away from the Aogirai tree stronghold. But how did Amahakuin recognize me? Yoshimura appeared unharmed, but he had actually taken damage. Not from Byakuya, but from Shinohara and Kuroiwa's power release earlier. Compared to 10 years ago, he had aged considerably. Over 2 decades without consuming fresh human flesh had significantly weakened his RC cells, and since regeneration depended on RC cell strength. His Kakuja form was fine, it was the human body inside that had taken some damage. Fortunately, it was minor. A little rest would heal it. What? Every investigator present was shocked by Byakuya's sudden devastating attack. They had been evenly matched, then the one-eyed owl was suddenly blasted away. What kind of Quinqua was that, capable of launching something that massive so far? Mato immediately developed an intense interest in the fan in Byakuya's hand. Though the retreating one-eyed owl should have been their primary concern, without Byakuya to oppose it, they might all have died here. So there was no point dwelling on regrets. Amon, who already deeply admired rank 1 Yamaha, found his feelings beyond words now. He really is a second Arima-san. Ui exclaimed. Though unlike Arima 10 years ago, who had severed two of the owl's Kagun arms along with its Kakuho, repelling the one-eyed owl single-handedly was a feat no one besides Arima could accomplish. Even Shinohara and Kuroiwa were incredulous. The Kakuja Quinkwa knew Proto hadn't been able to handle the owl, could rank 1 Yamaha's Fen be SS plus or even SSS rated. It wasn't impossible. After all, it had matched, even outperformed, the strongest one-eyed owl. Facing the shocked, confused, and admiring gazes of his fellow investigators, Byakuya offered his prepared explanation. I didn't actually use much force. The owl probably wanted to retreat anyway. Ajirai tree's stronghold here is basically lost. He didn't want the Gunbai's power drawing unwanted attention, hence the deliberate explanation. Kuroiwa nodded. I see. But the main reason is that rank 1 Yamaha left the owl with no other choice. No one doubted Byakuya's words. From their perspective, deceiving them about something like this would be pointless. Exactly. Otherwise we might all have died here. Besides rank 1 Yamaha, no one could threaten the owl. Shinohara sighed. 10 years later, the one-eyed owl is still that powerful. Shinohara, the owl is an SSS-rated ghoul that killed numerous investigators. Several special class investigators died back then. Kuroiwa suddenly spoke meaningfully. I didn't participate in the owl suppression operation 10 years ago because I was recovering from injuries. But I heard that while people were wounded in that battle, not a single person died. Shinohara's gaze trembled slightly. You're saying, today was the same. Hearing this, Byakuya fell into thought. So Kuroiwa and Shinohara were already becoming suspicious. The inconsistency in the one-eyed owl's behavioral patterns had raised doubts. Ito's one-eyed owl form was extremely bloodthirsty, basically killing any investigator on sight. But Yoshimura's disguised one-eyed owl was comparatively merciful. He might wound many investigators, but never killed a single one. Such inconsistent behavior naturally bred suspicion. Not that these investigators' suspicions affected the bigger picture, what mattered was that the Washu had already realized there were two owls and knew Yoshimura's child was the natural-born half-ghoul they sought. Maru, the owl has retreated. More precisely, rank 1 Yamaha repelled it directly. Shinohara reported the situation to Marud, who was stationed outside the stronghold. Really? That kid again? So he's the second coming of Arima? Marud was astonished. Shinohara chuckled. The man himself probably wouldn't like being called a second somebody else. He wasn't joking, he meant it. Yamaha was Yamaha. Arima was Arima. Constantly calling someone the second Arima wasn't appropriate. Anyway, we're pressing forward. Their leader, the owl, has retreated, we shouldn't face much resistance now. Shinohara said. Without the one-eyed owl blocking them, the CCG's advance accelerated dramatically. All 6 buildings were soon secured. Ajirai tree had left only about 200 ghouls to hold the Ward 11 stronghold. Even so, the CCG had expended considerable effort, since even an ordinary ghoul could take on several regular investigators. Report, Special Class Kuroiwa. We didn't find the Bin brothers. We only spotted another apparent executive, Wing Dakaku Kagun. He's leading a group of ghouls in continued resistance. They're too strong, we can't break through. A squad member arrived to report. So from start to finish, we've only encountered the owl and one executive. Kuroiwa fell into thought. Just then, Byakuya spoke up, I'll handle that executive. Where is he now? Should still be in Building 7. The squad member replied. Then I'll leave it to rank 1 Yamaha. Kuroiwa nodded. With rank 1 Yamaha's abilities, he had no concerns about sending him alone. Their focus now needed to shift to capturing the command center, the remaining executives were probably there. Byakuya then headed to Building 7 alone, case in hand. What a disobedient little brother, he thought. Time for a proper lesson. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, You Want to Dance Too? Byakuya soon arrived at Building 7. Even from downstairs, he could hear combat on one of the upper floors, investigators fighting ghouls. He quickly made his way to that floor and, sure enough, spotted the masked Ayato Kirishima. Though the mask concealed his face, his build and clothing were highly distinctive. Rank 1 Yamaha. Seeing that an elite from the Special Countermeasures unit had finally arrived as backup, the investigators present felt their spirits lift. Fall back. I'll handle this. Go support Special Class Kuroiwa and the others. Byakuya spoke calmly. No one would disobey such an order. They obediently withdrew. They'd all heard that rank 1 Yamaha had repelled the one-eyed owl, no unnecessary worries about him. Recognizing the investigator from their last encounter in Antiku, Ayato's fury ignited. But he didn't dare act rashly, their last meeting had taught him a painful lesson. He immediately signaled his subordinates to swarm Byakuya, hoping numbers might wear him down. After all, humans generally lacked ghoul-level stamina. Watching them approach, Byakuya said flatly, "You've experienced this once before and still haven't learned. Very well, let me make it sink in this time." His utterly dismissive tone infuriated Ayato. But no amount of anger would make him as reckless as before. Suddenly, Byakuya tossed his case containing 13's Jason into the air. Most of the ghouls' attention immediately followed the rising case. In that instant, Byakuya was among them. He didn't even use his Quinkwa, pure taijutsu to crush these ghouls. Since Aojirai had sent most of its main forces to assault Cochlea in Ward 23, the Ward 11 stronghold had only Noro, Ayato, and the Bin brothers among its executives, leaving mostly B and C-rated ghouls. Byakuya could easily crush B-rated ghouls with taijutsu alone. In the blink of an eye, before the case even hit the ground, several nearby ghouls had been sent flying in all directions like toys. One was kicked toward Ayato, who casually kicked it aside, letting it slam into the wall. Ghouls could take a beating. Clang. The case hit the floor. Only a handful of ghouls remained standing. They were momentarily paralyzed with shock. This was their first time seeing a human fight ghouls barehanded. Useless trash. Ayato cursed and released his Ukaku, firing feather-like Kagun projectiles at Byakuya. A mere S-rated like Ayato couldn't compare to the manager's Ukaku. He posed no threat to Byakuya. Byakuya simply sidestepped, letting the feathers pass harmlessly behind him. Soon the remaining ghouls were down as well. "Now it's your turn." Byakuya turned his gaze to Ayato. Ayato let out an irritated tch. His heart was already racing. Last time he'd been beaten with a Quinkwa, this time his opponent had demonstrated incredible hand-to-hand combat. But his pride wouldn't let him admit fear. He tore off his mask and charged at Byakuya. "Close combat is actually my specialty. You want to dance too?" Byakuya remarked coolly. Seeing that his opponent wasn't using a Quinkwa, Ayato apparently decided against using his Kagun. He wanted a fair one-on-one brawl. But within moments, he realized he couldn't land a single hit. His youth and pride made him more desperate with each miss, pushing himself into a frenzy. Ayato's movements looked fast but were flashy without substance, lacking the unpredictability that made attacks truly dangerous. Given his childhood, he could only have been self-taught. Byakuya read each move from its inception. Even without the Mangekyo Sharingan active, he had more than enough to handle Ayato. Then Byakuya threw a counterpunch, striking Ayato square in the right cheek. Ayato flinched from the pain. Before he could recover, a knee strike, hands gripping the back of his neck, drove into his face. With Byakuya's strength, several of Ayato's teeth shattered and flew out. Gah. Never beaten this badly before, Ayato's mind went blank. He couldn't believe his close combat skills were inferior to a human's. Next, Byakuya seized Ayato's throat with one hand and drove him into the ground. "You're Toka Kirishima's little brother, right? Don't you know your sister worries about you? And here you are playing house." Byakuya pinned Ayato down casually. Ayato didn't respond, he could barely breathe. When he tried to pry Byakuya's hand off his throat, Byakuya's free hand moved, classic ground and pound. Without any professional grappling defense, Ayato took the full force of the blow. With a dull crack, his nose collapsed. Blood poured down Ayato's face. "Oh, I get it now. You want to protect your sister, don't you? That's why you're working so hard for Aojirai tree." Byakuya saw right through him. "What the hell are you talking about?" Unable to admit the truth, Ayato erupted, releasing his Kagun. Being beaten this badly had pushed him past his limit. Byakuya rose and dodged the sudden Kagun attack without changing expression. Even now, he had no intention of using Jason. Calmly evading the high-frequency Kagun attacks, he continued in his flat tone, "When that drag queen and the Bin brothers showed up back then, you were worried they might hurt your sister, weren't I right?" Ayato still wouldn't admit it. Enraged and humiliated, he unleashed everything he had. Playtime's over. This time, Byakuya didn't dodge. He drew the gunbai from his back, absorbing every feather-shaped Kagun projectile completely. The gunbai converted absorbed attack energy into wind-natured energy, essentially a piece of equipment that could reflect at least 100% of damage received. Uchiha reflection. What? Facing the terrifying gale sweeping toward him, Ayato couldn't react in time. The next moment, he lay bloody and battered amid rubble, the surroundings utterly devastated. How pathetic. Now you can't even dance. Though Byakuya's tone was flat, to Ayato it felt like pure humiliation. But he truly couldn't move now. Just then, Noro appeared before Byakuya without warning, clearly intending to retrieve Ayato at his feet. "Go ahead." Byakuya showed no surprise and even spoke politely to Noro. Chapter 116, Cochlea under attack. Noro had been sitting in the command center from the beginning, never participating in combat, just watching the clock in his hand. When the time came, meaning Ito's operation in Ward 23 was guaranteed success, he would evacuate the surviving executives from Ward 11. Noro's original consciousness was nearly gone. He operated entirely on Ito's orders. Ito had calculated the approximate time needed to capture Cochlea. When Noro's watch chimed, he immediately sprang into action, which was why he'd appeared before Byakuya. Seeing that Byakuya had no intention of stopping him, Noro showed no aggression either. He simply hoisted Ayato over his shoulder and left. In the end, Noro only found Ayato. Following the Bin brothers' scent, he discovered they had already died in different locations. After briefly confirming their deaths, Noro departed with Ayato and the handful of surviving ghouls, heading to rendezvous with Ito and the others. Commander Marud. Buildings 1 through 8 have all been secured. The command center was empty. We've achieved complete suppression of the Aojirai tree stronghold. As news of victory reached Marud from the front lines, his mood finally lifted. He turned to another investigator beside him, prepared to announce our victory to those oblivious human idiots. Understood. The investigator replied, then added, also, Commander Marud, there's a call from headquarters. Headquarters? Who's calling? Marud asked. Special Class Arima. Arima. So he's already heard about our victory. Marud immediately took the call, eager to show off. Hello. This is Commander Marud of the Ward 11 Aojirai Tree Suppression Operation. Marud-san. Arima's emotionless voice came through. Arima, while you were leisurely playing whack-a-mole over there, we finished up Ward 11. This kind of thing is a piece of cake, ha ha ha. Marud boasted about his achievement. But Arima's flat response cut through, that's good to hear. The implications ran deep, after all, he was the true leader of Aojirai Tree, the one-eyed king. I need you to recall the operation forces immediately. Cochlea in Ward 23 has been attacked, apparently by Aojirai's main force. I'll be heading there too. End of message. What? Marud was completely stunned. Hadn't Aojirai Tree just been annihilated? Where did this main force come from? Could it be that Aojirai's main force was never in Ward 11 to begin with, but in Ward 23? The realization hit him like a truck. He'd been played by Aojirai Tree. Ward 23, Cochlea Prison. By now, Aojirai's main force had already breached the SS level, where SS-rated ghouls were held. Though they hadn't reached the deepest level, their objective was complete. Humans really are foolish, can't even see through such a simple scheme. Tatara said coolly. Anyway, it's about time to leave. Those doves will be here soon. After Marud realized Aojirai's true purpose, he immediately ordered investigators who had just finished the Ward 11 operation to rush to Ward 23. But it was too late. The Aojirai forces that had attacked Cochlea had already withdrawn. Most of the freed ghouls seemed to have joined Aojirai, including multiple S and SS-rated ghouls, further strengthening Aojirai Tree. The Ward 11 stronghold was now truly empty. The desolate scene was eerily quiet. Nico appeared on a hillside overlooking the Aojirai stronghold, surveying the 8 ravaged buildings. It's over then. My love nest is gone. The clown Suda, Nimura Furuta in his clown mask, stood behind him. Neisan seemed quite entertained this time, playing around with them for so long. By the way, does this one-eyed king really exist? Suda asked curiously. That sort of person doesn't exist at all. It's actually quite simple. Nico whispered something into Suda's ear. Oh. I see. Suda nodded. But, there was one very interesting human this time. Quite to Neisan's taste. Nico's expression grew wistful. You mean that new young investigator? Suda immediately knew who Nico meant. Yes, doesn't Suda-kun find him interesting too? Nico said. Also, I feel like I haven't shown my face in a while. With that, he donned a clown mask similar to, but not identical to, Suda's. Finally, Nico and Suda laughed together gleefully, the clown's laugh last. After the Ward 11 Aojirai suppression operation concluded, the CCG headquarters commendation ceremony would proceed as usual. Until then, participating investigators were on leave. The complete victory over Aojirai would deter ghouls and other wards from acting up for a while, so having many investigators resting simultaneously posed no issue. Byakuya had also gone to Ward 23 to intercept Aojirai's main force after the suppression operation, but they'd already withdrawn, fruitless effort. Afterward, he headed home. Rise and the Yasuhisa sisters had naturally arrived before him. Seeing them all safe and sound, Byakuya's final worry evaporated. Speaking of which, where's my mask? Give it back. Byakuya asked Rise for the white mask. Can't you just give it to me? Rise seemed reluctant to return it. This. Byakuya hadn't expected Rise to want to keep it. He opened the system shop and found the white mask listing now showed unavailable, meaning it was a one-time purchase only. In that case, he definitely couldn't give it to Rise. I really can't. If you like this style, I'll take you to get an identical one made next time. Rise fell silent. Though she returned the white mask, Byakuya sensed something was off. Was she angry? Chapter 117, Motto's Invitation. Byakuya couldn't understand why Rise was upset, and she wasn't the type to throw tantrums. He couldn't figure out the reason. Surely she wasn't angry just because he wouldn't give her the white mask. Then Rise spoke. I thought you were pretty good at charming girls. Can't even read this little hint. I really can't right now. Byakuya admitted helplessly. He had no leads and was genuinely confused. He wasn't omniscient, after all. Did you forget what I like most about you? Rise offered a small hint. She wasn't being difficult, she wasn't going to make him guess blindly. That clicked for Byakuya. What Rise liked most about him? Obviously his scent or his flesh. Combined with the fact that he had worn the white mask. Mystery solved. So Rise didn't actually like the style of the white mask itself. Byakuya smiled awkwardly. Got it. Next time I take you to get a mask made, I'll keep that in mind. Rise-san, do you enjoy giving people a hard time? Nishiro suddenly interjected. Her words lit the fuse. He's my darling. What's wrong with me being a little willful? You two were just rescued on a whim, don't act like you're close to him. Rise said with a smile. You were rescued the same way though. Byakuya couldn't help but think this, though of course he wouldn't say it out loud. But Kurona and Nishiro didn't know his and Rise's history, so they couldn't use that to fire back. Is Rise-sen actually that close to Byakuya then? He's my Byakuya Naiken. That alone is enough. Kurona naturally sided with her sister, the two squared off against Rise. Of course. This guy even stole a kiss from me before. Doesn't that count as close? Rise immediately countered with their history. What? Kurona was shaken first. She had no idea about that. Nishiro was slightly more composed and quickly retaliated. Byakuya Naiken also gave Kurona a princess carry before. Kurona fell silent. Did they really need to bring that up for comparison? Now she felt awkward. Rise's fake news put Byakuya on the spot too. Don't twist things. You were being difficult first, I was just retaliating. And it was only on the cheek. But Rise ignored Byakuya's clarification and instead questioned him, so what that flat as an airport white-haired shorty said is true? Yes, it's true. Byakuya confirmed. Then. I want to experience that too next time. Though I'm not quite sure what it is. Rise said. A princess carry is like this. Byakuya immediately demonstrated by scooping Rise up in a bridal carry. Also, when I rescued you before, I already did this. At the time, Rise had been completely unconscious. He had no better option than a princess carry, since she couldn't wrap her arms around his neck for a piggyback. Rise evaluated the experience. Is that so? It doesn't seem like anything special. Though being tasted in this position might feel quite nice. Nishiro felt a pang of regret. Her words seemed to have backfired in Rise's favor. Byakuya set Rise down. All right, enough playing around. By the way, were any of you spotted by investigators? Though Rise and the sisters had worn masks, avoiding detection entirely was still optimal. The CCG wouldn't even have basic records. For example, the CCG still didn't know what the binge eater looked like. Rise's feeding patterns were so distinctive that anyone with eyes could tell the crime scenes were the work of one ghoul, hence the binge eater moniker. No, at least I didn't notice any investigator spotting me. Rise said casually. Same for me and Nishiro. Kurona added. Good. Oh right, what reason did you give special class aura for your leave? Byakuya suddenly remembered. Our reason. We said we were preparing a heartfelt victory celebration for Byakuya Naiken's triumphant return. Aura-san even asked if we were living together. Nishiro answered coolly. And how did you respond? Byakuya had a bad feeling. I said yes. Kurona hesitated a moment but didn't deny it. Nishiro said flatly. Byakuya was speechless. Now special class aura knew Kurona and Nishiro were living with him. Well, it didn't really affect anything, at most his reputation might suffer. Two same-year classmates, both cute twin girls, living in his house. Once word got out, rumors would fly everywhere. Just then, an unexpected call interrupted his thoughts. He answered. Hello. Is this rank 1 Yamaha? I hope I haven't dialed wrong. Recognizing the familiar voice, Byakuya immediately identified Kiryu Mato. Yes. This should be first-class Mato. It's me. You mentioned lending me a look at Jason before. Would you happen to be free now? I am. Should I come to headquarters in Ward 1? No need for headquarters, just come to my home. More convenient. Ding. Host has activated a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1. Cautiously decline this suspicious invitation and insist on meeting at CCG headquarters or a branch office. Reward, 20 fusion points. Option 2. Accept the invitation and visit his home. Reward, 20 fusion points. Chapter 118, Akira Mato. Ah, alright. Byakuya hadn't expected Mato to invite him directly to his home. But it made no real difference. He understood why Mato would do this. If other investigators witnessed this behavior, which the CCG didn't officially sanction, it could look bad. So he accepted. Mato then gave Byakuya his detailed home address, also in Ward 1. Ward 1. Following Mato's directions, Byakuya arrived in the neighborhood and spotted a vaguely familiar figure downstairs, apparently waiting for someone. That silhouette. He recognized her immediately as Akira Mato. Kiryu Mato's daughter. She wore casual home clothes and slippers, her impressive figure unmistakable even in such simple attire. She carried an air of proud aloofness, like an ice queen. Akira Mato. The moment Byakuya noticed her, Akira spotted him too. She'd likely seen his CCG ID photo, her reaction made clear she recognized him. Rank 1 Amaha, I'm Rank 2 Investigator Akira Mato. My father is engrossed in Quinqua research and couldn't come down himself. Please accept my apologies on his behalf. Her tone was formal and devoid of emotion. It's fine. Byakuya didn't mind. Up close, Akira's eyes really did resemble Kiryu's, their facial features shared obvious similarities. But she'd inherited the attractive aspects of his features. She certainly didn't look like a female version of Kiryu, that would be. Please follow me upstairs. Akira led Byakuya up via elevator to the corresponding floor. Excuse me. Entering the Mato residence, Byakuya offered a token greeting. Ding. Host completed option 2, accept the invitation and visit his home. Reward, 20 fusion points. Just then, Kiryu emerged from a room, looking apologetic. Sorry, I was just at a critical stage of my research. It's nothing, Mato-san. No need for such formality. Byakuya said. As he spoke, he handed over the case containing 13th Jason without hesitation. Excellent. Give me 3 minutes, just 3. Kiryu took the case and hurried toward his lab, pausing at the door to tell Akira, take rank 1 Amaha to the living room. Akira nodded slightly. The two sat in the living room. A long silence passed before anyone spoke. After all, Byakuya only knew Akira from afar. From Akira's perspective, she didn't really know him at all. Akira politely poured tea for Byakuya, then sat quietly sipping her own. The silence stretched on before Akira finally spoke. You're the first person willing to agree to my father's unreasonable request. Because I don't think it matters. Byakuya replied calmly. Is that so? Good then. Akira took a delicate sip. I also heard the Aojirai suppression operation encountered the one-eyed owl from 10 years ago, and rank 1 Amaha ultimately repelled it. After all, the one-eyed owl had killed her mother 10 years ago, of course she'd care. Yes. Byakuya confirmed. But you look about my age. And if I recall correctly, you enrolled at the academy a year after me. You're a newcomer, yet already this formidable. Akira observed flatly. Because Byakuya had graduated early, he and Akira, who had been a year ahead at the academy, became roughly same-year investigators. Also, he was actually 3 years younger than Akira's 21, though, about the same, wasn't entirely wrong. You flatter me. The one-eyed owl had already been worn down by Shinohara-san, Kuroiwa-san, and Mato-san by that point. Byakuya said modestly. I see. Akira didn't pursue the topic further. By then, Kiryu's promised 3 minutes were up. He emerged from the lab on time and returned Jason to Byakuya. Thank you very much, rank 1 Amaha. I gained quite a few insights. Kiryu said gratefully. It's already evening, why not stay for dinner before you leave? Ding. Host has activated a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1, decline Kiryu Mato directly. No reason needed. Reward, 10 fusion points. Option 2, politely decline, citing family waiting at home for dinner. Reward, 20 fusion points. Option 3, accept the invitation but may need to endure spice levels most people can't handle. Reward, 50 fusion points. Byakuya recalled that both Kiryu and Akira Mato loved spicy food. When eating out, they typically request maximum spice levels. Dining with this father-daughter duo would probably mean a chili pepper feast. But Byakuya could handle spice. How hot their cooking actually got was something he'd only know by tasting it. For 50 fusion points, it seemed worth trying. Alright. Thank you, Mato-san. Byakuya accepted. Sure enough, when Kiryu brought out his home-cooked dishes, a thick, pungent chili aroma filled the air. Byakuya suspected he'd underestimated the Mato household's spice tolerance. But having come this far, he had no option to retreat. Noticing Byakuya's slightly strained expression, Kiryu quickly realized, sorry. I forgot to ask first. Akira and I are so used to eating this way, I just automatically. It's fine. Byakuya said calmly. Really? Then let's eat. Kiryu removed his apron and sat down. As a single father for 10 years, he'd naturally mastered cooking. Byakuya picked up a slice of meat and tasted it. Very spicy, though not unbearable. It would probably get rough after eating too much. Ding. Host completed option 3. Reward, 50 fusion points. The system seemed to deliberately wait until after he'd tasted it to grant the reward. Just then, Kiryu and Akira were both observing his reaction. Chapter 119, Washu's attention. Excuse me, could I have some water? Though Byakuya's expression hadn't changed much, the spice was getting to him, he needed water. Kiryu signaled to Akira, who immediately fetched Byakuya a cup of hot water. Looking at the steaming cup, Byakuya fell silent. Already suffering from the spice, and now this scalding water, he could only imagine how refreshing the first sip would be. Though he knew hot water was actually the most effective at neutralizing spice, the first few seconds in his mouth would be extremely invigorating, before the heat quickly suppressed the burn. Seeing Byakuya's reaction, Akira explained, "This is my most efficient judgment. Hot water eliminates spice fastest. Cold water feels better initially but requires repeated cycles, wasting time." Akira was a workaholic like her father, intensely interested in quinkwas and obsessed with efficiency. I know. I just need a moment to prepare. Byakuya then took a large mouthful and held it. Enduring a few seconds without changing expression, the spice subsided noticeably. He finished the meal this way, not the most pleasant experience, but the food itself was quite good. After brief farewells to Kiryu and Akira, Byakuya headed home. Once he'd left, Akira remarked to her father, "He reminds me somewhat of Arima-san." Indeed, very similar. Both prodigies appearing out of nowhere. Perhaps he's from that place too. Kiryu had worked at the CCG long enough to have heard of that place. Akira, your intuition is just like mine. Trust it in the future. Kiryu smiled. Akira nodded slightly. Ward 1, CCG Headquarters. CCG Bureau Director Yoshitoki Washu came before his father. Tsuneyoshi Washu, patriarch of the Washu clan and CCG chairman, held authority even above the bureau director. The white-haired elder sat upon his throne-like seat, radiating dignified authority. Chairman, the one-eyed owl from 10 years ago appeared during this Aojirai suppression operation, but it's most likely not the so-called one-eyed king, rather. Even in this private setting, Yoshitoki addressed Tsuneyoshi formally. This was an official briefing. Kyuzan. Tsuneyoshi spoke, his voice laden with gravitas. Yes. Since 10 years ago, it's been clear there are two owls. Before the third Ward 2 attack, it was probably Kyuzan's daughter, the true one-eyed owl. The owl that appeared afterward, including this time, should be Kyuzan in disguise. He never kills a single person, a glaring tell. Yoshitoki continued, Aojirai Tree's true leader should be the one-eyed owl, Kyuzan's daughter. Combined with Aojirai's main force attacking Cochlea in Ward 23, Kyuzan likely knows his daughter's whereabouts. Every time we've asked, he's played ignorant. Tsuneyoshi pondered before speaking, Kyuzan's daughter must be captured alive. Send Keiko to handle this. If Kyuzan still won't cooperate, punish him accordingly. Understood. Yoshitoki nodded. Additionally, there's another noteworthy newcomer, Amaha Byakuya. Yoshitoki felt it necessary to mention Byakuya. He performed best in this operation, the only investigator capable of fighting Kyuzan. Just as Yoshitoki was mid-sentence, Kishu Arima entered. Arima, good timing. Regarding that newcomer, any thoughts? Tsuneyoshi addressed Arima. I believe once he's promoted to Associate Special Class, he should be assigned to Squad 0. It would be easier to monitor him. Arima said flatly. Then arrange it as such. Tsuneyoshi said no more. Clearly, Byakuya had attracted the Washu's interest. Previously, they'd viewed him as merely another gifted newcomer like UI. Such newcomers included Juzu Suzuya, whom Tsuneyoshi had personally selected. But after this operation, things had changed. A non-half-human like Byakuya, matching the owl as a newcomer, even if that owl was the aged Yoshimura, no one in the CCG besides Arima could contend with it. Among humans or ghouls, any powerful entity beyond the Washu's control posed a threat. But if Byakuya remained obedient, working normally for the CCG without prying into forbidden matters, the Washu wouldn't bother him. Just as Arima, despite his overwhelming strength, appeared completely loyal to V on the surface. Conversely, if Arima dared defy or betray them, the Washu had means to eliminate him, which was why he could only secretly lead Aojirai as the one-eyed king. No matter how strong Arima was, he couldn't defeat the entire Washu clan. V alone had his master Keiko and numerous other special class-level members. When Arima declared he'd assigned Byakuya to Squad 0 for monitoring, the Washu relaxed their guard. They trusted Arima's capabilities completely. Having not visited Antiku in days, Byakuya came by with Rise today. Did Banju and his group come to Antiku? He was discussing the Ward 11 situation with Tuka. Yes, but after he heard the Ward 11 Aojirai stronghold was destroyed, he took his companions back. Seems he wants to continue leading Ward 11 and take care of his people. Tuka said. Byakuya nodded, about what he'd expected. By the way, did you run into that brat Ayato in Ward 11? Though Tuka called Ayato that brat or that arrogant little punk, she clearly worried about his safety. Chapter 120, Roma Hoito. I did. Gave him a beating too, but don't worry, he's probably regenerated by now. Byakuya said directly. You beat him up? Tuka asked immediately. Yes. Just as Byakuya braced for Tuka's reproach, she clapped with satisfaction. Well done. That arrogant little punk needed a lesson. Tuka felt thoroughly vindicated. She knew perfectly well that Brat was tough as nails. As long as his Kakuho wasn't critically damaged, a beating wouldn't cause any real harm. She'd wanted to pummel him for ages. Now Byakuya had done it for her. Byakuya smiled awkwardly. As expected from a loving sister. So is he still hanging around with that so-called Aojirai tree? Tuka continued. Probably. He won't come back anytime soon. Byakuya smiled. I called out a lot of things he didn't want to admit. Ayato was probably close to developing PTSD from this beating, though not as brutal as Kaneki breaking 103 of his bones in the original story. The humiliation was worse. He was human, after all. Beaten barehanded by a human. For proud Ayato, that was utter disgrace. Besides, Ayato was too embarrassed to face his sister after being exposed like that. He was only 14, peak rebellious phase. Give him a couple years to mature, and he wouldn't be like this anymore. What things he didn't want to admit? Tuka asked curiously. That he wants to protect you, his sister. But the idiot won't admit it. Byakuya said casually. Huh. No way. That brat just wants to show off an Aojirai tree, he doesn't care about me at all. Tuka didn't believe it. It's simple enough. Next time you see each other, ask him directly. If he looks shaken, you'll know. Byakuya suggested. Tuka fell silent, acknowledging his point. When they were young, Ayato had always clung to her. Then one day he suddenly vanished without a word. There had to be a reason. Even if he really wanted to protect her, he didn't have to join Aojirai and do such dangerous things. But she still couldn't accept his way of thinking. Living peacefully together was what really mattered. Unfortunately, things rarely went as people hoped. Antiku couldn't remain peaceful forever. Eventually the CCG, or rather the Washu, would destroy it. But Byakuya's transmigration made him the only variable. Just then, an unexpected guest arrived at Antiku. Hello. Are you hiring here? Byakuya heard a lively girl's voice. He turned, and was somewhat surprised by her identity. The girl before him looked gentle and adorable, like a small loli. But this was actually Roma Hoito. The SSS-rated, dodgy mother, Roma, founder of the clowns and the original Clown King. Her appearance suggested she was only around 20, but she was actually over 50. Roma Hoito, honestly looks better in the manga than the anime. Byakuya recalled that Aojirai's Cochlea assault had freed 37 A-rated ghouls, 5 S-rated, and 3 SS-rated. Roma was one of those 3 escaped SS-rated ghouls. Though she should have been SSS, she'd only been SS-rated when Tsuneyoshi Washu captured her years ago, hence her SS-level confinement. He hadn't expected her to show up so soon. She'd probably reunited with the current clowns right after escaping, learned about Antiku, then came to stir up entertainment. May I help you? Tuka approached to receive Roma. No, I'm not a customer. I'm here to apply. Roma corrected. Apply. Hold on, first I need to confirm you know what this place is. Tuka grew serious. Antiku couldn't just hire anyone, especially not humans, unless it was someone trustworthy like Byakuya. So she first had to confirm whether Roma was a ghoul, then whether to hire her. I know. This is Antiku, right? I've heard the ghouls here are very kind, so I wanted to find a safe place too. Roma stated her purpose. Only Byakuya knew she was completely lying, but he wouldn't expose her carelessly. Others might be fooled, but the manager wouldn't be. If Yoshimura was willing to take Roma in, he clearly understood she meant no harm to Antiku, so Byakuya had no need to interfere. Then please come upstairs with me. Hearing Roma mention Antiku and ghouls, Tuka understood. All that remained was identity verification. Roma was subsequently taken upstairs by Tuka to show her Kakugan, proof of ghoul status, before the manager would decide. Meanwhile, Yoshimura approached Byakuya downstairs. Amahakuin, would you mind coming upstairs to chat with me later? Yoshimura asked with a smile. He couldn't ignore Byakuya's final words to him in Ward 11, being recognized as the one-eyed owl was serious business. Of course. Byakuya nodded without hesitation. Shortly after, Tuka returned with Roma. Manager, she's confirmed as one of us. Claims to be a refugee from another ward. Will you take her in? Tuka sought Yoshimura's opinion. No problem. Yoshimura smiled. The calmer his reaction, the more Byakuya sensed the manager knew Roma was just here for fun. Of course, Roma's Clown King identity was virtually unknown, even the Washa didn't know. Tsuneyoshi had simply captured her as a dangerous ghoul. Speaking of which, is this handsome guy also a staff member here? Roma suddenly shifted focus to Byakuya, staring with apparent fascination, like she'd taken an interest. Chapter 121, Yoshimura Kyuzen's past. There was no doubt in Byakuya's mind, this person wasn't actually interested in him, but rather found him highly entertaining. No, he's not a staff member here, but he is a regular customer. Tuka said. Oh, a regular customer is quite nice too. Roma said with a smile. Byakuya watched Roma expressionlessly. Noticing that Roma had been eyeing Byakuya with a peculiar look since earlier, Tuka immediately scolded her, don't harass customers here. As a newcomer to Antiku, you'd better work properly or you'll get fired. With that, she handed Roma the items in her hands. Now go take those cups and plates the customers left behind to the kitchen. Roma made a pouty expression but did as Tuka instructed. As she passed by Rise, Roma flashed her a smile. Rise didn't pay it any mind, simply returning the smile. Now then, Amahakuin. Yoshimura gestured for Byakuya to come upstairs for a chat. Byakuya followed Yoshimura to the second floor. Amahakuin. Are you actually one of the Washa's people? Yoshimura opened with this question. Byakuya shook his head. I'm not with the Washu. Manager, I assume you're wondering how I recognized you back then. Rai-san actually tipped me off. Rai-san tipped you off? Yoshimura was somewhat surprised. Yes. She told me that the Washu's organization, once had a cleaner named Yoshimura. He had a child who was a human-ghoul hybrid. Connecting the Yasuhisa sisters' situation with the one-eyed owl's single Kakugan, and considering there was no technology to artificially create one-eyed ghouls 10 years ago, then. Byakuya laid out his reasoning. Additionally, I researched records about the owl. It's not hard to notice that 10 years ago, the owl already showed inconsistent behavior patterns. The owl that never killed a single person is you, manager. So the other owl should be your child, correct? Yoshimura couldn't deny these facts. Having been seen through to this extent, playing dumb would be pointless. That's right. The true one-eyed owl is my child. She's a natural-born half-ghoul. Yoshimura not only confirmed this but also reminisced about the past, sharing his history with Byakuya. His willingness to tell Byakuya these things showed he had come to trust him. Moreover, Yoshimura knew his days were likely numbered. The Washu were watching the one-eyed owl's whereabouts more and more closely. Sooner or later, they'd threaten him with death to force him to reveal the owl's location. After Yukina and I fell in love, a human-ghoul hybrid was born. Her name is Ito. But such a hybrid needs not only human food but also human flesh for nutrition. Yoshimura spoke slowly, good times don't last. Yukina was a journalist who had initially approached me to investigate the Washa family. She learned some of their secrets, and they noticed. V labeled me a traitor and began hunting us. In the end, to prevent the Washa from discovering our child, I killed Yukina with my own hands, and entrusted the child to an old friend in Ward 24. 10 years ago, when a ghoul called the one-eyed owl attacked the CCG, I knew it was my child. Yoshimura's expression was heavy as he recounted everything. Having killed Yukina with his own hands to protect Ito and himself, that was undoubtedly his greatest guilt and pain. This was also why he could never bring himself to face Ito. Though Byakuya already knew all this, hearing it again still felt deeply frustrating. Ito hated her father for killing her mother with his own hands and for abandoning her. But given the circumstances, there had been no better choice. Yoshimura couldn't defeat the entire V organization. If he hadn't killed Yukina, V would have discovered Ito soon after, and he would have lost both mother and daughter. Perhaps the anime's change, having V kill Yukina instead, felt easier to accept. But what if Yukina herself had asked Yoshimura to kill her? It was obvious Yoshimura couldn't have acted without her consent. Either way, this situation had no good solution. In truth, if it were only these matters, Ito wouldn't have hated Yoshimura to an irredeemable degree. She certainly knew her father had charged into the Ward 2 CCG branch alone to protect her. The critical turning point came years ago when Ito, having just become a moderately famous author, brought her debut work to Antiku hoping to see her father. But before she could even enter, she saw through the window her father laughing and chatting with the other staff, as if he'd been happy every day since abandoning her. Compared to her own painful, miserable past, this created extreme resentment in Ito's heart, and she gave up hope of relying on her father who merely scraped by at Antiku. In short, the whole thing was one massive, heartbreaking misunderstanding. Yoshimura couldn't bring himself to face his daughter because of killing his wife. Ito hadn't actually hated her father that much, until she happened to see him laughing with the staff. "Manager, after telling me all this, aren't you worried I'll turn you over to the CCG?" Byakuya said jokingly. Yoshimura shook his head slightly. "I trust you won't do that. Besides, those people already know about my child's existence." Simply put, it wasn't Byakuya's place to report them. The anime's change where Ito reports Antiku to the CCG was the same principle, it wasn't their role to do such things. The Washu had long known about Antiku, the moment Yoshimura refused to reveal Ito's whereabouts, suppression was inevitable. "Our Antiku has never really helped you, yet you've continuously looked after us. If the day truly comes, let me fall by your hand. It should help your promotion considerably." Yoshimura knew it was actually Antiku that owed Byakuya. He couldn't bring himself to ask Byakuya for anything, instead hoping to repay the favor this way. Ding! Host has activated a quest. Initiating divine selection. Option 1, in the future, Antiku raid, defeat the manager as he requests. Reward, 40 fusion points. Option 2, promise to protect everyone at Antiku. Reward, 60 fusion points. Option 3, not only promise to protect everyone at Antiku, but also pledge to save the manager's daughter. Reward, 200 fusion points. Chapter 122, Nico's Intelligence. Though the third option carried considerable pressure, these rewards seemed to be granted immediately. In other words, if he chose the third option, he wouldn't need to first complete protecting Antiku and saving the manager's daughter before receiving the reward. Moreover, Byakuya had always felt that the estrangement between Yoshimura and Ito was a tremendous tragedy. Even without the system's reward or the manager's request, he would have found it difficult to stand by and do nothing. "Manager, why do you make it sound like death is your only option?" In what should have been a serious moment, Byakuya spoke with a smile. "I'm well aware of my fate. Someday I will atone for the countless sins I've committed." Yoshimura had already accepted death. Though he still had the ability to protect himself, he no longer wanted to run. At the same time, he could buy time for Tuka and the others, ensuring their safety. "There's no need to be so pessimistic. I'll protect everyone at Antiku, including you, manager. And if there's an opportunity, I'm willing to save your daughter." Byakuya spoke earnestly. Calm words that carried extraordinary weight. After all, he was a CCG investigator. Yoshimura was visibly stunned for a moment. "Why would you go so far to help us, Amahakuin? And doing this will put you in grave danger." "For Rise-san." Byakuya answered. "Rise-san. I promised to protect her, and isn't she a member of Antiku now? Besides, I can tell she quite likes it here." Byakuya smiled. "Also, helping others doesn't really need a reason, does it?" "You're right." Yoshimura smiled as well. Just as he had once helped Rinji Yomo, the Kirishima family, and the ghouls of Ward 20, none of that had required reasons either. Perhaps it was because Byakuya was human, and moreover a ghoul investigator, that made such actions from him seem unbelievable. "If possible, I truly hope you can save my child. Please." Yoshimura spoke with sincere earnestness. "I'll also do my best to repay you, for instance, by sheltering Rise-san. Because of everything that had happened, he as a father was unable to save Ito himself. He could only place his hope in Byakuya. Unlike other humans, Byakuya was probably the only investigator willing to accept and even help ghouls, which was why Yoshimura believed Byakuya might be able to save Ito. "No problem." Byakuya nodded in agreement. Ding. Host completed option 3. Reward, 200 fusion points. Note, if abandoned or failed subsequently, fusion points will be reclaimed. Their conversation ended there. When Byakuya went downstairs, he found Tuka confronting Nico. My, long time no see, Yamaha-kun. Nico greeted Byakuya the moment he spotted him. Hey. I'm asking you something. How dare you show up here? Tuka glared at Nico with hostile eyes, her attitude far from friendly. She still believed Nico was an Aojirai tree member, and given what Aojirai had done, her attitude toward them couldn't possibly be good. Oh stop, don't glare at me like that. Nico pouted coquettishly. If he were actually a woman, that might be acceptable. But with his drag queen appearance delivering such a tone, it was rather nauseating. Meanwhile, Roma watched from the sidelines with amusement. She naturally knew Nico, a fellow clown member, though they'd only just met a few days ago. Don't worry, he's not our enemy. Probably. Byakuya spoke up to reassure Tuka. Really? Tuka was skeptical. Of course it's true. What Yamaha-kun says is correct, I was never actually an Aojirai tree member. Nico added. Stop lying. You were walking around with those Aojirai people before. Tuka shot back. About that, last time I came with those two little brothers, right? Actually, I mainly wanted to see who had killed Jason. My purpose was different from Aojirai's. Nico explained, I met Jason at a nightclub before. We hit it off and started hanging out together. Though Jason was already an Aojirai member by then, I got permission to come and go from Aojirai freely after greeting Tatara. I did help Aojirai with quite a few things, but that was just to stay by Jason's side. I had zero interest in their goals. What I pursue is beauty, the kind of beauty that makes your bones quiver, as if your marrow is being licked. I found that beauty in Jason. Unfortunately, he died. I wonder whose name he was calling out at the end. Such a pity I couldn't hear it myself. Tears of regret rolled from Nico's eyes. The beauty Nico spoke of in Jason was essentially the madness, the broken psyche that resulted from Tokage's torture. Nico's idea of beauty was truly twisted. So, are you here to avenge that Jason? Tuka's guard hadn't dropped at all. Of course not. I'm a free agent now, with no connection to Aojirai tree whatsoever. I just came by today out of boredom, and happened to run into Yamaha-kun. Perhaps it's fate between us. With that, Nico threw a flirtatious wink at Byakuya. In truth, the real reason was that Roma was here, so the equally bored Nico had come to join in the fun. Byakuya's mouth twitched slightly. Sorry, but my orientation is perfectly normal. How mean I'm a girl too, you know. Nico pouted again. Tuka was speechless too, though she could tell this person genuinely didn't seem hostile. If you still don't trust me, I can tell you everything I know about Aojirai tree. Nico continued. Go on. Since that brat Ayato was an Aojirai, Tuka was quite interested in information about them. Aojirai tree is composed of highly militant ghouls led by the One-Eyed King. I don't know the full picture, only that many of them are ghouls from Ward 24. Perhaps the One-Eyed Owl is also from Ward 24. Nico began revealing his intelligence. He was mainly speaking for Byakuya's benefit, this way, there would be more entertainment to watch. Next came details about Aojirai's plan to attack Cochlea in Ward 23 and their purpose in capturing Rise. I don't know this Dr. Kano or Rise personally, but Jason told me that capturing either one alive would be key to achieving Aojirai tree's ultimate goal. As Nico said this, Rise was sitting right there listening. What exactly is Aojirai's goal? Tuka immediately asked. According to Tatara, it's to find the liar. Nico said truthfully, but just so you know, I have absolutely no idea what that means. The liar. If even Nico didn't understand, Tuka was completely lost. I feel like my intelligence has been a bit lacking in sincerity. So let me share something more significant, but I can only tell Yamaha-kun. Nico walked up to Byakuya and whispered in his ear, the One-Eyed King is actually Sen Takatsuki. This deliberate behavior was purely to watch the fireworks, and only Byakuya could provide such entertainment. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, The Celebration. Nico wasn't a transmigrator like Byakuya. Though he didn't know the true One-Eyed King was Kishuarima, being able to identify Sen Takatsuki as the One-Eyed King was terrifying enough, intelligence gathering that even the Washa couldn't match. If the Washa knew, Ito couldn't have published under Sen Takatsuki for so many years. The clown's intelligence network was undeniably formidable, probably why Furuta had joined them. Byakuya showed no reaction to Nico's words. After all, he'd known all this already. There was nothing to get emotional about. But the calmer Byakuya remained, the more Nico felt this was the calm before the storm. He knew Byakuya was a fan of Sen Takatsuki's work. Byakuya surely knew who Sen Takatsuki was. Learning that Sen Takatsuki's true identity was the One-Eyed King would surely prompt some action. Perhaps Byakuya would first verify whether Nico's words were true, and then what happened next would be most interesting indeed. What did he just tell you? Tuka asked curiously. Nico showed no reaction to this. Though he'd only been willing to tell Byakuya, if Byakuya wanted to share with others, he wouldn't stop him. He was just here to watch the show. Nothing important. What I can confirm is that he's definitely not our enemy, Byakuya said. He kept silent about the One-Eyed King, not intending to tell anyone. Besides, Yoshimura was right there, the manager certainly wouldn't want him revealing Sen Takatsuki's identity. Though not the real One-Eyed King, she was definitely the One-Eyed Owl. If exposed, the Wash's current target was precisely this natural-born half-ghoul. They didn't actually care about who the One-Eyed King was. Ito at this point couldn't easily handle V. Though she later tore through V members like fodder, firstly Keiko wasn't present then, and secondly her Kakuja form in the later period was completely different from now. Ito's later One-Eyed Owl form had reached unprecedented heights through cannibalism, several times larger than her current size. After all, that was more than 3 years later, and Ito's strength couldn't have remained stagnant. One-Eyed Owl final form, the railing on the right can serve as a size reference. Moreover, once the pen name, Sen Takatsuki, was exposed, Arima couldn't continue his act. He'd have to follow V's orders, and Ito would have nowhere left to hide. She could only flee everywhere with Aojirai tree. Alright. Since Byakuya didn't want to say, Tuka didn't press. Oh. Is this a new staff member? I don't think I've seen her before. Suddenly, Nico's attention shifted to Roma. Hi, I'm the new girl, Roma Hoito. Please take care of me. Roma greeted Nico with a bright smile. Roma-san. What a beautiful young lady, though not quite as beautiful as me. Nico started preening again. In reality, these two had known each other all along. What a performance. Well, I'll be going now. See you next time. Nico specifically bid farewell to Byakuya. Byakuya gave an expressionless wave goodbye. Ah. Just then, whether intentional or not, Roma suddenly tripped on flat ground, sending the cups and plates she was carrying crashing to the floor. How do you even manage that? Tuka found it rather exaggerated. There was nothing on the ground to trip over. She's new, so let's give her some slack. Enji Koma said. Just be more careful next time. Tuka wasn't going to blame a new employee for one careless mistake. I'll be careful next time, hee. Roma scratched her head, her grinning face not looking like she'd learned her lesson at all. Byakuya now remembered this girl had a habit of constantly breaking cups and plates, whether genuine clumsiness or deliberate, who knew? Byakuya. Just then, Rise called his name. Byakuya returned to sit beside her. What is it? That drag queen just mentioned Aojirai wants to capture me and some Dr. Kano, that it's key to their ultimate goal. So Aojirai isn't going to leave me alone. Rise said casually. That's right. You're probably still Aojirai's priority target. But I'll protect you. Byakuya didn't seem concerned. I knew you'd say that. But when those people actually come, I'll just leave you behind and run. Rise smiled faintly. Byakuya smiled without comment. A month after the Aojirai tree suppression operation, the CCG's commendation ceremony, or celebration, arrived as scheduled. However, there would be no formal promotion ceremony for the participants this time. Simply put, because many investigators who had participated were still recovering from injuries, especially Special Class Shinohara, who was still lying in the hospital in a cast. The promotion ceremony was far more formal than a celebration and certainly needed to wait until the wounded investigators had recovered sufficiently. The smaller celebration was less formal, more like a team-building event. First, Bureau Director Yashitoki Washa gave a speech on stage, specifically commending investigators who had performed outstandingly in the operation. Naturally, Byakuya was mentioned first. Then Shinohara, Kuroiwa, and others. Since rumors of repelling the One-Eyed Owl had already spread throughout the CCG, Byakuya's reputation had soared. During the subsequent banquet, quite a few investigators came to exchange pleasantries with him. Seated at his table were Kori Ui, Juzu Suzuya, Kotaro Amon, and others. Shinohara couldn't attend since he was still hospitalized. Eat up, Suzuya. You might still have a chance to grow. Byakuya added some more meat to Suzuya's plate. Suzuya was too thin, better to eat more meat. Though even later on, Suzuya's height and build never changed, instead becoming increasingly feminine. Just then, Arima suddenly approached their table, accompanied by Hairuihei and Shioihei. Amaha, Suzuya, Amon, it's been a while. Arima greeted them. Unlike when he was on missions, Arima wore a formal suit, and his face bore a faint, friendly smile. Amon immediately snapped to attention. He bowed deeply and solemnly, Special Class Arima. I hope you've been well. Not recognizing Hairu and Shio, he didn't mention the other two. No need for such formality. I heard you all performed excellently this time. Arima had virtually no airs about him. I heard too. Byakuya-san apparently defeated the one-eyed owl this time. That's amazing. Shio had moved behind Byakuya, placing both hands on his shoulders with an adorable smile.